Quick Transmigration Canon Fodder's Record of Counterattacks Chapter 36:27 to Chapter 37:11. Both parties exchanged their names and left. The remaining person stood still, not intending to leave. Xianxia asked, "Is there anything else?" That person's face was young and tender. He didn't look like someone who had suffered much. He asked, "How did you build the world of reincarnation?" "I haven't seen anyone build a world of reincarnation. My brother is so powerful, but he couldn't build a world of reincarnation." Xianxia said, "Your brother? Biological." That person nodded. "Yes, biological." Xianxia nodded. He seemed to see another path. Yes, it seemed like they could recommend mission enforcers to enter the organization. If the soul didn't meet the requirements, there would be a way to surpass the standard. She had recommended 2 people before. Actually, she could think of a way to let her 2 brothers enter the organization. She didn't know if that plane still existed. If the plane existed, were her 2 brothers still there? If they entered the world of reincarnation, would she have to go there to find them? But they might have already passed away. "How did you build the world of reincarnation?" he asked. Xianxia sighed. "I really don't know the details. I have money." "Don't worry, I can give you as much as you want," Xianxia said sincerely. Clearly, no matter how sincere Xianxia's words were, no one would believe them. If it was Xianxia himself, he probably wouldn't believe this person either. Kindness was just an excuse. That person said, "All right, I was rude. You can state any conditions." This person obviously didn't care about the life space. He wanted to build the world of reincarnation. Xianxia more or less understood. He wanted to buy a place to attract Jade. His original intention was to ask her for a strategy. "What strategy?" Xianxia said, "The construction of my world of reincarnation was a beautiful accident. So I really don't know the details." That person didn't say much. He just shrugged. Obviously, he didn't believe him. Seeing that Xianxia didn't want to say anything more, he said goodbye and left. Xianxia returned to the system space and gnawed on the golden fruit. It was soft and fluffy, as if he was gnawing on wet mud. The texture was terrible. Xianxia finished eating the mud and then lowered his head to press on his soul. Well, nothing has changed for the time being. He didn't feel anything. He just ate the money and didn't feel anything. After a while, there were still no changes to his soul. Xianxia planned to go to the plane where his family was and see if his brothers were still there. Xianxia sat up from the sofa, but his soul suddenly scattered. His entire body turned into sand, and his soul turned into a pile of sand. Xianxia, she could feel that her thoughts were still there, but the state of her soul had changed. She felt that her soul had turned into grains of sand. This change really made people speechless. "Have I always been such a pile of sand, a pile of ashes?" Xianxia was still thinking, and then exist in the form of sand. As the wind blew, the ashes scattered. After a while, the sand condensed again and condensed into the original appearance of the soul. Xianxia experimented a few more times and suddenly felt that it was good to have an additional state of the soul. Turning into sand, his soul was divided into many parts. Maybe when he encountered danger, he could still preserve a trace of life. The 70 million was worth it. Xianxia searched for the space node that he left in the plane before and found that the space node was still there. He was delighted. Since the space node on the plane wall was still there, it meant that the plane was still there. Now that there was a problem with the Sea of Law, many planes were having problems. He didn't know how long this plane could last. Xianxia stood beside the plane and looked at it. The plane wall was very dim. Although there were no cracks, it actually looked old. Birth, old age, illness, death, and extinction were things that couldn't be resisted. After entering the plane, he felt that the air wasn't so clear. The skyscrapers were about to reach the sky. It had developed to this point. He didn't know if his brothers were still there. Xianxia looked for the mark. Back then, he made a mark on his 2 brothers. He found the mark, but there was only one. Xianxia found a mark, which meant that one of the marks had disappeared. Since it disappeared, it was no longer in the plane of life. Xianxia came to a courtyard. The greenery was done very well. Some gardeners were splashing water on the leaves. It was mainly because there was dust on the leaves, which made the leaves look gray. Xianxia snuck into the room and saw a white-haired old man reading a book with a pair of reading glasses. He was completely engrossed. He was very thin. Xianxia felt that this should be his big brother. Second brother was fat. Being fat was not good for the body. It was easy to have all kinds of problems. Big brother and second brother were the best examples. Xianxia went through the wall and stood behind the wheelchair. He looked at the white hair on his big brother's head. It was snow white without a single black hair. It showed a different kind of charm. Xianxia coughed softly. His big brother, who was reading, did not respond. Xianxia guessed that his big brother's ears were not very sharp because he was old. Xianxia stood in front of him. Only then did his big brother notice. He looked up. His reading glasses slid down the bridge of his nose. He asked, "You are?" Xianxia's voice was slightly louder. "Big brother, it's me." His big brother closed the book and asked, "You're back. Your second brother was young and didn't pay attention. He left earlier than me." Xianxia nodded and said directly, "Big brother is also this old. How can anyone not be old? You, on the other hand, still look like this." Xianxia touched his face. "Big brother is envious of me. He also wants to walk my path." His big brother said, "Then tell me in detail. What is the reason for your existence?" Xianxia pulled up a stool and told his elder brother everything about the organization. She told him everything in detail and in all seriousness. Xianxia looked at his big brother. There was a faint light of merit on his body. He probably did something good. His big brother's eyes were a little dim. He looked at Xianxia and said, "I don't want to. I don't want to live like you. There are many paths in life. This path is actually not a happy one. I don't have much time left. According to what you said, I may enter the reincarnation cycle and start a new life. I will become an ant-like human. Are you happy to walk this path?" Xianxia thought about it. Happy, when one's life was hanging by a thread, there was no joy in it. However, when one's life vanished like smoke, one's heart was filled with unwillingness. Xianxia said, "Probably happy." His big brother said, "You are hesitating. You can come back to see me. It can be considered that you have fulfilled one of your wishes before you die. Don't talk about broadening my horizons. People don't need to have broad horizons. It's just living in a different class." To watch the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. Xianxia thought that Big Brother might agree or hesitate, but he didn't expect Big Brother to reject him directly. "Big Brother, don't you think that doing something with no end in sight is very scary and very hopeless?" Xianxia, maybe. Rising and falling, high and low, beginning and end, even a river would dry up one day. Ordinary humans pursued immortality, but when they really did become immortal one day, they would probably be terrified and at a loss. Everything had to come to an end. Only then would people feel relaxed. She and Big Brother didn't have much of a relationship. When they were alive, they spent most of their time in the hospital. When people died, it was like a light went out. It was just that the family's ability to accept things was relatively strong. Otherwise, they would probably chase her away. To describe it in a more terrifying way, Xianxia was now a ghost. A ghost that made the living feel terrified. Xianxia laughed and said, "If Big Brother doesn't want to, then forget it. I'm here to ask you and take a look at you." Indeed, self-disciplined people could live longer. One brother and two sisters-in-law were no longer around. Only Big Brother was left. Big Brother nodded. "That's good too. I'm happy to see that you're doing well. Since you've already taken this path, then work hard." Xianxia nodded and said, "I know." After thinking about it, he gave Big Brother some merit. This merit could make Big Brother's next life smoother and he could join a good family. Reincarnation was really a technical job. When the two of them didn't speak, the atmosphere was a little awkward. Xianxia coughed and said, "Then Big Brother, I'm leaving. You can do some charity work. After all, even if Big Brother doesn't take my path, there's still the next life and the life after that. The heavens still favor good people. Although the next life and the life after that wouldn't remember this life, merit was in the soul. No matter what kind of person they became, merit was in the soul. No matter if it was a man or a woman, the things imprinted on the soul were the same. Looking at Big Brother's courtyard, it was obvious that he was rich. Money was sometimes the source of evil, but it depended on where it was used. Things like money were given value by humans. Everyone believed that money had value and abided by this rule. It was a value given by convenient transactions. In reality, how much could a piece of paper be worth? Big Brother nodded. Thank you. I got it. Are you leaving? Ningxu said, why don't I accompany you, Big Brother? Ningxu could afford to waste this amount of time. His eldest brother raised his skinny hand that was covered in age spots and waved it. There's no need. Go about your business. Don't think so much and don't worry too much about me. To put it bluntly, life had already parted ways. Even when they were still alive, they should have formed their own families and could only be considered relatives. Now, they were separated by life and death. Big Brother said, you suffered when you were alive. Although I don't know what kind of things you're doing by existing in this way, you should let yourself relax occasionally. You don't seem to be getting old, but to be honest, I pity you. I also feel a bit of heartache for you, and I'm also a bit scared, because everything has a price. Ningxu revealed a bright smile. There is a price, but in order to live, there is definitely a price to pay. Ordinary people had to work hard to support themselves in order to survive. If they didn't need to eat, drink, and poop, who would work hard? Big Brother said, you're right. If you think it can end, then let's end it. Ningxu smiled and didn't say anything. Big Brother was old. After talking for a while, he felt a bit tired. He said, I've seen you. If you have something to do, go do it. I'll lie down for a while. Ningxu agreed. He wanted to help him to the bed, but now his soul was weak and would directly penetrate his body. If he released the vines, it would probably make Big Brother have high blood pressure. Big Brother directly said something to the sound sensing system in the room. Soon, someone came to take care of him and helped him to the bed to rest. He closed his eyes and fell asleep peacefully. Ningxu directly left and summoned the world of samsara entrance of this world. The entrance was a black hole. Ningxu entered the black hole. Through the black hole, he could enter the world of samsara where Second Brother was. Generally, Second Brother's soul would enter this connected world of samsara if nothing unexpected happened. He didn't know if Second Brother had jumped into the rebirth pool. If he did, then he would start a new life. Ningxu entered a gray world. It was as if he had jumped into a noisy and crowded market. He couldn't adapt to it. Ningxu looked at this world of samsara and couldn't help but be stunned. This was too crowded. Her few worlds of samsara were more relaxed. But in this world of samsara, the sky and earth were squeezed with souls. It was as if a bus was filled with people and the bus was about to explode. Ningxu sucked in a cold breath. How many souls were squeezed together? How many worlds were connected to this world of samsara? How terrifying. Could it be that these souls didn't jump into the rebirth pool? Ningxu came to the rebirth pool and saw a dense number of souls jumping in like dumplings. These souls jumped into the rebirth pool. The rebirth pool didn't have a way to deal with them. Many souls were still swimming in the rebirth pool. This meant that some souls were reborn. But this world was still so crowded. If this continued, Ningxu felt that the world of samsara wouldn't be able to take it anymore. Some of the souls were still biting each other, absorbing the soul power of the other party into their own bodies. It was a mess. There were so many souls. Where was she going to find Second Brother? Ningxu shuttled through these souls. Even if they collided with each other, it didn't matter much. But Ningxu still felt that it was too crowded. He released his mental energy to search. He didn't know what Second Brother's soul looked like after he died. Was it a plate or a skinny person? No, only fats would increase. Souls wouldn't increase for no reason. Instead, because of the 7 emotions and 6 desires, it would weaken the soul. Second Brother should be a skinny person now. When he was alive, he was a big fat person. After he died, he got his wish to lose weight. If he wasn't so fat, maybe Second Brother would be like Big Brother and still be alive. There were souls everywhere. They moved towards the rebirth pool. The closer they were to the rebirth pool, the more crowded it became. Xianxia felt that purifying so many souls had exceeded its capacity. Sooner or later, the rebirth pool would go on strike. The core of a world of samsara was the rebirth pool. If the rebirth pool lost its function, then the world of samsara would be useless. The rebirth pool in this world didn't even need to create a beautiful mirage. To view the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. There was no need to try so hard to attract these souls to jump into the reincarnation pool. If the reincarnation pool could talk, it would probably roar, "Get lost, I can't take it." Xianxia finally squeezed out of the crowded area around the reincarnation pool. He searched for a long time but still couldn't find his second brother. Did he jump into the reincarnation pool? Xianxia sat on the black stone and watched the souls come and go. Xianxia continued to search and met a man who looked like his younger brother. He shuttled among the souls and saw a female soul. He had to go up and take a look. When he saw that it wasn't the person he was looking for, he looked disappointed. Then he went back to searching. Xianxia walked over and called out tentatively, "Second brother." Mainly because he had never seen his second brother so thin and handsome. He didn't dare to recognize him. The second brother stared at Xianxia and shook his head. He walked past Xianxia and started to search again. Xianxia caught up with him and shouted, "Second brother, I'm Xianxia." The second brother was a little confused. "Who is Xianxia?" Xianxia said, "Do you know who you are?" The second brother said, "I'm me." Xianxia said, "I'm Xianxia. You died young because of illness, but your immortal sister." The second brother thought for a while and suddenly realized. "Oh, it's you. You're also in this world. Have you seen your second sister-in-law?" Xianxia realized that his second brother was looking for his second sister-in-law. He said, "I haven't seen her." The young and handsome second brother sighed. "Alas, I can't find her." Xianxia said, "Second brother, why do you have to find her?" It was really difficult to find a soul in the world of samsara. Moreover, it was so crowded here. The world of samsara was also very dangerous. These souls often tore each other apart just to strengthen their own souls. Even if he jumped into the rebirth pool and had a portion of his soul power taken away, his soul power would still be stronger and he could be reborn as a higher level creature. If those with weak souls jumped into the rebirth pool, they might end up as worms that lived in the spring and died in the winter. Perhaps second sister-in-law did not jump into the reincarnation pool, but was swallowed by another soul. The second brother said, "Of course it's to find her and jump into the life pool hand in hand. We'll be together again in the next life." The corners of Xianxia's mouth twitched. He was actually speechless. If you're still together in the next life, aren't you afraid that heir sister-in-law will feed you fat again? Moreover, these two people might be reincarnated as humans. Do you want to have a love that transcends species, even if they were both humans? What if they were of the same sex? Well, that didn't seem to be a problem. Being of the same sex was probably true love. If second sister-in-law had already jumped into the reincarnation pool, she might have already grown up. The age difference would be very big. And it seemed like age was not a problem. Gender, age, and nationality weren't a problem. The biggest problem was that they might not even be born in the same world. Clearly, this world of reincarnation wasn't just connected to two worlds. As for which world they would enter, it was completely random. To enter the same world, the probability of two people meeting again was so small that it was almost negligible. It could be called a miracle. The more Xianxia thought about it, the more spirited his expression became. He said, "Maybe second sister-in-law has already jumped into the reincarnation pool." "That's not it. When she died, I repeatedly told her to wait for me." Xianxia was speechless. She said no. "The next time I'm a woman and she's a man, I'll feed her fat," the second brother said. Xianxia wanted to kneel down and beat the ground to vent his anger. Was second brother doing this for love or revenge? What if the person who was fed fat was still second brother? Moreover, second brother's concept was a little strange. Why did he have to become a woman to feed his partner? No, why did he have to feed his partner until she became fat? He was speechless. Xianxia's expression was a little lifeless. He asked, how long have you been looking for her? Big brother was a steady person. Why was second brother like this? It was probably because big brother had more responsibilities on his shoulders. Second brother's life was more carefree than big brother's. I started looking for her the moment I came to this world. Where did she run off to? She's really courting death. The second brother sighed. For some reason, Ningshu didn't sympathize with him at all. Ningshu consoled him, second brother, your relationship as husband and wife will probably only last for this lifetime. Don't force it and don't be too stubborn. Otherwise, you won't be able to reincarnate. Who knows, maybe there will be an additional surprise. The reincarnation pool couldn't allow souls with stubborn thoughts to reincarnate. Moreover, from a certain perspective, these stubborn souls were harmful to the world of reincarnation. Those skeletons were stubborn souls that wandered in the world of reincarnation. Most probably, even the abyssal prefect would eat them. Although one or two wouldn't matter, eating too many would cause diarrhea. Ningshu felt that the abyssal prefect was quite smart. He used the method of creating skeletons to solve the problem of stubborn souls. The damage to the world would be less. Secondly, he nurtured a group of existences to manage the world of reincarnation. Even during a war, he could pull them to the battlefield. It could be said that he was killing several birds with one stone. Unfortunately, the success rate wasn't high. Moreover, the process was too painful. Some souls couldn't take it and dissipated. Souls with strong obsessions would not be able to withstand it, so ordinary souls would be instantly annihilated. Second brother Ning sighed. But we already agreed. Ningshu didn't want to discuss this topic. He repeated what he asked big brother to second brother. After second brother Ning heard this, he paused for a moment and asked, can you help me find your second sister-in-law? Ningshu's face was numb. No. Second brother Ning shook his head. Then forget it. I'm working so hard and still can't fulfill my wish. I'm not doing it. Ningshu had already been rejected once. After being rejected again, his heart was as still as water. Everyone had their own life. This couldn't be forced. Walking the path one didn't like and doing things one didn't like was probably a painful thing. Just like what Big Brother said, there was no end in sight. It was quite despairing. Since second brother wasn't willing to walk the same path as her, Ningshu felt that he had to kick second brother into the reincarnation pool. He couldn't let him go on like this. Sooner or later, he would become a stubborn soul and be dealt with by others. He would either become a skeleton or be annihilated. He wouldn't be a burden to the world of reincarnation. This kind of stubborn soul was, to some extent, a bug. A negative bug. Although stubborn souls were rare, as humans, they more or less had regrets and stubbornness. Some people weren't obvious, while others were very obvious. Second brother Ning, are you married? Ningshu, second brother Ning, then do you have a girlfriend? Ningshu, to watch the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. Ningshu felt that out of the two brothers in the family, only his second brother's words were especially annoying. Damn it, Ningshu said, I'm not married, I don't have a partner. Second brother said, oh, do you have a romantic partner? Ningshu said, don't have one. Second brother slapped his thigh. Then what are you doing every day? You've become prettier now, but you still can't find anyone? I'm working hard, Ningshu said. Second brother sighed. As he walked, he tugged at the female soul. When he saw that it wasn't the person he was looking for, he immediately looked away. Other than this, don't you have any other entertainment activities? Yes, I have to solve the problem of survival. Then I have to enrich the spiritual world. A sharp sword was hanging above his head. He didn't know when it would fall. It was really frightening. Second brother said, the problem of survival. Actually, everyone has to die. Just because you're going to die sooner or later, you don't fight, don't work, don't live and don't enjoy life. Although you're a soul and can't enjoy the physical body, the spirit is better than the physical body. The spiritual world is the most important thing. You can't give up eating for fear of choking. Find someone to enjoy. Ningshu was expressionless. I can't just find someone randomly. Randomly find someone to have a spiritual relationship with. I haven't met anyone I like. If he insisted on dragging someone, when the time came, it would cause a mess. It would be intoxicating to be entangled. Some people liked to be lively, while others liked to be alone. They had different personalities and were colorful. That's true. It takes a long time to adjust your three views. Second brother sighed. Before I met your second sister-in-law, I was a gentleman. After I met your second sister-in-law, I became a wretched fat man. Women change men. I must fatten her up. Ningshu didn't want to listen. He said, second brother, stop looking. I'm afraid that after a long time, you'll become a stubborn soul and get cleaned up. What if there was a bug? What else could he do? He had to clean it up. The stubborn souls in the world of reincarnation were actually the same as the resentful souls in the living world. It was just that one was in the living world, while the other was in the world of reincarnation. There were task enforcers in the world of living to help to clear it, so the world of samsara would definitely do the same. And as time passed, Ningshu was afraid that his second brother would become a wandering soul without any consciousness. He would only want to find someone, and he might not even remember who that person was. If you can't reincarnate, how can you look for second sister-in-law? Second brother hesitated for a moment. Why don't I jump in now? But what if your second sister-in-law is still in this world? Ningshu, what if second sister-in-law has already jumped? Maybe she has already grown up? It wasn't easy for two people to meet each other. They had to twist their necks and look back continuously in order to meet each other in this life. Second brother, I'm so *king desperate. Second brother, who was squatting on the ground and cowering, was described as weak, helpless, and gluttonous. Ningshu said, second brother, do you want to become a mission enforcer? If you become a mission enforcer, you won't become a bug and you can still find second sister-in-law. Second brother looked at Ningshu expressionlessly. Are you my sister? Ningshu. Why am I not your biological sister? Second brother, you're pushing me into the fire pit. Ningshu, meow? Second brother said, I'm going to become a task enforcer. According to what you said, I have to keep doing tasks. If the quantity and quality of the tasks are not up to standard, I'll be dead. Not to mention looking for your second sister-in-law, I'll disappear into thin air. Even if I didn't look for your second sister-in-law, I wouldn't do this. Second brother said, with the number of missions, I don't have time to look for your second sister-in-law. Maybe when I'm working, your second sister-in-law has reincarnated many times. Perhaps because of the constant reincarnation, the soul will be constantly consumed, and it won't be able to transform into a human anymore. Will I be able to find a random cat or dog? Not to mention meeting one while doing tasks. That's complete nonsense. It's even more unreliable than looking for someone in this world. Second brother said, although I don't know how unlucky you were to be chosen, don't drag me down with you. Ningshu, second brother was much more direct than big brother. At least big brother wouldn't say anything about unlucky. Ningshu muttered softly, but second brother, I become stronger. Oh, second brother said with a puzzled expression. So? Ningshu muttered even more softly, I'm immortal. Second brother, and then? Your so-called immortality is based on the fact that you can complete the tasks. Only those who are still alive have the right to speak. Those who have disappeared into thin air won't be remembered. No matter what kind of world it is, it follows this principle. Your so-called strength is just a level. Once you skip this level, there's another level above it. It's like climbing a building. He could only say that he wanted to explore a richer and more powerful world. He wasn't interested in exploring. I don't want to suffer so much. How wide is the world? How vast is the world? What's beyond the heavens? If I don't know, I won't think about it. Ants built nests to look for food. They didn't know that there were humans, but humans knew how to enjoy themselves, how to learn, and have 7 emotions and 6 desires. You're not a fish. How can you know how happy a fish is, just like the living creatures in the plane? Do they know that there are planes outside the plane? Do they know that the plane was born from the sea of laws? They didn't know. Ningshu's voice was almost inaudible. In our line of work, we protect the plane. Second brother, what are you talking about? As long as you're happy. Just like us doing business, big brother and I still support so many employees. We're also very noble. Ningxu rolled his eyes. Will you die if you don't argue? Second brother, yes, you know it. Don't argue about it. There's a cause before there's an effect. It's not that the cause comes after the effect. The cause and effect are reversed. Are you doing missions to protect the plane or to live for yourself? Ningxu, to live for myself. But I can't deny that the result is that the plane is protected. Second brother, why do you have to protect the plane? According to you ants, we ants are worthless. Ningxu, to protect the sea of laws. Second brother, what's the purpose of protecting the sea of laws? Ningxu, firstly, the sea of laws is the source of some people's power. Secondly, the plane is born from the sea of laws. Protecting the sea of laws is protecting the source of power, protecting the plane. Second brother, there's nothing wrong with using the power of the plane to protect the sea of laws, right? It's like doing business. Using people to create value to earn money, and then giving the other party a salary. Of course, there were definitely people who benefited. It was just a matter of how much they benefited. There was a clear hierarchy. Second brother Ning nodded. If that's the case, then why are you so moved by yourself? Do you think you're so noble? Ningxu rolled his eyes and retorted, who the F***ck is moved by myself? As your sister, I'm looking for a job for you. Of course, I have to describe the future prospects and significance of the job, understand? Second brother Ning was suddenly a little scared. If you want to talk about work, just talk about work. Benefits are the most important thing. No matter how much I talk about it, it's all fake. I haven't seen many benefits, but all kinds of rules and regulations are tyrannical. The word death was mentioned so often. It was simply a high-risk job. It was too scary. As an ordinary person, second brother Ning couldn't bear it. Second brother Ning thought that people with a bit of brains would not take the initiative to become task takers. If they were forced to be chosen, they could only blame it on their bad luck. He Qing, who took the initiative to become a task taker, she did all kinds of immoral things just to become a task taker. Second brother sighed. Your stupid sister-in-law is nowhere to be found. She must not have taken my words seriously. Should I jump or not? Ningxu smiled and said, Second brother, let's leave it to fate. If it's really fate, you will meet her. There was really no other way except for this. Ningxu said, Second brother, I'll accompany you for a while. With spiritual power, they should be able to find faster. She would not ask second brother to become a task taker again. Big brother and second brother were both businessmen. Probably from the perspective of mutual benefit, this was not a cost-effective business. Maybe they were used to being bosses and didn't want to be a miserable worker. He might as well start a new life. That would be wonderful. Ningxu felt that second brother Ning was poisonous, which made him feel like he was in a fire pit and was being roasted by fire. Ningxu helped to find. He was afraid that second brother would keep looking like this and become a negative bug. With spiritual power, Ningxu's spiritual power could scan a large area. He was not like second brother who ran over to take a look when he saw a similar female soul. Ningxu pulled second brother and said, There is no one similar to second sister-in-law in this area. Let's go to another place. Second brother Ning looked at Ningxu in shock. I can tell at a glance. Ningxu's face was expressionless. So, I'm strong. Second brother Ning shut up at once and dared not to speak. He was dragged around by Ningxu. In the end, he found a soul that had curled up into a ball behind a black rock. This soul was relatively weak and had curled up into a ball. It looked very scared. Ningxu pointed over there. Isn't that second sister-in-law? Ningxu just felt a little familiar, so he asked second brother Ning. When Ningxu saw the soul, he immediately jumped up and ran towards it like a firecracker. Silly woman. Second sister-in-law Ning saw a soul. She probably didn't recognize that this was her husband. After all, she had faced a dead fatty for decades. Looking at such a slender person, no one would think that this was her dead husband. She immediately screamed, "Don't come over, or I'll swallow you." Second brother Ning answered, "It's me. It's me." But second sister-in-law Ning's reaction, how to put it, was very unexpected. After confirming that this was her dead husband, her expression was like being struck by lightning. "Why are you so thin?" Ningxu was speechless. Second brother Ning's expression was also a bit cracked. Previously, he just wanted to find his wife. When he saw her, he thought of the fear of being dominated by second sister-in-law Ning. Now he wanted to run away. When the two met, they didn't cry in each other's arms. This scene made Ningxu sigh. Second brother was probably sick from being abused. After finding the person, second brother took second sister-in-law to jump into the reincarnation pool. While walking towards the reincarnation pool, second brother Ning asked Ningxu with a flattering face, "Little sister, is there anything else that can connect us so that we can be together in the next life?" Second sister-in-law Ning was expressionless. "Did I say that I want to be with you in the next life? I can't stand you in this life. And in the next life, little sister, don't give me anything. Don't take it out if you have something." Second brother Ning was melancholy. "Then what if I find the wrong person? If I marry another woman, won't you be my mistress if you appear again?" One by one, Jingfu appeared above Ningxu's head. He really wanted to kick each of them directly into the reincarnation pool. "Please, you can do whatever you want." Second brother Ning asked seriously, "Do you have this thing, little sister?" Ningxu frowned. "Do you really want this thing?" Second brother Ning suddenly became excited. "Do you really have this thing?" Ningxu didn't have the strength to complain. "The point is not whether you have this thing or not, but whether you want to be together forever. Tied together forever, not with other people or in love with each other." Life was about different paths and different choices. In fact, tied together like this, it was easy to form a resentful couple. It was sad enough to face one person in one's life, but they had to live together forever. Second brother Ning said, "Why not? And when you're reborn, you'll become a different person. You'll be completely different from this life." Ningxu said faintly, "Yes, what if one of them becomes a bad person, but because they're tied together, they can't get rid of it? Set yourself in a box, and if you didn't treat me well in the previous life, maybe I'll treat you badly in the next life. The cycle repeats, and even a good couple will become a resentful couple." What the F***ck is this? Speaking of love props, it's not that there are no props for love. It's called strings of affection, which can make the two parties who wear it admire each other. But when they fall in love, they don't know whether it's because of the strings of affection or because they love each other. Ningxu was almost put on the strings of affection by Zhang Jiasen. It can be seen that that thing is actually similar to a curse. It's not from the heart, maybe it will make the people who wear it love each other more. But when people who don't love each other wear it, it's a curse and witchcraft. Why force it? Just follow your heart. Second brother Ning glanced at second sister-in-law Ning and asked, "Do you want it?" Second sister-in-law Ning shook her head, "If I can meet you in the next life, I will be with you. But if I can't, I won't be with you." Second brother Ning's heart was about to break. "You don't want to be with me that much?" Second sister-in-law Ning raised her hand and stroked second brother Ning's eyebrows and eyes. Her fingers passed through his soul. "If I become a better person in the next life, I will not feed you fat. I still like your handsome appearance, but I'm afraid of losing you. I'd rather you become fat and stupid. I'm selfish and self-abased, dragging you down with me." She didn't become a better person. Instead, she had to pull the person she loved close to her to ease the panic in her heart. After second sister-in-law Ning finished speaking, she jumped straight into the reincarnation pool. Standing in the reincarnation pool, she smiled at second brother Ning. Gradually, the reincarnation pool covered her head and disappeared from the reincarnation pool. Second brother Ning raised his head and closed his eyes. Ningxu stood not far away and didn't disturb second brother. To watch the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. Ningxu didn't approach his second brother. He had been looking for her for so long, but in the end, his wish didn't come true. From the beginning to the end, his second brother seemed to be the only one who wanted to find his second sister-in-law and jump into the reincarnation pool with her. It would be best if they could live together forever. However, the reality was a little uncomfortable. Second brother squeezed out of the crowd and sat on the ground with a sigh. Ningxu walked over and said, "Second brother, don't be sad." "Second brother, I'm sad." Ningxu felt that no matter how much he said, it would be easy for him to just stand there and talk, so he shut up. After a while, Ningxu couldn't help but say, "Second brother, do you still want to continue your fate with second sister-in-law?" "Second brother, she doesn't want to. What's the point of thinking more? Forget it, let's not talk about it. Let's leave it to fate." Ningxu coughed and began to persuade him again. He said, "Second brother, do you want to become a task enforcer?" "Second brother Ning, whether your second sister-in-law exists or not, I won't become a task enforcer. I refuse to join a pyramid scheme." Ningxu, seeing that second brother Ning really didn't have the slightest interest in becoming a task enforcer, Ningxu stopped persuading him to avoid being disliked. Ningxu asked, "Do you want to go to the reincarnation pool?" Second brother Ning nodded. "Yes." Ningxu sighed and said, "The source is not good. Maybe your reincarnation world is not good either." Second brother Ning said very calmly, "If it's not good, then it's not good. Anyway, if we die together." This was something that couldn't be helped. If the world was destroyed, could one person save the world? The world was definitely going to be destroyed, just like people were definitely going to die. It just depended on when. Second brother Ning, are you crazy? Are you thinking about immortality? If a person knew that he was going to die, he would die in advance. He was going to die anyway. He had never seen someone end their life in advance because they knew they were going to die in the future. Ningxu said, "I'm not thinking about immortality. It's just the current situation." Second brother Ning, what's the situation? You're so free that you're thinking about the destruction of the world all day. How bored could he be to think about the destruction of the world all day? If it was destruction, everyone would die together. It could only be said that they were fated to die together. Ningxu felt that second brother Ning was more open-minded about life and death than him. Shrinking the sea of law was actually a problem of a world. If the sea of law perished, she might perish as well, perish along with the sea of law. The matters of the sea of laws were not something she could resolve, just like how a mortal could not prevent the destruction of a world. Life and death could not be reversed. Ningxu stood up, patted the sand off his butt, and asked, "When are you leaving?" "It doesn't matter if we jump now or later." "Let's jump now." Second brother also stood up, squeezed to the side of the rebirth pool, and directly jumped in. Ningxu waved his hand. Second brother Ning said, "Don't take life and death too seriously. Ningxu, you are very timid and live like shit. You still expect to live a long life. I'd rather live for 100 years than live cowardly for 1,000 years. The destruction of the world is death. Everyone will die eventually." Ningxu waved his hand. Second brother Ning said, "Even if I can only live for a few years or more this time, I will still choose to reincarnate. The length of life is not the main point, the width is the main point." Ningxu was speechless. "Don't jinx it." As he said that, he flicked a bit of merit on second brother Ning. Second brother Ning said, "You have to face life and death directly, sister." As soon as he said that, second brother Ning's head was submerged. Ningxu looked at the rebirth pool and decided to wander around this world of reincarnation to look for his parents. However, his parents had probably already gone to reincarnation. The chances of finding them were not high. He would just go with the flow. Ningxu slowly walked around this world. As expected, he did not find his parents. They had probably already reincarnated. If they were fast, they would have already reincarnated for 2 lifetimes. Ningxu returned to the system space and was called by Dan Qing to get fragments. "Ningxu, I can't get all the fragments. I guess I will have to clear many planes this time." Dan Qing said, "After clearing the fragments, I'm afraid you will have to do tasks again." Ningxu said, "Oh." Dan Qing asked in a low voice, "Do you have any other arrangements? If not, you should do tasks. The number of tasks has increased recently." Ningxu said, "Oh," helplessly. "The number has increased. Is it because there are more planes with problems, or the number of tasks I have accumulated?" Dan Qing said, "Both." First, every task taker has competed for the number of tasks. Second, you have accumulated a lot. If he was an ordinary task taker, he would probably have been killed by now. If he couldn't even finish the task given, what was the use of having him? Maybe the organization knew that his host had to pick up fragments, deal with star stones, or have other tasks, so they were a little more relaxed. But it didn't mean that these tasks would not be done. Xianxia saw that the place where the plane collapsed was densely packed with fragments. This time, he probably got dozens of planes. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many fragments. Xianxia stretched out his vines and started to pick up the fragments. He looked around and saw Mo Ming. He moved over and asked, "How many planes did you cut this time?" Mo Ming shook his head and said, "Many." Xianxia was silent for a moment. Then, he asked, "What about the creatures in these worlds? Did you take away all the resources?" Mo Ming said, "We definitely took away the resources. As for the creatures inside, we cut too many worlds, so we gave up. There aren't so many worlds for these creatures." Xianxia said, "Oh." Mo Ming said coldly, "There are no houses. Naturally, there is no place for them to live." Xianxia shrugged. This was the truth. If ordinary creatures lost their planes, there was no place for them to live. Mo Ming looked at Xianxia and asked, "Have you thought about joining the army? There are more people in the army, and they are more united. If you want to find someone you can cooperate with among the mission enforcers." He shook his head as he spoke. Xianxia laughed. The thousand-hand Guanyin picked up the fragments and asked, "Does the organization know what you are doing?" Mo Ming said, "Of course they know. If there is really a problem with the Sea of Law, the purpose of this organization's existence is to protect the Sea of Law. Without the Sea of Law, we are useless. Do you want to keep us and provide for us when we are old? As long as the Sea of Law exists, we will serve it honestly. If the Sea of Law doesn't exist, we will have no one to serve." Xianxia was speechless. "Why do you make it sound so dirty?" Mo Ming asked. "Are you afraid?" "Actually, the organization doesn't care about these small actions." Xianxia said, "I'm not afraid. If the Sea of Law doesn't exist, what do you plan to do?" Mo Ming thought for a moment and said, "I'm not sure. To view the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. I really can't think that far. It's probably better to form a group and find a place to live in the void." Mo Ming shook his head and said, "Humans are too weak, we can only unite and work together like ants." Xianxia blinked his eyes and asked quietly, "Is the entire group of humans gathered together?" Mo Ming shook his head, "No, there are too many people in the group, and once there are too many people, their hearts will not be united. This kind of recruitment is only done in a small area. Those who are not strong enough are not qualified to join." Xianxia replied with an "Oh." It felt like Noah's Arkansas normal mission enforcers might not even know about the situation in the Sea of Laws, and would do their missions peacefully, but those who stood below were not well informed. But they were also a part of the group that was given up. The army has a lot of rules, they listen to the command and follow orders, they are the main force, and mission enforcers are mostly loners, they do not listen to the command, so normally, a part of them would give up. Mo Ming was very realistic. It was like a company disbanded, and a person with a high reputation took away a part of the employees, and this part had to have the strength and capital to start anew. As for the employees who did not have much strength, sorry, they could not care about them, and had no obligation to care about them. If you want to join this group, you can tell me. When the living environment is bad, it's good to have a group that you can rely on. Xianxia smiled and said, "Thank you, we'll talk about it when the time comes. The Sea of Laws will not collapse immediately." Anyway, Xianxia felt that the people in the Sea of Laws would probably live longer than her. Mo Ming nodded, "It's good to plan early. If you don't want to be restricted, you can choose not to join, but be careful. After that, many planes will be cut down one after another, which means that the situation in the Sea of Laws is not very good, and they are already being forced to give up on these planes. Now is the time to give up on the aging planes. Don't think that you can get lucky, the destruction of the Sea of Laws is inevitable." Xianxia tied up the bag. Mo Ming took the bag from her hand and handed it to the soldier in charge of the statistics. Xianxia asked, "May I ask, who is in this group?" Mo Ming said, "They are all self-help groups formed by some of the more powerful people." Once there is a problem with the Sea of Law, void creatures like Uncle Chang, Sang Liang, and Tai Shu will immediately give up on this group. People like us are actually very awkward. We are stronger than normal humans, but weaker than void creatures. The meaning of our existence is to protect the Sea of Law. Without the Master, we have no reason to exist. Even if we can survive for a while, everyone will not have the ability to reproduce. Every bit of energy we expend is a bit less. We are just waiting for death. The number of people will only decrease, not increase. Ningxu understood that if the Sea of Law was no longer there, then the Taishu would officially enter a period of weakness, and he would not even be able to protect himself. The people from the organization would no longer care about him. If the company went bankrupt, they still had to keep the employees. Were they going to give the employees a pension? How was that possible? This self-rescue group sounded pretty good. With the addition of the army and a portion of the powerful mission enforcers, they might still stand a chance against the void creatures. Ningxu asked, "How many people are there now?" Mo Ming said, "There are a lot of people." He frowned, "It's fine if we're alive, but I'm afraid we can't." Ningxu was surprised and asked, "Why do you think so?" Mo Ming shook his head, "It's nothing, I'm just thinking about it and speculating in my heart. If a person is about to die and has property like pigs, dogs, cows, and sheep, what would you do with it? If there's a next generation, leave it to the next generation. If there's no next generation, kill it and eat it." Burp, Ningxu burped and looked at Mo Ming with wide eyes. "We're actually just animals raised in captivity. Don't have too many expectations." Mo Ming patted Ningxu's shoulder and looked at Ningxu in a daze. "Don't talk about equal lives. You're talking about these things with pigs, dogs, cows, and sheep. The hierarchy of species is there. Even if they look the same as humans, they're actually different." Ningxu patted his chest, "What you said is a little scary." Mo Ming said, "I'm just preparing for the worst. Maybe the Sea of Laws doesn't exist anymore, and we won't exist anymore. Perishing together with the Sea of Laws is also our mission. Our mission has ended." Ningxu was speechless. So it wasn't that he didn't have a sense of security, many people didn't have a sense of security either. Ningxu said embarrassedly, "Maybe I'm thinking too much. Since we're here, let's take it easy." Mo Ming shook his head, "You have to think of the worst-case scenario. If we can survive, it's fine, but if we can't, we can only perish together with the Sea of Laws. And I have to be careful of one thing." Ningxu said, "What's the matter?" Mo Ming said coldly, "We're here in a group to make a ruckus, and the people in the organization are like emperors, sitting high up and looking down at us." Ningxu said, "It's quite scary for you to say it like that. It was like a grasshopper jumping around after autumn. I'll just watch you guys make a ruckus." Ningxu coughed, and extended out more vines to pick up the debris, in case someone said that he was slacking off. Ningxu said, "Whether it's grasshopper after autumn, or when the time comes, they will let us go. In fact, these are all just our thoughts. These things have not happened yet, and no one knows what will happen in the future." In fact, their living environment was not very good. It was easy to die when doing missions, and it was easy to die when not completing missions. As soldiers, once there was a war or something happened to the plane, it was easy to die. In such a high-pressure environment, it was indeed very tiring sometimes. Ningxu suddenly realized that they were facing another problem, and that was, if something happened to the Sea of Laws, they would also die along with the Sea of Laws. A Western-style 9 generations death sentence. Ningxu looked at Mo Ming from the corner of his eyes, "You've succeeded in making me panic." Mo Ming laughed, "It's fine, think about it yourself. Think about what we are to the organization, and what use we have. To the organization. The worst result is that we'll be buried with the Sea of Laws. So many planes have collapsed, and the living beings no longer exist, but we, who were born in the planes, are still alive. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem right. It's best if we can live, but if we can't, then we'll be annihilated. For example, right now, many living beings in the planes have been annihilated, and they've been annihilated along with the planes. The difference is that they don't know, and in an instant, they've been annihilated without even feeling any pain. But we know, and we're afraid of the pain and death that's coming. Ning-Shu, if that's the case, I'll choose to be like the living beings in the plains, and die without knowing. Ning-Shu, why the f*ck am I talking to you for no reason? To view the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. Ning-Shu covered her ears. I'm not listening, I'm not listening, I'm not listening, I'm not listening. Originally, even if something really happened to the Sea of Law, her life would probably be very difficult. But now, it seemed that it would definitely be difficult, and more importantly, she would be treated like a useless piece of trash. Even if the company went bankrupt, the assets and props would be dealt with. Of course, she could not rule out the possibility that Mo Ming was just scaring her to let her know. Ning-Shu, I know very well. She could not say that she was thinking too much, she could only say that she was taking precautions, but it was useless, they could not beat her. She could only pray that the ancestor of the Sea of Law could hold on for a while longer. Without the Sea of Law, she would die with the Sea of Law. She could only live as long as she could, it was useless to think so much now. Ning-Shu asked Mo Ming, did you let me in through the back door? Actually, I don't have the qualifications to enter your self-help group. She did not even know about such a secretive thing, she could freely choose from the small group, looking for things that were trustworthy. Mo Ming, it's good that you know it in your heart, why are you saying it out loud? This is not called going through the back door, it's called helping each other. Ning-Shu nodded. Yes, helping each other. Thinking about it carefully, it was reasonable that those people did not look for her, she was usually alone and did not have much interaction with those people. It was probably because these people did not understand her, and secondly, if they casually recruited people, it might affect the group. It was necessary to be cautious. Ning-Shu did not think of joining the group, since she had joined, she had to contribute to the group, this was her duty and responsibility. But Ning-Shu would not join this group, she thanked Mo Ming. Mo Ming could have ignored her completely. Saying these things was also a kind of friendship. Mo Ming nodded and said, that's true, when the time comes, we still don't know what will happen, it's useless to think too much. He thought for a while and said, I've heard some things about you, I heard that you are not very obedient. Ning-Shu shrugged his shoulders and said, if it's just a small fight or a slap in the face, they're not very obedient. Sometimes, there's no way around it. There are conflicts. Mo Ming sighed and said, it's not easy for everyone. If you want to fight for something, you have to be so embarrassed. If someone sends something to me, I'm willing to be a pure and untainted person who stands aloof from worldly affairs. Where there were people, there would be Jianghu. Where there were people, there would be conflicts of interest. It would be strange if such a large organization was harmonious and all of its members were gentlemen. Even if there were a few people in a family, everyone's personality was different. Mo Ming said, when you fight for something, fight for it. Don't make yourself suffer in the end. That would be putting the cart before the horse. Ning-Shu smiled and asked, what would you do if you encountered such a situation? Mo Ming, of course I'll write it down in a small notebook. Ning-Shu, and then? Just write it down, Mo Ming, I can't get back at them now, but I won't allow myself to not get back at them in the future. I'm a very petty person. If they provoke me, I'll take revenge. Ning-Shu, you're no longer the adorable and weak Mo Ming. Someone came to call Mo Ming. Mo Ming told Ning-Shu that he was busy and left. He even gave Ning-Shu a contact number. Obviously, Mo Ming still remembered their encounter. He probably felt that Ning-Shu was weak, helpless, and pitiful, so he planned to squeeze him in through the back door. In the future, the Sea of Law would no longer be a problem for survival. Ning-Shu appreciated his kind intentions. As for whether he could enter or not, he would probably have to disappoint Mo Ming. Ning-Shu felt that even if they did not die with the Sea of Law, they would become existences with nothing to do. They could move around in the void, but their strength was not enough. If they hid in a place, what could they do? They had nothing to do. Soul bodies did not need to eat to fill their stomachs. When there were many people, their thoughts would be complicated. Then the collapse of this group would happen sooner or later. After experiencing the high-pressure environment of the organization, to suddenly have nothing to do, the emptiness in one's heart would probably drive one crazy. They were already used to such a life. Even if the environment did not look good, and second brother Ning did not even want to enter, the people inside were used to it. It was the only way to survive. Ningxu felt that rather than Mo Ming following this group, it would be better to form a team with her. If there were few people, they could talk things out. But if there were many people, they would not have the time to care about what everyone thought. This was not realistic at all. And who among these big shots would be the leader? This group did not seem to have a good future, but it might just be a temporary group. After the early stage, everyone would play their own game. Ningxu felt that he could reverse the situation and trick Mo Ming to his side. Maybe he could also form a self-help group and recruit 2 or 3 trustworthy companions. He did not intend to find many people. Actually, their lives still needed to beg for the mercy of the organization. Maybe they could survive. Just like slaves in ancient times, depending on the master's intentions, it felt like if the master wanted his subjects to die, they had no choice but to die. After all, the person who ruled them had absolute strength. Ningxu felt that he had been tricked too deeply. The organization's plan was probably to take the longest path. Building a world could make one immortal, my ass. Then, comprehending the rules and laws could make one valuable. One could not die, my ass. After comprehending the will of death, one might not die, my ass. Death is the wind, always by my side. Ningxu did not blame the organization, but they did not have longevity. Even Jun Sangliang of the Taishu residence did not have longevity. Ningxu counted the number of people he knew in his heart. He planned to form an organization and debut in the center. But the people he knew, the man in the Chongsan was too Buddhist. His strength was stagnant. He drank wine and flirted with women in his own restaurant. As for Mei Ziqing, she was long gone. Liren. He was in his 2nd year of middle school. He was still a tyrant even if he did not have money. But there was A Wan. She was pretty, strong, and a good person. This young lady could be considered. As for the others, well, he could not think of them for now. It seemed that he had to get in touch with more people and understand them. Perhaps he could find like-minded people. Ziyu could not close her eyes. Ningxu did not intend to make himself suffer and insisted on socializing. Previously, he was busy doing missions and doing things. After all, he was no longer alive. How could he have time to socialize? Small mission takers could not come into contact with any powerful people. It was better to do missions than to socialize. With this time, he might as well go for a stroll in the void and find something to sweeten his mouth. Or he might as well find something to change his physique. If not, he might as well draw a map. To view the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. Although the Emperor Granary was a scam, if she could find it, she would not reject it. Then, she would look for other things that could change her physique. This kind of soul was too fragile and could not withstand it. This was a hard wound. I wonder if the void creatures have souls. Ningxu suddenly felt a little curious. After the creatures in the void died, did their souls have to enter a special place, just like how the world of living corresponded to the world of reincarnation? However, he still felt that the void creatures were different from ordinary creatures. Maybe they could not be reincarnated at all. After all, the void creatures lived for a long time. If they could reincarnate and live for a long time, it would be too unique. It was as if they were being punished and turned into energy to return to the void. When Fation came back, he would ask Fation. Ningxu picked up some unknown fragments and returned to the system space to do missions. When he saw Fation and Little Mouse, he immediately asked, "Why are you back?" Fation's expression was a little unnatural, but he still said, "It's the holidays, so I came back to take a look." Ningxu asked with interest, "How's the Holy Land?" Little Mouse, "Very generous." Fation's expression was a little complicated. "It's okay." Ningxu, "Then when are you going back?" "What did you learn?" Fation, "In a few days, I'll go back." "What did I learn?" "Release my nature." Ningxu, "What? What the hell was release nature?" He understood, but he did not understand this consciousness. The education of the void was really high-end. Ningxu asked, "Do you void creatures have souls? Is there a next life?" Fation shook his head. No, it shouldn't be called a soul, but a consciousness. If the consciousness doesn't exist, then it doesn't exist. Then the body will be annihilated. Of course, the weakening of the body will also affect the weakening of the consciousness. You humans have a short lifespan. Those with strong souls can reincarnate 10 times, which is thousands of years. We only have one life, so there's no difference. Ningxu shrugged. After reincarnating, it was equivalent to being a different person and starting over. I wonder if I can enter the Holy Land to take a look. Ningxu sighed. Most likely, he wouldn't be able to enter. Tian's expression was very numb. He changed the topic and said, I finished my jerky. Ningxu said, you've already finished such a big bird. How long has it been since you left? Wasn't this too fast? Little Mouse said, Tian is the child of wealth in the cub shelter. Many people come to ask him for jerky. Ningxu said, then make some more. Make 2 more birds this time. With such a big appetite, 1 bird will be enough to finish it. Tian, they all eat spicy food. They eat whatever they can get their hands on. They still came back to ask for more after he asked for it once, but some of them were exchanging things with him. Tian took out the mess in space. This is all the things I exchanged. See if there's anything you need. Ningxu, I exchanged them with jerky. They're not bad. Ningxu poured out the things inside. There were all kinds of things, metals, dried fruits, and jerky. However, the jerky was black and he didn't know what kind of meat it was. There was also a strong fishy smell. Ningxu was surprised and tilted his head back. The smell was too strong. What kind of meat was this? Ningxu poked at the messy things. There was a branch. The branch was full of vicissitudes and there were mysterious patterns on it. The feeling of holding it in his hand was very different. Ningxu asked Tian, what tree branch is this? Tian took a look and said, I asked. This is the sacred tree. Tian knew that Ningxu would like this. This thing was exchanged for half of the jerky. There are divine patterns on this tree. It contains the will and power of the void. Every race has their own unique power and skills, but if they want to pursue other powers, they will try to understand the will on the sacred tree. For example, your will of death is actually a kind of will. There are other wills and divine patterns. The creatures in the void can also use divine patterns. They can draw complete divine patterns and destroy their enemies with a raise of their hand. Divine patterns can be inlaid on weapons or directly on their body. However, divine patterns can't be obtained just because you want to. This is what I learned when I was a cub. Normal races can't use divine patterns. They can't even come into contact with this kind of power. It's probably the power of the origin. Ningxu was very surprised. How mysterious, the void. Humans were the favored children of the heavens. In fact, the creatures in the void were the ones who were favored. Ningxu stared at the branch. There was a faint luster on the branch. It was fine and looked like cloud patterns. It was dazzling and looked very mysterious. Ningxu coughed and asked, how much power does this divine pattern have? Tian was silent for a while and said, if it's a destructive divine pattern, the soul of your organization can be destroyed instantly. Especially the weak ones, they will be destroyed instantly. However, the creatures in the void won't be destroyed instantly. Ningxu asked again, who do you think has a divine pattern among the creatures in our organization? Tian glanced at Ningxu from the corner of his eyes. Why don't you just ask Granduncle if he has any divine inscriptions? Ningxu nodded. Yes. After all, they had disagreements. Know yourself and know your enemy. Granduncle's life was always a threat to her. Tian thought for a while and said, he definitely has one. I guess it's more of a support type. After all, he already has the strong power provided by the Law C. He must have comprehended a divine pattern. Don't take any chances. Ningxu said, maybe he even has a destructive support type divine pattern. Ningxu looked at Tian and said, why don't I give you a divine pattern? It can make you stronger. He wanted to carve the divine pattern on his body. Tian shook his head. Let's talk about it later. It's very difficult to comprehend a divine pattern. You can't even draw a single pattern. Even if you draw it, you won't be able to do it. Ningxu was speechless. Just looking at this branch makes my head hurt. Indeed, I should go out for a walk. Now that Fa Tian went to the sacred land, he knew so many things. I want to go too. Ningxu solemnly put away the branch and asked, what divine pattern is this? I don't know. I haven't comprehended it yet. No one knows what this divine pattern is used for. A different pattern might cause the divine pattern to have different effects. The more complete the divine pattern, the more powerful it is. Ningxu thought. Can I use the divine pattern to change my constitution? The divine pattern is a kind of power, but it can't turn a pig into a person. You should think of another way. Ningxu was speechless. So, what method should he use? There was no way. He couldn't even find the direction to work hard. It was worrying. Ningxu said, the most important thing now is to catch birds and make jerky. Make more this time. To view the new chapter of ZUI, please go to mobile address. In order to go to the Holy Land as soon as possible, Ningxu sped up the work in his hands and made the jerky as soon as possible. Ningxu asked Little Mouse to take out the baby in its stomach and help. Little Mouse, this also needs energy, okay? Ningxu looked at it silently. Okay. Little Mouse released the subordinates that had split from before and helped to deal with it. After these things were done, they still had to deal with some dirty things. This should be able to last a little longer. Ningxu felt that his whole body was spicy. Fa Tian wasn't sure. Probably. It's worth it to use jerky to exchange for something. After packing up and washing away the smell on his body, Ningxu said, then let's go to the Holy Land now. The moving Holy Land. This time, they didn't know where it was. Little Mouse asked, what about me? I'm going to find Li Wen. Can you wait? Ningxu, you go and see Li Wen. We'll go to the Holy Land. Little Mouse, then, I want to go too. Next time, I'll go and see Li Wen. Ningxu, you're not the Little Mouse of the past. Li Wen was clearly more important. In the past, he was thinking about Li Wen. Now, in order to go to the Holy Land, he didn't want to see Li Wen. Ningxu felt that Little Mouse was starting to have his own life. In the past, he could only be by Li Wen's side and didn't know anyone else. Now that he knew one or two people and could go to the Holy Land, Li Wen's weight in his heart was not as heavy as before. On the way to the Holy Land, he also found some fruits. Eating meat was easy to get constipation, so he still needed to eat fruits. This time, the location of the Holy Land was different. It was completely random and there was no fixed location. It was the most free. At the entrance of the Holy Land, Fa Tian turned into a whip and wrapped around Ningxu's waist. Little Mouse jumped onto Ningxu's shoulder. Ningxu took the wooden token and marked the spatial node on the spot so that he could find the way back. He took the wooden tablet and entered the Holy Land. Although it was called a Holy Land, it was actually very simple and primitive. However, these low stone houses were built with stones, and some of the stones even had some lines on them. Fa Tian turned into his human form and held Ningxu's hand. Ningxu looked at the veined patterns on the stone. The veined patterns were very deep and very thin. He didn't know what kind of tool was used to carve them. He asked, are these veined patterns divine runes? Otherwise, why would it be engraved on it? Fa Tian glanced at it. It's a divine rune. It's a reinforcement. No matter how big the tremor is, it won't cause the house to collapse. Ningxu thought for a moment and said, if we put these runes on a plane, wouldn't it be able to strengthen it? It could strengthen the plane. The more he thought about it, the happier he felt. Fa Tian shook his head and said, the plane is between life and non-life. I'm afraid it can't be strengthened. Also, I don't know what kind of damage it will do to the plane. The house is a dead object. Even if there's force acting on it, it won't have any effect. However, the plane is different. Ningxu thought about it and agreed. If it was possible, Taishu Sang Liang and the others would probably put a divine rune on every plane. Let's go to the shop, Ningxu said. Fa Tian didn't know what to say. You have to be prepared. Ningxu, okay. Fation brought Xianxia to the commercial street. Although it was called a commercial street, it was actually quite messy. The stalls were squeezed halfway down the road, and there was only a very narrow path in the middle for people to walk. There were all kinds of things on the stalls. Anyway, they were all in a mess. As for the stall owners, they were very leisurely and carefree. It was as if they didn't want to buy it. There were a lot of things that were black and green. Anyway, it was impossible to tell what they were. As humans, they all liked to buy things that were better packaged and looked better. They really couldn't arouse the desire to buy these things. However, because of Xianxia's existence, many people stared at Xianxia. It felt like a pig had appeared on the street. They couldn't help but stare at the pig. It was very eye-catching. Some people even whispered witty things to each other. Xianxia, pretending not to see these people's gazes, Xianxia stood at a stall and looked at the things on the stall. He couldn't bear to look at them. Those who didn't have OCD were forced to come. They really wanted to help him sort out these things. Xianxia asked the stall owner, "Is there anything that can change my physique?" "No, what do you want to change into?" the stall owner asked. Xianxia, "Not to change into anything, but to change my soul a little." The stall owner said without thinking, "There is no such thing. Go elsewhere and ask." Then, he ignored Xianxia. Xianxia left the stall and vaguely heard the stall owner say to the stall owner next door, "Change physique. Even a pig wants to change into one. A pig is a pig and a human is a human. This can't be changed." Fation frowned and turned to look at the stall owner. He stared at him unkindly. Xianxia tugged at him and said, "Let's go." Little Mouse said, "It's indeed inappropriate for a weak soul like you to appear here." He didn't know how many levels lower he was. He wasn't a void creature, but a creature that lived in a small plane. To these void creatures, they could destroy a plane with a wave of their hand. Moreover, he was a weak creature that lived in a plane. Xianxia said, "They can say whatever they want. Let's go somewhere else." Fation asked, "Do you want to eat something?" Xianxia, "I'm really curious. What do void creatures eat?" Fation touched the mess and space around his neck and said, "We have to eat something cheaper. We can't eat anything else. There aren't many energy bodies left." Xianxia, "I'm just looking. I'm not eating." He thought that the restaurant would be more luxurious, but it turned out to be a low stone house. Many tables were placed in the open air. They sat on the ground and some food was placed on the stone table. Xianxia sniffed and smelled something very fragrant. The fragrance was very strong and very tempting. It was so fragrant. Xianxia's stomach was full of hunger. Xianxia saw Taishu and Xiangliang sitting on the ground and eating slowly. These two actually came to the Holy Land to have a good meal. He was very suspicious. Xianxia walked over and glanced at the food on the stone table. In a large stone bowl, there was a white soup with a strong fragrance and some very white meat. He didn't know what kind of meat it was. Xianxia greeted, "What a coincidence. You guys are eating too." The silver-haired man said, "Why are you here?" Xianxia, "I've always admired the Holy Land, so I came." He finally entered the city and found that he couldn't even afford a bowl of soup. It was too fragrant. To view the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. Xianxia was drooling a little. If Taishu and the others were polite, Xianxia would be embarrassed to sit down and have a taste. But who were Taishu and Xiangliang? They didn't care about human relationships and didn't know how to be polite. They wouldn't even say something like sit down and eat together. So Xianxia held Fation's hand and stood aside. It was so awkward. However, Xianxia was also thick-skinned. "I just watched you guys eat. I kept watching you guys eat." Eating was a small matter, but Xianxia wanted to know why these two people had come to the city for no reason. According to the silver-haired man, who was in charge of such a large organization, if they really came to eat, it shouldn't be so frequent. There must be something else. Or it was because of the Sea of Law. What was the use of the three koi swimming in the Sea of Law? Xianxia thought about it and asked directly, "Why are you here?" The silver-haired man and Taishu ignored Xianxia. Obviously, they didn't intend to tell Xianxia. After all, there were some things that she shouldn't know and interfere with. In other words, she wasn't qualified. If they didn't tell her, she didn't bother to ask. She just asked casually without expecting an answer. Ningxu glanced at the meat soup on the stone table. She was a little hungry, but still held Fation's hand and walked away. Fation said, "Why don't we order a bowl and let each of us have a taste?" Ningxu shook her head. "Forget it. You won't die if you don't eat it. This thing looked expensive. If they knew what kind of meat it was, they could make it themselves." Fation didn't insist on buying meat for Ningxu. Since she said she didn't want it, then she didn't want it. Moreover, she didn't have any energy body. It would be too embarrassing if she was chased by the restaurant owner for eating a free meal. Ningxu held Fation's hand and walked away. Suddenly, the table next to them made it first. The soup splashed on Ningxu and Fation. Not only the two of them suffered. Even the silver-haired man and Taishu's pants and shoes were splashed with soup and water. Ningxu's first thought was, "Holy shit, it smells so good, what a waste." The two people at the next table directly kicked over the stone table. Surprisingly, the stone table didn't break, and the stone bowl that fell to the ground didn't break. Only the soup spilled on the ground. The two of them glared at each other, completely ignoring the people around them. Ningxu looked at the senior uncle's black leather shoes that were stained with milky white juice. She felt a little gloating in her heart. The two people at the side immediately started quarreling. Judging from their voices, it was a man and a woman. However, the problem was that they had the head of a bird and the body of a human below. It was impossible to tell whether they were male or female. In the restaurant, there were some creatures that didn't exist in a willful state. Instead, they had shrunk their bodies to a normal size. There were also some with human bodies and strange heads. Quarreling as if there was no one else around made the people who were eating very unhappy. Ningxu did not leave. He decided to observe the nature of the void creatures and how they would deal with such situations. Did anyone try to stop the quarrel? Did anyone join in the scuffle? Did it inexplicably become a big scuffle in the end? Ningxu waited and found that the people around him did not have any reaction. They turned a deaf ear to the quarrel between the two. Obviously, they were too lazy to care. They ate and drank as they should. Sure enough, they were lazy. They didn't care about things that didn't concern them. After living for a long time, they didn't care about anything. If it were humans, they would either watch the show, try to stop the quarrel, or point fingers. Didn't the void creatures even have the heart of gossip? They looked very calm. As for the Grand Elder and the silver-haired man who were affected, their expressions were calm. They didn't seem to be angry. Ningxu? Were the void creatures all so Buddhist? They didn't want to care about things that didn't concern them. Powerful strength was given by the heavens. I don't want to use it. Go away, you should have strength. The Grand Elder looked at his shoes coldly. Looking at the two quarreling people, he grabbed a stone bowl in each hand and directly put the two stone bowls on their heads. It was simple and violent. The quarrel stopped abruptly. The two drenched chickens turned to look at the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder looked at the two coldly. The two looked a little embarrassed and then left the restaurant. Ningxu, he thought that the two would fight with the Grand Elder, but they left just like that. It was really disappointing. This batch of void creatures didn't seem to be very good. It was really worrying. Ningxu's heart ached. Two bowls fell just like that. It was quite a pity when he thought about it. After such a disturbance, the restaurant returned to its original state. The stone tables and chairs that had fallen on the ground were restored to their original state. The stone bowls on the ground also returned to the stone table. Except for the fact that there were no dishes in the bowls and the table was a little messy, everything else was no different from before. This was also the power of the divine vein. Ningxu felt that the divine vein was very magical. He came here to see the magic of the Holy Land. Probably the biggest specialty of the Holy Land was the divine vein. The divine vein could be integrated into all aspects of life. Moreover, the creatures in the void were probably all favored by the heavens. They were different and had quite a personality. They only cared about themselves and didn't care about anything else. They didn't invade each other. If they didn't fight to the death, they would probably be very Buddhist. Ningxu felt a little relieved. If all the creatures in the void had such a personality, his life in the void would probably be easier in the future. If he didn't provoke these creatures, they probably wouldn't deliberately find trouble with him, an ant. Unless he was very unlucky and met someone who was bored and poured boiling water on his ant nest. But there were Buddhist and perhaps very cruel ones. It was just that he didn't meet them. Probably these two people knew the Grand Elder and had their bowls of soup taken by him. Everyone had a temper, but they left with their tails between their legs. They knew the Grand Elder. Ningxu left with Fatian. Walking on the dirt road, Ningxu asked, "What was that divine vein just now? It could make a messy table and chair tidy again and not messy." Fatian scratched his head. "I don't know. I don't know how to explain it to you. It's probably something that has an initial state. Even if it's messed up, it will still maintain its initial state under the effect of the divine vein. That's why I saw your situation. If I have to make an analogy, it's probably like a spring. No matter if it's compressed or stretched, it will always return to its original state. But if you break the spring, then it won't work. If the table and chair are broken, then there's definitely no other way. There's more than one divine vein on it. There's definitely a reinforcement divine vein." Ningxu nodded. Divine veins were really good things. They could be used in all aspects of life. Humans developed technology and used tools. The creatures in the void also knew how to use divine veins. Ningxu felt that learning divine veins was better than learning how to make tools. From now on, learning divine veins would be his main learning task. Ningxu looked at Fatian and asked, "Can you accept me in the nursery of cubs?" If he entered the nursery, he might even be able to learn some divine inscriptions. Even if he couldn't learn them, as the divine inscriptions were a secret of the Saint Lands, he would still be able to understand many things. It could let her understand the nature of the creatures in the void a little. If she didn't reach that level, she couldn't understand the situation at all. Just like how ants understood the emotional communication between humans, the changes in human history, and the communication and conflicts between countries. She didn't know at all. Ningxu could only understand some things on the surface. The two quarreling people didn't fight with Grand Uncle, probably because Grand Uncle's strength was there. If they were evenly matched, it wouldn't have ended so easily. And it would have been an insulting action. Strength was really a good thing, but he didn't have it. Those who could enter the sacred land were probably screened, and violent and troublesome races probably couldn't enter. And they probably had to have a certain level of strength. Little Mouse snorted. "You want to go to the cubs to learn the sacred runes?" It feels as strange as a pig wanting to learn to draw. It felt quite strange to be of a different species. Ningxu said lightly, "My pig's drawing is definitely better than yours. You're worse than a pig." The racial difference was there. Little Mouse rolled its eyes. "Then you're also a pig." Ningxu, "Then I'm also an exquisite pig. Don't forget, Li Wen is also a pig." Little Rat, "In my heart, Pig Li Wen is different from a pig like you." Li Wen was equal in Little Mouse's heart. Even if they weren't equal, the gap wasn't very big. But Ningxu was just a pure pig, and other humans were plankton, not worth looking at. "You're already flattering yourself by being a pig." Fatian seriously considered the possibility of Ningxu entering the cubs. After thinking for a while, he said to Ningxu, "Although the cubs don't seem to be divided by race, they take in races from the void." The races in the void were also divided into high and low, strong and weak, but they were indeed void races. Little Mouse said directly, "Do you still need to think about it?" "It's impossible." "Don't think about it." Ningxu looked at the little mouse coldly. "You don't have to follow Fatian anymore. Go back and look after Li Wen. I was the one who got this wooden plaque. Don't forget that you benefited from me." She had sold her body for this toy, not for the little mouse to mock and ridicule her. Ningxu retorted sarcastically, "You're also a void creature, and you're so awesome. Why can't you enter the Holy Land?" Little Mouse, it immediately stopped talking and stood on Fatian's shoulder. It stood upright and grabbed Fatian's ear, afraid that Ningxu would drag it back. She was also afraid that Fatian would really not bring her along. Ningxu dissed the little mouse and asked, "Is there a rule that only void creatures are accepted?" Fatian tilted his head and said, "There's no rule, but everyone inside is a void creature. Even void creatures despise each other, not to mention how many levels there are between Ningxu and the void creatures. Do you want to go and ask?" "Who knows, maybe there's education without discrimination," Fatian said. Fatian brought Ningxu to the entrance of the nursery. Looking at the dilapidated nursery, he said, "It's quite antique." "Fatian, I don't believe you." "Is antique like this?" There was a very old man at the entrance. Fatian shouted at him, "Old man, my friend wants to enter the nursery." "Can she?" Ningxu dug his ears. Fatian was screaming at the top of his lungs. The old man looked at Ningxu and squinted his eyes. After a long time, he saw clearly and waved his hand. "No, she's already so big. She's not a cub." Ningxu had thought of many reasons, but he never thought that it would be such a rejection. "She's not a cub anymore." "No, I'm still a baby." Ningxu felt that the time he had lived was probably not as long as some cubs. After all, compared to the long lifespan of void creatures, the lifespan of humans was too long. The lifespan of humans was too short. Naturally, their growth cycle was short. Pigs were fattened in a year, and their lifespan was only a few years. Fatian looked at Ningxu regretfully. "Looks like there's no way." Ningxu said, "I didn't have much hope." There was no loss in just asking. It was a surprise to be able to enter, but it was normal to not be able to enter. Even if she entered the nursery, she would probably face all kinds of strange gazes, as if they were looking at a pig. Besides, she still had work to do. Missions, picking up fragments, collecting supplies. The organization would not agree to let her come here. Ningxu was not disappointed at all. He smelled the fragrance on his body, but it was a pity that he did not get to eat the meat. It was snow white and so fragrant. What kind of meat was it? He originally thought that the void creatures did not have a strong appetite for food. He thought that they would eat raw meat and drink blood. In the end, the food they made was still so fragrant. He wanted to eat. Ningxu walked around the sacred land. The sacred land was not very big, and was very simple and primitive. Ningxu stood at the exit and said to Fatian, "I'm going back. You stay in the nursery and don't go back." Ningxu knew that Fatian had deliberately run back. Maybe he was worried about her, or maybe he did not like the nursery. However, Ningxu still left Fatian here first. It would be good for him to gain more experience. Fatian waved his hand expressionlessly. Ningxu pointed at the little mouse, "You better behave. If you cause any trouble and cause trouble for Fatian, don't think about coming to the sacred land again." The little mouse made a no sound. After all, it was a person with no identity. If it had a wooden token, it would not have been this woman's turn to threaten it. Ningxu waved his hand at Fatian, "Go back to the nursery. Don't send me off." "Good luck." Fatian said, "When we go back, I will teach you what I learned in the nursery." Ningxu smiled, "Okay, I'll be waiting, Teacher Fatian." After leaving the sacred land, it was a little far from the previously marked spatial node. It seemed that the sacred land moved very quickly. Ningxu first returned to the marked location, then followed the path and returned to the location of the Sea of Law. When he passed by the Sea of Law, Ningxu glanced at the Sea of Law. He did not know if it was an illusion, but Ningxu felt that the Sea of Law seemed to be a lot clearer. After pausing for a moment, he walked over to take a look. It was indeed a lot clearer. He reached out his hand and scooped up a handful of water. It was pitch black before, but now it could only be said that it was a little black. It was a lot clearer than before. This purification ability was not bad. A flower koi jumped up. No, it was not a flower koi. It had turned into a black fish. Its entire body was pitch black, as if it was covered in layers of ink. This was sucking the dirty things into its body. How was this possible? The purification effect of the pear fruit race was slow. It was probably because it had to make the dirty things disappear for no reason. However, when the dirty things were transferred, the effect was very good. To view the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. Speaking of which, it was in line with the conservation of energy. The koi absorbed the dirty things inside, but the things did not decrease. Instead, they went to the koi, and the effect was immediate. He did not know what kind of reward the organization gave the 3 koi that made them make such a sacrifice. After all, this kind of dirty thing was definitely harmful. Ningxu looked at the Sea of Law for a while before returning to the system space. All kinds of methods were used to make the situation in the Sea of Law better. Back in the system space, Danqing said, "You're back." Ningxu asked calmly, "Are you going to pick up fragments again?" Danqing said, "No, the number of missions increased again. Your backlog of missions has increased again. There are many planes with problems, and the number of missions is increasing rapidly. So, I still have to find time to do them." Danqing basically did not interfere with Ningxu's matters. Other than reminding him, he could not do anything else. Besides, even if he had an opinion, he would not care about him. So Danqing usually did not provoke others. Ningxu said, "Then I'll go and do the missions." He wanted to finish the work as soon as possible so that he could learn and comprehend the sacred patterns. There was no end to learning. Danqing exhaled. "Okay. Then, start doing missions. I think you can do a few more missions in a row. Once you don't do missions and have free time, you have to deal with the star stones and the like." Anyway, there was no time for him to be free, so he might as well do a few more missions. Ningxu exchanged for some fasting pills and said, "Enter the world." Danqing did not say anything and sent Ningxu into the world. When Ningxu woke up, his head was buried in his arms and he was sleeping on the side. The tip of his nose was surrounded by disinfectant and the sour smell of sweat. The sour smell of sweat on his clothes. Ningxu raised his head. His neck was cracking. His head was dizzy and he was very tired. Ningxu looked at the person on the bed. It was a man who was not very old. He looked like he was in his 60s. His face was thin, but his face was a little swollen. His skin looked watery and his face was yellow. Ningxu wanted to lie down and pretend to be asleep as he accepted the plot, but his neck was really uncomfortable. He went into the bathroom, closed the door, and began to accept the plot. The client was an ordinary woman named Chen Lihong. She was already married and her child was already over 10 years old. He was about to enter junior high school. The client, Chen Lihong, was also a diligent person. When she married her husband, she and her husband ran a small restaurant together. Slowly, they struggled to become a relatively famous hot pot restaurant. The business was very good, and they could make a lot of money. The client wasn't considered a serious sibling demon, but among the children of the Chen family, the client had a better life. As parents, they always wanted those who were doing well to subsidize those who were not. Even if they were already part of the Chen family, they were still children of the Chen family. The client would also use some things to keep their parents' mouths shut, losing some things in exchange for some peace and quiet. He probably thought that other people's money came from nowhere. The biggest problem was Father Chen's kidney disease. He had always had a little nephritis, but as he got older, it developed into uremia. Uremia wasn't an independent disease, but a clinical syndrome common to all kinds of advanced kidney diseases. It was swollen, and the body couldn't effectively excrete impurities, implicating all the organs. Father Chen's situation was more serious. There was no way to do kidney dialysis, he probably needed a kidney transplant. He had been in the hospital for a long time. As for the medical expenses, everyone would pay, but after a long time, the medical expenses would become a burden. The brothers and sisters, 3 daughters and 1 son, all agreed to the treatment. But the problem was, what about the money? Madame Chen was very dissatisfied with this. Not only did she want to treat her husband, if a kidney transplant could solve the problem at the root, then so be it. But a kidney transplant didn't mean a kidney was enough. Unfortunately for this family, no one was a match. But for the 4 children, this was probably a good thing. If nothing unexpected happened, if someone was a match, they would definitely fork out a kidney for Father Chen. Whether they were willing or not, it didn't matter. They just had to wait for a suitable kidney source, provided that Father Chen's health was good enough for him to undergo surgery. Father Chen's situation really wasn't good. If they delayed until a kidney source appeared, the maintenance and treatment would definitely cost money. When Madam Chen treated him, the family's money would have to be taken out, and the 3 married daughters would have to give the family a fixed amount of money. But after a long time, they would find all kinds of excuses to refuse, crying that the family didn't have money. Madam Chen scolded her children, saying that they were unfilial brats. Without your father, you wouldn't be here. Without your father, you wouldn't have grown up. Don't think that just because your daughters are married, you're part of someone else's family. Without your father, do you think you'll have a good life? You're bullied at home. Without your father, see how your in-laws bully you. Each and every one of you is so selfish that you only care about your own family and don't care about your father. If something happens to your father and he really passes away, this family will be ruined. Each and every one of you is black-hearted and selfish. In any case, nothing can happen to your father. It's not like they want your lives. If you can't even be filial, can you still be considered human? The children's faces and ears turned red at her words. In the hospital, the doctors, nurses, and the patient's family members all watched and listened. If they didn't treat him, the whole hospital would probably think that they were unfilial. Treat. Whoever didn't treat him was a bastard. Actually, Madam Chen also knew that her 2 daughters-in-laws weren't very well off. As for her own children, she raised them by her side and knew them well, and they still had to get married and have children. Her second daughter's family was the best, and customers came to the hot pot restaurant like clouds. If you ate hot pot, you definitely had to bring your family with you, not eat alone. Compared with other food, there was a lot more. Furthermore, her second son-in-law's family had bought a house and a car. There were more than 20 employees in the restaurant, and he could be considered a boss. Without her parents, who had given birth to Chen Lihong and raised her, she wouldn't be where she was today, living in a big house and driving a small car. Without her parents, Chen Lihong wouldn't be where she was today. Although Chen Lihong and her husband had fought hard for these things, without her parents, would there be Chen Lihong? Actually, Madam Chen's core philosophy was that Father Chen didn't just live for himself, but also for the family. For the children, and for the youngest son, who hadn't even started a family yet. If the married daughters didn't have support from their in-laws, they would definitely be bullied. Their lives would be miserable and they would be constantly bullied. She couldn't let this family be ruined. Father Chen's situation didn't just require money, he also needed to be taken care of in the hospital. Who knew how long that would take? To view the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. They had to wait for a suitable kidney, but it wasn't easy to wait for a kidney. While waiting for a kidney, they had to take care of their bodies so that they could accept the kidney. A kidney was still far away, and they didn't know how long they had to wait. But the money that was in front of them was already too much for their children. Everyone looked at Chen Lihong at the same time. After all, no one had money, and Chen Lihong's family situation was better. At this time, of course, the rich had to fork out more money. Chen Lihong didn't say anything. After paying the full amount a few times, her husband was a little dissatisfied. They should fork out money for their father-in-law's illness, but there was no reason for them to fork out all of it. Chen Lihong wasn't their only child, and she had to go to the hospital to take care of the elderly. Their family was running a business, so Chen Lihong couldn't take care of the hot pot restaurant. Her husband also had to worry about the children sending them to and from school. The rich would fork out money, and the capable would contribute. There was no reason for Chen Lihong to do everything. Money didn't come from the wind. Even if it came from the wind, they had to bend down to pick it up. It wasn't like the wind blew the money into their pockets. Anyway, they just stared at her. Chen Lihong's husband vaguely told his mother-in-law that they were busy at home, and there was no one to take care of the restaurant. He asked the others to help take care of it and fork out the money. Madam Chen immediately mocked him, blabbering in the hospital. She said that he was so selfish that he didn't care about his family's life for a little bit of money. That was a life. He didn't care about the elderly's life for a little bit of money. How unfilial. This was asking for a little bit of money, not your life. Without your parents, you wouldn't be where you are today. Now that you're turning your back on us, you have no conscience. There was no love and no responsibility. What about the kindness of raising you? If you can't even be filial, you're not even human. So what if you have money? You're not even human. You don't care about the lives of your family. Just hold on to your money and live your life. Chen Lihong's husband's face fell when he mentioned it. He was afraid that if he continued, he would become a heinous sinner. It was selfish to care about one's money. Then why didn't his mother-in-law take out her own money? All these years, his wife had sent large and small amounts of money to his mother-in-law's house, but he pretended not to see it, not to mention the gifts during festivals. It was also because it had not been easy for his wife to work hard with him all these years. Since it was selfish to care about her own money, the mother-in-law should not be selfish and keep the money in her hands. Even if the father-in-law was sick now, the mother-in-law would still actively look for a wife for the brother-in-law. Perhaps his father-in-law was attending his brother-in-law's wedding while he was ill. One hat after another was placed on him, and he really couldn't handle it. Without this family, without us, you wouldn't be where you are today. It wasn't that he didn't care about his father-in-law, but that he had thrown everything over to him. If he didn't take up this responsibility, he would be a selfish person. You're not just treating one person, you're saving an entire family. You're saving several families. Without Father Chen around, everyone didn't have a good life. Without a person of virtue and prestige in charge in the family, they would be looked down upon and bullied by outsiders. After Chen Lihong's husband was treated by his mother-in-law, he did not go to the hospital. As a result, his mother-in-law was unhappy and said that her second son-in-law was so indifferent to his father-in-law's illness. So indifferent. Chen Lihong's husband's expression was very ugly. When I came, you dissed me. When I didn't come, you blamed me for being cold and indifferent. What do you want me to do? Cry? If I really cry, you'll say that I'm crying at a funeral. Crying before the person is dead, isn't that bad luck? Chen Lihong's husband didn't get a good look from his mother-in-law, and her attitude toward Chen Lihong became a little colder. She said that she had no problem with treating her parents, but she couldn't take too much money. She needed money to buy all kinds of things in the shop. Your family is like an ancestor, and needs to be provided for. You have to give them money and coax them to be happy. Otherwise, you're an ingrate and have no conscience. Chen Lihong felt apologetic. She went to the shop as often as possible every day, and found time to go to the hospital. She worked herself to death, but Chen Lihong's reputation in the hospital was still bad. People several wards away all knew that Chen Lihong was unfilial and ignored her old father's illness for money. Family 1, that family's daughter is too unfilial. The richer you are, the stingier you are. Family 2, that's right, that's right. On the other hand, the other siblings were forgotten. The physiognomist was reduced to a background. They all silently agreed that you had money in your hands. If you had the ability, why didn't you put in the effort? It was probably because Madame Chen chatted with other family members that she talked more about the second daughter. She talked about how the second daughter ate exotic delicacies, lived in a small bungalow, and rode in a small car. She was like a rich madam. But she didn't talk about her previous life. She and her husband ran a small restaurant. There were only the two of them in the shop, and Chen Lihong was in charge of washing the vegetables and dishes. She couldn't take care of the child, so she wrapped the child in a soft cloth and carried her on her back. In the cold winter, in the cold water, her hands got sore from the cold. She slowly worked hard to earn some capital and slowly improved. But without parents raising her, how could she have the good life she had today, and how could she have the money? Actually, Chen Lihong's parents practiced the principle of producing a filial son under the rod. In addition, there were 4 children in the house. Sometimes, when a child was disobedient, a beating would be enough. To reason with them one by one was something that wouldn't necessarily be useful no matter how much effort it took. Beating them was actually for their own good. If they hadn't been taken advantage of from a young age, they would have been able to build up such a business when they grew up. These were all small matters. In the end, it all boiled over when a kidney was found. Although there were all kinds of bumps and bruises, Father Chen's condition didn't worsen. Fortunately, a kidney was found while Father Chen was still alive. The medical expenses of transplanting a kidney, as well as the various anti-rejection drugs that had to be taken afterward. Moreover, Father Chen was old, and whether he could get off the operating table was still a problem. The operation would take a long time, and the follow-up rehabilitation would also be a long process. Madam Chen gritted her teeth. Of course they had to do it. It hadn't been easy to find a kidney, and this kind of thing could only be chanced upon by luck. The children all nodded. Then let's do it. But the medical expenses were a huge sum. Her youngest son said that everyone should chip in, and his second sister should fill in the rest. The siblings' expressions weren't good as they took out the money in their pockets. Chen Lihong was practically being roasted on a rack. When she went back, she stammered as she asked her husband about the money. Her husband said very calmly, either you get a divorce and I'll give you alimony. Otherwise, you'll pay whatever they give you, and we won't get a divorce. He also couldn't figure it out. What should be given was never less, and he wouldn't mistreat the elderly. All these years, when business had been better, how much money had his wife taken home from home, so he had slightly more money than the other families. Was this how it should be? His money hadn't been picked up off the ground. To view the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. The future was built bit by bit, and the hardest times were endured by oneself. They felt that just because they earned less, they could confidently ask others to pay more. Chen Lihong stammered and said softly, "That's my father, sigh. The alimony I gave you is enough for your medical expenses. The child will follow me, and I'll give you a house." This kind of alimony was very appropriate. They had worked together when they were young and poor. The husband did not want to mistreat his wife, but he obviously did not want to have anything to do with those people. Chen Lihong definitely would not divorce. She had a deep relationship with her husband, and she also had a son. She could not bear to part with her son. Moreover, her husband was still young. If they divorced, he would definitely find another. Then, she would have a stepmother, and then a stepfather. Then, she would have another child. Then, her child would be a pitiful cabbage at home that was not loved by his parents. This would not do. She definitely could not divorce. Moreover, Chen Lihong was not willing to divorce like this. She had lived a hard life with her husband for many years, and it had only gotten better in recent years. She could not let other women take advantage of her. How unreconciled, Chen Lihong returned to the hospital and told her mother that she could not take more money. Her husband would give her whatever the siblings gave her. Madam Chen was dumbfounded. She cried and complained that Chen Lihong was heartless. Her son-in-law only cared about money, and that they were all selfish people who watched their old father die. Ungrateful, completely forgetting their old father's kindness. How could there be such selfish people in the world? It was not easy to wait for a kidney source, but they were not willing to take out money for treatment. If you did not have money, they would not really ask you for money. But you had money and the ability, but you did not take it out. That was not right. That was life, but they still wanted to keep the money. How cruel. The patients and nurses next to her were all persuading Chen Lihong. They said that the kidney source could not wait, and once the time passed, the kidney would lose its activity and be useless. The two older sisters and the younger brother all said that they would borrow it first. After the surgery, they would slowly return the money. Time waited for no one. Chen Lihong ran home again and borrowed money from her husband. Chen Lihong's husband still said that he would divorce her if she wanted money. Chen Lihong asked, "Can't I borrow money? It's not like I won't return it." Chen Lihong's husband smiled. If he lent it out, he wouldn't be able to get it back. This matter wasn't just about the operation. After that, there would be all kinds of miscellaneous matters. Furthermore, the money that he had taken out would be gone, and the others would not remember to return it. He would treat it as a good thing. He would suffer a loss to fulfill everyone's wishes. Chen Lihong's husband said, "You have to understand that this is my money. I can't take it out just because someone said a few words. It's not that I don't care about my father-in-law. It's not a problem to fork out more money. Other people can fork out 10 or 20,000, but I have to fork out a few 100,000. Our family has been buying houses and cars all these years. Do you think that if we fork out a few 100,000, our shop won't continue operating?" Chen Lihong ran from both ends and ended up with bumps all over her face. The people around her were still saying that she was unfilial and looked at her as if she was a sinner. If the operation was not successful, she would become the executioner who killed her father. The whole family hated her. Madam Chen personally went to find her son-in-law. Her son-in-law still said that if they divorced, the money would be in place. If not, it wouldn't matter if he had a few thousand more than the other daughters. But if it was a few $100,000, sorry, she couldn't fork out. Madam Chen scolded her son-in-law for being greedy. If he could fork out the money for the divorce, why couldn't he fork out the money for the divorce? Madam Chen clenched her teeth and told her daughter to divorce. Chen Lihong was stunned. She didn't agree to the divorce. If she divorced, she wouldn't have a husband and son. Her husband would become someone else's, and even the children would have to call someone else mother. Moreover, once that woman came over, she would be able to live a good life. Then all the suffering she had suffered before would be in vain. Madam Chen immediately spat on her daughter's face. Your father is waiting for money to save his life, but you only think about yourself. At this time, you have to suffer a little. How can that compare to a life? If she divorced her son-in-law, she could still remarry. Moreover, her son-in-law's conditions were quite good. Even after the operation, there would still be money left. Chen Lihong was speechless from her mother's rebuke. Without her father, she wouldn't have existed. She had to repay him for raising her. Everyone around tried to persuade Chen Lihong. Nothing was more important than saving a life. Saving a life was better than building a 7-story pagoda. Chen Lihong was most annoyed by the fact that she was unfilial when she was asked to do things. She was harsher than her brothers and sisters who didn't fork out much money. It was probably because they had high expectations of her, but she didn't live up to their expectations. Hence, they were resentful and blamed her for everything. The operation was approaching day by day. Moreover, who knew when the kidney would arrive and the operation would start immediately? However, Chen Lihong was struggling and didn't want to divorce her husband. On the other hand, her father's operation was getting more and more stressful. On the other hand, her husband was very calm. It all depended on Chen Lihong's attitude. If they wanted to divorce, it depended on Chen Lihong. If they didn't want to divorce, it also depended on Chen Lihong. On the other hand, Madam Chen urged her daughter to divorce quickly and get the operation fees. She even urged her son-in-law to divorce her daughter quickly. This son-in-law was a selfish person. He only thought about money and didn't care about other people at all. This was a matter of life and death. Chen Lihong faced a lot of pressure. Some patients and family members who were watching the show came to persuade Chen Lihong. Divorce wouldn't kill you. Just wait here for help. Only with help would there be a future. The pain of wanting to provide for a child but not having the parents around could be solved by spending some money. She wouldn't regret it in the future. Her brothers and sisters were still urging her. Sister, Dad is waiting for the operation. Brother-in-law, oh, brother-in-law, he's not a good person. He can't go through thick and thin with others. Just leave this kind of person. Only family members can be relied on. In the future, when you're lying in bed, they might treat you the same way. Things became very strange. It was as if Chen Lihong should fork out so much money for no reason. The rest of the money should be filled by Chen Lihong, even if it meant sacrificing her own marriage. She had to suffer a little. It had completely become Chen Lihong's responsibility. They were both children. How could they be so righteous when they were willing to fork out so little money? Her father's life was now on her shoulders. Forces from all around were nagging in her ears. The hospital was also urging her to do the operation. Make a decision. Chen Lihong was visibly haggard. She explained that she didn't want a divorce. However, the Chen family said that Chen Lihong was selfish and only thought of herself. She was still waiting for help. Chen Lihong went to look for her husband again. She asked her husband not to divorce her on account of their many years of relationship. Her husband's heart ached for Chen Lihong. He said he was willing to pay 120,000 to 30,000 yuan. Chen Lihong's eyes were red. She thanked her husband profusely, but her husband shook his head. He looked at Chen Lihong and heaved a sigh of relief. He said unhappily, "It's not that simple. Let's not talk about whether your mother and other siblings are willing to pay. To be frank, you have a father and a mother. This time, it's your father's problem. Next time it'll be your mother. Another divorce. Chen Lihong grinned and said reluctantly, no. Her husband shook his head. She told you about love and responsibility, but they don't have any. If your parents loved you, how could they bear to force you like this? If they wanted to talk about love, then talk about love. If they wanted to talk about responsibility, then don't talk about love. Responsibility, everyone should shoulder it together. Wasn't it good to be harmonious? Chen Lihong returned to the hospital and told Madame Chen that her husband was willing to pay 100,000 yuan and wouldn't divorce her. This could be said to be a happy thing. But Madame Chen said that they didn't have much money and couldn't afford such a huge medical bill. So, things still came back to the original point. The other things you did weren't enough to save your father's life. If you didn't do this, everything else you did would be forgotten. If you didn't do something eye-catching, then everything else would be trivial. How much did you pay for the medical bills? Chen Lihong was under a lot of pressure from the people around her. All kinds of rumors and slanders came at her. Heartless and unscrupulous words like ungrateful wretch were more pleasant to hear. They looked at her like she was trash. Even her siblings started to blame Chen Lihong. If her father didn't receive treatment, it would be Chen Lihong's responsibility. Chen Lihong's reputation was growing day by day. Even the hospital guards had probably heard of the name Chen Lihong. Chen Lihong's reputation was ruined. She became a sinner for no reason. In the midst of her depression, Chen Lihong suddenly had an unprecedented thought, or perhaps it was a desire for revenge. Or perhaps it was a dead end. Chen Lihong jumped down from the highest floor of the hospital. Her body fell into two with a bang. Chen Lihong's death meant that the Chen family and her husband had nothing to do with the Chen family. The Chen family gave birth to Chen Lihong, but didn't give birth to her husband. This theory couldn't be applied to Chen Lihong's husband. Then he wouldn't be able to get the money, his father's life wouldn't be saved, and now his daughter was dead. It was an act of mutual destruction. The surviving members of the Chen family were also dumbfounded. Whether it was coercion, bribery, or kindness, the ultimate goal was to make Chen Lihong take out money to save people. In the end, he had lost all his money. He couldn't save her, and his daughter had even jumped off a building to her death. The loss was too great. Perhaps when Chen Lihong died, her heart was carefree, but it could be said that she was full of resentment and depression. Ningxu twisted his neck. It was very uncomfortable to sleep on his stomach. His neck was uncomfortable, and his head was dizzy. Taking care of patients in the hospital was very tiring. Ningxu brushed his teeth and washed his face, preparing to take a shower and rest. When he came out of the bathroom, the eldest sister, Chen Fengying, came over. When she saw Ningxu, she said, "Second sister, help me look after him again today. The child at home is making a lot of noise. He caught a cold last night." Ningxu said expressionlessly, "My child is also making a lot of noise. I took care of him the whole night. I'm exhausted. Everyone, can you feel sorry for me?" Chen Fengying's expression was embarrassed. "Then I'll find third sister and ask her to replace me." Ningxu didn't care who she found to replace her. In any case, she had to go back and rest. Right now, Madame Chen was probably worried about her son's marriage. In any case, the hospital was already half of Father Chen's home. Ningxu took his bag and left the hospital, returning home. This apartment was very big. It was 150 square meters, and the decoration was very good. In the novel, Chen Lihong's husband wanted to give this apartment to her. Speaking of which, her husband was really good to her. He even gave her hundreds of thousands in medical expenses. In total, he gave her a few million in alimony. However, the hot pot restaurant that laid the golden eggs was in the hands of Chen Lihong's husband. Chen Lihong's husband was a smart man. Ningxu took a shower to wash away the smell on his body. After drying his hair, he lay on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. As for what happened next, he would talk about it after he had enough sleep. His mind wasn't clear now. This was nothing more than a story of moral and emotional kidnapping. However, this kind of thing made people helpless. After waking up, Ningxu went to the hot pot restaurant to help. Although the hot pot restaurant was open all day, business was better at night. However, all kinds of preparations were needed during the day, such as stir-frying. The restaurant had 2 floors and was very big. Ningxu entered the kitchen and the spicy smell rushed to his nose. Ningxu covered his nose and sneezed. He put on an apron. Chen Lihong's husband, Wen Kongxing, was stir-frying. The big pot was full of chili spices. Wen Kongxing glanced at Ningxu and didn't say anything. He focused on stir-frying. Ningxu was busy making all kinds of dipping sauces. After he was done, Wen Kongxing asked Ningxu, "How's Dad?" "Ningxu, it's stable. He's okay." Wen Kongxing just nodded. After a while, he said, "You still have to go to the hospital at night. The restaurant is quite busy." At this moment, Wen Kongxing already had an opinion. Ningxu said, "I won't go for now. I'll help out in the restaurant." Wen Kongxing asked, "Where's your dad?" "Your children all want to go. If you don't go, they will have an opinion." Ningxu said coldly, "Hire a caretaker." Wen Kongxing didn't have an opinion. After that, Ningxu told Madame Chen that he wouldn't be going to the hospital. Madame Chen was furious. "That's your dad. Your dad is sick and you don't want to go to the hospital to accompany him?" Ningxu said, "I want to help out in the restaurant. It's too busy. Wen Kongxing is so tired that he's sick." Madame Chen said, "Then hire another caretaker. Such a big restaurant can't afford to hire another caretaker." Ningxu, "Then what's the difference in hiring a caretaker? There are some recipes that Wen Kongxing and I have to make together. We can't let others do it. Wen Kongxing and I are so tired. Dad needs money to see the doctor. It's not easy for Wen Kongxing and me to earn some money. I can help out in the hospital and earn more money by accompanying him." Madame Chen was still unhappy. "That's your dad. How can an outsider take care of him as well as a family member?" Ningxu nodded. "That's fine too. Then we won't hire a caretaker. Big sister, and little brother will have to suffer a little. I want to earn more money for Dad's medical fees. They're not paying much, so they'll have to put in more effort." He was so annoyed by this kind of people. They felt that it was inhumane to give them money, and then they used their emotions to ask for money. He had already given them full medical fees a few times. No matter what, he had to let his brothers and sisters put in more effort. They would take turns to accompany him in the hospital. To watch the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. Without waiting for Madame Chen to speak, Ningxu directly said timidly in the ward, "Mom, we're under a lot of financial pressure right now. We can't make much money even if we're busy all day. We have to pay the workers' salaries, utilities, groceries, and all sorts of other things. We also have a mortgage now, so we're under a lot of pressure. Mom, Wen Kongxing is balding, he looks so old. Mom, if you care a little about me and love me a little, can't you understand me a little? I have to work in the hospital and in the shop at the same time. Even if I was made of iron, I wouldn't be able to take it." The client might be like that because in other people's eyes, their lives were too good, and they felt that their money came as easily as if it was blown by the wind. It was easy to make money, making others feel that it was very easy to take money from her. Ningxu called the siblings to the hospital, and they asked anxiously, "Is there something wrong with Dad?" Ningxu said, "It's nothing, I just called you here to accompany him in bed. I won't be accompanying him in the future. You can make the arrangements." The youngest brother, Qinjun, asked directly, "Sister, why won't you accompany him in bed? Didn't everyone agree?" Ningxu said coldly, "The shop is busy, I have to deal with the shop." The eldest sister, Chen Fengying, said, "Second sister, everyone has their own things to do. This is our dad, how can you not accompany him in bed?" Ningxu said, "All right then, we'll all pay the same amount for the medical expenses in the future, and I'll accompany you in bed." In the plot, it seemed that the client had paid too much to treat Father Chen's illness and had to sacrifice their marriage. For the other siblings, it wasn't a big deal. Ningxu's face was full of sorrow. "This is our dad, our family. How can you not pay? You're really unfilial." The people in the next bed and ward came over to watch the show. When the 3 siblings heard Ningxu say that they would share the medical expenses, their expressions didn't look too good. The younger brother, Chinjun, said, "Sister, we don't have as much money as you do." Ningxu was about to cry. "Brother, you only see the thief eating the meat, but you don't see the thief getting beaten up. Our family still owes the bank money for our monthly mortgage, but for father's illness, we're trying our best to squeeze out money. Jingle, 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 jingle. It's so that our father can get the best treatment, but you're not willing to pay for it, and you're not willing to accompany him in bed. Why is our father's life so hard to meet unfilial descendants like you? Come on, let's all be unfilial descendants. Why don't I accompany him in bed? It's because I want to work hard and fight for one more day of hospital fees for Dad. Medicine and injections all cost money. When the hospital asked me to pay, I went to pay. Since he had done it, he had to admit that he had paid for the medical fees. Otherwise, a group of people would say that he was an unfilial son who had disregarded his father's life for money. If she doesn't, the money she paid before will be thrown into a cesspool. It was just that he hadn't fulfilled that big wish, so those small matters were insignificant and not worth mentioning. This big mistake was enough to cover up these small things. People didn't care what you were thinking. They would only say what they thought was right, and they liked to stand on the side of justice and attack evil. They were like shining heroes who did a lot to purge the world of evil. Even when Chen Lihong committed suicide in the end, no one thought that she had anything to do with her death. It had nothing to do with her. Ningxu wiped her eyes with the back of her hand, looking like she was crying. She looked pitiful. "Mom, Dad can't stop taking his medicine. He has to stop taking it if he doesn't have money. If he takes care of this side, he won't be able to take care of the other side. Mom, what do you think I should do? I still have to pay the mortgage this month." A family member who was watching the show from the side said while munching on melon seeds, "Auntie, your daughter is filial. It's not easy. How many children do you have in your family? It's not a big deal for each of you to spend a day." That's right. What patients need the most is money. The hospital is a money-burning furnace. Our family spent a lot of money just to have an appendix removed. People admired the strong and pitied the weak. In the plot, Father and Mother Chen were pitiful. She was the strong one, and even if they had money, they wouldn't treat their father's illness. But now, they had to turn the situation around. They were as pitiful as they could be. Even if they didn't have money, they had to squeeze out money to treat the patient, not act like a fool with a lot of money. It was so important to keep a low profile. Everyone was involved to be filial to their old father. If you had to bear all the responsibility, others would naturally have an easier time. If you had to bear the responsibility, you had to bear the responsibility. Ningxu felt that sometimes he was like Chen Lihong. He wasn't talking about Chen Lihong, but the majority of people. Hearing that Ningxu wasn't willing to pay most of the medical bills, the three siblings panicked a little. Their old father's daily hospital bills, for drips, medicine, and doctors' and nurses' care all cost money. If they didn't have money, their father would be kicked out of the hospital. The hospital was a place to save the dying and heal the injured, not a charity. Third sister Chen Aimei immediately said, "Second sister, don't worry and work with brother-in-law. We'll definitely be able to handle everything here in a day. If you're busy at the hot pot restaurant, you can give us a call and we'll come over to help." Ningxu would only listen to them if they went to the hot pot restaurant to help, but he still said, "Thank you, third sister. As long as our father gets through this, everyone will be fine. We'll have to work hard for a while." The three of them weren't comforted by Ningxu. Their expressions weren't good. They probably couldn't see any hope, and didn't know how long these days would last. When would they get a kidney? Moreover, a kidney transplant would cost a lot of money. Obviously, Ningxu's heart-wrenching topic was not over yet. She said, "From now on, we have to start collecting money. Who knows when the kidney source will arrive? It's the saddest thing to have no money when you have the kidney source." The three of them looked even more depressed. Money, money. Everything was a matter of money. Illnesses that could be treated had no money, while those that couldn't be treated had money. This was the most despairing thing. Madame Chen immediately said, "Yes, we have to collect money." As she spoke, her gaze fell on Ningxu. The other siblings also looked at Ningxu. Ningxu immediately counted on his fingers, as if he didn't see the expectant gazes of his mother and siblings. He muttered to himself, my family has a mortgage, but I don't have the property certificate. I can't even sell it. Originally, I had a mortgage, but I can't get a bank loan. If I sell the hot pot restaurant, even with the surgery, my father will need a lot of money to recover. Without the hot pot restaurant, where would I get the money? The surrounding people heard Ningxu talk about his family's wealth. Madame Chen's expression didn't look good, especially when she heard the whispers of the people around her. To view the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. Auntie, you're so lucky. Your daughter wants to sell the house and sell the store for her father's illness. It's rare to see someone like that. Madame Chen wasn't happy. It was only right for her children to do these things. Why didn't she look at Father Chen, who had fallen ill at such a young age? Why was it that when it was their turn to do what they were supposed to do, they were called filial? Wasn't this what they were supposed to do? Ningxu was thinking about how to raise the money when he suddenly remembered something. He said to his eldest sister, Chen Fengying, sis, the company brother-in-law worked for last year accepted a big renovation project for a commercial building. Brother-in-law should get a lot of bonus. I heard it was brother-in-law who got it. With so much envy, the company must give a lot of bonus. Chen Fengying said embarrassedly, your brother-in-law is just an employee. How much can he make? Ningxu, how can that be? Brother-in-law should at least get a lot of bonus. That's the highest and most luxurious commercial building in this area. Madame Chen looked at Chen Fengying. Chen Fengying sighed and said bitterly, my husband is just a miserable employee. He doesn't have any money at all. Even if there's money, it's the boss who gets it. How? Can he get it? Ningxu nodded in agreement. That's right. Earning money is as hard as eating shit. My husband stays in the kitchen all day. There's a lot of smoke and fumes. His hair is all gone. He looks so old. My heart aches for him. Sis, brother-in-law's supermarket store is doing well. Although everyone is used to shopping online, convenience stores still make a lot of money. You can't buy a bottle of water online. The third sister, Chen Aimei, sighed. There's no business. Everything we buy has an expiration date. Once the expiration date is over, no one will want it. Ningxu nodded in agreement. That's right. It's the same for us in the food and beverage business. If we don't clean up, the health bureau will come and inspect the kitchen. If it's not up to standard, we'll have to close down. Ningxu looked at his little brother, but didn't say anything to him. Instead, he said to Madame Chen, Mom, you're also forcing little brother to go out and find a job. Little brother works at home. He's a gaming streamer. I've seen little brother's stream. He's quite popular and has quite a few fans. Sitting down at home is still the same. It's better than going out and looking at other people's faces. Don't think that your younger brother is useless. Your younger brother is very promising. So, Mom, don't be anxious. Your younger brother is very profitable. Qin Jun was very annoyed. His mother nagged him every day, saying that he was playing games with a computer and not doing his job. But even if he explained it to them, they wouldn't understand. If you don't listen, you're just not doing your job. Qin Jun relied on being a streamer. Some streamers were much better than those youngsters who relied on their elders. His second sister was so considerate of him, explaining things for him, and being understood by others was so touching. However, when she said these words in this situation, the meaning became a bit subtle. Madame Chen's gaze swept over her children, and she suddenly said hatefully, Great, you all pretend to be so difficult in front of me. You just don't want to take out the money to treat your father, heartless things. How did your father get sick? Wasn't it because he had to feed you bloodsuckers? He fell sick from exhaustion. Now that it's your turn to repay him, you're pushing him away one by one. You're heartless and ungrateful. With so many people accompanying him in his scolding, Ningxu felt very refreshed. Even if the kidney came, Madame Chen wouldn't put all the pressure on him. Everyone would think of a way together to save this old father. According to Madame Chen's habit of using kindness to suppress others, if they didn't do as Madame Chen said, then they were heartless, unkind, and unfilial. This was their natural advantage. Without their parents, they wouldn't be where they were today. Everything they did was reasonable. According to Madame Chen, Father Chen's illness was caused by his 4 children. He fell sick from exhaustion and was burdened by his children. What, you dare say it's not like that? Do you have any proof? Don't tell me you weren't raised by your parents. Without them, how could you have lived to this age? So, can you refute that? No, because you were indeed raised by your parents. This was something that couldn't be erased. The faces of the 3 children turned ugly from Madame Chen's scolding, and the crowd of onlookers was about to fill up. On the hospital bed, Father Chen's face was sallow, and he panted a little as he said, "Children, pour me a glass of water, I'm thirsty." Madame Chen immediately shut up and stopped scolding the children. She hurriedly picked up the kettle and poured a glass of water, carefully blowing on it to cool it down. The crowd of onlookers slowly dispersed. Some people even whispered among themselves, as if they were excited to find out about another family's dirty deeds. Look at that family, that second daughter is a fool, a fool. That's right, the rest of them hold on to their money tightly, but she's the only one who's extravagant and takes on everything. Before Ningxu left the hospital, he said to his 3 brothers and sisters, "I'll have to trouble you with Dad, I have to go back to the hot pot restaurant again, sigh." Ningxu turned and left, leaving behind the 3 distressed siblings. Zhang Jun caught up with Ningxu and said, "Second sister, you said those things in front of Mom on purpose, didn't you?" Ningxu looked at Zhang Jun's unhappy expression. "Of course it was on purpose. You're very unhappy, aren't you? I paid to take care of Dad in the hospital, but none of you paid. When you were accompanying him in bed, all of you found excuses and said you were busy. I'm also very unhappy. I should let you feel it too. Dad belongs to everyone, so those who have money contribute, those who have strength contribute. I'm afraid you've secretly saved more money than me and your brother-in-law. Mom usually thinks you're a pauper. Your brother-in-law and I are also fools. During the holidays, we bring big and small bags of things home to buy things for you. The money we give to our parents is probably used on you. Can we ask you to take some out now? You want to hide the money, but you don't want Dad's life." This was the responsibility they had placed on the client back then. Chen Jun was speechless. Looking at Ningxu's unscrupulous manner, he really couldn't do anything to him. Ningxu said, "Take good care of Dad. Dad's life can only be taken care of by you guys. I said I wanted to hire a caregiver, but Mom said a caregiver wouldn't be as good as a family member, so I won't hire one. We have to be filial to our parents and let them be happy. We definitely won't do anything our parents don't want us to do." Chen Jun, could it be that second sister had paid too much during this period and was unwilling to do so she had a problem with them? To watch the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. Today, second sister had directly exposed them in front of Mother Chen, so Mother Chen knew what was going on. At home, Chen Jun had always been thought of as a jobless vagrant who didn't do proper work. Although Mother Chen nagged, she would still subsidize Chen Jun. He ate at home and actually didn't spend much of his own money. The 3 sisters all thought that their younger brother was useless, so they would more or less subsidize him a little. But this time, second sister actually brought it up directly. Chen Jun was both shocked and angry. He had wanted to put on a show and say that he could actually earn money and wasn't a jobless vagrant, but now wasn't the time. Father Chen's illness was a bottomless pit. If he honestly took out his money, Chen Jun's savings would definitely be depleted. It wasn't easy to save some money, so his heart ached. Looking at Chen Jun's pained expression, Ningxu teased, "What, your heart aches? Your money is money. It's easy for me and your brother-in-law to earn money. Our parents love you the most, so don't disappoint them." Chen Jun already didn't want to talk to second sister anymore. She was becoming more and more like Mother Chen, talking about all kinds of things. She wanted you to take out your things, but she had to suppress you emotionally and morally. She wanted you to take out your things, but she still had to bear a bad reputation. She wanted your things, but she still had to disgust you. It was really, really unpleasant. Chen Jun was now very, very unhappy, and he couldn't muster up any energy. He wanted to retort, but there was no way to do so. That kind of sick and disgusting feeling was indescribable. Chen Jun turned and left. Ningxu smiled. This kind of moral and emotional kidnapping, and being criticized from above, was especially infuriating. The lightning didn't strike him, so he naturally didn't feel any pain. He was the one who opened his mouth to speak, not the one who took out the things in his pocket. His heart didn't ache. When Ningxu returned to the hot pot restaurant, when Kangxing asked with concern, "Your mom didn't scold you, did she?" Ningxu looked at the computer and clicked the mouse. He looked at the online orders and said, "No, she agreed to let the other sisters and brothers take care of Dad. I don't go to the hospital much, but I still have to pay the medical bills." When Kangxing touched his shiny bald head. "That's your father. Of course he has to pay the medical fees." Ningxu nodded. "Yeah, I'll probably give you less next time." The reason why Madame Chen always talked about her second daughter was because she felt that her second daughter was living a better life than her other children. Now that she realized that her other children were living quite well, Madame Chen felt like she had been cheated. Next time, he would definitely make sure that his other 3 children paid more. To say something heartless and unreasonable, Father Chen was now in his 60s. It was hard to say whether or not there would be any accidents during such a major operation. His previous investment was worthless. He had lost everything and money. Moreover, even if he could come down from the operating table, the rejection would require him to take medicine. No one knew how long he could live. He had to try his best to save them, but he had to weigh the pros and cons in his heart. Next, the brothers and sisters would probably feel uncomfortable. They didn't feel anything when others took the money, but when it was their turn, they would definitely feel uncomfortable. When Kangxing was surprised. His mother-in-law had always treated his family as a sucker, and always wanted to use their family's things or money to give to the other brothers and sisters. The hot pot restaurant's business was pretty good. When Kangxing could bear with this small amount of money. When Kangxing drank a mouthful of chrysanthemum wolfberry tea and looked quite happy. Ningxu looked at the online orders and was also very satisfied. The hot pot restaurant's business was really good. When Kangxing had the ability to stir-fry ingredients, and the hot pot base he stir-fried was fragrant, spicy, and delicious. The good reputation he had accumulated over the years was in exchange for good business. This restaurant made a lot of money. Ningxu felt that in the plot, when Kangxing actually planned to divorce Chen Lihong, but was a little hesitant, so he proposed that plan. He was probably especially dissatisfied with Chen Lihong's original family. Furthermore, the client didn't want a divorce. Even when she jumped down from the building in the end, she was still legally Wen Kangxing's wife. But after she died, Wen Kangxing would definitely still look for her. The client was probably at a dead end. She used her own life to drag another person down with her. In the end, she would be the one in a tragedy. Father Chen was already in his 60s, and he had lived for decades more than the client. This was incomparable. Speaking of which, the client's actions hurt the enemy 800 times and hurt herself 1,000 times. Then, when you died, others would just sigh and do what they should do. After a few days, they would forget about you and find new exciting news to chat about. It was useless to use one's own life to punish others. The price was also the greatest. It could not be punished. Next, they had to prepare for the news of a kidney source. The money at the beginning was all small money. The kidney transplant surgery was the big deal. They definitely wouldn't let the plot be like that. They would have to divorce and use alimony for the surgery. They would only have to suffer a little. They could remarry after the divorce. Did they think that Wen Kangxing was a fool? He took the money after the divorce, and when he didn't need the money, he could remarry. There was nothing better in the world. In any case, Ningxu felt that if he were Wen Kangxing, he would definitely ignore his ex-wife after the divorce. The hot pot restaurant was very busy. Even if there were more than 10 to 20 employees, they were still very busy. But this was all money. On the weekend, Ningxu took the child to the hospital to visit Grandpa Chen. Father Chen's whole body was swollen and his face was sallow, but his condition didn't worsen. He could hold on until the kidney source was found. In the plot, if the 4 families pooled together the money instead of forcing one person, Father Chen might still be alive. If the client died and the others couldn't come up with the money, what could they do? They could only give up. But during this time, Father Chen, who was lying in bed, didn't say anything and just let things happen. He couldn't say anything. After all, Mother Chen's actions were all for his life. It wasn't right for his daughter to live after the divorce, but he himself might die. If he could live, who wouldn't want to live? He couldn't say that he wouldn't allow his daughter to get a divorce. He couldn't risk his life for his daughter's happiness. Between a marriage and a life, which was more important? A person's life was more important than anything else. There was a future only if you were alive. If you died, you would really have nothing left. The feeling of lying in a hospital bed and waiting for death was undoubtedly the most despairing and frightening. It was like a countdown to life, drawing closer and closer with each passing second. It was terrifying. Concerned, Ningxiu asked Father Chen how he was, and told him to tell the doctors and nurses if he felt unwell. Then he said, "Don't feel burdened. Don't worry about the medical bills. We brothers and sisters aren't as poor as you think. When the kidney source comes, we'll definitely have enough money. Just wait to enjoy the blessings of your children and grandchildren." To watch the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. Big brother-in-law's workability is outstanding. Third brother-in-law's convenience store actually hasn't been affected that much by online shopping. This little brother also makes money from live streaming online. It's fine, don't worry. Even if the medical bills cost hundreds of thousands, 100,000 per family is more than enough. 100,000 for medical bills was Wen Kongxing's bottom line. Ningxiu set the bottom line here first, then told Father Chen that each family could fork out this much money. Even if it was for his own life, Father Chen would still put pressure on the other 3 families. Of course, Mother Chen had to do this. Firstly, Father Chen didn't have the energy to do so when he was sick, and secondly, a man like him couldn't fight like Mother Chen. These children were indebted to him for raising them, but there was a big difference between him saying it himself and someone else saying it for him. If he said it himself, it would feel like he was forcing them to repay his kindness, but it was different if it was his wife who said it. This wasn't a lifeline, it was all for survival. Father Chen asked, "Can we really scrape together that much money?" Ningxiu said with a smile, "Dad, don't worry, we'll definitely scrape together the money. Don't worry about it." He would expose his little brother in front of Mother Chen and Father Chen, and repeatedly reinforce their impression of him. When the time came and they didn't have enough money for the operation, it would be the responsibility of the family that didn't fork out the money. Ningxiu was just short of chanting scriptures. Rich, rich, rich. Not short of money, not short of money, not short of money at all. Rich, rich, but he didn't know how to spend it. Father Chen's sallow face smoothed out and he looked a lot more relaxed. It was obvious that the matter of the medical bills had been bothering him all this time. Now that a huge rock had been lifted from his heart, he was in a much better state. Father Chen sighed emotionally. "You're a filial son. Ningxiu, it's my duty to be filial to you, Dad." The world was really inexplicable. Taking and using other people's money could actually earn you a reputation for being filial. In the plot, the client had to fork out almost all the medical bills, and in the end ended up with a reputation of being ungrateful and heartless, and in the end, even throwing away his life. Why else would it be said that keeping a low profile was the way to go? Crying poverty was a skill. The third sister, Xianxia, came back with boiling water. When she saw Ningxiu, she asked, "Second sister, are you here to see Dad? The hospital is urging you to pay." Ningxiu nodded. "Got it. Since I didn't accompany her, I'll pay half of the medical fees. You guys will pay the rest." Xianxia was stunned. She couldn't help but ask, "Sis, didn't you say that you didn't want to accompany me in bed? About the medical expenses?" Ningxiu said, "If I don't accompany him in bed, do I have to pay for all the medical expenses? This is our father, not mine alone. If you want to calculate it this way, I'll hire a nurse to take care of Dad and let the nurse replace me." How much was a nurse's daily salary? These people had to pay all the medical bills. Xianxia could not accept it. "Sister, why are you like this?" Like this, Xianxia didn't know what to say or how to describe it. She felt that her second sister was so heartless and calculative. "You're so rich, yet you're still like this." Ningxu said, "Second sister, you're being selfish. You want to hold him in your hands. You don't care about dad, this is our father. You don't want to pay for his medical expenses. How about this, I'll hire a nurse, and we'll split the medical expenses." "Dad, what do you think?" Ningxu said to Father Chen. Father Chen nodded. "Okay." Chen Aimei was instantly a little dumbfounded. She had thought that if they accompanied dad in bed, second sister would pay for all the medical expenses. In the end, second sister only paid half, and the three of them had to pool together the remaining half. In the blink of an eye, it had become the four of them splitting the medical expenses. If second sister didn't accompany dad in bed, they had hired a nurse. In the end, Ningxu had influenced Father Chen a little, and he felt that his 4 children were doing pretty well. Seeing his third daughter unwilling to pay, he felt uncomfortable. Father Chen said to Chen Aimei, "Then let's split the medical expenses. If you don't want to accompany dad in bed, you can hire a nurse like your second sister." Chen Aimei, she didn't dare say anything else. She was afraid that if she did, not only would they have to pay for the medical expenses, they would also have to hire a nurse. A nurse wasn't cheap. In any case, they had plenty of time, so it was better to save money than hire a nurse. Previously, they had found all sorts of excuses to say that they were busy, but it was nothing more than slacking off. Chen Aimei felt that big sister and little brother would probably blame her. Although they were all fathers, second sister had paid the lion's share of the medical expenses previously, and everyone was used to it. Now that they had to fork out money, it was inevitable that their hearts would ache. Ningxu called the whole family to the hospital and told them about the matter. Sure enough, big sister and little brother's expressions turned unsightly. Madame Chen wanted to say something, but was stopped by Father Chen's gaze, so she could only shut her mouth. In any case, it didn't matter what the children discussed, as long as the old man's medical expenses didn't stop. Little brother Chen Jun said, "Second sister, I'll hire a nurse with you. I have to livestream every day, and I'm busy with work. I'll split the cost of hiring a nurse with you." Chen Jun could tell that second sister wasn't willing to suffer any losses now. They couldn't stop while they were still popular. If they stopped, they would be gone by the time they went back. Furthermore, if there really was a kidney donor, it would cost even more to operate. If he didn't pay, his mother and second sister would say that he was an unfilial son and an ingrate, blah blah blah. Right now, Chen Jun would rather be an unemployed vagrant, a penniless bald youth. But second sister had figured out his situation. She might even have opened an account to watch his livestream and watch fans send him gifts. Chen Jun exhaled. Now, he no longer hoped that someone would be able to take care of his father's medical expenses. Madame Chen was naturally more tolerant of her son. She had heard from her second daughter that her son was now someone who could earn money, so she was naturally proud. Chen Fengying and Chen Aimei also immediately said, "We're also willing to pay for a nurse." The 4 of them would split the money to hire a nurse. They didn't have to accompany the patient. It wasn't a bad idea. The 4 of them split the money equally, so it wasn't a lot. Madame Chen, who had endured for a long time, finally spoke up, "Second brother and fourth sister are busy with work." "What are you guys busy with? You don't even have work, yet you don't accompany the patient." Second brother and fourth sister hiring a nurse is a sign of their sincerity. You guys just want to slack off. The 2 of you still have to accompany the patient. Madame Chen directly ordered, "You guys are so careless, daring to leave your father to a nurse." Chen Aimei and Chen Fengying's faces darkened. They couldn't help but retort, "We're also paying." The 2 of them felt wronged. They had also put in effort and money. How could it be like this? They felt like they were being looked down upon. Something wasn't right. You shouldn't be paying. If you have a job and need to go to work, I'll let you hire a nurse too. Do you go to work? Stay at home and take care of the children. If you have nothing to do, go play mahjong. To watch the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. If you have the time, you might as well take care of your father. We don't even know how long your father can hold on. You unfilial sons, I've raised you for nothing. Chen Aimei and Chen Fengying were speechless. In the past, when their mother loved to talk about their second sister, they didn't feel anything. Now that the knife was on them, they felt the pain. They felt wronged. I've already done it, why are you still scolding me? Ningxu shrugged her shoulders. Sometimes, by standing on the same side as Jinjun, she could gain extra tolerance from Madame Chen. In Madame Chen's mind, the 4 children were indebted to their parents. No matter what they asked, it was something they should do. Without them, the children wouldn't be here now. Even if their upbringing was a little rough when they were young, it still nurtured the children's hardworking spirit. If they weren't hardworking, how could the girls get married? They gave birth to you and raised you. Even crows know how to repay their kindness. Humans can't be worse than animals. What a heartless beast. The 4 of them went to pay the bill. Of course, it was split equally. This time, Ningxu paid the least amount in a long time. On the other hand, the other 3 were heartbroken. They silently calculated how much they would have to pay in a month. They didn't know when their father could be discharged. Ningxu looked at their heartbroken expressions. That's right. As long as they know how to feel heartache. People would definitely feel heartache for their own things. Of course, they wouldn't feel heartache for other people's things. It was just a matter of a sentence to ask you to take it out. If you don't take it out, you'll be labeled as selfish. Now that they know how to feel heartache, I'm comforted, everyone will feel heartache together and then hug each other and tremble. Ningxu said to the siblings, although our father doesn't talk much, he knows what's going on. He's always worried about the medical fees. To comfort our father, I told him that when we have a kidney, each family will have to fork out at least 100,000 for the surgery. We can definitely fork out 100,000. Let's start gathering the money now. The 3 of them sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Ningxu in shock. More than 100,000? Qianmei was about to cry. Second sister, where am I going to find 100,000? My family isn't as rich as yours. Ningxu patted his third sister's shoulder. Little sister, you have it. Qianmei shook her head frantically. Don't talk nonsense, I didn't. Ningxu said, every time brother-in-law goes to buy goods, he buys tens of thousands of yuan. You just need to gather 100,000 yuan. In fact, the convenience store is really profitable. Sister, you are the most low-key. Qianmei shook her head. How can I make any money? Ningxu chuckled as he looked at Qianmei, then turned his gaze to his eldest sister, Chen Fengying. Chen Fengying was the first to speak up. She sounded like she was about to cry. Second sister, my family really doesn't have any money. Ningxu sighed and said, sister, even if you don't have money, you should have at least 50 to 60,000 yuan in savings. If you don't have enough, you can pay for it. My family can't get a loan, mainly because we have a mortgage. Chen Fengying, why are you suddenly taking out a loan? What are your family eating and drinking? Don't tell me you don't want to eat and drink? Ningxu said, our dad is waiting for the money to save his life. The loan can be paid off slowly, but dad can't wait. Also, a loan of tens of thousands of yuan will be paid off in a few years. Wasn't this also the reason used in the plot, saying that Father Chen couldn't wait any longer and had to hurry up and get the money? This was simply a large-scale skinning scene. Jinjun already didn't want to make any pointless resistance, and directly said, I don't have any objections. Jinjun could accept 100,000 yuan from each family, but if it was 200,000 or 300,000 yuan, Jinjun would refuse without even thinking about it, because he couldn't afford it, and also couldn't bear to part with it. Chen Fengying and Qianmei looked at their younger brother in surprise. 100,000 yuan without batting an eyelid. Their younger brother, who had never been capable and lived off his parents at home every day, could actually afford it. Was he going to ask their mother for it? Although Chen Lihong said that she made money by streaming games, how could she make money playing games? She was just giving Chen Jun some face, that was all. When the time came, he would definitely ask their mother for the money. Chen Fengying and Qianmei's hearts were in turmoil, feeling wronged and unfair. They were all born of the same parents, but Chen Jun could ask his parents for money, while they had to fork out their own money. Moreover, their husband might not necessarily give them the money. If they didn't get along well with each other, what would they do about the pill? Except for Ningxu, the 3 of them were as listless as frosted eggplants. Ningshu found a caregiver who was nimble and had a good reputation in the hospital. She was experienced, but the price was a little more expensive. Ningshu picked a caregiver who was more expensive, and shared the cost with his younger brother, Chenjun. Ningshu said to Father Chen, "Dad, my brother and I have hired the most experienced caregiver who also knows a little about medicine. She can definitely take good care of you. My brother and I will still find time to visit you." Father Chen didn't say anything, but next to him, Madam Chen said eccentrically, "So what if she's experienced? In the end, she's not one of us. How can she do her best to take care of you?" Ningshu rolled his eyes in his heart. She had spent money, yet she still made people feel uncomfortable. Whether it was the person who spent the money or the person who came to work, they all felt uncomfortable. The caregiver next to them was a woman in her 40s. She had a kind look on her face, and had obviously worked in the hospital for a long time. She had seen all kinds of people. Hearing Madam Chen's words, she just smiled and didn't say anything. Chen Jun said, "Mom, she's worked in the hospital for a long time, so she's definitely better than us." Someone on the side chimed in, "That's right, I still think it's more enjoyable for a family member to take care of a patient. Hiring a caregiver and leaving the patient to her is really irresponsible. Like me, I'm not used to having an outsider wait on me," said the old lady in the next bed. "Instead of hiring a caregiver, it's better to get the patient something good to eat so that he can get better faster." The patient or the patient's family chattered on the side, and didn't agree with hiring a caregiver. Chen Jun almost spat out, "What does it have to do with you, using your money?" It was just that they couldn't afford to hire a caregiver, so they were saying sour things here. Ningshu asked the old lady in the next bed, "Auntie, is there no one in your family to keep you company?" The old lady said a little arrogantly, "My daughter-in-law and daughter-in-law are busy people, I won't bother them for no reason. They'll be here to see me in a while." Ningshu made a no sound. "That's right, everyone's busy with work. But why don't your daughter-in-law hire a caregiver for you? Even if she's an outsider, she'll still have to serve you tea. Isn't it good to have someone to help you get out of bed? Auntie, hurry up and get your son and daughter-in-law to hire a caretaker. Unlike our 4 children, there are people coming every day. Even if you can't come, you should hire a caregiver. Although a caregiver is expensive, it's convenient." The old lady on the bed next to hers was rendered speechless by Ningshu's words. She glared at Ningshu angrily and said, "Ouch, the wound hurts." Ningshu quickly pressed the bell and said, "Auntie, I've already informed the nurse for you. Hurry up and get your son to hire a caregiver. It depends on your condition. Even if there's a caregiver by your side, we can inform the doctor in time. Otherwise, the consequences will be serious. Although a caregiver is expensive, it's worth it." "Worth it?" The old lady turned her back to Ningshu. She didn't want to talk to her anymore. He had also been hit where it hurt. There was no one to accompany him on the bed, and there was no nurse. She said something about how expensive a nurse was, blah, blah, blah. Ningshu said to Madam Chen, "Mom, if there's anything, you have to discuss it with the 4 of us. We are all Dad's children, we will definitely do our best for Dad's illness." Madam Chen looked at her daughter in confusion. She realized that her second daughter had suddenly become so eloquent. Her words were especially beautiful. Because she was so thoughtful and comprehensive, it made Madam Chen feel uncomfortable. There was an indescribable feeling of suffocation and discomfort. She found a point to cut in. She was unfilial. No, she was doing what she needed to do. She couldn't attack. It made it impossible for people to stand on the side of righteousness, morality, and emotions to oppress the other side to achieve their goals. Ningshu thought for a moment and said to Madam Chen, "The 4 of us have discussed. Each family will first hand over $100,000 to get the money for the operation. We will refund the money if it's too little." Madam Chen said listlessly, "You've already discussed it. Why are you still talking to me? I don't care how you do it. When the time comes for the operation, it's fine as long as you have the money." Madam Chen felt a little defeated and cheated. She felt that she had cared for her children for nothing. They were all hiding it from her. Therefore, Madam Chen didn't care who was doing well, as long as they had the money. After Ningshu solved the hospital's problem, he was busy earning money every day. In another month, there will be news of a kidney source. Ningshu's son, Wen Kongxing, asked, how much money can our family fork out if my father can undergo surgery? Wen Kongxing frowned. How much does this operation cost? I'm afraid it won't be cheap. This is a major operation. The four of us have discussed it and each of us will pay 100,000 yuan. Wen Kongxing's furrowed brows were raised high, and his bald head reflected the light. They agreed? If they really wanted surgical gowns that cost hundreds of thousands, the other three families would probably only need to fork out 10 or 20,000 yuan. They would still have to fork out the bulk. Ningshu, of course I agree. If they don't agree, Mom will have a lot of trouble. You heartless, unfilial sons. They would sit on the floor of the ward and start wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. They would howl until you had no choice but to take out the money. They would accuse you of being heartless and selfish. Even if it was for the peace and harmony of the family, it was better to pay. However, if they paid, the situation would already be very ugly. The reputation of being an unfilial descendant would already be spread. The scene would definitely be very lively. It would be just like when the family forced the client to divorce for money. Moreover, Ningshu felt that even if she wanted to pay 100,000 yuan, she would have to delay for a period of time. Otherwise, people would think that she gave the money quickly and that the money came easily. Fine, she could accept 100,000 yuan. When Kongxing looked at Ningshu. Recently, I feel that you have some ideas. In the past, when your mother was angry at you, you didn't know what to do. That was for sure. When the virtues of benevolence and filial piety were pressed on one's body, of course, one would be numb. The world was good at all kinds of moral and emotional kidnappings, but when it came to how to break these kidnappings, they were completely helpless. Could it be that they could only weakly refute that they were not kind, that they were not filial? They were also very sad and worked very hard. But it was useless. Soon, news came from the hospital that there was a suitable kidney source. If there were no accidents, the surgery could be arranged immediately. In the doctor's office, the family was happy and worried. His eldest sister and third sister's family were all frowning. Now that there was a kidney source, they had to pay for the surgery. 100,000 yuan per family. When Kongxing said to Madame Chen, Mom, I'll go raise the money. The shop doesn't have that much money and I still have to buy groceries. I can only borrow from my friends. His attitude was very proper and he actively raised the money. The eldest son-in-law and third son-in-law didn't say anything. After a while, the eldest son-in-law said, Mom, our family's situation isn't good. Can you give us less? You know, I'm just an employee of a small company. The third son-in-law also said, it's already good enough that my shop doesn't lose money. Madame Chen, Madame Chen didn't have such great kindness towards her son-in-law. After all, he wasn't her child. She directly said to her eldest and third daughters, you're not giving money, right? That's your father. You're wolves who don't care about your father's life for money. How did I raise wolves like you? Chen Aimei and Chen Fengying's faces turned red from Madame Chen's mournful cries. Chen Aimei pulled Madame Chen. Mom, what are you doing? What's wrong? You can do it, but you won't let others talk about it? Madame Chen directly waved Chen Aimei's hand away. What's the use of raising you? You're so tired. Now you're lying in a hospital bed. You're not reliable at all. Madame Chen was the kind of person who would make you unhappy if things didn't go her way. She would cry like ghosts and howl like wolves, or use emotional and moral coercion to make the other party get what she wanted. She especially liked to make a scene in public and use the power of the crowd. For example, there were patients, family members, and even nurses gathered around to watch the show. The hospital was a place of reincarnation. It was a place to witness human nature, so it was especially lively. Mom, let's go back and talk. We didn't say we wouldn't pay. We didn't say we wouldn't do the surgery. Chen Fengying saw that her husband's expression wasn't good and knew he was angry. Chen Fengying was a housewife. Her family relied on her husband for support. She didn't have a source of income, so she was naturally weak. In this matter, Chen Fengying was probably the one who was in the most trouble. Ningshu didn't say anything. He just watched from the side. The scene made him feel comfortable. They had to bear the responsibility together. Even if she had to fork out more money in the end, she had to let these people know that she was doing it out of friendship. It wasn't like in the novel where the client had to pay for the surgery. The three families would only fork out 20 to 30,000 yuan, while the client had to fork out a few 100,000 yuan. It was really intoxicating. Looking at the two sisters' distressed and helpless appearance, Ningshu didn't stand up to help them take care of everything and pay for them. Looking at big brother-in-law and third brother-in-law, he was afraid that there would be trouble when they got home. They wouldn't be willing to fork out 100,000 yuan to save their father-in-law. He wanted them to have a taste of their own medicine. To view the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. Since they had to fork out 100,000 yuan, it was enough to put a family in a difficult situation for a while. It would definitely cause a ruckus for a while. Madame Chen's emotional and moral blackmail was unbearable. Look, in front of outsiders, she caused a ruckus in the hospital. She blamed her daughter and her son-in-law. She blamed her daughter for not caring about her parents. Without her parents, she wouldn't be where she was today. She blamed her son-in-law for not knowing how to be grateful. She married the Chen family's daughter to you, and now she wanted you to fork out some money. Why couldn't she? Otherwise, she would divorce. The two sons-in-law didn't look good. Their mother-in-law didn't give them any face in front of so many people. The onlookers were pointing at them, which made their faces even redder. Mom, let's go back and talk, okay? Let's discuss this properly. The third son-in-law reached out and grabbed Madame Chen, who was sitting on the floor. He was really annoyed, but he didn't want to fork out the money. He wouldn't give it. The more you forced him, the more he wouldn't give it. Madame Chen sneered, go back and discuss it. You're afraid of losing face and not giving money. You're dreaming. My daughter married you and gave birth to your family and took care of the family. Otherwise, you men wouldn't even have a hot meal at home. Ningshu, it wasn't like Madame Chen was the one making hot meals for her son-in-law. It was Chen Fengying and Chen Aimei who gave birth to her husband's family and took care of the family. Why did it sound like it was all Madame Chen's work? Tracing back, the three daughters were all raised by Madame Chen. Rounding it all up, it was all Madame Chen's work. Marrying her daughter to you is already a huge favor to you. Madame Chen's words sounded very strange. There was clearly something wrong, but no one could refute it. If you refuted it, you would be accused of something. But the onlookers seemed to agree with Madame Chen's words. Yeah, a son-in-law is half a son. Shouldn't a son-in-law be filial? It's not easy for someone else's daughter to marry into the family. Everyone should have pooled their money together. Sai, what kind of children are you raising? They're completely unreliable. The onlookers sighed. It was as if they wanted to nail her to the rack of shame and whip her. Wen Kongxing, who had a good attitude, luckily avoided this scene. He hid in the crowd, trembling, and didn't dare to say anything. Once he spoke, he would be sucked in. It was too scary. Firstly, he might be scolded by Madame Chen. Secondly, he might be caught by the two brothers-in-law complaining that they had no money at home. When the time came, they would have to ask him for money. What should he do in front of everyone? That was just asking for trouble. At this time, he couldn't play the hero. He said, stop messing around, I'll pay for it. It looked like everyone was doing well, but when it came to taking out money, it was heartbreaking. Now that they were making such a ruckus, it was nothing more than one side being reluctant to part with money, and the other side wanting to take things from other people's pockets. Wen Kongxing curled up into a ball. Ningshu had been holding Wen Kongxing back. He was afraid that Wen Kongxing would be impulsive and take on everything. However, it was obvious that Wen Kongxing's mind was clear. The only one who was unclear was probably Chen Lihong. The eldest son-in-law and the second son-in-law had no other choice. They gritted their teeth and said, let's pool the money. We'll pool the money. We'll definitely get Dad's surgery done. Madame Chen didn't believe them. You're just trying to coax me now. When it's over, you won't care about your dad at all. I know what kind of people you are. Then Mom, what do you want us to do? The eldest son-in-law was already on the verge of exploding, but with so many people around, he could only hold it in. It looked like it was very difficult for him to hold it in. Even the way he looked at his wife, Chen Fengying, had become a lot colder. It looked like he was unhappy with Chen Fengying. Their relationship as husband and wife would definitely be affected. But from Madame Chen's point of view, these were all small grievances. Compared to Father Chen's life, it didn't have much to do with it. After all, feelings could be discussed slowly, but if his life was gone, there would be nothing left. Thus, Madame Chen directly made a move. Each of you write me an IOU. If there's any money left after the surgery, I'll return it to you. Madame Chen, I don't have a choice. Your dad is still waiting to be saved. Without money, how can he be saved? This is the last time. Can you bear to see your dad lose his life? The three sons-in-law's faces were numb. They probably didn't expect to inexplicably owe her 100,000 yuan. As for returning the rest of the money, it wasn't a big deal. After all, postoperative care and medicine all required money. They were only afraid that it wouldn't be enough. There was no need to be afraid of more. Originally, paying more or less was just a token of their filial piety. Now, there was a fixed amount that each family had to pay, and even an IOU. This felt like a cactus. Xianxia shrieked, 100,000 yuan, Mom. You didn't spend that much to raise the four of us. Madame Chen retorted, how can this be compared? I was lucky enough to give birth to you. When you were young, you had the ability to survive and eat. Now that you can survive on your own, you're here to bargain. Without me and your dad, who knows where you'd be starving to death by now. Without me and your dad raising you, you'd be living a happy life right now. Xianxia started crying. I didn't ask you to give birth to me. You're heartless and unscrupulous. Now you're blaming your dad and me for giving birth to you and raising you. You're saying that we shouldn't have given birth to you. Don't tell me that I raised you wrongly? Xianxia couldn't take it anymore. It's not your fault. How could you be wrong? We're the ones at fault. We shouldn't be alive. Xianxia's words sounded like she was angry. Saying it in this kind of situation made her feel extremely unfilial. Some people around said, children nowadays, how can they hurt their parents' hearts like this? That's right. We spent money to raise you. Now that you want money for surgery, you're saying that you shouldn't be alive. The world is cold. People's hearts are cold. Selfish, he said. Xianxia was about to go crazy. Everyone knew how to say nice things. You're so noble, kind, and beautiful. Can't you save their father instead of taking money from your pocket? The third son-in-law held Xianxia back. He was afraid that Xianxia's temper would flare up and she would say something she shouldn't say. If that happened, the situation would become even worse. Ningxu looked at the sorrowful faces of the onlookers. He looked high and mighty. If it had nothing to do with his own interests, he could act very high and mighty. He was kind and beautiful. Ningxu put his clothes in his pockets and walked in front of the onlookers. He said with a sorrowful expression, aunties, uncles, brothers, and sisters, we don't have much ability. We can't treat our old father's illness. We're really unfilial. But our father's illness can't be treated. That's a life. Please have mercy. Saving a life is better than building a 7-floor pagoda. To view the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. It doesn't matter how much you give. Please save my father. Our family will remember your kindness. Even if it's just a dime, we will be extremely grateful. You are all kind-hearted people. Filial piety is the most important virtue. For my father's illness, I don't want to be thick-skinned. Please donate some money for my father. Thank you. Ningxu walked past these people one by one with his clothes in his pocket. He bowed and said, please save my father, kind-hearted people. You are so kind and kind-hearted. Donate some money. The onlookers, who had been talking loudly and bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind, retreated a few steps when they saw Ningxu in front of them. They smiled and said that they were going to get water or go back to the ward to see their family members. Ningxu was not annoyed. He said, it doesn't matter. Kind-hearted people, if you want to donate, please go to bed 15. I hope that kind-hearted people can help our poor family. You like to watch the fun when you have nothing to do, right? I asked if you were here to donate. Is the fun so fun to watch? Don't come here when you have nothing to do. You are so sincere and kind. Then, please donate some of your love to save a life. Maybe because of your kindness, you can save a life. You have done a great service. You are so kind and moral example. How can you be reluctant to give money? Money can be compared with life. What's the use of talking? You have to take action. After a while, the onlookers dispersed. Even if they wanted to watch the fun, they stayed far away and did not dare to get close. Especially Xianxia, who was still holding his clothes, looked like he was about to rush in front of people and ask for donations. In the hospital, even drinking water cost money. An ordinary bowl of rice with meat and vegetables cost 20 yuan. Donating 10 or 20 yuan was not as practical as eating one's own meal. The hospital burned money and tried to save as much as possible. How could they donate? They were reluctant. Money did not grow on trees. However, a few doctors donated some money to Xianxia. They even asked Xianxia if he wanted to donate, although it might not be much. Xianxia felt embarrassed and explained, "I'm just saying. We'll find a way to raise money for the medical expenses." After dealing with the onlookers, the next problem was to write the IOU. Madame Chen was someone who was good at making use of the power of the masses. Most people wouldn't wash their dirty linen in public because they wanted to save face, but Madame Chen wasn't like that. If she could make use of the pressure of public opinion, why not use it? Moreover, it wasn't certain who would be the one to lose face. Xianxia chased away all the onlookers. Without an audience, Madame Chen didn't have any desire to perform. She said unhappily, "You guys gave me 100,000 this time. I won't ask you for more money in the future. This time, it depends on your father's luck. Whether he can come down from the operating table or not, I'll give you 100,000 yuan." In reality, Madame Chen felt that she had compromised. She only wanted $100,000. If anything happened in the future, she wouldn't be able to ask for more money. The three sons-in-law looked at each other, gritted their teeth and nodded, saying that they were willing to write IOUs. Although the third son-in-law only owned a small convenience store, he was still a businessman. He said, "But there's an additional condition. If anything happens in the future, you shouldn't ask us for money." Madame Chen's eyebrows suddenly rose. "What? You want to sever ties with us? You actually have such a condition. You're too cruel." The third son-in-law almost couldn't help but roll his eyes. "When you forced us to write IOUs, why didn't you think about how cruel you could be? At this time, you're thinking about hurting our relationship. Then what you did before didn't hurt our relationship. Ha ha ha, after marrying your daughter, I still have to do anything for you. Even if I do anything for you, you still have to be grateful. Isn't this too much of a bully? I was also raised by my own parents. I grew up eating your family's rice." The eldest son-in-law said, "Mom, you know that our family's situation isn't good. If something like this happens again in the future, we really can't take out the money. If you force us to take out the money again, you're forcing us to die." Madame Chen pointed at them. She was so angry that her hands trembled. "All right, you heartless things. You want to use this money to sever ties with us. You're simply..." Madame Chen's face was ashen. "No matter what, you all crawled out of my womb. You're my children. Embarrassing, really embarrassing. Don't worry. Even if I die in the future, I don't want you to wear mourning clothes and throw basins." Madame Chen's heart felt stifled. If it wasn't for Father Chen's surgery fees, she wouldn't be despised by the younger generation. When Kongxing said, "Mom, it's not that we're severing ties. During the holidays, there are still gifts. How can you say that we're not related? This would hurt the tendons and bones. Moreover, there were parents here. The pressure to survive was as great as a mountain." Madame Chen didn't say anything, which meant that she agreed. However, her expression wasn't good. Those who didn't know better would think that Madame Chen was the one being forced to write IOUs. Writing IOUs by the hospital bed, the three sons-in-law's expressions were as if they had stepped in sh*t. There were even people who came over to watch the show. They teased, they really wrote IOUs. Ningxu looked at the meddlesome middle-aged woman and asked, "Auntie, are you here to donate?" "Thank you," Ningxu said as he put his clothes into his pocket. "Donating is just a small token of appreciation. You can give as much as you want. We will always remember your kindness." The woman who came to watch the show immediately became very embarrassed. She touched her pocket and said, "I don't have my wallet on me." Ningxu said with a smile, "It's okay. I'll give it to you next time." "Auntie, I remember what you look like." "It's okay. You're a family member of Bed 28, right?" The woman's face was already dark. What was the meaning of this? Was he going to chase her to the ward to ask for money? Was this a donation? It was completely a debt collector. The woman stopped watching the show. She picked up the water bottle and turned to leave. She looked very flustered from the back, as if there was a dog chasing after her. TSK, how unsightly. It would be great if he could judge others with a condescending attitude at this moment. Why did she run so unsightly? Madame Chen spat at Ningxu. Tui, what a disgrace. Ningxu pursed his lips. Madame Chen, you like to cry and howl in front of people when you have nothing to do. It's also very disgraceful. They were just from the same origin. The three sons-in-law finished writing IOUs and handed them to Madame Chen. Madame Chen checked the IOUs one by one to see if there was a missing zero. Now, Madame Chen was very disappointed in the three sons-in-law. It was an indescribable disappointment. She thought that the three sons-in-law were all good, but it turned out that they weren't. They were all ingrates. In Madame Chen's heart, the three sons-in-law should happily take out the money. To view the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. She shouldn't have any emotions. Even if she had to sell everything she had, she should have used it to treat Father Chen's illness. She shouldn't have been forced to write an IOU, thinking that she wanted to do this. How could she not know that this wasn't good, but Father Chen was waiting for the money to save his life. Without Father Chen, these people's lives would be better. If they were bullied in the future, let's see who they could find to uphold justice. The three sons-in-law's expressions already weren't as if they had stepped in shit, but as if they had eaten shit. They inexplicably owed her 100,000 yuan. 100,000 yuan. It would take a long time to save it. It wasn't like they were from a rich family or a wealthy family. What they earned was just a bit of hard-earned money. Madame Chen put away the IOU and said, "You have to hurry up and raise the money. There's already news of a kidney donor. If you miss it, your father doesn't know if he'll be able to wait for another lifetime." The three sons-in-law turned and left. The eldest sons-in-law shouted at Chen Fengying, "Why aren't you leaving? It's not like you're keeping him company today. Let's go." Chen Fengying was frightened by her husband's shout. Her whole body trembled, and she could only frown and follow behind him like a little daughter-in-law. Knowing that her husband was angry, Chen Fengying didn't dare say anything. 100,000 yuan was equivalent to 2 or 3 years of her husband's salary. If she took it out like this, her husband would definitely be angry. Chen Fengying felt especially guilty. She couldn't help resenting Madame Chen in her heart. Why did she have to be so ruthless? After this incident, her husband wouldn't give her face at home in the future. Their lives definitely wouldn't be good. Her husband couldn't argue with her mother, but he would definitely find trouble with her to vent his anger. So angry, but Chen Fengying had no choice. She wanted to cry. What Chen Fengying was more worried about was that her husband would divorce her because of this. Second brother-in-law, wait. The third sons-in-law called out to Kangxing and Ningxu. Ningxu turned his head to look at the shrewder third brother-in-law and asked, "What do you want?" If nothing unexpected happened, this third brother-in-law was probably going to borrow money. Then, he might say that the money was borrowed, but who knew if he would be able to get it back. The longer the debt was, the easier it was for it to become a dead debt. If he kept insisting on it, the debt would be gone. In that case, their family would still pay for it. Ningxu pinched Kangxing's finger and asked him to mind his words. Previously, they had unanimously provided a set of excuses to the outside world. Third brother-in-law rubbed his hands and looked very embarrassed. Xianxia, who was beside him, saw her husband's embarrassed look and said directly, "Second brother-in-law, we want to borrow money from you." Ningxu, as expected. Do they really look like a rich, dumb family, like a foolish landlord? Ningxu didn't say anything. When Kongxing frowned and said, "Well, I don't have money either. I have to borrow from my friends to get this 100,000 yuan. Third brother-in-law obviously didn't believe him. That can't be. When Kongxing said, "Why not? I'll borrow money when I get back." No one can resist our mother-in-law's nagging skills. When Kongxing suggested, "Why don't we get a loan? It's not easy for our family to get a loan. We have a mortgage on us, and the bank won't let us get one." Third brother-in-law shook his head. "You still have to pay interest on the loan. If you are more generous, you can lend us some money. That way, you won't have to pay interest to the bank." When Kongxing didn't know what to say. If I have money, why would I borrow money from others? The restaurant needs funds. Otherwise, we won't be able to open the restaurant. Although there's interest on the loan, there's relief. If it wasn't for the fact that I can't get a loan, I wouldn't have to borrow money from my friends. It would be a favor. Third brother-in-law saw that Wen Kongxing wasn't willing to lend him money and frowned. If he borrowed money from Wen Kongxing, the repayment period would definitely be more lenient. He also had some more hidden thoughts. Since Wen Kongxing was so rich, he might not have to repay the money. He thought that his father-in-law's illness wouldn't affect them too much. After all, his second daughter was so rich and managed a hot pot restaurant well. No matter what, they would have to pay for his father-in-law's illness. But he didn't expect that each family would have to fork out 100,000 yuan. But each family's situation was different. It wasn't fair to give out 100,000 yuan just like that. To Wen Kongxing and the rest, 100,000 yuan wasn't a lot. But to them, it was a little painful. They should give out the money according to each family's situation. It was so annoying. It wasn't easy for them to save up some money, and now it was gone. When Kongxing touched his bald head and asked, "Do you want to get a loan? I know a bank manager. If you want a loan, I can tell him." Third brother-in-law immediately shook his head. "I'm thinking of other ways. I don't want to get a loan. I still have to pay the bank interest every day. I don't feel good about it." When Kongxing, "Then ask your friends." When Kongxing felt that the third brother-in-law had 100,000 yuan, but he couldn't bear to take it out. So, he decided to borrow 20,000 to 30,000 yuan from him. He still had some money with him. This money wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a little either. If it became a dead debt, he would only save 30,000 to 40,000 yuan. In this day and age, people who borrowed money were all bosses. When someone really asked them to repay the money, they didn't know how to ask. It was fine if they were conscious, but unconsciously, it was useless to beat around the bush. If you reminded them too much, the other party would be annoyed. It was just a small amount of money, and it wasn't like they wouldn't repay you. Did you have to nag them every day, stingy person? Headache. The person who borrowed the money would be the one who suffered. When Kongxing was determined not to spend money and suffer. He rejected his third brother-in-law's request to borrow money. Third brother-in-law saw that there was indeed no way to borrow money. He pulled his wife away with an ugly expression. When Kongxing touched his bald head and said to Ningxu, his expression suddenly became ugly. He could still give a good attitude before borrowing money. Is he sure that after borrowing money this time, he won't borrow money the next time? Why did he put on such an ugly expression and offend people? Harmony breeds wealth. Even if it didn't work this time, it was life. You never know what would happen tomorrow. Was there a need to put on such an ugly expression? Was it because they were too close that he was so unscrupulous? If I have to give you the money just because you put on an ugly expression, I'm afraid you'll be unhappy. Look at what you can do, Ningxu said nonchalantly. It's better than borrowing money and then being looked down upon when you return the money. You're not losing money now. He didn't get what he wanted. He had a good reputation and was allowed to have emotions. However, the money was his, and he wouldn't give it to him. Third brother-in-law had just left when eldest brother-in-law brought eldest brother-in-law over. He said the same thing as third brother-in-law, which was to borrow money. When they had more money, they would immediately return the money. It turned out that they had teamed up to borrow money. When Kongxing repeated what he said to the third brother-in-law and received two ugly expressions. The moment he said that they couldn't borrow money, they couldn't even be bothered to exchange pleasantries. It was a waste of saliva. Sure enough, people who borrowed money were all bosses. If they didn't lend money, they would say that they were stingy. When Kongxing, F***CKU. Damn it, feed those things to the dogs. To view the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. Because they were in the food business, they would call a few families over for a gathering when they had nothing to do. Every time they came, they would bring their families along. With the adults and children coming together, the 5 families could eat quite a lot. When they left, they would take some cigarettes and alcohol, as well as the delicious dishes. When they came, they were empty-handed, but when they left, they were full of bags. It was a delightful meal. Even feeding a dog would cause it to develop feelings, right? Could it be because of this that these people thought that his family was rich and stupid? He would not hold any more gatherings in the future. The food he ate could be used to do business and earn money. He gave it to them, but they didn't remember his kindness. When Kongxing felt wronged, Ningxu looked at Wen Kongxing's expression and said, "They always think that we owe them something." Wen Kongxing was a warm person. He liked to call people over for a meal when he had nothing to do. Everyone was probably used to it. If he stopped the banquet, these people would probably feel resentful. It was as if this was what Wen Kongxing should do. If one day, a person gave an egg to another person every day. Suddenly, one day, the person gave the egg to someone else and did not give it to him. This person would be furious and feel that something he should have was taken away from him. He would forget that this thing originally belonged to someone else, and now that someone else was taking it back. However, the resentment in the person's heart would not let him think that this thing originally belonged to someone else. He had been enjoying it and suddenly it was gone. He would not feel resentful. Not only would he not thank the person for giving the egg to him, he would also resent the person for not giving it to him. He was used to it. When Kongxing said that he borrowed money from his friends, but it was just an excuse. He withdrew 100,000 from the bank, but he did not immediately give the money to Madame Chen. He gave it to her too early and thought that the 100,000 came easily. Besides, it would take some time for him to gather money from his friends. He couldn't expose this lie. Sometimes, people had to lie to those close to them. Otherwise, trouble would come at them like a tidal wave. They did not interact with strangers, so they would not lie to strangers. It seemed that all the families had the same idea. Madame Chen had urged them several times, but all of them said that they were still raising money and would be done soon. Even though she said she was going to pay, Madame Chen didn't see a single cent. She immediately got angry. "How much money do you have on hand? Hurry up and hand it over. It's time to pay." When Kongxing asked Ningxu, "Do you think we should hand in all of it, or hand in a portion first?" "My opinion is to hand in half of it first. When the kidney source is confirmed, we can hand in the rest." Ningxu nodded. "I have no objections. I'll listen to you." Handing over a portion of the money was to create the illusion that they were raising money. If they handed it over in one go, it would not give them the satisfaction of handing over a little bit at a time and handing over a few more times. Moreover, it was not certain whether the kidney source could be confirmed. If there was no way to perform the surgery by then, the money would not be returned. After all, they had written an IOU, so the money was owed to the Zhang family. Speaking of which, when he wrote the IOU, he should have written that he would not perform the surgery and that the money should be returned. Sigh, it was too late to say that now. It was impossible to get the IOU back from Madame Chen, unless the 100,000 yuan was paid off. Putting oneself in other people's shoes, everyone was thinking for themselves. With Madame Chen's words, the few families began to hand over the money. When Kongxing felt that he was too naive. He had given 50,000 yuan, which was the most out of all of them. The Dalian brothers had only given 10,000 yuan. 10,000 yuan? The third brother-in-law had given 20,000 yuan, while Zhang Jun had given 40,000 yuan. When Kongxing was speechless, he felt that he had stood out again. These people were more shameless than he had imagined. Ningxu was also speechless. He said to Madame Zhang, "Mom, we only managed to borrow this much for now. The next payment might be a little less." Madame Zhang looked at the 10,000 yuan that her son-in-law had given her and immediately said sarcastically, "You can even take out 10,000 yuan. Don't you find it embarrassing? I don't care if you want to renege on the 100,000 yuan or if you really don't have the money. You better gather the money. Otherwise, I can take this IOU and sue you. Don't think about dragging it out. Let's just forget about this." From a certain point of view, Madame Chen was still the older the wiser. She understood her sons and daughters well and knew what they were going to do. Her son-in-law's face was so dark that it couldn't be looked at. He glared at his wife, Chen Fengying. She was the one who said to give less. If they really couldn't take it out, someone would pay for it. Kidney sources were hard to come by. If they missed it, there would be no other way. If they didn't have enough money, someone would be anxious and pay for it. Perhaps Madame Chen would pay for it herself. Just because Madame Chen didn't pay didn't mean she didn't have money. Now that he looked at it, what was the point of paying for it? Instead, he was embarrassed in front of so many people. He even said that he would take the IOU to court. How sullen. When did he owe so much money? Probably because Ningxu had given the most money. Madame Chen's attitude towards Ningxu was slightly more amiable. She asked Ningxu how the business was going, and to take care of his body and not be too tired. The scene was quite heartwarming. Ningxu answered all of her questions. Madame Chen asked her son, "Where did you get the money?" In reality, each family took out 100,000, but Madame Chen was the one who took out Chenjun's money. This time, Chenjun took out 40,000, which made Madame Chen overjoyed. Probably because she had the lowest expectations for her son's little change made Madame Chen very happy. It was normal for her second daughter's family to take out 50,000. After all, they made a lot of money. But Chenjun was different. He had always been an unemployed person in everyone's heart. Now that they found out that he wasn't the unemployed person they thought he was, it was a pleasant surprise. With Chenjun's contribution as the person with the lowest expectations, Chenjun's family, who had given $10,000, was completely outshone. Madame Chen mocked Chenjun, "You leave early and come home late every day, but in the end, you don't make as much money as a child at home. Aren't you ashamed? You still have the nerve to say you didn't make any money." Big brother-in-law's face turned ugly. Chenjun had long regretted taking out $40,000. When he heard Madame Chen comparing him to big brother-in-law, he felt even worse. When the time came, as the son, he would have to take care of the old man. He was afraid that if anything happened in the future, they wouldn't care. They would even say that his brother-in-law made a lot of money, so he could afford it. What the hell could he afford? Chenjun changed the topic to prevent Madame Chen from nagging. Her nagging made everyone very irritated. They were already unhappy with the money, and now they had to mock her. They felt even worse. To view the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. We only have this much cash at home. Let's go to the bank tomorrow to withdraw some money and slowly gather the rest. We'll definitely be able to gather the money before the operation. This little brother-in-law had always been lazy. As an unemployed man, it was an insult for his mother-in-law to compare him to him. If it wasn't for the IOU, he would have denied it. But with this, his mother-in-law was not stingy. She might really take the IOU and sue them. For money, his mother-in-law could roll on the floor, let alone sue them with the IOU. She was simply righteous. After that, everyone handed over the rest of the money. It was clear that they had money on hand, but they just couldn't bear to take it out. Time and time again, it was as painful as cutting flesh. Ever since they found out that Ningxu wanted to donate, very few people came to their house. Especially when Ningxu was in front of them, they scattered when they saw Ningxu. They were afraid that Ningxu would take his clothes and kneel down to sell himself to save his father for the donation. Even if they gossiped, they did it behind Ningxu's back. Ningxu didn't care what these people said about him behind his back. But if they dared to gossip in front of him, he would make them suffer. When it came to things like shame, who cared about it would suffer. Sometimes, it was better to live without shame. Madame Chen's wish came true, but the others weren't happy. The eldest and third son-in-law even quarreled in the ward in front of Madame Chen and Father Chen. To be precise, they were deliberately looking for trouble. The two sons-in-law complained about their wives, nitpicking, and looking for trouble. The atmosphere was not harmonious. Ningxu and Wen Kongxing didn't have time to quarrel. The palace was so busy, how could they waste time quarreling, and quarreling affected their fortune. As for the two sons-in-law scolding Chen Fengying and Chen Aimei, saying that they were lazy at home, didn't work, didn't clean the house, and couldn't even take care of their children well, Madame Chen's eyelids twitched. If you want to quarrel, go home. I've already given you the money. If you make your father feel uncomfortable and something goes wrong with the surgery, the money will be wasted. Let's see what you're going to do. The two sons-in-law felt uncomfortable holding it in. Their chests were suffocating. This feeling was that they were inferior to others even though they had given them money. He didn't know where to vent his anger, and it was extremely uncomfortable. Originally, the two of them deliberately made a scene in front of the mother-in-law and father-in-law, but the other party didn't feel anything at all. They didn't care at all even if they angered themselves. What people cared about was whether they had money or not. As for whether the husband treated his daughter well or not, he didn't care at all. She was quite hard-hearted, but whenever there was a problem, she would use her benefactor as an excuse. When we talk about responsibility and love, we talk about responsibility. When we talk about love, we talk about responsibility. Whatever works, we talk about. Madame Chen's words were also very simple: make as much noise as you want, but don't affect Father Chen's operation. The two sons-in-law were so angry that they wanted a divorce on the spot. However, the price of a divorce was too high. They couldn't really divorce, so they were hesitant. They were mad with anger. Who knew if it was because Ningxu and Wen Kongxing had been spendthrifts for too long, or if they were really broad-minded, but they weren't as angry as the other families. They did what they needed to do, and even launched a one-person pot. They could make a lot of money by delivering food to the white-collar workers in the office every day. How could they have the time? If they did business for a few more months, they would get that 100,000 yuan back. Money could cure all pain and hypocrisy. When people were unhappy, they would think about eating. The shrewd third brother-in-law called Wen Kongxing and asked him when they wanted to get together. They had been under too much pressure recently, and they wanted to have a drink together. Usually, when he said this, he wanted to have a meal together at a hot pot restaurant. Wen Kongxing refused expressionlessly, saying that the restaurant was busy and there was no time for a meal together. He had borrowed money from his friends. It was very stressful to earn money, so he had to work harder. If they wanted to get together, could they do it at your house this time? The third brother-in-law ended the conversation by rambling on, implying that Wen Kongxing was stingy and was afraid that he would come over to eat. Wen Kongxing had already expected this situation, so he wasn't angry at all. He calmly hung up the phone. If someone called to order food at this time, wouldn't that delay him from making money? People who didn't matter should just die. Now that the kidney source had been confirmed, the hospital had already decided on the day of the operation. When it was time for the operation, several families waited outside the operating room. A kidney transplant was a fairly major operation, and the chances of failure were relatively high. Ningxu also didn't know if Father Chen's operation would be successful. After all, in the plot, Chen Lihong was forced to get a divorce and take the surgical gown, and in the end, Chen Lihong committed suicide by jumping off a building. Father Chen definitely couldn't have the operation because he didn't have the money. With Ningxu's operation this time, he had the surgery fee, but he didn't know if it would be successful. Mother Chen sat in a chair in a daze, her soul in a daze. No one spoke. The atmosphere was stagnant, like thick ink that couldn't be dissolved, making it difficult to breathe. Everyone involuntarily held their breaths. Wen Kongxing went out to buy some water and food for everyone. Wen Kongxing unscrewed the cap for Ningxu and said in a low voice, "Drink some water, it'll be fine." The operation went on for 6 hours, during which time nurses went in and out with blood bags. No one dared to go up and ask how Father Chen was doing. Ningxu used his mental strength to take a look at the operation. It was bloody and Father Chen was unconscious. Ningxu hurriedly withdrew after one look, because his mental strength had actually affected some of the precision instruments. Xianxia didn't dare act rashly. It wouldn't be good if something unexpected happened. A group of people stood or sat outside the operating room, pacing and waiting anxiously. At this point, everyone hoped that Father Chen's operation would be successful. After all, they had spent the money. Finally, the lights in the operating room went out. Everyone crowded around the operating room and waited for the door to open. The doctor came out and took off his mask. Mother Chen's voice was hoarse as she asked in a sobbing voice, "Doctor, how's my old man?" The operation was successful, but he still needs to be well maintained. There'll be a rejection. In the end, it wasn't something in his body, so he would definitely reject it. Mother Chen exhaled and immediately clasped her hands together, thanking Bodhisattva and the doctor. Mother Chen didn't really care about the follow-up maintenance or rejection. She felt that Father Chen's illness would be cured after the kidney transplant. After all, he had gotten a good kidney, which solved his illness at the root. Xianxia didn't relax at all. He watched Father Chen's sallow face as he was pushed out of the operating room. The rejection would be the biggest challenge. Moreover, Father Chen was old, and no one knew how he would recover after such a major operation. In short, Father Chen's operation was a success, but the challenges ahead were even greater. Looking at Mother Chen's relaxed expression, Xianxia didn't say anything. To view the new chapter of Zhuwei, please go to mobile address. Even if she said it, she wouldn't be able to get anything good out of it. Madam Chen would even say, "Can't you hope for something good for your father? You're already complaining right after the operation. It was better to let the doctor do this." Madam Chen would listen to the doctor, not her. There was still some money left after the operation, which had to be saved for the follow-up maintenance and medicine. The doctor called the families to the office and told them about the rejection and some sequelae. When Madam Chen heard that she had to take medicine every day, she was instantly annoyed. Didn't they say that he would be fine after the kidney transplant? Why did she still have to take medicine? The doctor repeatedly explained to Madam Chen that the kidney transplant could resolve Father Chen's illness, but it didn't mean that he would be fine after the transplant. The doctor explained until there was nothing left to live for, and Madam Chen finally understood that the kidney transplant didn't mean that Father Chen would become a lively and healthy person. But it was better than lying in a hospital bed. Madam Chen sighed. She didn't know how many anti-rejection demons she would have to eat in the future. Her heart was stifled, but it was worth it for Father Chen to live longer than before. The third son-in-law rejoiced in his heart that he had written an extra line when he wrote the IOU back then. Otherwise, the follow-up maintenance and medicine would have cost a lot of money. If this went on, they really wouldn't be able to live. The operation was a success, and everyone relaxed. Father Chen would recover very quickly if he took good care of himself. It was just that he would have to stay in the hospital for a while. Xianxia and Chenjun gave the caregivers a raise so that they would have to work harder and take care of Father Chen. Father Chen's situation was more dangerous now. Xianxia told Wen Kongxing that he would have to stay in the hospital for a while until the situation got better. Wen Kongxing didn't say anything else. After all, this was a special time. Even if the money wasn't spent in vain, they should take good care of Father Chen. After staying in the hospital for a few days, Father Chen woke up and found out that his kidney had been replaced. There was a weak smile on his face. He was clearly very happy. It was a very happy and fortunate thing to be alive. Father Chen actively cooperated with the treatment, and his condition improved day by day. But he was old after all, and his recovery was slower. Most importantly, there was a rejection reaction in his eyes. This rejection reaction was very fatal, and was something that everyone who underwent organ transplants had to go through. If there was a foreign object in the body would reject it, and then it would become red and swollen. Father Chen had a low fever and his body continued to heat up, which made him even weaker. Later on, he began to vomit and lose his appetite. Madam Chen was worried sick. Every day, she would nag at his bedside, "Old man, you have to hang in there. You spent so much money, can't it buy your life? Don't let that money go to waste. You've worked so hard for so long. Don't drop the ball at the crucial moment." Of course, Father Chen wanted to live and persevere, but his body wasn't up to him, there was nothing he could do about it. It was unbearable. He took his medicine on time every day. Even if he didn't have a good appetite, he still had to eat something to survive. But Father Chen was peeing blood, which clearly wasn't good. The doctor had also said that Father Chen's condition wasn't good. Besides, Father Chen was old, and his recovery from surgery might not be as good as that of a younger person. The rejection reaction was quite strong. Hearing these words, Madame Chen silently wiped her tears. Unexpectedly, she didn't shout or make a scene. She held Father Chen's hand and spoke with a gentle expression. Father Chen sighed and said weakly that he was fine. Although no one said anything about Father Chen's condition, they all knew that he might not be able to hold on any longer. He was going to die, and no one dared to say that he shouldn't be treated in front of Madame Chen, otherwise they would be scolded badly. Father Chen's condition worsened day by day, and in the end, he was even less awake. The doctor just shook his head. Everyone knew in their hearts that Father Chen was just stalling for time, it was just a matter of when he would give up. Faced with this situation, no one felt good. Previously, they had been red-eyed and red-faced over money. Seeing Father Chen like this, they all felt bad. Ningxu had also transferred the spirit energy that he had painstakingly gathered during this period into Father Chen's body. The main reason was that there wasn't much spirit energy in the modern world. The pollution in the city was serious, and it really wasn't easy to get spirit energy. Ningxu had saved up this bit for a long time. If he went to a sparsely populated place, there might be a lot of spirit energy, but there would be too many things to do and he wouldn't be able to go. After giving all the spirit energy to Father Chen, it was now up to Father Chen's luck. He had already worked hard. As for the rest, Ningxu was also a little powerless. He used his mental power to examine Father Chen's body. His only kidney was now very red and swollen, it was the size of 2 kidneys. Even if it was a good kidney, in this situation, it would probably be wasted. Ningxu scratched his head. How could he solve this situation? Right now, Father Chen probably wouldn't be able to absorb the spirit energy even if he ate an immortal pill. This newly swapped kidney was completely useless, and it even affected Father Chen's body. But if this kidney was removed, Father Chen wouldn't be able to live without a kidney. Now that he was riding a tiger, it was hard to get off, and he couldn't remove the kidney. Ningxu shook his head. This was difficult. Father Chen persisted for half a month, and in the end, his whole body was swollen. Because his kidneys couldn't excrete the water in his body, his whole body was swollen and glistening. Even his eyelids were swollen. Father Chen passed away in a coma. He hadn't even been able to say a few words to his family. Mother Chen was in a daze as tears streamed down her face. She clutched Father Chen's swollen hand and wouldn't let go. She stumbled next to the hospital bed and cried. How am I supposed to live if you pass away like this? What if other people bully me? How can I live well without you? Your child is being bullied and called a fatherless child. You haven't even seen your son get married or your grandson yet. Don't you feel bad and guilty? Damn old man. Ningxu, although he felt sad, Mother Chen's words still baffled Ningxu. It was normal for people to grow old, get sick, and die. It was normal for them to be sad when their loved ones died. But Mother Chen treated Father Chen as if he should live forever to protect others. Without Father Chen's protection, would a living person become the most pitiful wretch in the world who couldn't even live? It was probably because Father Chen wasn't a person, but a spirit that could be relied on and united everyone with him. Everyone else could die, but Father Chen couldn't. Father Chen's existence was a pillar, and it was as if everyone lived under this pillar. Even if her children were living well now, Mother Chen still firmly believed that without Father Chen, their lives wouldn't be good. Without Father Chen's protection, her daughters and everyone else would live miserably. Who was treating Father Chen for? It was for everyone. To view the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. Being alive is more important than anything else. Your father and I gave birth to you. Everything you have was given to you by your parents. Weren't your eyes and kidneys given to you by your parents? I just want your kidney, that's all. Ningxu finally understood where this uncomfortable feeling came from. Madame Chen didn't see her child as an individual, but as an accessory to her, and everything the child had was given to him by her. The child's hard work, the things they obtained, the things they struggled for, were all given to them by their parents. The child's hard work and sweat weren't worth mentioning, and were all ignored. Because without their parents, there wouldn't be a child today. According to this logic, it was completely normal to donate a kidney. The most unbearable thing was that there was actually no way to refute this logic. It seemed very meticulous, and there was no way to refute it. Taking out this logic chain made people speechless. In fact, this was a robber's logic of emotional kidnapping. But this robber's logic was even more irrefutable than moral kidnapping. This was because one's parents did indeed give birth to and raise them. It was right to be filial to one's parents. But being nagged like this every day, if one didn't have parents, then so be it. Parents' kindness was like the ocean of death, and it was right to give their heart, lungs, and kidneys. It was still a little frightening. In fact, all 4 of them had been pulled into the matching. From the looks of it, if one of them was matched, their kidneys would be cut off. They were so scared that they were probably all praying in their hearts that they wouldn't be matched. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a result, and they all heaved a sigh of relief. Since the 4 children weren't matched, Madame Chen even pulled in her 3 sons-in-law to be matched. The 3 sons-in-law were scared out of their wits. Compared with the secret sighs of relief of the 4 children, the 3 sons-in-law were even more relieved, and directly complained. They said to their wives, "Is your mother crazy? Pulling us into the matching, does she want us to donate our kidneys?" She was simply crazy. In short, the 3 daughters suffered a lot from their in-laws. Because of Father Chen's illness and surgery. They were afraid that they would have even less right to speak at home in the future. Chen Lihong was fine. After all, she had fought with her husband all the way to where she was today. The 2 of them had a lot of discussion and a lot of friendship. However, when Chen Fengying and Chen Aimei got married, they were pregnant and had children. They had to take care of the children and do housework. They were full-time housewives, and the responsibility of supporting the family was on their husbands' shoulders. Money determined the right to speak. Chen Aimei and Chen Fengying still had to reach out and ask their husbands for money. After experiencing this incident, he was afraid that she would bring it up from time to time. Whenever there was anything, he had to say it out loud to suppress his wife's arrogance. Chen Aimei wanted to talk back, but Madame Chen glared at her and she immediately shut up. Chen Aimei didn't say anything, but Madame Chen wouldn't let her off. Madame Chen kept going on and on about how hard it was for Father Chen to raise them and how he had ruined his health, which was why he had passed away at a young age. He wasn't even 80 years old yet, and he was still a few years away from 70. Chen Aimei rolled her eyes and said, "Then those in their teens and 20s who died in car accidents or diseases, don't they all deserve to die? I don't care about other people, but your father worked hard for you all his whole life, his whole life." Madame Chen's tears fell again. Ningshu said, "Yes, father worked hard for us all his life. We are grateful to him." Talking back to Madame Chen at this time was just asking for trouble. Ningshu gave Chen Aimei a look. Chen Aimei pursed her lips and didn't say anything else. Probably in Madame Chen's heart, only Father Chen and Chen Jun were the most important. Her daughter wasn't even a thing. She wasn't even a person. Chen Aimei didn't stay for dinner and turned to leave. She really didn't know what she was after. Until now, her husband still ignored her and was still angry. When she came to visit her mother, she was crying and complaining about them, blaming them for her father's death. Neither side was human. What was this called? Uncomfortable. Chen Jun came out of the room to get some water. He was thirsty from the live broadcast. Seeing his 3 sisters leave in a huff, he knew that Madame Chen must have said something hurtful again. After father passed away, mom kept nagging and blaming him. She felt that father didn't deserve to die. Chen Jun advised, "Mom, father is already gone. We who are still alive have to live well." The 3 sisters have always been filial. Don't keep saying things like that and make them feel bad. With the 3 sisters taking care of him, Chen Jun's life was pretty good. Moreover, when they were free, they would bring things home, if it wasn't meat or vegetables. Sometimes, they would even send rice and noodles. Basically, Chen Jun didn't spend much money. Chen Jun was able to save some money all these years because he didn't spend it. There were people taking care of him, and his sisters were also good to him. Qin didn't want Madame Chen to always say hurtful things and stop them from visiting. Madame Chen said impatiently, "I know, I won't say it. But it's really a pity for your father. Your father passed away before he could enjoy life. After a lifetime of hard work, his child got married and started a family, but in the end, he passed away." Here it came again. Qin sighed. What should he do? Did he want Father Chen to come back to life and blame his children every day? Qin poured some water and went into the house. Madame Chen missed Father Chen now, but after a while, her memories would slowly fade and she would get used to living without him. Qin went into the house and called his 3 sisters one by one to tell them not to be angry. Now that his mother was in a bad mood, they should try not to visit her in the future. It would be better after a while. Ningxu received the call and only said one word, "Got it." If they didn't visit for a long time, Madame Chen would have an excuse to blame them. If they didn't come home for a long time, did they think they didn't have a mother anymore? Ningxu hung up and immediately busied himself with the shop. I've made money, but I don't know how to spend it." Madame Chen always said that without Father Chen, the children would live very miserably. They would be bullied, and without anyone to protect them, they would live miserably. But in fact, everyone was an individual and had to bear the pressure of survival. Father Chen couldn't bear the pain for his children. Father Chen had passed away, but the children's lives were still the same. They weren't bullied like Madame Chen said. This wasn't some chaotic world. Usually, the harm they suffered came from the people close to them. After all, strangers couldn't hurt them. They spent more time with their loved ones and had to bear the hurtful words from them. For example, Madame Chen. Dan Qing's voice rang out in Ningxu's mind. Mission complete. You've left the mission world. Do you want to proceed to the next mission? Ningxu nodded. Yes, I'll go directly to the next mission. Do a few more missions at once and loosen up the inventory. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. From the moment he appeared, the whole world belonged to him. She could do anything for him. That crazy thought of disregarding the harem was just to make him see her. She had a crush on him, but Hu Mingxiu didn't even know Rong Jingbai's name. He wouldn't know that there was someone in the world who had such a crush on him. It was said that one had to fight for love. Even if they failed, at least they had tried. But when she was about to speak, all kinds of worries and timidity in her heart were stronger than death. She had no courage, inferiority complex, and fear. She didn't even have the courage to fight for it. Rong Jingbai even wanted to do plastic surgery to make herself more beautiful to get Hu Mingxiu's attention. But Rong Jingbai was just a student and couldn't afford the high surgery fees. When she went to the hospital to consult, she had to grind her bones, cut her eyelids, and fill her nose. Basically, she had to do a comprehensive plastic surgery. She also had to have beauty injections, hydrotherapy, and Botox injections regularly. Just by listening to it, her family wouldn't agree to it. Moreover, the surgery was too risky. Her family wouldn't agree to it either. It was said that a good relationship would make people better, but it wasn't so. It was easier said than done. Relationships would only make people fall into a relationship that was intertwined with beauty and pain. Timidity, suspicion, retreating, resentment, and disappointment. It wasn't easy to be yourself, let alone become a better person. So Rong Jingbai's wish was to be with Hu Mingxiu, no matter the price. She couldn't ask for it, so she became even more obsessed. She was obsessed with seducing him with one hand. It would be even better if she had intimate contact with Hu Mingxiu. It was probably the kind where she could have sex with him once and have no regrets in her life. Ningxiu asked, why is there such a mission? Dan Qing, love, hatred can have a mission. Love can also have a mission. Regret, grief, hatred, the mission holder's existence is to fulfill their wishes. Ningxiu, oh. What should he do, Ningxiu? Hu Mingxiu's aesthetic is beauty. If you want him to see something, you have to have a good appearance. You say that people who are not good-looking are all kind. On the contrary, people who are not good-looking actually had more pressure and disregard. For good-looking people, no matter what, the people around them were very kind to them. He heard a beautiful girl say that she felt that everyone around her was nice. Everyone would intentionally or unintentionally lend a helping hand. Humans are tolerant of beautiful people and things. However, if one was too beautiful without strength, then beauty would be the original sin. In short, there were two sides to everything. If Rongjing was beautiful and competent enough, she would not have such a task. Then she would say, then I need to muster up my courage. No, as soon as Rong Jingbai met Hu Mingxiu's eyes, she didn't even have the courage to look him in the eye. Just by saying something insignificant, he could get excited for a long time. She was truly a flower that bloomed in the midst of humility. Don't try to persuade her that there are many men in the world. There are many men in the world, but none of them are the type she likes. Ningxu thought to himself, I'm finished. How am I going to complete this mission? Was he supposed to flirt with her? He still didn't know Hu Mingxiu. As for her period, Ningxu felt that she could bring sanitary pads. Conquer with strength. TSK, Hu Mingxiu liked beautiful women. Danqing said, the client is willing to give up 90% of her soul power. The remaining 10% will spend the rest of her life with Hu Mingxiu. There will be no next life. Ningxu sighed. It wasn't that he didn't want to complete the task for her, but he really didn't know how to complete it. But even if the client could really be with Hu Mingxiu, then Rong Jingbai would hold Hu Mingxiu tightly like sand in her hand. In this way, she would also lose Hu Mingxiu. Because she treated Hu Mingxian as the most important person in her life, she would hold on to her only life-saving straw. She would attach her life, happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy to Hu Mingxiu. Then how depressed and painful would Hu Mingxiu be? It would only make people want to escape. Ningxu could foresee that this was really a tragedy. His head hurt. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that Rong Jingbai would work hard to become better after being with Hu Mingxiu. But after paying such a big price to be with Hu Mingxiu, then Rong Jingbai would have to put all her attention on Rong Jingbai. Even if it was not a person, but a treasure that was hard to get would be treated as a treasure and be especially cherished. The greater the price and capital, the more she would not let go. Ningxu said, I'd better not do this task. It'll be my failure. Danqing said, you haven't even started. How can you say that you've failed? Even if you fail, you have to do it. This is the most basic integrity as a task taker. If you can't complete it, we'll leave. Work harder. Maybe even if you can't complete it, the client will think it through and your task will be completed. Maybe the client will calm down and think it's not worth it. Ningxu, haha, Ningxu got up from the bed and went down the bed ladder. He opened his cupboard. There were all kinds of bottles and jars in the cupboard. Ningxu opened it and smelled it. It was sour. It was white vinegar. The other jars were all powders, such as pearl powder, Atractylodes macrocephala, some herbs, and all kinds of folk remedies. The purpose was to whiten the skin. Rong Jingbai saw all kinds of whitening folk remedies on the internet. She bought all the materials one by one and applied them on her face like an experimental field. Unfortunately, the effect was not great. She didn't know if it was because she was born dark or something else. She used all kinds of things but it didn't work. She didn't know how many whitening creams she used. Whitening didn't make her look much better. It made her skin more sensitive and became sensitive. It stung when she applied something. She usually used vinegar when she had nothing to do and thinned her stratum corneum. Even so, Rong Jingbai didn't throw these things away. In fact, these things were useless. They were all macromolecules. Even if they were ground into powder, they were not very fine and the skin couldn't absorb them. Instead, it added a lot of burden to the skin. Now, her face was rough, dark, and sensitive. Ningxu thought about it and threw these things directly into the trash can. He felt uncomfortable when he saw them. His roommate saw Ningxu throw the things away and said, Rong Jingbai, don't you usually treasure these things the most? Why did you throw them away? I don't need them anymore. They're useless, so I threw them away, Ningxu said. His roommate said, didn't I tell you before that these things are useless? It's better to use big-name skincare products. At least it's clean. You can't guarantee your hygiene with self-made things like this. Ningxu nodded. You're right. Rong Jingbai was too anxious. She wanted to take a shortcut and become beautiful quickly. That was why she used these folk remedies. She hoped that she would become beautiful in an instant. End of chapter. Those branded skincare products did not have any effect. Maintenance was not something that could be achieved in a short period of time. It was not something that could be changed in a short period of time. It had to be changed slowly and maintained slowly. It might be useful over time. Of course, the first thing was to stop this self-harming behavior. Although it was not life-threatening, it was still not good for the body. Actually, he had taken those famous whitening pills before. As for the side effects, he did not know. He had also taken whitening needles before. But the effects only lasted for a short period of time and it hurt his liver. In short, beauty had a price to pay. He had to be ruthless and cut his body or he had to lose weight. Ningxu walked into the washroom and looked at his face in the mirror. It was a little square and he had phoenix eyes. Phoenix eyes sounded nice, but they were small eyes with single eyelids. This kind of face had a masculine look and gave people the impression that he had a tiger's back and a bear's waist. He was not considered to be pretty. Even if he dressed up, it would not change much. He had to go for surgery. A beautiful appearance could give people strong confidence. The first impression a person had of another person was the face, followed by the figure. As for inner qualities, it had to be supported by a beautiful appearance for people to have the urge to continue digging. A beautiful appearance would decide whether to continue digging deeper. Then, a person's inner qualities would decide whether to deny a person's appearance. Ningxu sighed and started to wash up. When he was combing his hair, he touched his sparse hair and wiped it up. When he looked at his hairline, he felt uncomfortable. Aya, little hair and big bones. I really can't be considered a beauty. Hair is so precious. I must not lose a single strand. Ningxu carefully combed his hair. His hair was still greasy. What could he do? He could only wash his hair. But when he washed his hair, a lot of it fell off. Even if it was not Ningxu's own hair, he felt so distressed that he wanted to cry. My hair, I can't go bald. I can't go bald. This body was probably suffering from endocrine imbalance. So, it was fundamental to take care of the body. When he was washing his hair, Ningxu gently massaged his scalp. He did not dare to use his fingernails to scratch his scalp. He was afraid that his scalp would be stimulated and his head would fall off from his head. When she was drying her hair, she didn't even dare to blow at her scalp. Instead, she slowly blew at the ends of her hair. When tying a ponytail, try to make it fluffy instead of tight. Firstly, it will make your scalp tense, and secondly, it will make your face look squarish. With the client's figure and temperament, she definitely couldn't walk the sexy, charming, or cute style of other girls. Wearing cute clothes was simply out of place, so she had to wear simple and elegant clothes. You can't wear those shiny clothes with beads and lace. Thinking about how strange and out of place it would be for a tall and strong girl to wear such clothes. She had to wear clothes that suited her style, but it wasn't easy to find something that suited her. Temperament was the key. It would be good if he could cultivate a unique temperament. Ningxu pinched the flesh on his thighs and arms. Was he going to start losing weight again? Losing weight was really painful. Ningxu applied sunscreen on his face. Sunscreen was a must-have all year round. Anti-aging started with sunscreen and anti-sugar. If one ate too much sugar, it was easy to oxidize sugar and age. Eat less sweets, desserts, and cold drinks. Did that mean that he was starting to live a life of retirement? Oh, damn. Well, beauty wasn't achieved in a day. Ningxu changed his clothes and put 2 sanitary pads in his pocket. Before going to class, he even patted one so that it wouldn't leak on his pants. Dan Qing, this is how the client met Hu Mingxiu. Don't you want to get to know Hu Mingxiu? Ningxu rolled his eyes. Is it a glorious thing to have your period stuck on your pants? Isn't it embarrassing? Anyway, she was quite embarrassed. Dan Qing, you're slacking off. Although this method is embarrassing, you'll get to know each other because of this. You can also return the clothes. Ningxu scoffed. It was Rong Jingbai who got to know Hu Mingxiu because of this. Hu Mingxiu doesn't even know her. He doesn't even remember. Besides, her current image wasn't suitable to get to know Hu Mingxiu at all. She'd better wait until she was better. Also, Ningxiu was really slacking off. He really didn't know where to start with this task. The root of the problem was that Rong Jingbai wasn't beautiful enough and wasn't confident enough. That was why she offered her soul power in order to be with Hu Mingxiu. In the client's heart, Hu Mingxiu would probably only like beautiful women because all his girlfriends were beautiful women. The client liked Hu Mingxiu because Hu Mingxiu was good at everything. He was good-looking, and his family background added a layer of charm to him. A white face covers 3 ugly faces, a tall face covers 5 ugly faces, and a rich face covers 100 ugly faces. Moreover, Hu Mingxiu was still fine with it. Although this matter was just a matter of convenience for him, for the person who had entrusted him with it, it saved them from embarrassment. When Ningxiu arrived at the classroom, she casually found a seat and sat down. This was a general knowledge class. When the class ended, the client would walk around with his dirty pants and meet Hu Mingxiu in the corridor. Hu Mingxiu gave the clothes to Rong Jingbai. Rong Jingbai started to understand Hu Mingxiu. She went to the school forum and learned about Hu Mingxiu. The more she learned about him, the more she liked him. The more she liked him, the more she couldn't help herself. The more she couldn't help herself, the more she loved him. Cycle after cycle. After the general lesson, Ningxiu felt a warm current flowing through his lower body. He was secretly glad that he had cushioned his pants before. Otherwise, his pants would have been dirty. Since the plot was like this, Ningxiu saw a tall, thin, handsome, and sunny boy pass by him. That boy turned back to look at Ningxiu. His expression was a little strange. He probably didn't know why he turned back to look. Ningxiu knew what he was looking at. He just glanced and saw that the client's pants were dirty. However, Ningxiu had cushioned them, so naturally, they couldn't be dirty. Then, Hu Mingxiu walked quickly and disappeared around the corner. Dan Qing's figure appeared in Ningxiu's mind. Take care of him. The sooner you finish the task, the sooner you can leave. If you had told me in advance, I wouldn't have given you such a task. Actually, this kind of task is relatively simple. Moreover, things like relationships come and go quickly. Even if the two of you break up in the future, your task will be completed. As for what will happen in the future, who knows? It's human nature to like the new and hate the old. Ningxiu clicked his tongue. Isn't this lying? Dan Qing's voice disagreed. No, I'm afraid that even the client can't guarantee that he will only love Hu Mingxiu in this lifetime. Ningxiu shrugged her shoulders. She was too unsure. The client was really too infatuated with Hu Mingxiu. To view the new chapter of Zhuwei, please go to mobile address. When he saw Hu Mingxiu, his body stiffened and he couldn't move at all. His heart felt like it was about to explode. It was too scary. This was too damaging to his body. The moment Hu Mingxiu left his sight, Ningxiu felt like he was about to collapse. His heart was as calm as water, but his body was very honest. To be honest, this was the first time Ningxiu had seen someone like someone so much. If they really got together, wouldn't his blood vessels burst? Putting in so much effort to like someone, wouldn't his life be short? When he passed by the basketball court, he heard the hubbub of voices inside. Ningxiu walked in and saw that there were people playing basketball. The seats were filled with people, and there were more girls. They were all cheering for one person, shouting, "Go Hu Mingxiu, go Hu Mingxiu, go Hu Mingxiu." Ningxiu looked at Hu Mingxiu, who was running and passing the ball on the court. He was wearing a loose jersey, revealing his calves. He was well-proportioned and slender, and his skin was fair. His fingers were long and slender, and the sweat on his forehead had soaked his hair. As he ran, beads of sweat fell down. He really had a handsome and moving appearance. Especially with this face, one could understand the motivation of these girls shouting themselves hoarse to crazily cheer for Hu Mingxiu. He didn't know if it was because of the client, but his heart started to beat wildly. He kept thinking, this person is really handsome, really handsome. I'm willing to die in his arms. He was really a young hunk who made people feel relaxed and happy. He was handsome and full of vitality. Ningxiu's face was expressionless as she clutched her beating heart. He didn't want to die young. It was better to beat normally. It was so bad for his body. Dan Qing, get him, get him, get him. Ningshu held his beating heart and walked out of the basketball court. Get him? He didn't believe this old man. Ningshu felt that he was probably worse than the client. After all, the client had already interacted with Hu Mingxiu, although it was just a one-sided concern. Ningshu touched his big face. He felt that the most important thing now was to make himself look better. It was really hard for people to take her seriously with her current appearance. Even the client liked the good-looking Hu Mingxiu, so why couldn't Hu Mingxiu like good-looking girls? Ningshu felt that he should change himself first. If he couldn't change Hu Mingxiu, then he would make himself better. The main reason was that Ningshu didn't want to have an awkward conversation with Hu Mingxiu. Let's lose weight and do some skincare. As for Hu Mingxiu, as long as he was still studying in this school, he would have a chance. He could apply to join the student union and fill out the application form. It didn't mean that people would accept you just because you had genuine feelings for them. This kind of thing required both skill and emotion. Without emotion, it would be pure flirting. But it really depended on his looks. Look at his face, look at his face, look at his face. Ningshu looked at this body and really did not know where to start. The most direct and fastest way was probably to change the style of clothing. Ningshu called the Empress Dowager at home and said that he was out of money. He wanted to buy some clothes and asked for some ammunition and resources. After arguing for a long time, the client's mother finally sent some money over. But it was just an advance payment for next month's living expenses. His roommate saw that Ningshu was about to go out and asked Ningshu where he was going. Ningshu only said that he was going out for a walk and didn't plan to buy clothes with his roommate. Everyone's aesthetic was different and had different preferences. If they went shopping together, they would definitely be influenced. So, he was determined to choose the clothes he wanted. Ningshu went to the shopping mall alone and chose some more expensive clothes. He bought 2 sets of clothes and shoes and was prepared to wear them alternately. Or, he could also match a few sets of clothes by matching them. He had no choice. He was embarrassingly short of money. He also bought a set of basic skincare products, such as water and essences. Then, he would start to avoid food. He couldn't eat anything too strong and couldn't eat too much. He had to maintain his health. Anyway, after all this, Ningshu basically didn't have any money left. Only half of the month had passed and he had to pay for next month's living expenses in advance. How was he going to survive like this? Did he have to do some part-time jobs? F***ck, how was he going to flirt with men without money? Money. To be honest, Ningshu was actually slacking off. Perhaps the client couldn't stand it anymore and directly judged that Ningshu had failed. Ningshu would be able to leave this world. It was impossible to erase him. He might just have to waste a spot to avoid erasure. Without Ningshu, there were other mission enforcers who would come to fulfill her wish. However, even if Ningshu didn't develop an attack on Hu Mingxiu, he wasn't slacking off. Instead, he was actively transforming himself. If he appeared in front of Hu Mingxiu in a dirty state, that would be the worst situation. This mission was really unbearable. The client wasn't a beautiful girl. He was stuck at this step and couldn't even break through the threshold. Just like how the company chose people, Hu Mingxiu also had a standard for choosing a girlfriend. Looking at his previous girlfriends, they were all cute and beautiful girls. So, he had to work hard to make himself meet the standard. Speaking of liking, Hu Mingxiu didn't lack girls liking him. What could be special about the client, special liking? Bone-deep love? To be honest, these things were very vague. He had to build on the basis that he liked her. Then, he would talk about other things. Ningshu carried bags of things into the dormitory. His roommates all came over and looked through Ningshu's things. A roommate who knew the goods exclaimed, "Wow, you're actually willing to buy this kind of clothes. It's so expensive." Ningshu said, "I just bought it. It's in advance for next month's living expenses." The roommate held the clothes in his hands and compared them to his body. He couldn't bear to put them down and asked, "Are you in a relationship recently? You're so willing to dress yourself up." Ningshu took out some of the colorful and fashionable things in the cupboard, but they were also wrinkled and threw them away. This kind of clothes couldn't be worn more than a few times. With a few holes in his jeans, it really didn't look good at all. Ningxu's taste was probably the old-fashioned taste and aesthetics of an old man. Simple and elegant clothes were the most classy. Wearing neat and tidy clothes didn't give off an otherworldly aura, but it could give off the feeling of a rich woman. The aura of a nouveau riche was also a type of aura. Hee, you don't want these clothes? The roommate saw that Ningxu had emptied the cupboard and was rummaging through the clothes on the floor. You don't want all of them? Ningxu kept some underwear and some clothes that he felt he could still wear. As for the other clothes that he couldn't match, he just threw them away. I don't want them. It's a waste of space to leave them here. There was a huge lump stuffed in the cupboard. Just looking at it made one's heart feel stifled and flustered. To view the new chapter of ZUI, please go to mobile address. These clothes were fine, but they didn't look good in them. Some of them weren't even worn. Every time it was time to wear clothes, he felt that there were no clothes to wear. They were piled up and took up space. But it was heartbreaking to throw them away. His roommate flipped through the old clothes and said, "If you don't want to wear them, give this to me." Ningxu, take a look. Take whatever you like. I'll throw away the rest. The three roommates came over to flip through the clothes to find clothes they liked. Each roommate took at least one sword. It was clear how messy the clothing style of the client was. Moreover, many of the clothes didn't suit him, so there was no point in keeping them. However, the client spent a lot of money to buy these clothes. In the end, these clothes looked good, but when he wore them, they didn't look good at all. He refused to admit that he didn't look good enough. He could only say that the clothes didn't suit him. Ningxu carried the rest of the clothes that no one wanted downstairs and threw them into the trash can. Ningxu started to abstain from food. He drank less drinks and ate less meat. He ate more vegetables to ensure his safety. Actually, he wouldn't get acne from eating spicy food. He would only get acne from eating sweet food. He definitely couldn't eat desserts, ice cream, and the like anymore. Such a life definitely wouldn't have any effect for a day or two. However, the most obvious feeling was that his mouth was bland. He always wanted to eat something hot, spicy, and fragrant. However, Ningxu endured it. When he was hungry, he drank water or ate some fruits. Anyway, drinking more water was always right. Ningxu comfortably held a bottle of water and took a sip whenever he had nothing to do. Anyway, drinking more hot water was the right thing to do. Whether he was sick or not, he drank more hot water. As for other things, it was up to fate. All the girls in school knew that Hu Mingxiu liked to play basketball. As long as Hu Mingxiu was around, the girls' enthusiasm could overturn the roof. As long as the girls ran to the basketball court, they knew that Hu Mingxiu was there. His body drove Ningxu to the basketball court. His body seemed to have a craving for touch. However, Ningxu refused in his heart. Even if he accidentally walked outside the basketball court, he wouldn't go in. His heart pounded as if he had a heart attack. If he went in and saw Hu Mingxiu again, his heart would probably stop beating. Therefore, he would avoid seeing Hu Mingxiu if he could, but his body and heart were constantly reminding Ningxu. I have a crush on someone. His name is Hu Mingxiu. He is too nice. I like him too much. I want to see him, just one look. Ningxu, no, what are you looking at? On the other hand, Ningxu's application was approved. It was probably because of the school's anniversary celebration that the student council needed more manpower. That was why Ningxu was able to get in so easily. Ningxu looked at the department he was in. As expected, it was the arts department. The arts department had many things to worry about, from the big stage layout to the small details of each program. Ningxu came in as a helper, doing some odd jobs. After all, he was just a small fry who had just entered the student union. The head of the arts department was Wen Mengyao. She was very beautiful and elegant. She was now Hu Mingxiu's girlfriend. Ningxu was speechless. He had a girlfriend. What was there to see? However, Hu Mingxiu dated for a short period of time. It could be as long as half a year or as short as a month. Hu Mingxiu had quite a lot of exes. He had a rich history of relationships. It could be said that the client had witnessed Hu Mingxiu's relationships, the breakup and reunions, and the breakup and breakup. However, the client was not part of it. Hiding in the dark, the client gritted her teeth. She was pitiful and infuriating at the same time. She could either go or give up. What was the point of having such a crush? She had such a crush, but she was not perverted. She had a good mentality too. She just looked at Hu Mingxiu and his girlfriend silently. Ningxiu felt that if Hu Mingxiu knew, he would definitely feel a chill down his spine. In the dark, a pair of green eyes looked at him faintly. It was creepy no matter how he thought about it. When Meng Yao said, according to the usual practice, there must be someone in the arts department who wants to be the host. Anyone who wants to be the host can raise your hand and choose the best one to be the host. It was a host. He could fight for it. Although he was just a newcomer in the arts department, it did not matter even if he did not get chosen. Ningxiu was just about to raise his hand when someone smiled and said to Wen Mengyao, "Of course it's you. When the time comes, you and Hu Mingxiu will be the host on the same stage. It's a golden couple. What a good thing." Ningxiu was about to raise his hand and put it down. Forget it. He would just sit in the junk room. When Mengyao shook her head. You can't say that. Those who want to be the host can recommend themselves. Ningxiu's hand that he had just put down started to move again. His body was very honest. It was faster than his brain. He directly raised his hand. Everyone looked at Ningxiu. There was a message in their eyes. There is actually such an insensible person in this world. Ningxiu used his other hand to raise the hand that was raised up high. When Mengyao asked, "Do you have any experience as a host?" Ningxiu shook his head. No. Someone frowned and said to Ningxiu, "If you don't have any experience, what talent do you have? Can you dance or play the piano? Can you learn how to broadcast? You can't be a host if you can't speak clearly. Also, you have to have a good image." Playing the piano, dancing, and broadcasting were not important. What was important was having a good image at the end. Compared to Wen Mingyao's appearance and temperament, there was a gap between her qualifications. Someone added, "The department head and Hu Mingxiu are boyfriend and girlfriend." It's a blessing. Ningxiu nodded. I was wrong. Even if there was no gap, she was just a newcomer in the arts department. She did not have the qualifications to take on such a heavy responsibility. To appear in front of the whole school, she had to be a girl. She represented the school's image. When the time came, there might even be people from other schools. Ningxiu said that he did not expect to be a host. Wen Mengyao said that just to go through the motions. Even if Wen Mengyao became the host in the end, she still had to go through the motions. It was different from being directly appointed as the host. In the end, Wen Mengyao became the host. In the middle of the meeting, Hu Mingxiu came. He pushed open the door and a handsome face appeared in front of everyone. Hu Mingxiu's body was a little thin. His face was thin but his skin was tight. His nose was very narrow, giving people the impression that his nose was straight and exquisite. Usually, a big nose would not look exquisite. Hu Mingxiu's skin was fair. With his looks, he could definitely debut as the center. There were a lot of licking dogs. When he appeared, the eyes of the girls in the arts department turned green. They stared at him. Even if they liked him or hated him, his face was really good looking. Hu Mingxiu looked at Wen Mengyao and asked, "Who will be the host?" He looked at Wen Mengyao with a smile. Wen Mengyao said, "With the recommendation of the arts department, I will be the host." Hu Mingxiu had a slight smile on his lips. When he looked at someone like this, it made them feel suffocated. Wen Mengyao couldn't help but put her hand on her chest. She probably couldn't stand Hu Mingxiu's gaze. Hu Mingxiu said, "That's good. It's more comfortable to work with you." If it were someone else, they would definitely not be used to it. The people around were surprised. This was completely showing off their affection in public. It was too inhumane. Wen Mingyao's cheeks were red. To be honest, having a boyfriend like Hu Mingxiu completely satisfied the vanity in a girl's heart. He was handsome, had gold, and was considerate. Hu Mingxiu didn't have to come over for such a small matter. In fact, he was here to support her. Logically speaking, as the head of the arts department, she should be the host on stage. But who knew if there would be an accident? He was just here to support them. Ningxu's heart started to beat wildly again. She felt as if she was floating in the air. If he told Rong Jingbai, Hu Mingxiu would do whatever he wanted. But Rong Jingbai would definitely not listen. I just like him. If you can control your heart when you like someone, then it's not love anymore. Ningxu felt that this body was even more excited than the real girlfriend. He was in a bad mood. Sooner or later, her heart would become perverted. After holding it in for so long, Rong Jingbai wanted to give up 90% of her soul power just to be with Hu Mingxiu. And even if they wanted to be together, they might break up. She was risking everything to pursue that moment. He didn't know how to get rid of this passionate and paranoid feeling. Probably as time passed, it would become deeper. The more he couldn't get it, the more he would think about it. It was like a demon's obsession. Ningxu looked at Hu Mingxiu. Hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, his heart will be ruined. Dan Qing, get him, her, them. This is showing off your affection. Ningxu. No, they're a couple. It's normal to show off their affection and show off their affection. It was especially hurtful. Especially for someone like her who had ulterior motives. Heaven and earth were heartless. For all living things, for single people, Dan Qing, you are just being passive and slacking off. Ningxu, I already said that they were boyfriend and girlfriend. What am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to break them up and be a mistress? Unrequited love was a personal matter. It had nothing to do with others, and it didn't hinder Hu Mingxiu and Wen Mengyao. Neither of them knew that Rong Jingbai had such thoughts. Rong Jingbai looked at Hu Mingxiu's girlfriends one after another, but none of them had anything to do with Rong Jingbai. Thinking about it, it was quite torturous. Besides, even if Rong Jingbai went up to cause trouble, she would be seen as an evil, ugly, and mischievous female supporting character. Rong Jingbai was probably self-aware. She didn't say anything and just watched silently. Doing so was the right thing to do. Announcing his thoughts to the world would definitely invite endless mockery. Rong Jingbai hid her feelings in the bottom of her heart. This was the only thing she could do calmly in her crazy crush. Usually, when Rong Jingbai had nothing to do, she would take Hu Mingxiu's photos from the school forum and secretly hide them. When she was free, she would secretly look at them and touch them. She really looked like a living pervert. However, her behavior didn't have any negative effects on others. She hid the things well. Other girls could say that they liked him loudly, but Rong Jingbai didn't dare. Others might say it as a joke, but she couldn't even take a joke. She would panic and let others notice. The host had confirmed it. Then, the next step was to assign various tasks. As a rookie who had just entered the student union, he couldn't do more high-end work. He was assigned odd jobs, such as carrying things, pasting things, buying things, and decorating the hall. Anyway, it was just some errands. Ningxu completed these tasks seriously. Since he was already in, he didn't want to be kicked out. It would be embarrassing. When the literature and art department was busy, Hu Mingxiu would often come to check on the progress and visit his girlfriend. Every time he came, he would bring some things over, or some desserts. Or some cold drinks, purified water, or even candies. Although it wasn't expensive, there were many people in the literature and art department. The higher-ups and the small fry like Ningxu had to get something for everyone. It still required a lot of things. Sometimes, the drinks and desserts would be brought over in boxes. It was purely because of Wen Mengyao's fame that the entire literature and art department ate happily. Hu Mingxiu really knew how to conduct himself. Plus, he wasn't the kind of person who was tight on money. Hu Mingxiu had many girlfriends, but none of them jumped out to say that Hu Mingxiu was a jerk or how bad Hu Mingxiu was. Many of them wanted to get back together. But Hu Mingxiu discriminated against those who went back to his old grass. Ningxu felt that the person who asked him to do it would definitely not be able to control someone like Hu Mingxiu. Hu Mingxiu was confident, but Rong Jingbai was a little inferior. She was even a little autistic in front of Hu Mingxiu. From Ningxu's point of view, this matter was inappropriate no matter how she looked at it. Ningxu got a bottle of drink. He looked at the energy and sugar on the ingredients list and put it aside. He didn't plan to drink it. If he drank it, he would have pimples again. His skin was already sensitive. Xianxia put the drink aside. When he came back after he was done, the drink was gone. It was probably taken away by someone. Xianxia didn't feel bad. After all, it wasn't his. He looked at Xianxia and Wen Mengyao, who were whispering to each other intimately. It was full of the sour smell of love. Well, it was quite heart-wrenching. Xianxia felt as if needles were poking into his lungs. It was very uncomfortable. His stomach was churning, and it even went into his stomach. It was as if he had drunk vinegar. It was so sour that his teeth fell out. The moment he saw Xianxia felt that this body had all kinds of problems. It was time to go to class. Xianxia patted the dust off his body and left with his things. When he walked to the door, he heard Xiaxia's voice. Wait a minute. Xianxia wasn't sure if he was calling him, but at that moment, his heart felt as if it had been hammered by a huge hammer. He was in a daze for a moment. Then, his heart started to beat violently like a spring that had been squeezed to the extreme. Xiaxia's face changed. His lips were a little purple. Then, he tried his best to pinch his thumb. Damn, I'm really going to die young. They weren't even together yet. The one at the door, wait a minute. Xiaxia's clear voice sounded again. Xianxia turned his head stiffly and saw Xianxia walking over with a bottle of drink from the beverage box. To watch the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. Xianxia walked over step by step. It was as if he was stepping on Xianxia's heart. Step by step, even breathing became difficult. Blood rushed to his face. Xianxia suspected that he would have a nosebleed in the next second. Damn, don't come over. I feel like I'm going to collapse. Crush is so harmful. He passed it to Xianxia. I see that you haven't drunk it. Take it and drink it. Xianxia casually passed the drink in his hand to Xianxia. Take the school anniversary to heart. Xianxia took the drink with difficulty. The expression on his face was very hard. His muscles were twitching and his face was trembling. Xianxia felt that Xianxia was showing off his love with Wen Mengyao. At the same time, he was also observant and noticed that an insignificant person like her didn't drink the drink. He was quite considerate and knew how to conduct himself. He was probably worried that she wouldn't get anything and would slack off on her work. After all, the school anniversary was just around the corner. The work of the student union was actually free. There was no salary. Whether one worked or not really depended on one's integrity and character. Some people really couldn't be helped if they slacked off. Xianxia felt that she should go back and worship this bottle of drink. This was the drink that Xianxia gave her. It would be a waste to drink it. It would be gone after a puddle of urine. This was personally given to her by Xianxia. If she took a sip every day, she would probably be able to drink it for 10 days to half a month. It had a shelf life of 1 year. But after opening the lid, it wouldn't work anymore. Xianxia's mind was full of all kinds of evil thoughts. Xianxia looked at Xianxia's stunned expression and said, I still need to rely on you guys for some miscellaneous work. Xianxia came back to her senses. She wanted to speak, but her throat was dry and tight. The words that came out were all stuttering. Okay. Xianxia, I have a disease called stuttering. Xianxia saw that Xianxia's expression wasn't good and comforted him, I'm not blaming you. Don't be nervous. It's just that the school's anniversary celebration is coming soon. You guys should be more careful. Xianxia helplessly replied with an "oh." He had heard of a saying before, that a person would be particularly clumsy in front of the person they liked, and might even fall flat on the ground. He had always thought that it was fake, but only now did he realize that his mind was one thing, but whether his body was obedient or not was another. In this situation, the body didn't listen to the brain. Xianxia's expression was a little puzzled. Obviously, he didn't quite understand why Xianxia was in a bad mood. He felt that it might be because of his words. She couldn't help but say, I didn't mean to blame you. Xianxia said, I know, and I'm not slacking off, so I don't think you're talking about me. What Xianxia didn't like was this body's huge reaction to Xianxia. What a sin, what a sin, Hu Mingxiu was speechless. He didn't know how to continue the conversation. When Meng Yao walked over and held Hu Mingxiu's arm, it looked like she was declaring her sovereignty. She asked, "What are you talking about?" Hu Mingxiu didn't care and said, "Nothing." When Meng Yao looked at Ningxiu, she probably felt that Ningxiu wasn't much of a threat to her, so she was more tolerant of Ningxiu. She said, "Go to class when you're done with your work." Ningxiu agreed and then passed the drink to Wen Meng Yao. He said, "I don't eat sweets or drink drinks, thank you." Hu Mingxiu loved to bring food when he came to the literature and art department, but it was all high-calorie food. He didn't want it once or twice, so he might as well make it clear. When Meng Yao didn't take it, she said, "It's just a bottle of drink. Since it's given to you, you should keep it. Consider it a benefit. Other departments don't have such benefits. If you don't want to eat it, you can give it to someone else. Anyway, you deserve it." Looking at Wen Mingyao's proud look, it was quite cute. It was probably because she had a boyfriend like Hu Mingxiu that the entire literature and art department was basking in his glory. Hu Mingxiu knew how to give face to others. He would rather bring food for everyone than bring food for Wen Mingyao alone. When others took the food, they owed Wen Mingyao a favor. It also gave Wen Mingyao face. Hu Mingxiu's EQ was good. Of course, with money in his hands, he was more considerate. But if he didn't have enough money, he naturally couldn't be so generous to give face to Wen Mingyao. Ningxiu said, "Thank you, Minister." Also, "Thank you, Minister's boyfriend." Ningxiu didn't call Hu Mingxiu's name directly. Instead, he said, "The Minister's boyfriend." This title made Wen Mingyao's smile widen. She waved her hand to let Ningxiu go. Ningxiu sighed. They were in a relationship, but she, the crazy crush, was watching from the side. It was heartbreaking. Ningxiu gave the drink to his roommates. Anyway, he didn't eat it. There was no use in keeping it. It would also affect his body. Maybe he would be hugging a bottle of drink every day, eating, and sleeping like a crazy person. Ningxiu felt that this kind of thing would happen. After that, Ningxiu got a lot of snacks from the literature and art department. He brought them back for his roommates to eat. This made Ningxiu's relationship with the other 3 girls better. Sometimes, when Ningxiu asked for help, they would agree very quickly. After all, they had a soft mouth. Dan Qing said, "There's still no progress. Hu Mingxiu doesn't even know your name now. He also didn't get your contact information. You are slacking. How long are you going to stay in this world?" He stayed until the client couldn't look at him anymore. Ningxiu said, "Why is there no progress? Didn't you give me a bottle of water?" Hu Mingxiu gave me a bottle of water. Dan Qing rarely spoke when Ningxiu was doing missions. She probably couldn't stand it anymore and spoke. "And he has a girlfriend now. Don't talk. Wait until I become beautiful. Hide and enrich yourself." Also, he was in a relationship. By the time he became beautiful and different, they might have already broken up. So, there was no need to rush things that could be solved with time. Moreover, it was useless. Getting close to him would be annoying. By then, it would be ugly people making more trouble. Being a mistress? Were these words nice? There were things to do and things not to do. The most important thing was that there was no chance. Ningxiu didn't have much hope for this mission. So, he tried his best to complete it. Solve the problem from the root. Even if he really got Hu Mingxiu for Rong Jingbai would still be the same. What was the difference? She should feel inferior. In short, this was a very unreliable thing. Ningxiu looked at the mirror and carefully observed his face and teeth. If he wanted someone to brush his teeth seriously, he had to brush his teeth until they were white. He had to brush for at least 3 minutes. He had to buy an electric toothbrush. He couldn't control the strength of a normal toothbrush and his gums would always bleed. Instead of having a crazy crush, he might as well change himself from the small details. When the time was right, he would find that he was compatible with her. To view the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. Buying good things cost money. Ningxiu squeezed his wallet. Did he have to ask the Empress Dowager for next month's living expenses in advance again? He couldn't live anymore. Beauties were all nurtured by money. His whole body reeked of money. Even so, Ningxu still steeled his heart and bought expensive things. However, the comfortable feeling that followed made it worth the money. Buying 10 normal toothbrushes was better than buying an electric toothbrush. Every day, Ningxu followed a strict skincare routine. However, the client's skin was a little allergic. Her cuticle was thin, so he had to buy skincare products that were less irritating to the skin. Although he tried his best to choose things that were less irritating, when he touched it, he still felt a little prickly. It was really ruined by those little secret recipes. There were also some red streaks. If the wind blew, it would be a plateau red. His heart was very stuffed. When Ningxu went out, he wore a hat and a sunscreen. He also wore a thick mask. The thin ones were not enough. He couldn't let any skin leak. He hoped that this would be able to cover his skin. However, Ningxu looked at the skin on the inner side of the arm. It wasn't very white. This meant that the client's skin was as white as the inner side of the arm. It was a little whiter than wheat, but it definitely wasn't white. If it really didn't work, she would go the route of a cool girl. She would go the route of being sunny and healthy. Wheat skin could also be very sexy. However, the client's skin wasn't wheat, but black. The limit was just a little whiter than wheat. Since she wanted to go the route of being healthy and energetic, she definitely couldn't be fat. If she was thin and healthy, with a wheat skin tone, she would definitely look good. However, if she was tall and strong, and was very fat, with a body full of fat and dark skin tone, it wouldn't be sexy and energetic. It would be fat and round. One was heaven and one was earth. In short, being thin was the natural order of things. Ningxu touched the client's flesh. It was very firm. This meant that it was solid meat and not soft meat. However, this kind of meat was not easy to lose. It was muscular. However, the problem was that these muscles weren't beautiful at all. The parts that should be bulging weren't bulging. However, the parts that didn't look good were still there. For example, his huge calves were really depressing. They would tremble even when he was running. God knows how much energy they contained. Ningxu had to ensure that his walking posture was correct. He had to minimize the use of his calves and stomachs. When he walked, he could not use his calves to exert force. Otherwise, the muscles in his legs and stomach would become stronger and stronger. Since he wanted to lose weight, it was useless to eat less. He had to move his legs. Therefore, every morning when he woke up, Ningxu would run around the school. When he first started running, he walked slowly. Even walking one round around the school was very tiring. The school was so big. In the university town. Although the client was tall and strong, his body was not in good condition. After walking for so long, he felt very tired. The next day, he didn't want to get up at all. It was difficult for him to persevere. At the end of the day, it was a matter of persistence. Moreover, it wasn't just about running around the school. Even if he couldn't run away, he still had a lot of work to do. For example, if you were to apply sunscreen, you would have to apply a layer of isolation cream before applying sunscreen. If you didn't apply sunscreen, the sun's ultraviolet rays would age you. Sunscreen was more useful than applying expensive skincare products and eating nourishing tonics. The cost was the least. It was just that it was cumbersome. Every morning, he had to wake up early and apply a thick layer of sunscreen on his face. He also had to wear a long shirt and long sleeves. After running one round, he was so tired that he could die. After sweating all over, he had to take a shower and wash his hair. It was so troublesome. If there were classes, he had to rush to class. Running was nothing. The troublesome thing was these trivial things. It was really not easy to persevere. What defeated people was not the big goal, but the small details. Ningxu also felt that it was cumbersome. However, Danqing always said that he was slacking off. In order to prove that he was not slacking off, Ningxu said that he had to lose this fat no matter what. This should not be called losing weight, but plasticity. He wanted to make the lines of his body look better. Such a big lump of muscles definitely could not be lost, but it could make the lines look better. It would not look too bloated and ugly. Which was more difficult, flirting with men or losing weight? It was obviously more difficult to lose weight. How incredible was it to lose all the fat on his body? Don't say that he was slacking off. Every morning, Xianxia had to wake up early. The other roommates were still sleeping. Xianxia got out of bed gently. There were still light sleepers. Xianxia opened his eyes and asked, "Are you going for a run? Help me bring some breakfast when you come back." Xianxia nodded. He washed his face and applied a thick layer of sunscreen on his face and neck. He put on a thick layer of sunscreen on the bed and went out for a run. The university dormitory was a place where people could rot. Usually, if there was nothing to do, they would stay in the dormitory. Xianxia walked on the school road. There were not many students. Instead, there were some teachers or some older people who had woken up early to exercise. Xianxia did some warm-up exercises and started jogging. After a while, he was covered in sweat. When he continued running, he was already sweating. However, even if he was sweating, he had to complete today's running task. He could only grit his teeth and persevere. It was really tiring. After running, he had to go to the cafeteria to bring breakfast for his roommates. He also had to walk slowly. Otherwise, if he suddenly stopped, his body would not be able to take it. After persevering for more than a week, Xianxia felt that his mental state had improved. It was all self-discipline. Sometimes, when he wanted to slack off, he still had to run. It had to be a habit. His daily work schedule was quite tight. If he was not in class, he would go to the literature department to help set up the school anniversary. Other than studying, he also had to do some yoga to help relax his muscles. It was to prevent him from getting stronger. There was also a pleasant surprise when he ran. One time, he actually met Xianxia, who was also running. Xianxia was wearing casual shorts. He looked very handsome running under the sun. Xianxia felt uncomfortable when he saw Xianxia. His body did not listen to his brain. It was completely dominated by hormones. Love was a kind of chemical hormone. The brain did not exist at all. When he saw Xianxia planned to avoid him. He did not want to talk to him. When he spoke, Xianxia felt that his body was no longer his. His body wanted to see Xianxia, but his heart did not want to see him at all. Moreover, Xianxia did not plan to ask for his contact information. The client might as well have asked for Xianxia's contact information from others. Xianxia rejected several requests to add him as a friend. However, she worked tirelessly to add him as a friend. Xianxia did not know if he clicked on the wrong button, but his hand slipped and accepted Rong Jingbai as Xianxia's friend. To view the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. There was a reason why Rong Jingbai kept adding Xianxia. She wanted to know about Xianxia's life and mood. When Xianxia posted a message on his WeChat Moments, Rong Jingbai would immediately like it. If Xianxia said something ambiguous, Rong Jingbai would ponder for a long time, trying to figure out what Xianxia's mood was. What did he want to say? If he was showing off his girlfriend, Rong Jingbai would also like it. However, she would feel jealous, but she didn't dare to say anything overboard. Instead, she would spread rumors that Xianxia's girlfriend was beautiful. Anyway, it was quite bitter. She had set Xianxia's messages as special attention, but Xianxia had never sent her a message. In his contacts, Rong Jingbai was someone who had been forgotten in a corner. Fortunately, Xianxia didn't delete her directly. Xianxia was a thoughtful person. Even if he didn't contact her, he wouldn't delete her hastily. Therefore, Xianxia didn't want Xianxia's contact information. Otherwise, he would have to hold on to his phone all the time and pay special attention to Xianxia's news. Sometimes, when people touched their phones, it was completely a habit of the body. What did it have to do with the brain? It had nothing to do with it. Perhaps when the phone rang, the body would take out the phone before the brain could react. Xianxia didn't want his life to be filled with Xianxia's name. Looking at Xianxia's life, he didn't want to know about Xianxia's emotions at all. Xianxia avoided Xianxia, but Xianxia saw Xianxia and even greeted Xianxia. "You're jogging too. Ningshu felt helpless and stopped in his tracks. Yeah, I'm jogging. It was so awkward. So it was awkward and awkward. The main reason was that Hu Mingxiu had a girlfriend and wasn't interested in Rong Jingbai, so no matter what he said, it was awkward. After a few seconds of silence, the atmosphere was quite awkward. However, was Hu Mingxiu the kind of person to let the atmosphere continue to be awkward? Hu Mingxiu said, I'm quite surprised to see you. Girls usually don't run much. Losing weight completely depends on diet. Running is quite good. Ningshu, haha, yes. Hu Mingxiu, question mark emoji. Ningshu succeeded in making the atmosphere awkward again. Hu Mingxiu said, then you keep running. I'll keep running too. Ningshu said, okay. Then he looked at Hu Mingxiu. Well, who's going to turn around and run first? The two of them chuckled awkwardly before they turned around and ran away. When he turned around, Ningshu caught a glimpse of Hu Mingxiu's vexed expression from the corner of his eye. Ningshu thought for a moment and knew what he was upset about. It was nothing more than the fact that the two of them were not familiar with each other and had nothing to talk about. Hu Mingxiu just had to call out to her, resulting in such an awkward situation. He probably regretted calling her that. Ningshu clutched his chest. When he saw Hu Mingxiu, his heart beat even faster than when he was running. He didn't have long to live. The more one didn't want to run into something, the easier it was to run into it. After running, Ningshu ran into Hu Mingxiu 2 or 3 times a week, except when it was windy or rainy. After that awkward conversation, Ningshu and Hu Mingxiu both turned their heads to the side when they ran into each other, pretending not to see each other, and then brushed past each other. This was better than having an awkward conversation. Dan Qing couldn't help but say, there can be some development. Why avoid it? If you really don't want to do this mission, it's better to end it early. Ningshu, important things need to be repeated 3 times. He has a girlfriend, he has a girlfriend, he has a girlfriend. Regardless of how long their relationship would last, it was a legitimate relationship. And no matter what reason she had, now that she had stepped in, she was a mistress. Ningshu, stop talking nonsense. Wait until I become prettier. Is becoming prettier something that can happen in a day or 2? Missions could take up to 4 or 5 years. How long had it been? Why was Dan Qing so anxious? Dan Qing said, it's probably because you've been swift and decisive in completing missions in the past. You can finish them as fast as you can without any delay. That's why this mission is so slow. I'm really not used to it. That was why she couldn't help but remind him. Ningshu sighed. This mission can't be fast. I can only take it slow. There was no use in rushing around. Just by being hot-headed and filled with passion, the other party had to accept it. That was too ridiculous. He had to find other things to divert his attention. For example, running every day. Running wasn't just about running. After every run, there were many things to do. For example, if his body was sore, he had to use foam shafts to press on his muscles. After doing so many things, he wouldn't think about so many random things. The school's anniversary was just around the corner. The people from the arts department were working overtime to arrange it. They definitely couldn't be sloppy. The school's anniversary was held by the school's leaders, and the leaders from other schools were also coming. If something were to happen, it would be a very embarrassing thing. Of course, the work couldn't be done by the arts department. The money was also paid by the arts department. There were also activities funds to buy all kinds of materials. As a member of the arts department, helping to arrange the event was a very honorable thing. There would always be a sentence or 2 in the student register. It was also very worth it. Besides attending classes, Ningshu came to help set up the venue. He also had to print the nameplates and arrange the seats. These were all trivial matters, but they needed to be done carefully. If he wrote the wrong name of any school leader, that would be embarrassing. It wasn't something that would kill him, but it would give people a careless and sloppy impression. Ningshu still wanted to stay in the student union, so he had to be serious and careful. He had to check with everyone. Hu Mingxiu also came to the arts department often. He needed to practice hosting with Wen Mingyao. He couldn't go on stage without any preparation. He had to write his lines well. If he got stuck in front of the entire school, it would be very embarrassing. Hu Mingxiu valued his reputation and image very much. Moreover, with his popularity, he wouldn't allow himself to make such a mistake. Not only would he not allow himself to make mistakes, but he also wouldn't allow his partner and girlfriend to make mistakes. If there was a problem, he would raise it sternly and ask you to change it. Ningxu saw Hu Mingxiu being strict with Wen Mingyao more than once. If he wasn't unhappy with Wen Mingyao's expression, then he would make demands of her posture and tone. Ningxu felt that this wasn't the school's anniversary. It was probably the standard of the Spring Festival Gala. There were a few times when the smile on Wen Mingyao's face froze. Then, the smile slowly disappeared and her face turned red from embarrassment. Obviously, Hu Mingxiu talking about Wen Mingyao's situation in front of so many people made Wen Mingyao very embarrassed. She directly ran out of the hall in a fit of anger. If you think I'm not good, then find another partner. Wen Mingyao's voice was a little loud and attracted a lot of people. To watch the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. The two of them were on the stage, and the people below the stage might not be able to hear what they were talking about. But when Wen Mingyao shouted, many people turned their attention to the stage. Wen Mingyao was even more embarrassed. She did not know whether to leave or stay. In the end, she could only run out. Hu Mingxiu sighed. Girls were really too much. If it was a guy, he would have directly made a request. But if the girl did not accept it, she would be sad and make trouble for no reason. He should be preparing now. How would he have the time to coax his girlfriend, irritated? Ningxu glanced at the conflict between the two of them and then started to do his work. If they did not date, there would be no problems. Sometimes, after confirming a relationship, it was not a good thing to make it clear. If Hu Mingxiu and Wen Mingyao were still in an ambiguous period and had not made their relationship clear, they would not have confirmed their relationship. If Hu Mingxiu made all kinds of requests, Wen Mingyao would definitely try her best to fulfill them. Even if she could not do it, she would try her best to make Hu Mingxiu think more highly of her. She would try her best to let Hu Mingxiu see her good points. But after confirming a relationship, most girls would have a feeling that their boyfriend should coax them more. Now that Hu Mingxiu made all these requests, Wen Mingyao felt that Hu Mingxiu was looking down on her. She was also embarrassed that Hu Mingxiu was saying all kinds of bad things about her and making her lose face in front of others. A relationship seemed to have reached perfection when a certain relationship was made clear. Actually, this was not the case. After confirming a relationship, it was natural for the other party to do something for her and enjoy the benefits and glory of this relationship. Moreover, Hu Mingxiu had always been giving Wen Mingyao face. Suddenly, Wen Mingyao was not used to this, so her reaction was a little big. After a while, Wen Mingyao would realize that this was work and not a relationship problem. Ningxu could understand why some companies were against office relationships. It was because these emotions would be brought into work. Then it would become a matter of not distinguishing between work and work. If work was not done well, it would affect the work. Humans were emotional creatures. It was inevitable that they would be affected by some feelings. Of course, Ningxu would not be so stupid to recommend himself. When he saw Wen Mingyao running away, he ran to say that he would be the host. Not to mention whether Wen Mingyao would agree or not, even Hu Mingxiu would not agree. Therefore, he didn't go looking for trouble. Hu Mingxiu didn't look good. He jumped off the stage and took out a bottle of water from the cardboard box to drink slowly. Seeing that the people around him were staring at him, he said, "Don't worry about me. You do your thing." Someone even joked with Hu Mingxiu, saying, "Hu Mingxiu, your desire to live isn't strong. You actually didn't chase after her." Hu Mingxiu smiled and shook his head. He didn't say that she would be back soon. However, he couldn't say these words out loud. Otherwise, it would be even more awkward when Wen Mingyao returned. However, Ningxu felt that Wen Mingyao was quite embarrassed now. After all, she ran out, but Hu Mingxiu didn't chase after her like in idol dramas. Although there were conflicts, it could still improve their relationship. It was definitely fun for young couples to mess around. In short, Wen Mingyao was in a dilemma. She could neither go back nor stay. After all, she was the head of the arts department. She was so willful that she had left the rest behind. Moreover, it was almost the school anniversary. The more when Meng Yao thought about it, the more she felt that something was wrong. However, she was unwilling to go back. Thinking of Hu Mingxiu's strict and picky attitude towards her, when Meng Yao was so angry that she stomped her feet. Someone had to bow down first. However, in the hall, Hu Mingxiu was sitting on the chair drinking water. Outside, when Meng Yao was hesitating on the tree-lined path. Anyway, it was a stalemate. When Meng Yao waited for Hu Mingxiu to come and find her. However, she didn't see Hu Mingxiu's voice. She was so angry that she stomped her feet and turned to leave. You should find someone else. Really, you don't know how to coax people. When Meng Yao went straight back to the dormitory. It was the people from the arts department who saw that when Meng Yao hadn't returned. When Meng Yao didn't see Hu Mingxiu. She said directly, my throat isn't feeling well. I can't be the host. You should find someone else. When the others heard this, they naturally tried to persuade her. They said that only she could be the host. Moreover, the school anniversary was almost here. It wasn't appropriate to find someone else. If something went wrong, it would be embarrassing for the arts department. Moreover, would you be okay with your boyfriend partnering with another girl? When Meng Yao rolled her eyes. What's there for me to be worried about? I'm not worried at all. Actually, it would be fine as long as Hu Mingxiu lowered his head. When Meng Yao just wanted an attitude. When she went back, when Meng Yao would definitely practice hard and meet Hu Mingxiu's requirements. However, Hu Mingxiu didn't lower his head at this time. The school anniversary was coming and Hu Mingxiu was the only male host. How ugly would the scene be, therefore, when Meng Yao could accept it? The others were anxious. The key was that the two of them had a conflict. Since they couldn't persuade Wen Meng Yao, they could persuade Hu Mingxiu. Moreover, coaxing his girlfriend wasn't something embarrassing. Hu Mingxiu frowned. Is this a matter between a boyfriend and girlfriend? How could these two things be mixed together? These were two completely different matters. It was clearly a work matter. Now, it had become a conflict between a boyfriend and girlfriend. If it was really a conflict between a boyfriend and girlfriend, he would admit his mistake. It wasn't a big deal and it wouldn't affect anything. However, these were clearly two different matters. Even if Hu Mingxiu knew that this matter would be over if he coaxed Wen Meng Yao. It was a very simple matter and there wasn't any loss. Hu Mingxiu was still unhappy. He felt that Wen Meng Yao was threatening him with his work. Moreover, was this matter his fault? If he had to coax Wen Meng Yao, then did this mean that he was in the wrong? It was like paste and sesame, mixed together. The right and wrong made people feel aggrieved. Mingxiu felt that Hu Mingxiu was a little straight, but he knew how to conduct himself. It was probably because work was work and personal was personal. The two couldn't be mixed together. He was quite upright. At least in some aspects, he wouldn't make things difficult for others because of his personal feelings. A woman who was so suitable for Hu Mingxiu must be a girl who knew how to behave. At least, a girl who could listen to people's words. Mingxiu thought about the client's personality. If she really got together with Hu Mingxiu, she would definitely be sensitive and think too much. Moreover, she loved Hu Mingxiu so much that she couldn't extricate herself. If Hu Mingxiu really suggested that he was good for Rong Jingbai would think that he was disgusted with her. Even someone as outstanding as Wen Meng Yao would have a big reaction when she heard Hu Mingxiu's suggestion. Of course, there was another possibility. Rong Jingbai worshipped Hu Mingxiu brainlessly. No matter what Hu Mingxiu said, Rong Jingbai would accept it. To watch the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. I can't sleep. My chest is stuffy and my head is a little dizzy. Mingxiu was feeling this way now. Anyway, she didn't think highly of Hu Mingxiu and Rong Jingbai. Let's not talk about whether the two of them could be together or whether there was any hope of them being together. Even if they were together, their personalities didn't match. However, there were all kinds of strange things in this world. They might be suitable. Her analysis was as fierce as a tiger, but the result was the opposite. She couldn't be too absolute. However, when Meng Yao and Hu Mingxiu fell into an inexplicable cold war, neither of them was willing to lower their heads. Of course, when Meng Yao realized that she was in the wrong, Her reaction was too big. However, the problem was that Hu Mingxiu kept talking about her problems, and then she exploded. She exploded. Humans were irrational. If they were irrational, it was easy for them to get dizzy. Realizing her mistake didn't mean that she could wipe her face and apologize. Anyway, an inexplicable reserve supported Wen Mengyao to admit her mistake and not correct it. As the saying goes, being unreasonable. She was his girlfriend. So what if she was unreasonable? Anyway, the two of them fell into an inexplicable cold war. Hu Mingxiu didn't care about Wen Mengyao at all, making Wen Mengyao embarrassed. In this situation, there was no way to apologize and reconcile. The literature and art department was going crazy. What was wrong with the two of them? Previously, they were so lovey-dovey and full of dog food. Now that the school anniversary was approaching, they were still counting on the two of them to be lovey-dovey on the stage. Now, it seemed that the two of them might break up because of this. It didn't matter if they broke up. After a long time, the world would eventually part. The problem was that it shouldn't happen during the school anniversary. Some people went to persuade Wen Mengyao. Wen Mengyao naturally went along with it. She hesitated and wanted to apologize to Hu Mingxiu. However, Hu Mingxiu's next move blinded everyone's eyes. Hu Mingxiu said that Wen Mengyao wasn't suitable to be the host of the school anniversary. And choose another host. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Then, they reacted and persuaded the commentator. The school anniversary was just around the corner. It was too late to change a host. Moreover, in terms of qualifications, not many people could compare to Wen Mengyao. What he meant was that Wen Mengyao had high requirements. It wasn't that Wen Mengyao wasn't good, but that Wen Mengyao had high requirements. Wen Mengyao turned around and left. She was too lazy to say anything. Since you are so dissatisfied, I will not partner with you to be the host this time. Previously, when they were not together, they were also hosts on the same stage. Why didn't he say anything bad about her at that time? Now that they were together, why did he start talking bad about her? I don't want to serve you anymore. You can do whatever you want. He didn't expect Hu Mingxiu to be such a person. He was simply blind. This time, when Mengyao really became a hands-off boss. She didn't do anything. It wasn't that she wasn't going to do anything, but she wasn't going to be a host anymore. She also had to manage the school's anniversary celebration. The two of them didn't speak when they met. Since Wen Mengyao wasn't going to be the host anymore, they had to find a new female host. Of course, the literature and art department would have to choose a host. None of the girls in the literature and art department would take the initiative to be a host. Even though Ningxiu had volunteered before, he was now curled up into a ball, not daring to get close. Now that the two of them were in a conflict, no matter what the reason was, it was only right for her to suffer. On the contrary, it would make others look at her strangely. Those who didn't know would think that she had snatched Wen Mengyao's hosting position. After all, according to the usual practice, Wen Mengyao was the host. Moreover, the school and students were already used to Wen Mengyao. If she suddenly changed to another person, they would definitely be picky. Moreover, the two of them were in a conflict now. If they reconciled in the future, she didn't know how they would mock her in their hearts. Ningxiu would never do something so strenuous and unrewarding. She would never do it. No matter who was going to be the host, Ningxiu wouldn't do it anyway. Moreover, the school's anniversary celebration was less than a week away. The other aspects had already been prepared. Even if the two of them were in a conflict, they would still be forcefully pushed onto the stage in the end. Even if they were in a conflict, the host still had to be the host. Once they were off the stage, they could do whatever they wanted. Therefore, when Hu Mingxiu asked if anyone was willing to be the host, or if anyone had experience in hosting, they could give it a try. However, no one answered. Everyone looked at each other, but no one said anything. This made Hu Mingxiu even angrier. Could it be that without Wen Mengyao, there wasn't even a host? Since he couldn't find anyone in the literature department, he would directly go to other departments to find someone. He didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to find someone. Ningxiu didn't care about how the two of them were tormenting each other. He just did what he had to do. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but after persisting in running for half a month and meticulously taking care of his skin, Ningxu felt that his condition was better. He had slimmed down a little and his skin was a little smoother. His skin color didn't change, but it was quite uniform. It was evenly tanned. As for his hair, it was still so little and didn't grow much. He reckoned that it wouldn't be of much use for a while. It would also take a long time for him to adjust it. Internally and externally, Ningxu wanted to cultivate exceptional martial arts. If he had some spiritual energy, he would be able to expel some of the toxins in his body. However, he didn't absorb any spiritual energy at all. He did absorb some fiery sun energy from the sun, but this thing was absorbed into his body. Ningxu felt that his skin seemed to be darker. It didn't work. The power of the blazing sun could not be absorbed. Moreover, it was harmful to the body as it would burn the internal organs. Generally, when Ningxu cultivated peerless martial arts, he would absorb spirit qi or the power of the stars. He would rarely absorb other types of energy. It seemed that using exceptional martial arts to become more beautiful wouldn't work. The fiery sun energy would only make his condition worse. He had to lose weight honestly, eat less, eat more bland food, and run more. When he was running in the morning, he would occasionally meet Hu Mingxiu. Once, Hu Mingxiu stopped Ningxu and asked directly, "Well," Ningxu said, "my name is Rong Jingbai." Hu Mingxiu said, "Oh, Rong Jingbai, I heard that you want to be a host." Ningxu was expressionless. "You heard that?" Hu Mingxiu said, "I heard that you recommended yourself before. Do you want to have a try?" Ningxu, "I was too young before. Please forgive my ignorance." Ningxu shook his head and said, "I don't have the foundation and experience of a broadcasting host. I was just playing before. I don't intend to be a host." Ningxu didn't say anything else, nor did he kindly persuade him to make up with Wen Mengyao. Wen Mengyao was suitable to be a host. The key was to consider the overall situation and not delay the school anniversary activities. She was not familiar with Hu Mingxiu. If she said these words, it would seem that she was meddling in other people's business and would be a waste of her saliva. So Ningxu simply refused Hu Mingxiu and looked at him without saying a word. To watch the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile phone address. The scene was a little awkward. Hu Mingxiu didn't know why, but seeing this guy and talking to him felt so awkward. If the other party was passionate, he would feel awkward. If he was so cold, it was also quite awkward. The key was that he couldn't say anything. Hu Mingxiu felt that it could still be salvaged and said, "Why don't you give it a try?" Ningxu shook his head. "I can't. Besides, there are only 5 or 6 days until the school anniversary. There's not enough time to break in all aspects. There's also the drama of lines. In a short time it's impossible to reach the ideal state." Hu Mingxiu frowned and said, "You mean, this matter has to be decided by Wen Mengyao?" "Ningxu, why are you getting angry at me? If they weren't dating, there would be no problems. If they weren't a couple, Hu Mingxiu and Wen Mengyao might still be working well together. It was probably because they had confirmed their relationship that some of their personal feelings were brought into work. Even some of the normal suggestions and requests at work would be seen as the other party despising him. For example, the client would be so happy that his heart was about to fly just by saying a few more words to Hu Mingxiu. As for Hu Mingxiu's requests, wasn't that something he should do? Unrequited love, and unrequited love, was probably the most bitter and sweet time in a relationship. The best part was probably when they were flirting with each other. It was when the relationship wasn't made clear. Once the relationship was made clear, some responsibilities had to be borne, although some responsibilities were just things that had been agreed upon. For example, if the girlfriend was angry, he had to coax her. If he didn't, he wouldn't have a girlfriend. Hu Mingxiu's expression was obviously unhappy. Many people probably told him that Wen Mengyao was the most suitable. It was not a big deal to give in to a girl and apologize. Su Mingxiu heard this too many times and had a rebellious mentality. "Ningxiu, I don't think so. Anyway, I can't be a host." Hu Mingxiu probably also felt that his reaction was a little too big. He relaxed his eyebrows and said, "I'm not saying that Wen Mengyao isn't good, it's just," Ningxiu almost covered his ears. I'm not listening." Bastard chanting scriptures, Hu Mingxiu stopped talking. Wen Mengyao was his girlfriend after all. How could he complain about his girlfriend in front of someone he didn't know? Not to mention that she was his girlfriend, even his other friends shouldn't have done that. It was equivalent to speaking ill of others behind their backs. Therefore, Hu Mingxiu smiled and said, "Then I'll go find the others." Mingxiu gave a fake smile. "You will definitely find it." The two of them brushed past each other and continued to run. Dan Qing's voice sounded in her mind. "Why wouldn't you agree? This is a good opportunity to get along with Hu Mingxiu. Let him see your beauty and talent." "Mingxiu, shut up. There's no talent or beauty." At such a delicate moment, how could he get close to her? Moreover, if there really was a 1 in 100, 1 in 1,000, or 1 in 10,000 chance that they could be together in the future, if she were to host on the same stage as Hu Mingxiu now, and it just so happened that the two of them had a conflict, even if they were to be together in the future, there would probably be people who would say that she was interfering. He said that he was taking advantage of the situation, taking advantage of the quarrel between the two of them. How tasteless. Gossips were unpleasant to hear, but these were the words of others after all, so it didn't have much of an effect. He was just afraid that the people involved would listen to them, such as Hu Mingxiu. They were in a beautiful relationship, but in the end, the gossip outside would always cast a shadow on a beautiful relationship. Dan Qing was probably close to rolling her eyes. She said, "It's all a shadow now. You're thinking about what will happen after you fall in love. He hasn't even remembered your name yet." Mingxiu clicked his tongue. "Take one step and look at 3 steps. You have to have a strategy for everything." There was no chance of success at all if she were to charge forward recklessly. The probability of success was very small. Dan Qing said, "You're so calm and indifferent because you don't like Hu Mingxiu. When you like someone, it's a kind of feeling that can't be rejected, resisted, calmed, or suppressed. Even if you're bruised and bleeding, you won't turn back." Mingxiu nodded. "Yes, I don't like him. That's why I have the time to think so much." Dan Qing was probably rolling her eyes. "I think you probably won't be able to pass this mission. It's such a simple mission. You don't need to use your brain or scheme. You don't need to do anything either. You might even be beaten half to death." Mingxiu was speechless. Was Dan Qing mocking her? In the past, Dan Qing didn't have such a strong presence. She probably felt that she was more useless now, so she was mocking her. Easy my **s, wasn't there a saying that went, "Feelings can't be forced"? Even if she could scheme, even if she could break a rock with her chest, if he didn't like her, it was useless. Things that could be solved with the brain were the easiest. Things that could be solved with the heart were the most difficult. People's hearts were fickle, but at the same time, people's hearts were eternal. The success of this mission depended entirely on one's heart. It was so **king unreliable. Anyway, Mingxiu was already prepared for the possibility of failing this mission. She was in a very good mood. At most, she would fail the mission. Mingxiu really couldn't use her strength for this mission. She felt terrible and her heart hurt from holding it in. "I want to complete the mission too, but I can't just grab Hu Mingxiu's shoulders and shake him. You like me, but you love me. You like me, but you like me. You like me, but you like me." Hu Mingxiu would probably run away when he saw her in the future. He was a lunatic. Mingxiu was sweating profusely from running. Recently, she had gotten used to running and could run a little more. On the way back, she met Hu Mingxiu and Wen Mengyao. Wen Mengyao was also wearing a sports shirt. She was probably here to run. As for whether she was really here to run or had other motives, Mingxiu's eyes lit up. She felt that she was in the center of gossip. She couldn't help but want to know what the two of them were talking about. The two of them didn't look good. They must have quarreled. What were they quarreling about? She wasn't gossiping, but this body wanted to know. This was because of the body's inertia and had nothing to do with her. Mingxiu calmly ran past the two of them. She could vaguely hear Wen Mengyao questioning Hu Mingxiu. She asked Hu Mingxiu what he meant and whether he wanted to break up with her. That was why he kept finding fault with her. Hu Mingxiu insisted that Wen Mengyao was thinking too much. It was clearly a work matter, so why did she say that? He said that he didn't despise Wen Mengyao, but just wanted a better show. Wen Mengyao obviously didn't accept it. Then why did you find other hosts? You're purposely making things difficult for me. I think you're just finding fault with me and despising me. Even though Ningxu slowed down, that was all he could hear. To watch the new chapter of ZUI, please go to mobile address. After hearing the gossip that he wanted to hear, Ningxu ran away. When he turned back, he could still see the two of them facing each other. When Mengyao raised her head slightly and looked at Hu Mingxiu. If one looked at this scene, it would be very beautiful and warm. But the reality was that the two of them were quarreling. He didn't know if they would host together. He also didn't know how long the quarrel would last. Ningxu felt that he was quite perverted. He was secretly observing others. Although it didn't affect others, it would affect his own mentality. It was a very bad thing to have one's happiness and anger controlled by others. It was especially bad for others to control one's happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy. Ningxu didn't like it very much. This mission was really a pain in the neck. The more time passed, the more Ningxu wanted to leave. He didn't even want to do this mission anymore. Staring at a person in the dark like this, sooner or later, he would get rabies and become a pervert. Sigh. Especially since the client's body had a lot of residual emotions. His obsession was very deep. He was deeply affected and miserable. Ningxu was sweating all over. When he took a shower, he massaged his muscles to relax. After breakfast, he went to help set up the venue and did all kinds of chores. But when he went to the literature department, it was like a bomb had exploded. Someone told Ningxu that Wen Mengyao and Hu Mingxiu had broken up. This bomb exploded the people in the literature department. They didn't know how to react. The main thing was whether the two of them would refuse to share the stage because of the breakup. Ningxu, although the situation seemed very bad, and it was related to the school's anniversary, Ningxu's heart was secretly filled with joy. It was so perverted. Sure enough, a crush made people perverted. Ningxu, I'm perverted too. Ningxu didn't express any opinions. He didn't make any sarcastic remarks or show any joy. They had broken up. What was there to be happy about? Even if Hu Mingxiu and Wen Mengyao had broken up, he might not be with her. So there was no reason to be happy. But what made the arts department's jaws drop was that the two of them had publicly announced that they had broken up, but they were still willing to host on the same stage. Furthermore, both of them were in their best state. She suddenly became a workaholic. She worked hard and cooperated very well. Although they turned their heads away after getting off the stage and completely ignored each other, at least the two of them on the stage looked very compatible and good-looking. They were simply the best representatives of a golden couple. Standing on the brightly lit stage with tens of thousands of eyes, his appearance was quite dazzling. The two of them were quite good-looking. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to achieve such an effect. Although they didn't know what was wrong with the two of them, the fact that the two of them were willing to host the event together made everyone in the literature and art department heave a sigh of relief. As long as they could have a perfect celebration, it was fine. Ningxu couldn't figure out what was going on. Why did they break up instead? There weren't so many messy things going on between the two of them. Did it prove once again that if you don't fall in love, you won't be pressured? Could it be that because it was a breakup, she had to be in her best condition to prove that the other party was blind? She was clearly such a good person. If she broke up with him, then he must be blind. He had to make her regret breaking up with him. Ningxu couldn't help but ask someone, who was the one who broke up? I don't know. Anyway, I heard the news that the two of them broke up. As for who broke up, I don't know. Ningxu felt very tired. This mission was really very tiring. It was also very difficult to do. He felt like he had become a lemon essence. His entire body was sour. Danqing couldn't stand it anymore. He said, "Dear, our suggestion is to give up on the mission. You guys were the ones who asked him to work hard on the mission. Now, you're the one who wants to give up." Ningxu asked, "What did the client say?" The client probably couldn't stand it anymore. Even he couldn't stand it anymore. Danqing said, "The client didn't say anything. Everything is fine." Ningxu was speechless. She could even stand it. She probably had a crush on him and didn't have much hope. The school's anniversary celebration ended perfectly. Everyone was very considerate. At least there weren't any accidents. It ended smoothly. Amidst the enthusiastic cheers, when Meng Yao and Hu Mingxiu looked at each other on stage. That feeling successfully made Mingxiu feel like he had eaten a lemon. It was extremely sour. F***ck. What kind of mission is this? I'm eating dog food every day. Even when the two of them were in conflict, Ningxiu felt like his stomach was stuffed with dog food. No wonder he couldn't lose weight no matter how hard he tried. It was all dog food. She felt that the two of them would definitely get back together. It didn't have anything to do with her. Indeed, it didn't take long for the two of them to get back together. They treated the entire literature and art department to a meal. It was also a reward to thank the literature and art department for their work for the school's anniversary celebration. Ningxiu didn't plan on going. If he went, he would have to eat and drink. All his weight loss during this period would be for nothing. Moreover, the food in the restaurant was all heavy. It was either a buffet or a hot pot. After eating, they had to go to the karaoke. In the entire literature and art department, only Ningxiu didn't go. It made her seem like Gidge didn't want to join. Hu Mingxiu said, "You should go. Let's go together. It's more lively." Eating was secondary. Ningxiu still wanted to refuse. When Meng Yao held on to Hu Mingxiu's arm and said, "All right, let's go together. When someone pays the bill, just eat to your heart's content." Ningxiu didn't know why when Meng Yao always looked like she was declaring her ownership in front of her. She would hold on to Hu Mingxiu's arm for no reason. It really looked like she was declaring her sovereignty. Could it be that her crush was very obvious? It was written in her left eye and in her right eye. It was written in love, or was she just jealous and thinking too much? Yes, she must be thinking too much. She was a little sensitive. That was why she was thinking too much. If he continued to refuse, it would seem like he didn't know what was good for him. Ningxiu also went. They ate a more high-end buffet. Hu Mingxiu paid the bill. Things like a buffet were to eat casually, but it was much easier to eat. Ningxiu only got some light vegetables. He didn't touch the other juices and meat. Even the fruits, Ningxiu felt that they weren't fresh. He didn't know how long these fruits had been there. If he wanted to eat, he could buy it. Although it was a little expensive, it was still fresher than this. When Meng Yao and Hu Mingxiu were at the next table, the two of them acted as if nothing had happened. They were still showing off their love and being sweet. Ningxiu almost wanted to smash the plate. This was a scam. Whoever wanted to do this mission could do it. He was about to be blinded by their public display of love. There was no chance for this mission. It was better to leave early and save time. To view the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. Although he knew that this mission was hopeless, he was still unhappy that he didn't complete it. It was a pity. Ningxiu ate the grass without tasting anything. It was very lively next door. Ningxiu felt that he was really an idiot who stood aloof from the world. Damn. After eating, Ningxiu went to the KTV to have fun until the latter half of the night. Ningxiu didn't sing a single song. He sat in the corner and looked at everyone's expressions under the blurred lights. Some were ambiguous, some were openly showing their love. Why did it feel like he was the only single dog in the world? Before the dormitory was closed, everyone returned to school. Ningxiu looked at Hu Mingxiu in front of him and wondered if he should try harder. At least before he left, he should try harder. Ningxiu tried hard to suppress the urge to rush over and confess to Hu Mingxiu. Sigh, there was no point in going up like this. He was still single. If he was single, it wouldn't be a big deal if he got rejected. At most, it would be a little awkward. But it was different now. He would definitely be rejected. Moreover, he would be questioned for his bad character. He was an executioner who interfered in other people's relationships. Forget it, he didn't care. Even if he wanted to confess, he had to wait until they broke up. Ningxiu asked, "If I give up the mission, when will I leave?" Dan Qing, the client hasn't responded yet. He didn't say that he was satisfied or dissatisfied. He probably still wants you to do the mission. He hasn't raised any objections. He's probably satisfied, so you can't leave for now. If the client judges that you failed the mission, you can leave this world. Ning Shu F***ck, so I have to stay in this world even if I don't want to do it? What the hell is this? I want to leave. F***ck. Do I really have to go all out and let the client judge that I failed the mission? In the past, I worked hard to complete the mission. This time, I have to act shamelessly and not complete the mission. Ning Shu really didn't know where to start with this mission. The only way was to make himself more outstanding. She wanted to make her fashion sense more elegant, to improve her taste, to have a better figure, and to have fairer skin. Other than that, Ning Shu didn't have any other ideas. First of all, he had to have an image that could make people feel good about him. He really wanted to strangle Hu Mingshu's neck and roar, "What don't you like about me? I can change it." But in reality, it was impossible. No one knew what the client was thinking. Since he didn't want to leave, he might as well enjoy himself in this world. His days in school were pretty good. It was also good to relax. Ning Shu looked at the mirror and touched his skin. He felt that it was more delicate and fairer. Moreover, his complexion was not bad. It was probably because he exercised every day. The food he ate was also healthy. He exuded a sense of vitality from the inside out. At the very least, he looked much better than before, giving off a sense of vitality. Not bad, not bad. At least he was healthy and energetic. His persistence during this period of time had paid off, and he had seen the motivation to persevere. Ning Shu still got up early every morning to run. His roommates in the dormitory were already used to it. When they heard the slight movement of Ning Shu, they turned over, pulled the quilt, and went to sleep. When Ning Shu went out for a run, he often met Hu Mingshu. Hu Mingshu looked at Ning Shu's ankle and ran from the side. He thought about it and stopped. He held Ning Shu in his mouth and said, "When you run, you should protect your ankles and knees. Wear a wrist guard on your knees." Ning Shu nodded and said, "Thank you, I know." He probably couldn't stand it anymore, so he reminded him. Hu Mingshu took out his mobile phone and said, "Let's exchange contact information. We are all running enthusiasts. We can communicate." It was really unexpected. Why did Hu Mingshu take the initiative to ask for her contact information? Of course, Ning Shu wouldn't refuse, not to mention that she originally had bad intentions towards Hu Mingshu. Now that she was in the tiger's mouth, she couldn't ask for more. Ning Shu took out her mobile phone and exchanged contact information with Hu Mingshu. Now she could peek at Hu Mingshu's circle of friends. Well, there was some progress. At least they had reached the point of exchanging contact information. In this way, to a certain extent, they had a common topic, although it was running. Well, now Danqing wouldn't say that she was slacking off. Ning Shu was just dawdling in this world. During the summer vacation, he went home directly. It was definitely easier to recuperate at home than at school. Maybe after 2 months, it would be different. He would be completely reborn. The main thing was to take care of his hair. Anyway, Ning Shu felt that his hairline was full of fine fragments of hair. If these hair could be hardened and longer, he could have more hair. It showed that his body maintenance during this time had paid off. His body gave a positive feedback. Sure enough, he didn't have to stay up late to exercise hard. It was just a little difficult to persist. However, in order to have a beautiful head, Ning Shu felt that he could persist. If he had beautiful and dense hair, it could at least add 3 points to his appearance. 3 points. Everything was developing in a good way. Ning Shu was happy in his heart. This mission was like retirement. Ning Shu returned home with the suitcase. The person who opened the door was Mother Rong. When she saw her daughter at the door, she didn't recognize her for a moment. She even asked, "Who are you looking for?" Ning Shu felt that this transformation was very successful. When they were in the same dormitory in school, they faced each other every day. She couldn't see any changes, but when she hadn't seen her client's parents for a while, she felt that her daughter had become very different. After knowing that this was her daughter, Mother Rong's first reaction was, "You're in love?" Ning Shu was speechless. She wasn't in love. It was a secret love. Could love really make people beautiful? Mother Rong even stuck her head out of the door and looked around. She asked, your boyfriend didn't come back with you? Ningshu, I'm not in love. If you're not in love, why are you tidying yourself up? You've lost weight and become a little fairer. Ningshu retorted, if I'm not in love, can't I tidy myself up? Mother Rong said matter-of-factly, of course. You're not in love. You want to be in love. That's why you tidy yourself up like this. Ningshu, I actually can't refute that. Her indecent intentions were already on her face. Mother Rong carried a thermos and was about to bring food to Father Rong. Ningshu took the thermos and was about to give Father Rong a surprise. When Father Rong saw Ningshu, he recognized him and shouted, daughter, you're back and you're good-looking. With a smile on his face, he took the thermos from Ningshu's hand. To watch the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. Father Rong stared at Ningshu as he ate. He even nodded and said, sure enough, girls change 18 times between childhood and womanhood. You've become much gentler now and look good in clothes. You used to be a tomboy. When they met with colleagues, Father Rong introduced Ningshu to them. This is my daughter. She's back from college. Ningshu, in the past, when clients came to the company to look for Father Rong basically didn't greet them. When they got close, Father Rong said, why are you here? I didn't hear you call me just now. Now that he saw him from afar, he quickly greeted him. He was undoubtedly his biological father. Even his family was like this, let alone outsiders. During the time he was home, Ningshu basically didn't go out. Even when he went out, he would put on a thick layer of sunscreen and apply for a gym card, the kind that was more expensive. There was a coach watching over the card. Mother Rong was a little reluctant to ask for money. After all, 2 months of training would cost nearly 5,000 yuan. Father Rong, on the other hand, readily gave the money and asked Ningshu to exercise well. This was the difference between men and women. Father Rong was a man after all. Even if he looked at his daughter, he still had a face recognition device. It was a good thing that his daughter could become more beautiful. Mother Rong glared at her husband but didn't say anything to stop him. Ningshu took the money and applied for it without hesitation. During the 2 months of summer vacation, he basically sweated in the gym. Under the coach's guidance, the general exercises were correct and didn't hurt his body. The money was well spent. If he sprained his body and tendons, he wouldn't be able to exercise and would hurt his body. Under the coach's guidance, Ningshu also learned a lot about fitness and what to pay attention to so that he wouldn't hurt his body. 2 months passed quickly. Because he sweated every day and basically didn't go out in the sun, his skin was much fairer. His figure was much slimmer and he looked better in clothes than before. Of course, when he was free, he still spied on Hu Mingshu's WeChat moments to see what he was doing during the summer vacation. Hu Mingshu didn't post many statuses. Of course, when Meng Yao also appeared a lot. It seemed that the two of them had a lot of fun during the summer vacation. Ningshu, who had turned into a lemon essence, threw his phone away, pulled the blanket over his head, and went to sleep. Working out every day was F***ing tiring. He didn't know if the two of them could be together. At least in the memory of the client, the two of them had been together for a very long time. When the two of them were in a relationship, the client had no chance. But even if the two of them broke up, the client still had no chance. Therefore, whether or not Hu Mingshu was single was not up to the client. When it was time for school to open, Mingshu returned to school and walked into the dormitory in high spirits. His roommates couldn't recognize Mingshu and exclaimed in surprise. She asked Mingshu what he had been doing for the past 2 months. She wanted to know if he had fallen in love. Mingshu just smiled and didn't say anything. Very good, at least in terms of changing his image, he did a good job. Mingshu asked his roommate, "Do I look better than before?" Her roommate, "Of course she looks good. She's like a completely different person." Then Mingshu was relieved. With this image, he was afraid that those who had seen him before would slowly be replaced by his current image. In the morning, when he was running in school, he bumped into Hu Mingshu. Hu Mingshu looked at Mingshu suspiciously. Clearly, he wasn't sure if Mingshu was the girl who had been running before. Ningxiu ignored him. She ignored his doubts and ran straight over. She felt that the gaze behind her was still following her like a shadow. Ningxiu was elated. He finally saw some results. If it wasn't for beauty, who would want to lose weight? Who wouldn't want to eat whatever they wanted to eat? Sigh, if I really became beautiful, I wouldn't have to care about that Hu Mingxiu at all. It was only when one was not good enough that one would hope for better things. When one was good enough, then what was once the best in one's eyes would probably become mediocre. How magical. While running, he received a lot of stares. The number of people who turned to look at him increased. He went back and took a shower. When he returned to his bedside, he picked up his phone. There were a lot of messages, and they were all from Hu Mingxiu. Most of them were from Hu Mingxiu, asking if the person he saw in the morning was Rong Jingbai. I, Nicholas Jingbai, will never change my name. Ningxiu was very proud. He rubbed his fingers together and wrote 2 words with an extremely inflated mood. Yes. Hu Mingxiu expressed his surprise. He said that he had changed so much in 2 months. Ningxiu said that he had worked out in the gym, so he had lost some weight. Then, Ningxiu unilaterally ended the conversation, saying that he was busy and couldn't talk about it. As for whether the other party had anything else to say, it was none of her business. She had just taken a shower, and now she had to apply sunscreen and go to class. Ningxiu woke up the other 3 roommates, saying that it was time for class. They had to get up quickly or they would be late. Speaking of which, ever since Ningxiu started running, no one in the dormitory had eaten. Ningxiu was an alarm clock for action. His roommates all slept in peace. Ningxiu felt that the burden on his shoulders had become heavier. After tidying up, the 4 of them went to the classroom. Anyway, Ningxiu had endless work to do every day. If he was not running, he was on the way to the library. He walked leisurely under the tree-lined path, then looked at the students coming and going, and the young couples holding hands. Anyway, Ningxiu had not been so relaxed in a long time. There was no such peaceful environment, no danger or worry. There was no problem of the sea of law here, no problem of the plain. Although it was a small place in the plain, it was a relatively pure ivory tower. Ningxiu felt that since the client did not let her go, she would enjoy the peaceful days here. She would treat it as if she was here for a vacation, not to do a mission. In addition to his own studies, Ningxiu would occasionally go to the literature and art department. The literature and art department would prepare many literature and art activities in the school, so he was quite busy. He would be called over to do things if he had nothing to do. Of course, once it was over, he would inevitably eat some dog food. When Meng Yao and Hu Mingxiu were always showing off their love as if there was no one else around. The main reason was that the 2 of them were too good-looking. Just by standing together, it was like showing off dog food. It was like watching an idol drama, not to mention how eye-catching it was. Ningxiu was used to being jealous. Occasionally, he liked to see these 2 people. Looking at good-looking people made him feel good. As for getting Hu Mingxiu and being together with Hu Mingxiu, Ningxiu felt that he had almost forgotten about it. What was there to be in a relationship? It was better to be beautiful. To view the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. What made Ningxiu happy was that she had been promoted to a small official and was in charge of some smaller activities, probably because she had been working hard during this period of time. It was a pleasant surprise. Also, the school had to give him funds for activities. If he could use it well, there would be some left over. The money could be used for other purposes. Ningxiu did not have any other skills, but he could be a little more serious when doing things. Probably because he was a little stupid when he was alive, he would do things that others thought were repetitive and useless. For example, repeatedly confirming the quality and price of some things. These were all small things. He did not need to use knives or guns. He did not need to fight with his bare hands. There was no danger to his life. It was simply wonderful. With a promotion, Ningxiu could also attend the student union. Then, he could be a bootlicker. Not to mention Hu Mingxiu's character, Hu Mingxiu's appearance was really pleasing to the eyes. This kind of person was active in the eyes of others. He was the kind that could not be hidden. He was suitable to be seen from afar and not touched. When the meeting ended, Hu Mingxiu walked out of the conference room. He casually glanced around and saw Ningxiu. He asked casually, "Didn't you wear a wrist guard when you ran?" "Ningxiu, I wore it." When Mengyao walked over and held Hu Mingxiu's arm. She asked with a smile, "What are you talking about?" Ningxiu did not say anything. He felt that when Mengyao had always been very strict with Hu Mingxiu. Thinking about it, it was normal. With such a dazzling boyfriend, she must be nervous. Hu Mingxiu was too attractive to girls. When Mengyao was afraid that if Hu Mingxiu talked to any girl casually, she might have a love rival. So even if she was with Ningxiu, she did not look that beautiful. But this Rong Jingbai did not look good at first glance. But after looking at her, she actually looked quite good. Her clothes were simple and elegant. Girls who had just entered university either pursued more exaggerated fashion or had not gotten rid of their rustic temperament. Simple and elegant clothes like this seemed a little old-fashioned at first glance. However, this kind of simple clothes showed its temperament when compared to exaggerated clothes. So when Mengyao hurried over. However, when Mengyao did not casually give Ningxiu a slap and say that he seduced her boyfriend. Anyone who was slightly more rational wouldn't be so brainless. Cripple. Moreover, nothing happened between the two of them. They weren't close to each other, which was normal for social interactions. Moreover, this Rong Jingbai didn't have the exaggerated reaction of a normal girl when she saw a handsome guy. She looked cold and indifferent, as if she had no interest in Hu Mingxiu. However, when Mengyao still felt uncomfortable in her heart. Her boyfriend was chatting with another girl. Of course, she had to interrupt and ask what they were talking about. Ningxiu only had one feeling, and that was that being with Hu Mingxiu was really King tough. No matter how confident he was, he would still be turned into a sensitive little girl by Hu Mingxiu. What a little girl with a wild imagination. Rong Jingbai couldn't take it. Hu Mingxiu took the lead to explain, "Nothing much. Just about running?" When Mengyao was a little confused. "What jogging?" Ningxiu said, "When I was running, President Hu kindly reminded me that I should wear knee pads." That's it. When Mingyao's eyes wandered back and forth between Ningxiu and Hu Mingxiu. She felt that there might be something going on, so she asked, "Running? What running? Did you run together?" Ningxiu denied it 3 times. No, don't talk nonsense. We've never run together." Hu Mingxiu also explained, "No, we just met occasionally when we were running in the morning." "It's not what you think." When Mengyao said, "Then I'll run with you in the morning." Hu Mingxiu nodded. "Okay." Ningxiu's mouth twitched. He was stuffed with dog food anytime and anywhere. This feeling was really stifling. He rolled his eyes and turned to leave. Ningxiu didn't have much progress with Hu Mingxiu, but he had other gains. When he went to the library or when he was in class, there were boys who hit on him or found reasons to ask for his contact number. The current Rong Jingbai wasn't very beautiful, but she tidied herself up neatly. She was neat and tidy and looked very pleasing to the eye. When he was in university, he was in love. Those boys naturally set their eyes on Rong Jingbai. Some people hit on him, some people asked for his contact number, and some explicitly hinted. Ningxiu rejected them all. He didn't even think of dating these babies. Ningxiu felt that according to his age and the age of the boys, well, they were all the age of their ancestors. They were babies. And now he still had evil intentions towards Hu Mingxiu. How could he date these babies? Ningxiu still lived a disciplined life and pervertedly peeped at Hu Mingxiu. But in fact, he didn't have much interaction with Hu Mingxiu. He always felt that Rong Jingbai was secretly in love with an imaginary Hu Mingxiu. In fact, it had nothing to do with Hu Mingxiu. When they ran in the morning, they would nod to each other when they met 2 people, and then run straight away after passing each other. In the first few days, when Mengyao wore running sportswear and followed Hu Mingxiu. But after a few days, when Mengyao couldn't hold on anymore. She was too lazy to get up early to run with Hu Mingxiu. And according to Wen Mingyao's insistence, there was indeed no relationship between the two. There was no doubt in her heart. When Mengyao couldn't hold on anymore and was too lazy to run. Although they only ran for a few days, Ningxiu was still full of dog food. Even the running was full of the sour smell of love. Hu Mingxiu occasionally talked to Ningxiu. Of course, they were all connected through the screen. They also talked about running. More often than not, it was Hu Mingxiu who was talking. Ningxiu casually responded. Most of the time, Ningxiu unilaterally ended the conversation. Obviously, he didn't want to say anything more to Hu Mingxiu. Although there might be some progress if they chatted and flirted, Ningxiu didn't want to do so. Dan Qing asked, "Are you loosening the reins only to grasp them better, or are you just being pretentious?" It was obviously a good opportunity, but he was so indifferent. It could be said that he was loosening the reins only to grasp them better, but it was also a kind of strategy. People were probably cheap. The more they ignored you, the more they couldn't get you, and the more they wanted you. Dan Qing was surprised. She didn't know that you were such a scum. You were suddenly hot and cold, and you could control other people's feelings. Ningxiu, no, I'm just worried that I can't control my hands and I'm going to reach out to him with sinful hands. I can't control my body, I can't control my brain. I'm hot-blooded and I'm about to blurt out a confession. If you're fine, don't talk to me. Otherwise, I can't control myself. To watch the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. I feel like I can't breathe. I feel like I'm suffocating. Can't talk too much, can't touch too much. Get lost. Ningxiu felt that his current body would overthink if he spoke a few more words to her. His heartbeat started to become irregular and his face started to heat up. He felt like he was walking on clouds and started to float. Immediately after, his brain started to uncontrollably fantasize about the two of them being together, holding hands, kissing, walking down the aisle, and who the child would look like. But what if his father didn't like him? They would face a lot of difficulties, but they would definitely overcome it like in an idol drama and be happy together. Even if his parents didn't like him, he would work hard to get their approval. Anyway, the other party only said one sentence, and his body and brain had already imagined a romantic idol drama and a melodramatic family drama. In order to keep his brain still, he should stay away from Hu Mingxiu. Especially now that Hu Mingxiu had a girlfriend, he couldn't interfere. Even if the two of them were to break up, it couldn't be because of him. He had to keep her out of the picture. No matter how excited he was, he had to be calm. In the meantime, when Meng Yao and Hu Mingxiu seemed to have broken up again. Between couples, if they didn't break up once, it wouldn't be called a relationship. Ningxiu's heart didn't waver. He did what he needed to do. He persevered with his exercise and skincare. Beauty required capital. He needed to buy good skincare products and clothes. Even if he didn't buy branded clothes, he still needed to buy clothes that looked good. Only then would he look energetic. During the summer vacation, he asked his family for money to buy a gym card. If he asked for more, Mother Rong would explode. So he needed to be self-reliant. Ningxiu felt that he couldn't do a job like tutoring on the weekends. His education level wasn't very high. Besides, if he met a naughty child, Ningxiu felt that he might not be able to control his temper and beat the child. Not to mention tutoring fees, he might even have to pay for the medical expenses. The most basic thing was that he didn't have the ability to teach the child. He could either work as a shop assistant or distribute flyers to support himself. Usually, Ningxiu would choose to work indoors. The sun made people old and dark. Earning money was to make herself more beautiful. Basking in the sun was impossible. She did not want to bask in the sun in this lifetime. She was a little busy every day, so she didn't have time to think about Hu Mingxiu. No matter how much they showed off their affection, she couldn't see it anyway. Hu Mingxiu sent more messages to Ningxiu as he ran more often in the morning. Occasionally, he would sigh and say to Ningxiu, "This is the first time I've seen a girl so persistent in running." When Meng Yao persisted for a few days and was too lazy to run anymore. With Wen Mingyao's figure, she didn't need to deliberately lose weight. It didn't matter whether she ran or not. But Hu Mingxiu was disappointed. If the two of them ran together every morning, it would feel different. Seeing Hu Mingxiu sighing, Ningxiu coldly replied, "Thanks for the compliment. You too." Then, there was an awkward silence, followed by awkwardness. They didn't know what to say. On the other side, Hu Mingxiu kept typing, but there was no message sent over. He probably wrote and deleted and wrote. Finally, Hu Mingxiu sent a message, "I think you're quite cold." Ningxiu shook his head crazily. "No, I'm not cold. I'm just restraining myself, suppressing the perverted thoughts in my heart and the evil desire in my body. I want to kiss, hug, and raise you high. So cute, so handsome, hurry up and give me a kiss. Yeah, my heart is so surging, so unrestrained. But on the surface, I'm a cold flower. Bah, not a flower, but a cold stone. The kind of cold stone that can't be warmed even if you want to. But my heart has long been molten lava." Ningxiu's days were peaceful. Other than the boys who occasionally hit on her, Ningxiu very coldly rejected them all. She didn't even give them her contact information. She didn't even give them a chance. Over time, some people said that Rong Jingbai was very arrogant. Of course, there were 1 or 2 boys who were rejected and felt uncomfortable. They always said a few bad words. When Ningxiu heard this, he just treated it as a cool breeze. He didn't care at all. On the other hand, Hu Mingxiu and Wen Mengyao seemed to want to break up. They were a couple. If they didn't quarrel or break up, it wouldn't be called a breakup. It would definitely be called a breakup. The onlookers were full of dog food. Woof woof woof, but this time, they really broke up. The two of them had even changed their couple profile pictures. Hu Mingxiu also expressed his sad feelings, putting an end to this relationship. Wen Mengyao also looked quite sad. For a period of time, she didn't really care about the literature and art department. Whenever there was an event, she would just let her know and pass the work to her subordinates. Although she had fallen out of love, Wen Mengyao still tried her best to make herself look good. Although she had fallen out of love, she was still in a good state. In short, she was stubborn and showed it everywhere. But in reality, Hu Mingxiu was the fastest to walk out of this relationship. He did what he was supposed to do. In the morning, he still ran, managed the student union, participated in club activities, played basketball, causing the girls on the basketball court to scream. And when Mengyao was strong on the outside but weak on the inside, Ningxiu clicked his tongue. A man could get out of the situation, but a woman couldn't. But the two of them said that they didn't want to get back together. Ningxiu thought that the two of them were just messing around and then getting back together. It was like the incident with the school anniversary host. They would be fine after messing around for a while. He didn't expect that after so long, they still hadn't gotten back together. It was definitely impossible. But Ningxiu was indifferent. He wasn't happy or unhappy. Even if the two of them broke up, it wouldn't be his turn. Moreover, the two of them had just broken up. Hu Mingxiu couldn't find a new girlfriend immediately. It was like rushing to the market. It was too tiring. Hu Mingxiu didn't do anything wrong to Wen Mengyao. Firstly, he didn't cheat on her. Secondly, he didn't cheat on her. But it always gave people a feeling that Hu Mingxiu was just playing around. It seemed like he didn't really like a girl. This was probably the reason why all the girlfriends who had been with Hu Mingxiu before couldn't accept it. But it also formed a strange phenomenon. Everyone knew that Hu Mingxiu liked to date beautiful and outstanding girls. After dating Hu Mingxiu, it was as if they were labeled as beautiful and outstanding. It was as if their value had increased and they were given a beautiful romantic relationship. There were a lot of things mixed in. This was also why even after breaking up, the girls didn't mess around and pester him. To view the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. She had probably formed a kind of awareness that Hu Mingxiu would not be with any girl for a long time. When she was with Hu Mingxiu would often give her gifts, some beautiful and exquisite small objects, or beautiful bags. He satisfied all the needs of a girl in a relationship. Hu Mingxiu was flirtatious but not vulgar. He had a few girlfriends, and all of them were beautiful. The boys in the college were so envious that their eyes turned red. He got all the campus belles and department belles. These girls clearly knew that Hu Mingxiu was a playboy, but they would rather date him. He simply did not give others a way out. Probably because of this, after Wen Mengyao broke up with Hu Mingxiu, Wen Mengyao just puffed herself up at her own cost. She did not insist on pestering Hu Mingxiu. If she really pestered him, wouldn't she be laughed at, especially Hu Mingxiu's ex-girlfriend, so when Meng Yao just held on and did not think of persuading him to stay. Maybe she was waiting for Hu Mingxiu to speak. But Hu Mingxiu seemed to be determined to break up and did not speak at all. They broke up cleanly. When Meng Yao's heart was probably so stifled that she vomited blood. After Hu Mingxiu broke up, he sent more messages to Ningxiu than before. Of course, they were all hardcore running and fitness topics. Occasionally, he would ask if he had eaten and what he was doing. When he was working part-time, Ningxiu would sometimes receive frequent messages. Ningxiu would not reply when he was working. Making money was more important. If he replied to messages and was caught playing with his phone, he would lose his money. He might be asked to leave. Of course, since Ningxiu did not reply, Hu Mingxiu tactfully stopped sending messages. Ningxiu realized that Hu Mingxiu must have some feelings for him. This feeling was definitely not even like, it could only be described as interest. Because Rong Jingbai's foundation was indeed not good. She was not a natural beauty. Maybe Hu Mingxiu wanted to challenge himself and find a girl who was not so beautiful. It could also be that after eating exquisite delicacies, they wanted to eat some plain porridge and side dishes to change their taste. Of course, bland food could only be eaten for a while. Bland and tasteless food would not taste good at all. It was just a little interest. Ningxiu was a little conflicted. Should he ignore it or not? At this time, the client should speak up. After she came back, she might be able to fall in love with Hu Mingxiu. As for how long they could be together, that was not certain. Moreover, Ningxiu was like a wooden man in front of Hu Mingxiu. Even through the screen, Ningxiu's words jumped out one by one. He had never shown his personality. His style of speaking was cold and indifferent, just like a robot. Even if the client came back with a change in personality, it could be understood that love always made people sick. She became more like a little girl and loved to pester people. Of course, according to the frequency of Hu Mingxiu changing girlfriends, Ningxiu felt that the two of them wouldn't be together for long. But it was also possible that Hu Mingxiu would be close to her. In short, everything was full of uncertainty. Ningxiu asked Dan Qing, "What did the client say? Do they want to come back?" Dan Qing, "Wait a moment, I'll ask." After a while, Dan Qing said, "She said she wants to wait a little longer. She doesn't have the confidence. If she goes back, she's afraid she won't be able to control herself and will scare him away." Now, it was just a little bit. Maybe when she came back, this little bit would be killed by Hu Mingxiu and be scared away. She might not even have fallen in love once. The client said you can maintain your elegance and coldness. But she really can't maintain it in front of Hu Mingxiu now. Hu Mingxiu might like your elegance and coldness. You have to stabilize her first. Ningxiu, F***ck, these words were really creepy. Why did it sound like they were snatching someone? Was she elegant and cold? Of course not. She was clearly a block of wood who did not have feelings and did not smile. Also, she was very wooden and did not like to talk. In any case, Ningxiu had a cold face every day in this world. He was the kind of person who spoke awkwardly. He felt like he was doing whatever he wanted. Ningxiu did not like to reply to Hu Mingxiu's messages anymore. Out of 5 messages, Ningxiu might not even reply to one. If she didn't like being cold, then she should be cold to the end. Ningxiu could not be bothered to reply. At this time, the client should have come back. There was already a good start. The rest of the development would depend on the client. If she still didn't come back, was she going to get married? It was tiring to give birth to a child. Was she going to give birth to the child before leaving? After getting married, there was still the possibility of divorce. After giving birth, she still had to raise the child. It was equally tiring. Ningxiu said directly to Dan Qing, "Either she comes back now or I've failed my mission. Let her show her boldness." If she was so timid, she really couldn't do anything. Besides, even if Hu Mingxiu was not around, there were other boys. This was a matter of attitude. Without a firm persistence and attitude, even if happiness was in front of her, she would not be able to grasp it. Ningxiu understood what the client meant. She wanted her to come back after she had established a more stable relationship with Hu Mingxiu, such as a couple. But in this world, other than the relationship between parents and children, what other relationship was eternal? Danqing, I'll tell her. Wait a moment. Judging from Danqing's voice, he seemed to be mentally tired. Ningxu gloated and said, let me tell you, this kind of work is the most tiring. You don't know where to use your strength. Don't do this in the future. It's good for you, good for me, and good for everyone. Danqing said, if you confirm your relationship with Hu Mingxiu, she will come back immediately. Hurry up and confirm your relationship with him. Ningxu, ha ha ha. If she really rushed out and exposed this layer of window paper to Hu Mingxiu's heart would probably be sick to death. I just said a few more words to you. You think I like you? Aren't you thinking too much? A confession was not a bugle call to start a fight, but a bugle call to victory. Only when the relationship reached a certain level could a confession be made. So now was definitely not the time to confess. It would not succeed at all if the time was not right. Therefore, this kind of ambiguous period should be done by the client herself. As for whether this ambiguous period could be successful or not, it was not her responsibility. It could only be said that now Rong Jingbai had become a little outstanding and had begun to catch Hu Mingxiu's eye. Danqing said, she thought about it again and said that she would come back. Ningxu nodded and listed the day's itinerary and the things to do. This was the most important thing. In particular, he said that he had to let Rong Jingbai be stable. If she did not break the window paper. To watch the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile phone address. In that case, even if Rong Jingbai was anxious, she had to be calm and steady. Hu Mingxiu was the one who exposed this layer of window paper. If Hu Mingxiu didn't have this intention, then these two really had no chance. Speaking of which, whether the relationship stopped moving forward or moved forward, Hu Mingxiu had the initiative. This was very hurtful, and Rong Jingbai could only wait passively. Because what Rong Jingbai was looking forward to, worried about, and afraid of losing was more than what Hu Mingxiu had. This was an unfair war, and the disparity was so great because Rong Jingbai liked Hu Mingxiu very, very much, and Hu Mingxiu didn't necessarily like Rong Jingbai. Even if one wanted to turn passivity into initiative, it was a relatively difficult thing to do. One could only stop passivity and wait. Ningxu wrote down all these requests and did what needed to be done. As for whether these two people could achieve positive results, Ningxu didn't know. However, as long as one made oneself good enough and outstanding enough, one would be able to meet good people. If Rong Jingbai was still the Rong Jingbai from before, Hu Mingxiu probably wouldn't even bother with Ningxu. It was that realistic. Ningxu hoped that after the client came back, she would also have such self-discipline, beauty, and confidence. At least, she would have a good attitude towards life. Even if she couldn't be with Hu Mingxiu, she could still have a good life. Ningxu estimated that this mission might not have a lot of soul power. After all, it was a bit slacking, and there was a hint of threatening the client. Ningxu closed the book and said to Danqing, then let's leave. Then, with a flash, Ningxu returned to the system space. After completing 2 missions in a row, it should be time to go back and deal with the star stones. Maybe Fatian and the others might also come back. He had to go back and take a look, then continue to loosen the inventory. Ningxu sat on the sofa and saw a plate of fruits on the sofa. There were some water droplets on the fruits, and they looked crystal clear and very delicious. Ningxu took one and threw it into his mouth. It was cool and sweet, and his soul was very comfortable. Ningxu ate a few in a row and asked, they came back? Other than Fatian and Little Mouse, no one else had prepared these things. I did come back once, but I left when I saw that you weren't around. Danqing said. Ningxu opened the attribute panel while eating the fruit. Name, Ningxu age, 27 level, super mission taker points card, 267 plus 10, 10 million points per card. Soul value, 35 plus 1 HP, 32 plus 1 wisdom, 43 plus 1 luck, 29 plus 1 charm, 19 plus 1 spiritual power, 44 plus 1 combat power, 31 plus 1 aptitude, 38 plus 1 faith, 25,000 merit, 0 soul strength, 5 plus 10 authorization ticket, 0 pure heart, none laws of enlightenment, water, wood, earth, Prophecy construct worlds, world of reincarnation, world tree items, calming halo, calming pill, amulet 4, upgraded amulet +2, faith bell honorary titles, goddess of war, selfless ancestor skills, 5th ring shooting technique, intermediate fighting technique, intermediate level poison technique, beginner level business management knowledge, beginner level code programming, beginner level lawyer skill, sage ghost catching skill, beginner level cooking skill, intermediate level embroidery skill, trash hypnosis aura, mother of the world, queen's blessing, sister model worker, Xianxia's blessing, leader aura, grass blessing, best friend for life, meow meow meow's blessing, life-saving hand, Zhu Susu's blessing, founding woman, Chen Ermiai's blessing, beauty in law, Chen Ning's blessing, bane of the blood clan, Jasmine's blessing, transcending race communication, Bai Sanyang's blessing, brave heart, Wang Ying's blessing, bloodthirsty tyrant, and I Bingyan's blessing, heart of peace and joy, luck aura, faith aura, longevity. Completed Rong Jingbai's wish, mission completion 80%. Received 10-point cards, 8 attribute points, and 60% of the soul power contributed by the soul power user. Sure enough, it wasn't a lot. The completion rate was only 80%. Previously, it was said to be 90% of the soul power. It was probably because the mission completion rate wasn't high enough that he couldn't get 90%. Ningxu wasn't disappointed. After all, he didn't expect to complete this mission. Now that the mission was completed, it was already an extra reward. He wasn't disappointed. Ningxu went to deal with the star stone, and Rong Jingbai also returned to her body. Rong Jingbai went to the bathroom and looked at herself in the mirror. She seemed to have paled, and the skin on her face had tightened. Her eyes were bright, and her spirit was very good. She was full of energy from the inside out. It was very beautiful. Rong Jingbai felt that her mental state was better than ever. The phone in her pocket vibrated. She took it out and saw that it was a message from Hu Mingxiu. Rong Jingbai immediately felt her heart beating violently, and her face was full of bright red. Her fingers trembled as she replied. Then, she looked at the phone closely. When she saw the reply, Rong Jingbai wanted to jump up and express her excitement. Hu Mingxiu replied to her. Rong Jingbai immediately replied to the message. Hu Mingxiu had unilaterally ended the conversation. Rong Jingbai wanted to continue and wanted to talk to Hu Mingxiu more. Rong Jingbai opened the drawer and took out a thick notebook. The words on it were a little ugly, but the content could be seen clearly. Rong Jingbai looked at it and felt that she had talked too much just now. Running every day. Looking at such a beautiful body, of course, she had to run every day. The things in the notebook made her body so good. Then, she was a good thing. She could do as she wished. Rong Jingbai insisted on running every morning. In the beginning, it was very painful. Although this body was used to it, Rong Jingbai's mind was not used to it. Every morning when she woke up, she would apply a thick layer of sunscreen on her body. After running, she would be drenched in sweat. She also had to take a shower. It was very troublesome. When Rong Jingbai couldn't endure it, she looked at her face and her figure. These things had to be paid a price. Another reason for her persistence was that she could see Hu Mingxiu every morning. It was wonderful. Just this reason made Rong Jingbai wake up early every morning and run tirelessly. When she saw Hu Mingxiu, Rong Jingbai didn't feel tired anymore. It was really like love. Yes, this was love. Hu Mingxiu's attitude towards Rong Jingbai was a little softer now. When he saw Rong Jingbai, he would smile. His snow-white teeth could dazzle people's eyes. Rong Jingbai felt dizzy, very dizzy. She was happy as if she was stepping on clouds. Even if they weren't together, Rong Jingbai felt very happy. She could even vaguely feel that Hu Mingxiu had feelings for her. The relationship between the two was ambiguous, but it was also the kind that tickled her heart and lungs. To watch the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. This kind of ambiguous and passionate relationship was the most beautiful and torturous. There were countless expectations and fantasies in her heart. Gradually, the conversation between the two through the screen became more and more. From some of the more hardcore sports and fitness, it gradually changed to some more casual conversations. This was a good sign. Occasionally, when Rong Jingbai didn't go for a run, Hu Mingxiu would send messages to ask if she was not feeling well and if she had taken medicine. In short, it had developed to the point where friends helped each other, which made Rong Jingbai very happy. Rong Jingbai tentatively asked if they would like to run together in the morning. The words had been typed, but Rong Jingbai was very hesitant to send it. If Hu Mingxiu refused, it would be very embarrassing. Maybe even the current situation would be lost. Rong Jingbai trembled and felt very uncomfortable. She was hesitant and had a lot of worries in her heart. In the end, Rong Jingbai plucked up the courage and sent a line of words. Then she sat still and waited for the other party's response. After a long time, the other party sent a okay, which made Rong Jingbai so excited that she even jumped up to vent her joy. Seeing Rong Jingbai like this, her roommates asked her what had happened. Rong Jingbai calmed down and said that she had lost weight and was happy. Her roommates all clicked their tongues. The next morning, Rong Jingbai got up early and waited at the appointed place. Hu Mingxiu came at the appointed time. Seeing Rong Jingbai, he asked, "You've been waiting for a long time." Rong Jingbai shook her head and denied, "Not long. I just arrived." The two set out for a run together. The heart was beating fast when running, and there was Hu Mingxiu, who made people's hearts beat faster. They ran side by side without talking. Hu Mingxiu was a very eye-catching person. Those who knew Hu Mingxiu couldn't help but look at Rong Jingbai next to him. After running for a long time, there were rumors that Rong Jingbai and Hu Mingxiu were dating. If they were not a couple, how could they run together? Even Rong Jingbai's roommates heard about it and forced her to confess, asking if Rong Jingbai was dating Hu Mingxiu. Rong Jingbai's heart was in a mess. She felt both sweet and panicked, worrying that Hu Mingxiu would alienate her because of this rumor. In the face of her roommate's interrogation, Rong Jingbai endured the bitterness in her heart and repeatedly denied it. She only said that both of them liked to run and that they were running buddies who ran together. The roommate's expression was very strange. "Oh, it's Lei Feng." Rong Jingbai was afraid that Hu Mingxiu would distance himself from her because of this matter, so she quickly sent a message to Hu Mingxiu and told him that they would not run together in the future, lest these rumors become more and more outrageous. Hu Mingxiu said directly, "If they want to spread it, then let it be." "What do you think?" Rong Jingbai was about to faint. She knew every word of Hu Mingxiu's words, but when they were put together, Rong Jingbai wasn't sure what Hu Mingxiu was saying was what she was thinking. Rong Jingbai didn't even dare to ask what Hu Mingxiu meant. She felt like she was dreaming. Now that her dream was about to come true, she didn't quite believe it. She felt that it was an illusion, a dream. Rong Jingbai couldn't help but bite the back of her hand. It hurt a lot. Rong Jingbai's expression kept changing. She was happy, but she was afraid that it was fake. She was especially sad. After a while, the sound of a message on her phone reminded Rong Jingbai. It was a message from Hu Mingxiu. "I'm downstairs in your dormitory. Come down, let's meet and talk." Rong Jingbai stuck her head out the window and saw that Hu Mingxiu was really downstairs. She quickly packed up and ran downstairs. Hu Mingxiu saw Rong Jingbai and smiled at her. "Then will you be my girlfriend?" Rong Jingbai almost cried. She sniffed and nodded hard. "Okay." Then Rong Jingbai became Hu Mingxiu's official girlfriend. The two of them ran together every morning, went on dates on weekends, and talked for a long time at night. Rong Jingbai felt like she was soaking in a honey pot, but the fear in her heart was not reduced at all. The most intuitive feeling was that Rong Jingbai bought a lot of clothes. Every time she went out on a date, Rong Jingbai didn't know what to wear to make herself more beautiful. A woman would doll herself up for the man she liked. She bought a lot of cosmetics and spent a lot of time learning how to put on makeup from beauty bloggers. After washing and applying, her makeup skills improved a lot. When she couldn't persist and found it troublesome, she was full of motivation when she thought of Hu Mingxiu. Now, every time Hu Mingxiu asked Rong Jingbai out to play, they had to wait for a long time. Once they came out, Rong Jingbai was like a different person. Her face was pink and white, with long false eyelashes and heavy-colored lips. In addition, she had lost weight. Even if she wore some trendy clothes. She was also a modern girl. But Hu Mingxiu frowned and looked at Rong Jingbai. You don't have to be like this. You're fine like you usually are. Perhaps in Hu Mingxiu's heart, he was used to Rong Jingbai's sunny and healthy appearance, not the modern girl. So Hu Mingxiu felt that something was wrong. It was probably because his previous girlfriends were all natural beauties. They looked very good with a little makeup. But Rong Jingbai seemed to have gone through a big project of applying makeup. It felt a little greasy, not as refreshing as Rong Jingbai's usual appearance. Rong Jingbai saw the disapproval on Hu Mingxiu's face. Her heart suddenly jumped and she asked, "Don't I look good like this?" She felt a little wronged in her heart. She got up early and worked hard until now, just to present her best appearance in front of Hu Mingxiu. It would be best if she could amaze Hu Mingxiu. Even if she wasn't, she wanted Hu Mingxiu to say that she was beautiful. But Hu Mingxiu's reaction made Rong Jingbai feel cold in her heart. It was like a basin of cold water poured on hot coal. Rong Jingbai couldn't help but ask, "Do you dislike me? I'm the least beautiful among your girlfriends." Rong Jingbai felt very inferior in her heart. She did this in order to reduce the gap between her and Hu Mingxiu's previous girlfriends. Rong Jingbai heard some people whispering, especially girls. They wondered why Hu Mingxiu would date Rong Jingbai. His previous girlfriends were not as beautiful and elegant as Rong Jingbai. If Rong Jingbai could be with Hu Mingxiu, then ordinary girls would have hope. There were also people guessing that Hu Mingxiu would break up with Rong Jingbai. Some were cynical, some were jealous. In short, they were not optimistic about Rong Jingbai and Hu Mingxiu. Rong Jingbai heard it in her heart. It couldn't be said that she was not anxious. When she was anxious, the pressure was particularly great. Rong Jingbai tried to make herself look better, but now she was rejected by Hu Mingxiu. This made Rong Jingbai more anxious. To watch the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile phone address. She didn't know what to do. Rong Jingbai's voice trembled. "I'm dressing up like this to give you face." Hu Mingxiu disagreed. "Why do I need you to give me face?" Rong Jingbai said bitterly, "People say that I'm not good enough for you. I'm not pretty." Hu Mingxiu said, "Why do you care what others say and what others think? We're in a relationship. It's none of their business." Rong Jingbai looked at Hu Mingxiu. He was so confident, but she couldn't do it. There were too many noises around her that would affect her. Rong Jingbai wanted to ask Hu Mingxiu if he regretted dating her, but she didn't dare to ask. Rong Jingbai's heart was bitter. She wanted to cry. Hu Mingxiu looked at Rong Jingbai and said, "Go upstairs and take a shower. I'll take you to a fun place. How about an amusement park?" With such a bitter expression, she didn't want to watch some sad movies. The more she watched, the more miserable she would be. "Change your skirt and change into pants. Go." Hu Mingxiu touched Rong Jingbai's head. Rong Jingbai immediately nodded and ran upstairs. She took off her makeup, changed into jeans and a t-shirt, tied her hair into a ponytail, and went out simply. Hu Mingxiu looked at Rong Jingbai and nodded with satisfaction. "Let's go." Although the dispute this time was resolved by Hu Mingxiu's means, some things would still exist even if they were covered up. Rong Jingbai was deeply affected by the noises around her. She felt that she wasn't good enough for Hu Mingxiu. No one around her supported her. They all felt that they wouldn't last long with Hu Mingxiu. Hu Mingxiu couldn't last long with those beautiful girls, let alone Rong Jingbai. Everyone was waiting for the two of them to break up. They seemed to be sure that they would break up soon. Even her roommates, although they didn't say it, thought so in their hearts. Sometimes they even said, to be able to have a relationship with a boy like Hu Mingxiu, it's not a waste of life. But Rong Jingbai wanted a lot. She wanted to be with Hu Mingxiu for a long time. The more she wanted, the more she felt pain. Rong Jingbai's wish was to be with Hu Mingxiu. But when they were together, Rong Jingbai felt pain. It was even more painful than looking at Hu Mingxiu from afar. In the past, as long as she spoke to Hu Mingxiu, she would feel extremely blissful. But now that he was in front of her and he was her boyfriend, what was wrong? Rong Jingbai couldn't bear it anymore. She loved to torture her face more and more. Her makeup skills were getting better and better. But Hu Mingxiu said that there was no need to be like this. But Rong Jingbai said that she was good-looking so that others would shut up. It was all for the sake of this relationship. Hu Mingxiu looked deeply at Rong Jingbai. You're not doing this for me. You're doing this for yourself. This is between us. They're not our parents. Why should we listen to their opinions? Rong Jingbai was speechless for a long time. She wanted to gain recognition and let others think that she was worthy of Hu Mingxiu. After Ningxiu had dealt with the star stones, he returned to the system space and took a look at Rong Jingbai. He saw that the two of them had gotten together as they wished. But now that they were together, it was such a twisted situation. Rong Jingbai wasn't as outstanding as Hu Mingxiu. Whether it was her appearance or her way of doing things, these were undeniable. Whether it was jealousy, gloating, watching the show, or not, it was actually the truth. But Rong Jingbai couldn't accept this fact. She even tried her best to deny it. That was why it was like this. Ningxiu sighed. This was how people worked together. If they worked together well, they could be together. If they stayed together for a long time, they wouldn't be able to work together. Every minute they spent together was torture. It seemed that Rong Jingbai and Hu Mingxiu's work together was a little difficult. Rong Jingbai liked Hu Mingxiu. Of course, she liked him a lot. But some things couldn't be solved just because she liked him. What Rong Jingbai did was for herself, for Hu Mingxiu, and for this relationship. But Hu Mingxiu felt that Rong Jingbai didn't need to do this. Rong Jingbai actually made herself so uncomfortable because of someone unrelated. The two of them probably couldn't be together. If Rong Jingbai couldn't overcome her psychological burden. And being together with Rong Jingbai, Hu Mingxiu also felt uncomfortable. He needed to protect Rong Jingbai's fragile heart often. He was afraid that if he said something wrong, it would stimulate Rong Jingbai's fragile self-esteem. The two of them were especially uncomfortable. Since they were so uncomfortable, why were they still together? To torture themselves. Rong Jingbai was more and more frightened. The more frightened she was, the more she wanted to do something. She wanted to grab onto something. She felt that she had lost something, but she didn't know how to keep it. Rong Jingbai vaguely felt something. She held Hu Mingxiu's hand sadly. Can we not be like this? I can change. Hu Mingxiu shook his head. I think it's my fault. If he didn't insist on dating Rong Jingbai, she would still be that energetic girl. Probably because he gave Rong Jingbai too much pressure. Rong Jingbai's tears flowed down. She shook her head. It's not your fault. It's my fault. Hu Mingxiu said, in the future, you'll be like before. Seeing you like this, I feel uncomfortable and a little sad. At this time, Hu Mingxiu roughly understood. Some people and some things, when seen from afar, were so beautiful, lively, and talkative. When he got close and got it, it wasn't like that. His approach made these girls become bad. But when they became bad, Hu Mingxiu's solution was to break up with them. Suddenly, Hu Mingxiu felt that he was really a scumbag. When he broke up with them, he felt that those girls were different from what he had imagined. Their lively and beautiful girls had become unreasonable. It seemed that there was no way to communicate with them. He always felt that their thoughts were not in the same dimension. In the end, they would break up. Of course, Hu Mingxiu wouldn't treat his girlfriend badly. When they broke up, he would compensate her. For example, he gave Rong Jingbai a set of expensive sportswear, 2 pairs of shoes, wrist guards, knee pads and so on. When Rong Jingbai saw these things, her tears fell. She said, I don't want these things of yours. I never thought of taking your things. Hu Mingxiu said, take it. I made you sad. Speaking of which, it's my fault. Take good things and exercise. It's less harmful to the body. If he didn't exercise properly, it wouldn't be exercising. It would be harmful to the body. Hu Mingxiu said gently, take it. Rong Jingbai looked at Hu Mingxiu without blinking. It was as if she could see a flower. She was full of inquiry. To watch the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. Rong Jingbai looked at Hu Mingxiu. Are you sad? Aren't you sad at all? Hu Mingxiu said honestly, I'm a little sad, but I'm not sad. Rong Jingbai's face turned pale and her eyes turned red. But I'm very sad. You're not sad because you don't like me. You're a little interested, but you don't like me. It has nothing to do with love. This was the most unfair and powerless thing in the world. She loved Hu Mingxiu so much, but Hu Mingxiu didn't love or like her. Hu Mingxiu apologized. I'm sorry. He felt that he should be careful in the future. He shouldn't casually fall in love with girls. They seemed to treat him as an extremely close person. He could act coquettishly and get angry, thinking that he should tolerate them. Was there anything wrong with these girls' thoughts? No, but he couldn't tolerate them. He only wanted to have the beautiful sight of girls. Seeing Rong Jingbai crying like this, Hu Mingxiu felt guilty in his heart. For a moment, Rong Jingbai wanted to throw away all her self-esteem and kneel down to beg Hu Mingxiu not to break up with her. But she didn't kneel down in the end. Her lips trembled and she didn't say anything to persuade him to stay. She didn't want to leave a worse impression on Hu Mingxiu. She carried the things Hu Mingxiu gave her and turned to leave stiffly. She didn't dare to look back. Hu Mingxiu looked at Rong Jingbai's back and touched his chest. He felt a little sad and a little tight. He shouldn't be so careless. After Rong Jingbai and Hu Mingxiu broke up, she was floating and couldn't get up. She climbed onto the bed and slept for a few days without eating or drinking. Her roommate found that something was wrong and lifted the blanket. Rong Jingbai had fainted from the fever. When she woke up, she was already in the hospital. After the breakup, Rong Jingbai lost a lot of weight. Her energy was also weak. Obviously, she hadn't recovered. Her roommate was very worried that Rong Jingbai would take things too hard. There were people who committed suicide for love. And Rong Jingbai's appearance was a little scary. The news of Rong Jingbai and Hu Mingxiu's breakup had been spread out. Everyone was clear that they were going to break up. Sure enough, history had proven that such things would happen. This time was no exception. Hu Mingxiu was single. Because of the precedent of an ordinary girl like Rong Jingbai, some ordinary girls in the school couldn't help but look forward to it. She looked forward to falling in love with Hu Mingxiu. When Hu Mingxiu ran in the morning, he didn't see Rong Jingbai. At first, he felt a little uncomfortable. After all, someone ran with him every day. The sudden absence of one would definitely make him feel uncomfortable. However, for half a month, Rong Jingbai did not come to run. Hu Mingxiu sighed. She probably gave up on this sport. She probably didn't want to see him when she ran in the morning. Hu Mingxiu felt that it was a pity and actually gave up. Hu Mingxiu continued to run. Rong Jingbai, on the other hand, had no energy to do anything. In the morning, her body woke up automatically under the reminder of her biological clock. She wanted to run, but Rong Jingbai couldn't get up. In class, he was also dumbstruck. It was as if his soul had left his body. Her three roommates were so worried that they kept an eye on her, fearing that Rong Jingbai would commit suicide for love. Rong Jingbai didn't go to Hu Mingxiu, nor did she cry, which made people feel uneasy. Rong Jingbai lost weight at a speed visible to the naked eye, which was unbearable to look at. Dating? The kind that can help one lose weight. It was really worth it. Her roommate couldn't stand Rong Jingbai's half-dead look and said, "Do you want to live or die? Go to Hu Mingxiu. What's the use of you being like this except for being a joke? To be honest, you think you are so infatuated and affectionate, but in the eyes of others, you are actually a joke." Rong Jingbai just listened and didn't speak. She felt that her body had no energy at all. She tried hard to get her life back on track, but there was really no way. She was really uncomfortable and in pain. Rong Jingbai gritted her teeth, ran to the gym, and worked out desperately. She couldn't lift her legs, but she ran desperately. Sweat poured down like rain. Rong Jingbai clenched her teeth tightly, and her eyes were red. Until she was too tired to move, Rong Jingbai started to cry loudly when it was time to take a shower. Her heart-wrenching cry made other people who came to take a shower look at each other. Some people came to the door to ask, but Rong Jingbai ignored them and continued to cry. She didn't know how long she cried. Rong Jingbai washed the tears on her face with water and put on her clothes. Her body was strong. But her heart was still in pain, so much pain. Crying like this, the anger in her heart was released. She probably wanted to vent. If she didn't, she would die. Rong Jingbai tried her best to comfort herself. She had never thought of being with Hu Mingxiu before. Being together with him was a gain. She had held Hu Mingxiu's hand and been called darling by him. She had to be satisfied. How could a person like Hu Mingxiu have a long time with her? Rong Jingbai smiled bitterly. The more she expected, the more she was disappointed, and the more pain she felt. Rong Jingbai felt that she probably really wanted too much. But her heart was in pain. She couldn't bear to leave Hu Mingxiu. She wanted to get Hu Mingxiu. There were two people in Rong Jingbai's heart. One said to give up and be satisfied. The other said that Hu Mingxiu was so good. She had to get him. Rong Jingbai's head hurt, but they had already broken up. What else could she do? No matter how much she thought, it was useless. Rong Jingbai's body was already strong. She insisted on running every day. When Hu Mingxiu saw Rong Jingbai start running again, he was quite happy. When Rong Jingbai saw Hu Mingxiu, she tried to calm herself down, but in the end, she couldn't. So, she had to avoid Hu Mingxiu and avoid meeting him. The campus was so big. She could definitely avoid him. Perhaps soon, Hu Mingxiu would find a new girlfriend, cute and beautiful. She would become one of his ex-girlfriends. Hu Mingxiu saw that Rong Jingbai was avoiding him. His heart was like a mirror. He just sighed. However, many girls in the school were ready to make a move on Hu Mingxiu. But Hu Mingxiu didn't have any thoughts of falling in love for the time being. Even if he saw cute girls, he thought of their teary eyes when they broke up. Hu Mingxiu's head hurt. He felt that he shouldn't hurt them, but he couldn't promise these girls a long time. He might as well clear his heart and be too lazy to torment himself. Rong Jingbai thought fiercely, what love? Just run. Make yourself busier every day and don't think about Hu Mingxiu. After a long time, she would probably forget and it wouldn't hurt so much. But she didn't regret it. To watch the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. She didn't regret paying the price for such an outcome. So what if she regretted it? It couldn't be changed. The more she thought about it, the more it wasn't worth it. At least she had such a memory with Hu Mingxiu. Rong Jingbai had low self-esteem and was a little obsessed. However, this obsession could be considered a benefit in some way. For example, Rong Jingbai didn't lose out at all. Thinking about it this way, Rong Jingbai could actually relieve her pain. Gradually, Rong Jingbai could also recover. When she saw Hu Mingxiu, she touched her chest. She didn't lose out, she didn't lose out. In this regard, her obsession with Hu Mingxiu wasn't so deep. Now, Rong Jingbai's obsession was to spend her days with Hu Mingxiu. She didn't have much feelings for Hu Mingxiu, who could run and jump. Ningxiu's mouth twitched. From the moment he accepted this mission, Ningxiu felt that Rong Jingbai was dating a fantasy partner. And this fantasy partner was a love partner with Hu Mingxiu as the template. It could only be said that Hu Mingxiu's appearance, voice, style, and personality were all in line with Rong Jingbai's imagination. She dated a 2D person, but this was the first time she saw someone in love with her fantasy partner. Ningxiu felt a little pity for Hu Mingxiu. It seemed that Hu Mingxiu was a little cruel to Rong Jingbai, but in fact, the person Rong Jingbai liked might not be Hu Mingxiu. Such a complicated feeling. Well, it didn't matter whether the two of them were together or not. If one day, Hu Mingxiu didn't fit Rong Jingbai's fantasy, he might be dumped by Rong Jingbai. Ningxiu sighed. These people really knew how to have fun. Ningxiu casually glanced at the screen. It was playing quickly. He was stunned. The two of them seemed to be together again. Hu Mingxiu was the most in line with Rong Jingbai's imagination. Hu Mingxiu seemed to be slowly attracted to Rong Jingbai again. Well, this was love. Ningxiu rolled his eyes and turned off the screen. *CK, I don't want to watch. Ningxiu burped. She was full from eating the fruit. It was probably because she had eaten too much invisible dog food. A black shadow rushed in. Ningxiu glanced at it. Little Mouse stared at the empty plate. You finished it for me? Go out for a while, finish it and spit it out. Ningxiu burped. I'm done. I left it here. I thought Fation put it here for me. Little Mouse chuckled. Ningxu asked again, why aren't you with Fatan? Little Mouse said, no, I'm with Li Wen. Ningxu narrowed his eyes and asked, why are you with Li Wen? Is Li Wen still busy with Mechanus? Little Mouse nodded. Yes, Li Wen is about to take control of Mechanized City. When the time comes, we can go there. I want to travel with Li Wen. Ningxu smiled and said, that's pretty good. It was pretty free. He was happy and moved. Li Wen was also a person with martial arts skills. Having a portable city was like adding wings to a tiger. It seemed that Little Mouse was going to travel with Li Wen in the future. With Li Wen, would Little Mouse care about anyone else? He did not expect Li Wen to really get that city. As long as there was metal, he could make endless machines. Machines with all kinds of functions, and there was a very large energy body to provide energy. That city was like a perpetual motion machine. Ningxu asked, where are you going in the future? Little Mouse said casually, anyway, we're going to run around. Where else can we go? The void is so big anyway. Little Mouse glanced at Ningxu and said, he's going to look for metal and make machines. Ningxu did not care at first, but then he was stunned and asked, why is he making so many machines? Experiments. He wants to see how powerful the things he makes are. He said he wants to find something to do. Ningxu nodded. Li Wen was an emperor when he was alive and had a high ambition. If he really did not do anything and just ate and played, he would be very dispirited. This kind of drunken and unsuspicious life was torture for some people, but he was willing to do it. Ningxu wanted to live this kind of drunken life and play around when he had nothing to do. Ningxu asked casually, how do you want to experiment? Find a void creature to experiment with? Little Mouse took out a bunch of fruits from his pocket. Ningxu picked one and threw it into his mouth. Little Mouse said casually while eating, yes, he said he wants to experiment from here first. Pfft. Cough, cough, cough. Ningxu choked on the fruit and felt uncomfortable. What do you mean by experiment from here? Little Mouse said, I just want to experiment on you guys. Ningxu pinched Little Mouse and asked, here? Why did you pick a stubborn rock? Although the big shots in the organization, such as Grand Uncle and Sang Liang, were worried about the Sea of Law, it did not mean that they did not have any strength. Little Halsey's clan had been exterminated, and now he was all alone. He could not see the lessons of the past. Furthermore, Grand Uncle and the others, if you teased me, I will beat you to death. Do you think you can just run away? Ningxu asked Little Mouse, where is Li Wen now? I'll go find him. Little Mouse spat out the fruit skin, you're still messing with those metal lumps. Hey, where are you going? Aren't you eating fruits? If you want to eat it yourself. She had to quickly find Li Wen and talk to him. She did not want any trouble. If they really fought, she would definitely have to go to the battlefield. How troublesome would that be? Ningxu was afraid of trouble, and fighting with Li Wen was a meaningless dispute. Ningxu arrived in front of the black hole and went in. The entire mechanical city felt brand new. Everything was in order, and the machines were brand new. Human technology could not give these things life, but it could give them power. Ningxu went straight to the city center building and went to the top floor. He saw Li Wen pointing at a huge screen. The fluorescent light on the screen reflected on Li Wen's angular face, making him look cold and indifferent. Ningxu waited at the side. Li Wen's fingers moved faster and faster, and Ningxu was dazzled. At that moment, Li Wen did not look like an emperor but a strict and cold scientist. Li Wen closed the screen and finished his work. He looked at Ningxu and asked, why are you looking for me? Then, he moved his neck. His neck was probably a little sore, and his short hair moved as well. He said, are you here for these machines? Ningxu said, are you really going to attack that crappy place of ours? For what? Ningxu continued, let me tell you, our place is very shabby. The Sea of Law is about to dry up. It's a place with no future. It's useless to get it. Moreover, Li Wen was not like Little Mouse, eating planes and gnawing on things with vitality. He couldn't figure out why Li Wen did this. Ningxu asked. What was he after? He didn't know what Li Wen was after. Ningxu didn't want to go to the battlefield. If Li Wen really went to provoke him, he would definitely go to the battlefield. He didn't want to. Li Wen said, I don't want anything. I just want to test the power of the mechanical city. Ningxu asked, what happens after the experiment? Li Wen asked, where is the deficiency made up? Ningxu asked again, what if it's made up? Li Wen said, continue the experiment. If there's any deficiency, I'll make up for it. Ningxu? The black man was confused. He really didn't understand. It could only be said that Li Wen was a very inquisitive person, tireless and motivated. Li Wen asked Ningxu, why are you always strong, even if there's no limit to your strength? Ningxu thought for a moment and said, to reason with people. Li Wen understood instantly. Yes, for some things, if you're wrong, you'll be beaten. But if they're wrong, you can't beat them, because you can't beat them. But when they can't beat you, they'll have to reason with you. My ultimate goal is for everyone to be polite to me and reason with me. As for what I can get, if you say that your place is broken, I really don't care whether it's broken or not. Ningxu, I really believe you. Old man, don't try to fool me. Ningxu didn't accuse Li Wen of being cold-hearted and unreasonable. She didn't accuse him of being born in this plane. It was childish and speechless to say it. Li Wen's goal wasn't those planes and the sea of laws. He was purely a person with high ambition who wanted to find something for himself to do. As for what he could gain from it, the gains and losses couldn't be looked at in a normal way. Probably for Li Wen, being able to find the shortcomings of these machines was the biggest gain. Ningxu was still struggling. Even if you want to find an experimental base, it's not here. Li Wen glanced at Ningxu. To me, your place is weaker. Ningxu was speechless. Believe it or not, I'll beat you. Of course, he understood what Li Wen meant. The main members of their organization were souls, and their souls were weak. Even the weakest creature in the void was probably stronger than these souls. Ningxu looked at him. Our souls are weak, but there are people who are stronger than us. Once they came, they couldn't run away. A tiger's buttocks cannot be touched. If you have the ability to touch, then you have the ability to run. Moreover, Ningxu felt that the Taishu and the others must be holding back their anger. If Li Wen ran into them, the outcome would be, Ningxu wanted to press Li Wen to the ground and rub him against the ground. He felt that these machines were huge in number and had great functions, but to a truly powerful person, they were like toys. Li Wen hadn't come into contact with anything truly powerful. There were also high-tech things in the void, such as shenrunes. Ningxu felt that he should dispel Li Wen's idea of bringing a bunch of toys to provoke the Taishu Sang Liang and the others. Ningxu didn't want to go to the battlefield for no reason. Ningxu said to Li Wen, Little Mouse didn't tell you that in the void, the power of shenrunes is very strong. Only with the support of shenrunes can it be considered strong. Li Wen raised his eyebrows. Shenrunes? Ningxu nodded. Shenrunes. Shenrunes give different characteristics to objects. You can study them. Li Wen was obviously a little interested and said, I'll ask him later. He was referring to the little mouse. Ningxu smiled and asked, Then you still want to bring these things to experiment? Li Wen said, Of course I have to experiment. Ningxu was speechless. After saying so much, Li Wen still wanted to experiment. Li Wen said, If I don't experiment, how will I know how big the gap between human things and God's things is? For mortals, people like the Taishu, Fatian, and Sang Liang were godlike existences. Even the weaker races in the void were invincible to the mortals and the living beings in the plane of existence. They were gods, powerful gods. Ningxu didn't know what to say. It was okay to experiment, but he might not be able to leave. Ningxu said, You can find a weaker race to try. I advise you not to go to this place. Really, I'm not lying to you. Some people can't be provoked. If you provoke them, you won't be able to escape. Look at the little mouse. We are weak, but some people are ridiculously strong. Although the Taishu fainted like Shishir, his strength was undeniable. Even if he didn't take action, there was still Sang Liang and the others. Li Wen took it for granted. If these machines were engraved with divine runes, they might be more powerful. Ningxu looked at Li Wen. Brother, you can't be arrogant. Really? Li Wen didn't say anything for a while. He looked at the entire mechanical city through the glass as if he was looking at his own country. Ningxu said, "Brother, you can't ruin your own country like this. It wasn't easy for you to fight for it." Li Wen turned his head and looked at Ningxu. "Why are you persuading me like this?" Ningxu said, "Of course it's for myself. I'm really too lazy to fight with you. When the time comes, I'll definitely fight with you." It was not realistic to say that it was for anyone at all. Ningxu didn't want to play tricks in front of Li Wen. There was no need to play tricks at all. Ningxu came to calm Li Wen's restless heart. Li Wen curled his lips. "But I still want to go." Ningxu was stunned. "Okay, I don't care." He had already reminded him. Since Li Wen insisted on going, then he would go. Li Wen said, "Anyway, use these things if they're useful. If they're useless, just abandon them. I won't die." Ningxu felt that Li Wen was more open-minded than him. If these things were really useful, then use them. If they were useless, it seemed that Li Wen would abandon this mechanical city. Of course, during the war, these things would definitely be damaged or even destroyed. Ningxu said, "Then be careful. I'm leaving." He had to do a mission. Otherwise, he would have to fight a meaningless war. Needless to say, this was a war without any disparity. It couldn't even be considered a war. It might be a game. Perhaps the Spirit Army would be able to destroy Li Wen's mechanical city. He just didn't know if Sang Liang and the others would make a move. If they did, Li Wen's life might be in danger. He didn't know how strong Li Wen was now. He would go back and remind the little mouse. He didn't want Li Wen to fight because he didn't want to waste the strength of the organization on useless things. To view the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. Ningxu felt that Li Wen was underestimating the strength of the organization. Even the little mouse's race was destroyed. Could Li Wen's machines be stronger than little mouse's subordinates? Not necessarily. Ningxu asked the question in her heart. She guessed that Li Wen might have other motives and goals. This organization and the Sea of Law were indeed in their later years. Li Wen said indifferently, "It's not as complicated as you think. I just want to experiment. Now that you mention it, it makes me feel like I picked a tough bone." Ningxu immediately said, "Of course. Don't look at how weak we are. There are strong people, or else we wouldn't be able to establish ourselves in the void." Little Mouse's subordinates were also destroyed by them. Until now, Little Mouse still doesn't have the extra power to split his people. According to Little Mouse's arrogant personality, if it had the power to split its subordinates, it would have done so long ago. Why would it need to live under someone else's roof and suffer? He even gave Little Mouse a hard time for no reason. Little Mouse, who was slapped in the face, was indignant, but it did not leave in the end. It could be seen that Little Mouse had lost a lot of power. Li Wen did not say anything. After a while, he said to Ningxu, "Ask him to come back later." Ningxu had said what he needed to say, so he left. If Li Wen insisted on using the organization as a whetstone, then so be it. Don't think that the organization did not have technology. They also had technology. Ningxu left Mechanized City and returned to the system space. He said to Little Mouse, "Li Wen wants you to go back. He has something to talk to you about." Little Mouse asked, "What is it?" Ningxu said, "I don't know. He didn't tell me. It must be about the divine runes. Since Li Wen was so dedicated, let him study it. Otherwise, he would experiment for no reason." Little Mouse ran away. Ningxu looked at the empty system space and missed Li Wen. Ningxu took out a tree branch. This tree branch flickered with specks of starlight, and there were complicated runic patterns on it. Ningxu had no idea what these runic patterns were used for. How should he comprehend it? First, one had to comprehend the essence of the divine inscriptions before inscribing them. But the problem was that one had to be able to comprehend the essence of the divine inscriptions. After that, one had to inscribe the divine inscriptions in a single breath. The longer and more complex the divine inscriptions, the more powerful the divine inscriptions would be. Ningxu held the branch and carefully and slowly turned the branch to understand the patterns. But it was really too complicated. Imagine how many veined patterns there were on a tree, and there was no pattern at all. You had to remember what those patterns looked like. What AF asterisk king dog? Ningshu's eyes hurt from looking at it. Furthermore, after looking at it for a long time, his eyes were dazzled. He forgot the lines he saw after a while. He couldn't remember them at all. If he couldn't even remember, how was he supposed to inscribe the divine inscriptions? Ningshu shook her heavy head. Coincidentally, Dan Qing told her to pick up the broken pieces, so Ningshu put down the branch. Take it slow. It was said that this kind of divine pattern was the origin energy of heaven and earth. It was a relatively powerful origin energy in the void. If he could master a little, wouldn't it be like adding wings to a tiger? Ningshu went to the damaged area of the plane and was arranged to deal with the star stones. It was said to pick up the broken pieces, but how could Ningshu confirm that she was going to be stuffed there? Ningshu didn't care. Anyway, she had to work for a few hundred years for nothing. She would work everywhere without any pay. Ningshu held the tools to deal with the star stones. Before, she didn't pay much attention to these things. Now that she looked a little more carefully, she realized that these tools were actually engraved with divine inscriptions. It was just that these divine inscriptions were very simple, even just 1 or 2 lines. They didn't look special, but Ningshu could feel the power of the divine inscriptions. It seemed that the people in this organization also had people who grasped the power of the divine inscriptions. The people in Uncle's department made tools, so Uncle might be someone who grasped the divine inscriptions. TSK, this master was really a crouching tiger and hidden dragon. Compared to ordinary souls like them, they were really weak. Hopefully, Li Wen wouldn't come to deal with the seemingly weakest organization. Little Mouse's example was there. Moreover, it seemed that the core strength of the organization hadn't been mobilized yet. Ningshu looked at the tools for a while. Her mind was filled with all kinds of thoughts. Ningshu held the tools to deal with the star stones. It was very easy. Previously, he thought that the tools were powerful. Now, it seemed that there was the support of the divine inscriptions. The star stones were the things that connected the realms. Naturally, they were the hardest. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to block the realms. Ningshu dealt with the star stones while copying and memorizing the patterns of the divine inscriptions. He would go back and test it out to see what use this divine inscriptions had. To be able to deal with such hard star stones, this divine inscriptions must be the kind that was sharp and sharp. While he was dealing with the star stones, there was a commotion on the other side. The big shots who were picking up the fragments all headed in one direction. Ningshu also stopped dealing with the star stones and went to watch the commotion. However, what he saw in front of him successfully made Ningshu's face darken. In the void not far from the realms, there was a black mass of machines. These machines were flying. There was a black mass of combat machines. They were huge in size and there were many of them. At a glance, it was like an empire of machines. There was no end to it. Ningshu slapped his forehead. In the end, Li Wen still came. Ningshu scanned and didn't see Li Wen. Perhaps he was in the flying device and didn't show himself directly. The little mouse didn't appear either. It was probably following Li Wen somewhere and watching. It was controlling these machines from afar and didn't show itself directly. These machines were nothing more than damaging the human body and directly killing people. However, most of the organization, 90% of them were souls. It wasn't that easy to destroy souls. Unless it targeted souls. Ningshu was stunned. Could it be that Li Wen had developed something that targeted souls and destroyed them? Was that why he had to test it here? In the entire void, they were probably the only place with a distinct characteristic. Ningshu had a headache. He didn't understand what Li Wen wanted to do. With the army pressing in, the organization reacted quickly. The leader was Mo Ming. Behind him, there was a black mass of the Soul Army. Other than Mo Ming, the other big shots in the army didn't appear. Even Fragrance Man didn't come. Even Fragrance Man didn't appear. The Lord of the Grand Elder Palace, Uncle Changbua, Sang Liang, and the others wouldn't appear either. Obviously, this kind of standard couldn't even be considered a war. Whether Li Wen admitted it or not, his strength couldn't even be compared to the little mouse. In such a situation, the main system hadn't even notified them to go to the battlefield. There was no need for mission enforcers to enter the battlefield. It was a small scene. Li Wen wanted to experiment wholeheartedly. Ningxu said to Mo Ming, who was in front of him, "Be careful. Don't be careless." When Li Wen was in the human world, he was an emperor. He knew that there was a huge disparity in strength, but he still came. He must have some trump cards. To view the new chapter of Zhuwei, please go to mobile address. When Mo Ming heard Ningxu's voice, his footsteps only paused for a moment before he nodded and left. The two sides faced each other. The machines on the other side seemed to have received some kind of order. They moved neatly and raised their arms, transforming into huge cannons. The cannons shot out huge missile-like things, but they were faster than ordinary missiles. When they exploded, the sound waves formed into substantial ripples that spread out. Even though they were far away from the battlefield, Ningxu and the others, who were watching the show, felt very uncomfortable. The resonance formed was almost shaking their souls. They all moved further away from the battlefield. Mo Ming's expression was calm. He raised his hand and put it down again. The Soul Army behind him held a weapon in their hands and directly fired at the approaching machines. The dense cannonballs flew out and smashed into the machines. The machines were made of unknown metal. Under the bombardment of these cannonballs, they were actually unscathed and still moved neatly toward this side. Mo Ming frowned and ordered to change weapons. Ningxu watched from afar. There were all kinds of dazzling things over there. One after another, they actually couldn't crush one side. He didn't expect that the mechanical army that Li Wen pretended to be could last for so long. The mechanical army without the support of the divine inscriptions could actually last for so long. If they had the support of the divine inscriptions, then this mechanical army would listen to orders. As long as there was energy, they would not be tired or feel pain. They would also be quite a terrifying existence. No wonder Li Wen insisted on testing the power of the mechanical army. However, the organization still didn't release any danger signals. They didn't even increase the number of troops. Obviously, they didn't take these iron lumps to heart. What are you looking at? Go do what you have to do. When the grand uncle came over and saw the group of big shots, he stretched his neck like a group of long-necked geese and said. Everyone reluctantly walked away, but they also frequently looked back to see the situation over there. The grand uncle's face was cold. Want to go? Everyone shook their heads in unison and ran away. They picked up the fragments and dealt with the star stones. They only wanted to watch the show from the side. They didn't want to go up and fight for real. The grand uncle walked to the front of the Soul Army. He looked at the mechanical army and sneered. Annie, Tom, Dick, and Harry ran over to provoke. They really felt that they were easy to bully. He looked at a spot in the void, reached out his hand, and grabbed in that direction. The little mouse and Li Wen, who were hiding, immediately felt as if a pair of gigantic hands were pressing down on them like the might of the heavens. They had nowhere to hide, and they felt as if a calamity was about to befall them. It made people's scalps go numb, their mouths go dry, and they panicked. That immense pressure was the same as an ordinary person facing the roar of a huge wave or the fear of a mountain collapsing. The little mouse was agitated and began to squeak. Li Wen's face sank as he felt the power. Even from so far away, he could feel the powerful force. There was still a long way to go. The virtual hand was getting closer and closer, and it was about to grab them. The little mouse was so anxious that it jumped on Li Wen's shoulder and chirped. It anxiously said to Li Wen, "You go first, I'll hold them off for a while." The giant hand wouldn't stop until it had caught something. The little mouse directly collided with the giant hand. Obviously, it wanted to throw itself into the trap. Li Wen's face was cold and he didn't say a word. The little mouse was reflected in his eyes like a butterfly. He threw himself at the giant hand without hesitation. The giant hand squeezed its 5 fingers and caught the little mouse. Li Wen glanced at the machinery that was swaying left and right. The program of the mechanical army was beginning to become chaotic. They fired randomly without distinguishing between friend and foe. As expected, it still didn't work. It collapsed. The difference was too great. The mechanical city that he had obtained was still just a child's toy. It didn't have any power at all. The power of God was indeed not something that could be resisted by ordinary things. Li Wen glanced at the mechanical army, shook his head, and turned to leave. The little mouse that was being squeezed was in pain and squeaked. The Grand Elder raised his head slightly and clenched his fist. The virtual hand in the air also clenched. The little mouse let out a sharp and painful cry. Ning Shu, who was handling the star stones, heard this cry and paused slightly. He looked up and saw the little mouse wailing happily. He didn't see Li Wen. She frowned tightly. Previously, the little mouse fought to the death with the plane and wiped out its entire race. Only the little mouse was left. The Grand Elder and the others didn't bother with it. But now, it came to provoke them again. They definitely wouldn't let it go. She didn't see Li Wen. Presumably, the little mouse sacrificed itself in exchange for Li Wen's survival. Ningxu didn't know what to say. She put down the props to handle the star stones and walked over. The Grand Elder squeezed his hand, and the virtual hand also squeezed fiercely. The little mouse was directly crushed and turned into specks of light. The little mouse's wailing stopped abruptly. It echoed twice, and then there was no sound. Ningxu stopped in her tracks. She looked at the star-like luster that was gradually losing its light. The little mouse was gone just like that. She really saw what it meant to crush an ant to death. What a simple thing. Ningxu glanced at the Grand Elder. His face was indifferent, as if nothing had happened. Under the collar of his black trench coat, a black line meandered out. This line meandered to the bottom of his ear and didn't spread any further. Ningxu looked at the place where the little mouse disappeared. Was it the little mouse's initiative or was it pushed out by Li Wen? As soon as the little mouse died, the virtual hand naturally dissipated, leaving nothing behind. Without anyone controlling the mechanical army, there was only the program on its body. If there was a relatively big mistake that couldn't be corrected, it would naturally be a mess. It didn't take much effort at all. This was a complete farce, a farce. Ningxu rubbed his head. He clearly knew the disparity, but he still came. He even sent the little mouse to its death. Could it be that he didn't kill the little mouse last time, so he directly killed it this time? Ningxu felt that he had seen a lot of people and things, but this Li Wen really didn't understand what he was doing. Even if it was the crazy grand-uncle, the way he did things was traceable, and he did things for the sake of the Sea of Laws. Establishing this organization was nothing more than to protect the Sea of Law. But Li Wen saying that the little mouse was a pig was an insult to a pig. Ningxu turned back and continued to deal with the stellar stone. The Grand Elder might be angry now, so he wouldn't be an eyesore. He might even beat her up. Mo Ming and the army dealt with the mechanical army. The mechanical program was chaotic, so they directly melted it with high temperature and collected the metal. When Ningxu saw this scene, he was even more speechless. He was just here to send supplies and warmth, and he even sent the little mouse's head. It seemed that Li Wen had abandoned the mechanical army. To view the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. After all, these machines were really useless. With Li Wen's personality, she wouldn't even look back at them. Although he had worked hard to get these things, she gave them up just like that. Generous. Ningxu felt that he might be a little like a farmer. When he got something, he didn't think of throwing it away immediately. Instead, he kept it, thinking that it might be useful in the future. Slowly accumulated. Li Wen was the emperor of the human world. She had seen many things. Her standards for people and things were roughly divided into useful and useless ones. She kept the useful ones and discarded the useless ones. Could it be that the little mouse was also something that Li Wen wanted to discard? She was relieved to discard two useless things together. Ningxu thought about it and felt that he was thinking too much about Li Wen. Forget it, let's not think about it anymore. As long as Li Wen didn't do anything to her, Li Wen's actions and thoughts had nothing to do with her. What kind of person Li Wen was had nothing to do with her. It wouldn't get in her way. After dealing with the matter, the Grand Elder left without leaving a single cloud behind. Mo Ming asked his subordinates to put away these metals. Seeing Ningxu's serious expression, he walked over and asked, "Do you know that void creature?" "I remember that there was such a creature by your side," Mo Ming said. Ningxu nodded. "That's right. Mo Ming looked at Ning Shu for a while and comforted him. Don't be sad. It gathered such a group of machines to cause trouble. Coupled with the previous incident, it can't be left alive. Find things for the organization to do. Ning Shu was speechless. She looked very sad. She just sighed. Ning Shu nodded and said, "You can leave now." "That's great." Mo Ming didn't say anything. Someone came over to call Mo Ming. Mo Ming told Ning Shu that he had something to do and left. Looking at Mo Ming's appropriate and calm manner, Ning Shu couldn't even remember Mo Ming's weak and sickly appearance in the previous plane. He was already a new Mo Ming. After dealing with the star stones, Ning Shu returned to the system space. Feeling something, he opened his hand and a tree appeared in his palm. This tree was full of vitality. Ning Shu scanned it with his spiritual power and found that one of the leaves was particularly different. There were more lines on the leaf, and the lines were full of mystery. Ning Shu entered this world in a flash and discovered that there were living creatures in this world. Of course, there were no humans, only some small bugs and microbes. But these things were also living beings. Since there were living beings, it was time to connect to the reincarnation worlds. Anyway, Ning Shu had many reincarnation worlds. He could connect them as he pleased. Moreover, the world of samsara was still evolving. Even if all the leaves of the world tree formed a living world, it would still be enough. From now on, Ning Shu had to pay attention to the world leaf situation from time to time. After all, these leaves were already considered worlds. If there were any changes in the worlds, or if there was anything that would harm the planes, she would have to intervene. Of course, from a macroscopic point of view, the destruction of a plane was like a withered leaf that fell off. From a microscopic point of view, all the living beings in the leaf were destroyed. Connecting the planes should be able to speed up the evolution of the living world. Only then would the planes be considered complete. After doing this, Ning Shu put his hands on his hips. Actually, these planes were troublesome. Since they were trees, the power of the leaves came from the world tree. So, Ning Shu felt that he might have to fertilize and water the world tree when he had nothing to do. Only by ensuring that the world tree was still alive could these planes survive. Of course, everything would die one day. Now, it was still a small seedling. In the future, it would grow into a towering tree. Then, it would slowly age until it died. Just like the Sea of Laws. But the world tree probably lived longer than her. He didn't know what kind of energy the world tree absorbed. It definitely had to support another world tree. Fatian had returned from the Holy Land with 2 birds in tow. He was probably going to make jerky again. Ning Shu asked, "Didn't you just come back? Why are you back again?" Fatian frowned. The system space wasn't big, but he scanned it several times and asked, "Where's the little mouse?" "It didn't go to the Holy Land with me. I was absent-minded, so I came back to take a look." Fatian was just short of directly saying that the little mouse was an idiot. It was a little annoying. Ning Shu was silent for a moment. Then, she recounted the entire sequence of events. Fatian was dumbfounded. He was speechless for a long time. After a while, he said, "Well, it can be said that it got what it wanted. Let's not talk about whether its actions were stupid or not. It kept saying something about Li Wen and that it died for Li Wen. It could be said that it saved itself." Ning Shu was speechless. He was speechless and unable to refute. Fatian sat on the sofa, thought for a moment, and said, "Although it's stupid, it definitely has a backup plan. It should still be alive, but it must have lost a lot." Ning Shu raised his eyebrows. "You mean it might not be dead?" Fatian said, "No matter how righteous it is to die, it still wants to live. It has to have a backup plan. I don't know where it is now." Ning Shu recalled carefully. At that time, the little mouse was crushed to death by the Grand Elder and turned into little stars. As for whether it was alive or not, Ning Shu really didn't know. However, as long as it could live, it would definitely want to live. Even when it was time to fight, what was the point of fighting? It was to live. From beginning to end, Li Wen didn't appear. The uncertainty of the little mouse's life still affected Ning Shu and Fatian's mood. The atmosphere was a bit gloomy. In the end, Fa Tian couldn't take it anymore and said angrily, "Idiot, it's just a fool." He felt that there were always fools around him. They were either people who thought they could carry the world on their shoulders, or people who thought they were infallible and were moved by their own actions. They didn't live like King humans. Ningxu was speechless. "Are you scolding me or the little mouse?" Ningxu said. "Can we stop the little mouse from doing whatever it wants to do? Everyone has their own thoughts. A person who wasn't a fish wouldn't know the happiness of a fish. Maybe the little mouse was happy that it could do something for Li Wen. Even if it was used by Li Wen, it would be happy. Things in the world couldn't be explained clearly with just a few words." Fa Tian's expression wasn't good, but he still nodded. "You're right. However, I've been thinking about it. Even if I'm unhappy, I have to help others. Is it worth it?" Ningxu said, "That depends on who it is. Naturally, you don't have to care about those who don't matter, and you don't have to wrong yourself. However, you have to look at yourself for those who care about you. For the little mouse, Li Wen is the person he cares about the most." Fa Tian's thinking was obviously of the void's arrogance. "I ignore you, despise you, and won't kill you for no reason. However, don't think that I'll lower myself to do anything for you. No matter what, I'll have some characteristics of a minister. I'll regard you as an ant." To view the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. Some things were engraved in one's bones. Pride, arrogance, and loftiness. However, a person's strength was displayed in this place. A godlike existence would naturally have a godlike arrogance and loftiness. Fa Tian took out a tree branch from his mess in space. This branch was much larger than the previous one, and there were more patterns on it. Ningxu took it and looked at it. He asked, "Where did you get this?" Fa Tian didn't have anything precious on him. "How did he get it? Did he snatch it from someone?" Fa Tian said calmly, "I asked for it from someone." Ningxu squinted. "Who did you ask for it from?" Fa Tian also squinted at Ningxu. "How do you think I got it? Do you think I snatched it? I don't want it. Someone forced it on me." Ningxu, look at your arrogant face. Yes, someone forced it on you. You rejected it in every possible way, but the other party insisted on giving it to you. Fa Tian said, "The old man in our cub nursery asked for it." Ningxu nodded. He turned the branch over and over to examine it. The patterns were complex and dazzling. He then passed the branch to Fa Tian and said, "You don't have to give it to me. Keep it for yourself." If the two of them comprehended it together, it might be faster. Fa Tian said, "I'll think of a way to get more divine patterns. You keep it for yourself." Ningxu gave Fa Tian a thumbs up. Fa Tian was much more capable than her. His starting point was too high, and so was his upper limit. Ningxu was happy. The more powerful Fa Tian was, the better. If one of them was powerful, it was better than both of them being weak. Ningxu had no clue how to comprehend divine patterns. It would be a waste of time for her to hold on to a tree branch. Thus, Ningxu put it away. Once he was done with the quests, he would not have so many items left in his inventory. Then, he would have plenty of time to comprehend. At the same time, he would also want to go for a stroll in the distant void. Fa Tian said that he had finished his jerky and wanted to get some more. Ningxu, 6666, how can you eat so much? Ningxu was horrified by the creatures in the void. Would heaven-punishing beast eat this type of bird to extinction? Fa Tian said, if they become extinct, another race will be born. Giant bird, what did we do wrong? Ningxu was speechless. He and Fa Tian began to process the bird meat. Looking at the spicy bird jerky, Ningxu was a little tired of it. He asked, don't you get tired of eating these? Geishan's eyes lit up all of a sudden. His gaze was fixed on Ningxu. Do you know how to do other things? Ningxu opened his mouth and said with difficulty, I can learn something new. If you're tired of eating, you can learn it yourself. I'll go back and find you a cookbook. You can learn it yourself. Good luck, you're the best. I'll give you a round of applause. Ningxu said to Fa Tian. Fa Tian looked at Ningxu, who was applauding with a gratified expression. He silently threw the jerky bag after bag into the mess in space. His face was calm, without the slightest hint of panic. That was the calm lake after repeated disappointments. F*CKU, this guy is really unreliable. Ningxu did not know that Fa Tian was ridiculing him in his heart. He happily collected the jerky with Fa Tian. Back in the system space, Fa Tian did not immediately go to the sacred land. Ningxu thought of the little mouse that was crushed to death and asked, "Is it lonely to go alone?" Fa Tian did not say anything, but Ningxu felt that he was still a little sad. Ever since Fa Tian was born, Little Mouse had been chattering by his side. It also shamelessly followed Fa Tian to the sacred land. Fa Tian did not care about how the little mouse felt about Fa Tian. At least he was used to having such an existence by his side. Now that there was one less person, he was not used to it physically and mentally. To Fa Tian, Little Mouse could be considered a playmate. When Fa Tian found out how Fa Tian had died, he immediately scolded him for being an idiot. Emotional fluctuations meant that he cared. Ningxu thought for a moment and said, "Then you won't go to the sacred land for a while. I'm a little lonely by myself. You can accompany me." Fa Tian glanced at Ningxu from the corner of his eyes as if he was weighing the pros and cons. Finally, he nodded and said, "Okay, but I'll be going to the sacred land soon. That old man didn't agree to let me come back." Ningxu silently looked at Fa Tian's conflicted expression. In the end, he was forced to agree. "Fine, you're in a difficult position." Ningxu was a man of his words. He found a recipe book for Fa Tian and said, "Take a look. I believe in your talent. You can definitely become the best chef in the void." Fa Tian, oh, hee hee. Fa Tian took the recipe book expressionlessly and flipped through it. When he saw the pictures of delicious food, he frowned. Thinking of the jerky, Fa Tian suddenly lost his appetite. He would rather not have seen these things. Ningxu looked at Fa Tian's serious look and smiled with relief. Since Fa Tian loved to eat so much, then he would develop Fa Tian's cooking skills. Maybe they could open a restaurant in the void in the future. There were so many species in the void. There was nothing that couldn't be eaten. Everything could be fried until golden brown and covered with bread crumbs. It was so fragrant that the children next door would cry for it. Maybe they could earn some energy bodies by opening a restaurant. Ningxu was happily imagining the future by herself. It was a future full of color, fragrance, and warmth. On the other side, Fa Tian had already closed the recipe book and rubbed his stomach. He wondered what he had eaten before. He had been raised so crudely. Just some jerky was enough to satisfy him. It was better not to know. Ningxu knew nothing about Fa Tian's thoughts and complaints. He even asked Fa Tian, "Should we build a stove and cook something exquisite to eat?" Fa Tian pursed his lips and asked seriously, "With a stove, who will cook?" Ningxu said, "You. I believe in your cooking skills." Fa Tian? When did he know how to cook? What skills did he have? What skills? You still believe in my cooking skills? Fa Tian looked at the recipe book on the coffee table and a strange thought came to his mind. Did Ningxu think that he could make the things in the picture just by looking at the recipe book? In Ningxu's mind, he was actually so talented. "Oh, hee hee hee," Fa Tian said, "let's not build a stove. It makes the system space smoky and greasy. Don't do it. Don't you have 2 restaurants? Let's go to the restaurant." Although the things in the restaurant were different from the ones in the picture, at least they weren't jerky. Well, Ningxu's pickled pepper chicken feet only gave him jerky. Fa Tian opened his mouth but didn't say anything. He wanted to eat Ningxu's food, except for jerky. Gaishan sat on the sofa listlessly. He was listless and did not say a word. Ningxu was busy cleaning the system space and didn't notice Fa Tian's mood. To view the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. After getting busy, Ningxu saw that Fa Tian was not in a good mood. His whole body was exuding a depressed aura, and it was written all over his body that he was not happy. When Ningxu was about to ask, he suddenly felt a subtle force pass into his body. This force was very weak, but it was also very different. He couldn't tell what kind of force it was. Ningxu's expression was blank for a moment. He really didn't understand where this force came from. The force fused into his soul, and Ningxu felt his soul warm up. Suddenly, as if he had taken drugs, he felt that his whole body was full of power, and he was about to transform into a scion. Ah, the whole world is under my feet. Ningxu's heart was surging with emotions. However, this force came suddenly, and with a poof, it was like a punctured balloon. With a poof, it disappeared. Ningxu's face stiffened. It was uncomfortable. I haven't even transformed yet. Ningxu was at a loss. What about that power? She felt that the power was very small, but it was very strong. If she had this power, Ningxu felt that she could fight with the creatures in the void. Not to mention 100, but 50 times back and forth was possible. It came suddenly and left in a hurry. Ningxu scratched his head. Fa Tian raised his head and looked at Ningxu. For a moment, he felt that there was a very powerful force on Ningxu's body, but this force suddenly flowed away like a tide. Fa Tian couldn't care less about his disappointment. He walked to Ningxu's side and circled around Ningxu a few times like a dog. He touched his chin and pondered, and asked, "What's going on?" Ningxu shook his head. "I don't know." Fa Tian's expression was very serious. The sudden force was obviously not something that Ningxu possessed. There was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Even if there was a free lunch, it would be a bad one. Fa Tian was afraid that Ningxu had something on him. If he wanted to get something, he would have to pay something. In order to borrow the power of the things inside, one had to return them or exchange them. Fa Tian asked, "How do you feel now?" Ningxu sensed for a moment and blinked. "It's all right. I don't feel anything. There's nothing wrong with my soul. I'm fine." Fa Tian rubbed his chin as he pondered. Ningxu's face was calm as he looked at the peerless martial art on the bookshelf. The peerless martial art was no longer in the shape of a book, but in the shape of a square the size of a fist. Ningxu pondered for a while. This inexplicable power probably came from the peerless martial art. Because she didn't want to hand over the peerless martial art, she fused half of her soul with the peerless martial art. Maybe it was because of the purification of the peerless martial arts, the overflowing power was transmitted to his body. As for the world tree, it would be fine as long as it didn't absorb her energy, much less give her energy. Ningxu took the peerless martial art and used his elbow to nudge Fa Tian, who was still in deep thought, and said, "I think it should be the overflowing power of the peerless martial art." I took advantage of it for 2 seconds. Ningxu tossed the peerless martial art in his hand. "I'll go in and take a look." It must be the evolution of the peerless martial art. Ningxu could see that the peerless martial art was definitely a big stomach. It could absorb a lot of energy, and it only went out and didn't go in. The little bit of energy that slipped out actually went back in after a while. Ningxu was a strong person for a moment, and then he was beaten back to his original state. Sigh, Fa Tian looked at the peerless martial art and pondered for a while. This was probably the reason. As long as it wasn't some inexplicable power of unknown origin, it was a good thing. Ningxu brought Fa Tian into the peerless martial art. The peerless martial art was still foggy. It felt wet under his feet, and even when he walked, there was a pitter-patter sound. Ningxu squatted down and touched the wet ground. He didn't have much strength. As he walked, he came to a small pond. It was an exaggeration to say that it was a pond. It was just a small puddle, like a puddle on the ground on a rainy day. The plain had already given birth to water. If there was water, there would be life. Very good, maybe life would be born. Ningxu was still very happy. After all, the peerless martial art was just an ordinary secret manual. It turned into a space of faith, and now it was going to give birth to life. It could be considered a good future. As they walked forward, they saw many puddles one after another. When there was more water, it would probably become a sea. Ningxu stopped in front of a big puddle. White mist floated above the puddle. The water in the puddle looked very clear up close, and it was a dark green from afar. Ningxu reached out and poked the water in the puddle. The water formed circles of ripples. Ningxu's face revealed an excited expression. He turned to Fa Tian and said, "Try it." Put your hand into the water and try. Fa Tian was suspicious. Under Ningshu's expectant gaze, he put the book into the water. After pausing for a while, he put his other hand in as well. The two hands held each other, and then, he washed his hands. Ningshu asked, "Do you feel anything?" Her eyes were shining. Fa Tian shook his head. "I don't feel anything. But, the water is quite cool." Ningshu, I don't feel any power in the water, although it's very little. When Ningshu put his hand in, he could feel a subtle power fusing into his body. Although it was very little and useless, Ningshu could clearly feel it. Fa Tian shook his head. "No. It's probably because you've fused with this thing that you can feel it." Ningshu thought about it and felt that it was true. He thought about how he had given a lot of power to the ultimate martial art. Now that he was only returning a little power, it made Ningshu feel comfortable. It was probably the feeling of an old mother. She gave a lot for her son, and her son returned a little. The old mother was overjoyed. Although this little bit of power was useless to Ningshu, it was probably the energy that was released when the plane was formed. Fadian rubbed his chin and looked at the potholes in the water. He furrowed his brows and looked at Ningshu. Some of his guesses needed time to be proven. Ningshu wandered around the peerless martial art. She hopped on the puddles and circled around the peerless martial art. The entire peerless martial art was like this, filled with bumpy puddles. Fortunately, there was water. Otherwise, it would be like the surface of earth. Stepping on the puddles, Ningshu could feel a subtle power flowing into his body. However, it still couldn't be compared to the huge power from before. Ningshu thought that if he could keep that power in his body, his strength would make a great leap forward. Ningshu felt a little regretful. He walked out of the ultimate martial art with mist all over his body. Fa Tian followed him out. He looked at Ningshu with hesitation. Ningshu asked, "What do you want to say?" "Just say it." Jiang Futian's face flushed red as he said, "I want to eat your cooking." "Ningshu, you're the devil." Ningshu looked at Fa Tian seriously. "Are you sure? Sure?" Ningshu didn't know what Fa Tian was thinking, insisting that she cook. In Ningshu's mind, it should be the warm scene of Fa Tian cooking. Otherwise, why would she give Fa Tian the recipe? Fa Tian nodded and said, "Yes, you do it." Ningshu shook her head and said, "No, you do it." Fa Tian shook his head and said, "You do it." Ningshu looked at Fa Tian and said, "Well, let's go to the restaurant. I'll cook for you. If it doesn't taste good, you'd better eat it." He had never had the time to practice his culinary skills, so he was very unfamiliar with them. After all, no one could become a divine chef without practicing and training. Fa Tian curled her lips and said, "I won't mind." Although the jerky was monotonous, it still tasted good. Ningshu chuckled in her heart. Meat jerky. After the meat was cooked, the meat would be slightly air-dried. Then, she would use the law of water to directly dry the water in the meat. After that, she would mix all kinds of seasonings. There was no need to control the heat. It was very simple. Ningshu stood in the kitchen of the restaurant, feeling nervous. Looking at all kinds of ingredients, she felt a little numb. She said to Fa Tian next to her, "Go outside and wait. When it's done, bring it out." Fa Tian looked at Ningshu and said, "If it doesn't work, then forget it. It's the same to spend some money." Fa Tian said that it didn't matter, but her face said that it did matter, very much. Ningshu couldn't bring herself to say it out loud. Ningshu could only say, "I can do it. Don't worry, it'll be done soon." Fa Tian went to the hall to wait. Ningshu picked up the kitchen knife from the chopping board and took out the recipe book from the mess space, preparing to find a simpler recipe. The chef of the restaurant wanted to say something but stopped himself. His face was full of pain as he watched Ningshu tinkling in the kitchen, smelling the unknown smell in the air. Ningshu made a few simple dishes. Although the appearance wasn't that good, the taste wasn't that bad after tasting it. Ningshu heaved a sigh of relief. At least it wasn't poison. After all, back in the plane, he rarely made anything himself. Even if he did, he would just throw everything into the pot. It could be eaten when it was cooked. As long as it wasn't raw, it wouldn't poison anyone. Fatian looked at the things on the table, pursed his lips, and asked, "You didn't ask for help?" When Ningxu heard Fatian's thoughtful praise, he immediately smiled. "Are you surprised that I didn't ask for help?" Fatian was speechless. Why didn't he ask for help? It was so dark that it was impossible to tell the original appearance of the ingredients. Ningxu eagerly placed some food on Fatian's plate. "Have a taste." Fatian felt like he was asking for trouble. He wanted to experience the warmth of ordinary cooking, steaming, fragrant food. Now that he looked at it, he couldn't feel it at all. Fatian had completely given up. He wanted to feel the warmth from Ningxu. Fatian looked at the dark thing and forced himself to stuff it into his mouth. It didn't taste too bad, just a little bitter. He didn't know if it was because it was burnt or because there was too much sauce. In comparison, the jerky she made was more delicious. Fatian swallowed the food in his mouth and said, "I still like your jerky." Ningxu understood now. He said, "Let's take it away. Find some time to practice. Let's order again." Fatian shook his head. "Forget it. Let's stop here. I've already made it." Ningxu naturally didn't have any objections. Fatian regretted it after eating 2 more mouthfuls. He didn't feel anything after 1 or 2 mouthfuls, but after eating too much, he felt that the taste wasn't good. He couldn't eat any more. However, words that were said were like water that was poured out. How could he have the nerve to order again when it was good? Moreover, it hurt Ningxu's self-esteem. He was suffering because he wanted to save face. Ningxu ate the food he made and felt fine. He noticed that Fatian moved his chopsticks very slowly. It was probably because it wasn't good and he was worried about her feelings. Ningxu called the waiter and asked him to clear the food on the table. Then, he ordered something more delicious. The food made by the chef and Ningxu were worlds apart. The food looked, smelled, and tasted good. However, Ningxu's food looked like it was mixed with crane top red. Ningxu said, "If there's anything between you and me, just say it. I won't be angry even if you say that my food is poison. I'm just afraid of provoking your fragile heart. You humans are weak and sensitive." Fatian was so honest that it made people want to hit him. Ningxu, stupid child. They ordered a new table of food. Fatian ate very contentedly. His pair of short legs swayed under the table. His narrowed eyes let people know how he was feeling. Ningxu looked at him from the corner of his eyes. Fatian restrained his expression and burped. He said, "Your jerky is still the best." Ningxu, "Haha, like hell I'll believe you." Ningxu said, "Wait. My food will be better next time." Fatian, "Haha, like hell I'll believe you. You're such a big liar." After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Fatian wanted to say something but stopped. After calling out to Ningxu, he didn't say anything else. Ningxu asked, "What's the matter?" "Heaven Punisher, your peerless martial art." Ningxu, "So what if it's an ultimate martial arts? Is there a problem?" Fatian quickly shook his head. "There's no problem. After all, it was just a guess. What if he was happy for nothing? If there were no expectations, there would be no disappointment. If it was true, then it would be a big surprise." Ningxu raised his eyebrows and looked at Fatian. "What's the matter? Just say it. Don't be so shy. Are you a man? Don't talk like that." Fatian's face darkened. "Nothing. I just think that you'd become better looking." If it was true, then her strength would have a qualitative breakthrough. She would be connected to that thing and it would provide her with strength. She wouldn't need to painstakingly search for something that could change her body constitution. Once that thing was born, her body constitution would naturally change. Ningxu touched his face. He looked proud and pretended to be modest. "It's okay. It's just so. Actually, it's not that beautiful." Ha 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 ha. Fatian, after eating and drinking to their fill, they left the restaurant. Ningxu clearly felt that Fatian was much closer to him. It wasn't like before, when he always felt that there was a layer between them. This layer between them wasn't Ningxu and Fa Tian, but Fa Tian and Ningxu. Ningxu could also feel that the root of the problem was the difference in strength. Perhaps Fa Tian was grateful to her for providing him with energy that allowed Fa Tian to evolve, but the difference in strength was obvious. Although he didn't know why Fa Tian was different now, he was someone he would be walking hand in hand with for the rest of his life. If Fa Tian was willing to be close to him, then it would be easier for them to work together in the future. Fa Tian said, "Let's go back and make jerky." Jerky was the way to go. To view the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. If she gave up on this idea, she reckoned that Jiang Fa Tian would never ask her to cook again. Ningxu, that's great, like I said, jerky is simple and delicious. But seeing the huge, bloody giant bird in the forest, Ningxu's heart still felt a little stifled. Would she have to make jerky for the rest of her life, make jerky for life? The two of them started to move. Fa Tian's hands were busy. He glanced at Ningxu and said, "Don't look for things that can change your physique." Ningxu lowered her head and cured the meat. Without looking up, she said, "We definitely have to look for places. If we don't look for imperial granules, we can look for other things." Ningxu felt that she couldn't afford to lose. Fortunately, she worked hard to get to where she was now. According to her own unlucky luck, she didn't even have the courage to gamble on things like imperial granules. Ningxu thought about it and decided to give up on imperial granules. Besides, imperial granules were so hard to find. Rather than looking for something that was especially unstable and unknown, looking for something else would be more rewarding. Fa Tian frowned and then relaxed. Let her go find it. If the peerless martial arts could really change her physique. Maybe the peerless martial arts could change her physique, but she still hadn't found anything. Anyway, he had never heard of such things. Void creatures didn't need these things at all. Without demand, there would be no production. But he was very uncertain whether the peerless martial arts were what he thought. If it wasn't, then wouldn't he have made a big mistake? He even told Ningxu not to look for things. Be prepared for both ends and grab them with both hands. If it really was, then there would be two surprises. If he said it now, there might not be any surprises when the time came. Instead, he would be disappointed and annoyed. It would cause Ningxu to have opinions about himself. Because this wasn't a 100% certainty after all. Ningxu asked back, "Why not?" "My physique is still a shortcoming. Fa Tian, what I mean is, this kind of thing isn't easy to find. Maybe you can't find it at all." Ningxu said, "Maybe." Her expression was mischievous. "We have to have hope." Fa Tian nodded. "You're right. We have to have hope. If we have hope, there will be miracles." Ningxu turned to look at him. "I'm listening. Why do you sound like you're mocking me?" Fa Tian replied calmly, "No, you're thinking too much." Sure enough, he thought too much. Ningxu didn't care anymore and gave Fa Tian a lot of jerky. "You can make some friends in the cub nursery. You can give out some jerky. The first step to making friends is to share." Now, the little mouse was pinched to death by senior uncle. Fa Tian was all alone now. He looked really pitiful at such a young age in the cub nursery. Fa Tian was noncommittal towards Ningxu, teaching him as if he was teaching kindergarten children. There was a kind of loneliness that made others think he was lonely. He wasn't lonely at all. It was childish, superficial, and ridiculous to let him roll on the ground with those cubs. Ningxu didn't know that Fa Tian was constantly complaining in his heart. He chattered to Fa Tian and asked, "Are you still going to the Holy Land?" Fa Tian, "Of course. Although that old man is a bit long-winded, he has a good heart." Ningxu, "Is that old man your teacher?" Fa Tian shook his head. "No, that old man is a gatekeeper. There are no teachers in the cub nursery." Ningxu's mouth twitched. "No teachers. No teachers? Then what do you usually do?" He never expected that the cub nursery didn't have teachers. He always thought that the cub nursery was a kindergarten. "Wouldn't that be like locking those cubs up together?" Fa Tian said, "You can do whatever you want. You can sleep, read, or play. It's all up to you." Ningxu was speechless. What kind of immortal school life is this? Ningxu couldn't help but worry about Mengqi's mother. He said, in that case, do you want to change to another place? Fa Tian looked at Ningxu inexplicably and said, as long as the creatures in the void successfully grow up, they will always have power. Some races become powerful just by sleeping. Ningxu was speechless. My whole person becomes lemon essence is how to return a responsibility. I don't want to hear it. Ningxu asked expressionlessly, then what do you do in school? Are you sleeping every day? Fa Tian said, I follow the old man every day. The branches I gave you were all taken from him. Ningxu was speechless. The amount of information was a bit too much. Fa Tian looked at Ningxu's shocked expression and nodded to confirm her thoughts. Yes, it's as you think. That old man is a sacred tree and has lived for a long time. It's said that when Taishu was still wearing diapers, that old man was already very old. Ningxu smiled. Oh my god, how long have these things lived? She thought of Taishu rolling in the mud pit, and then an old man with a long white beard looking at these children with a gratified and kind face. This scene was really indescribable. Ningxu asked, then doesn't he have a lot of sacred runes on his body? Fa Tian nodded. His whole body is covered with runes. The big tree where the children are is his body. The white beard is just a spiritual body. Ningxu slapped her forehead. Indeed, the creatures in the void were very powerful and incredible. Then doesn't that mean he has a lot of treasures that no one covets? He has a body full of sacred runes. Can't he use them himself? He has these sacred runes for nothing more than protection, just like the thorns of a rose. In the end, someone comprehended this kind of sacred rune and tapped into its power. Ningxu blinked and fell silent. Doesn't that sacred ground exist because of the sacred tree? That sacred ground was filled with sacred runes, and they were used in every aspect of life. Fa Tian nodded. Maybe. Ningxu roughly realized that the children's nursery didn't really need a teacher. With an old man guarding the door, one could actually comprehend the sacred runes. Fa Tian didn't want to discuss whether he was lonely or not, and changed the topic. Bring me to the place where the little mouse died. I want to take a look. Ningxu asked, do you think the little mouse didn't die? Fa Tian shook his head. I don't know. I'll go take a look. No matter how stupid he was, no matter how brave he was to die, he should have left a way out. Maybe he left a way out. That Li Wen he mentioned didn't care about him. Since Fa Tian had such thoughts, Ningxu naturally wouldn't object. He brought Fa Tian to the place where the incident happened. He hadn't been there before, but when he walked closer, he realized that the place where the little mouse died was covered with specks of light. It was very fine. Ningxu, it was really crushed into pieces. Fa Tian frowned and reached out to touch the light. This light was very weak. It dimmed and extinguished with a touch. Fa Tian said to Ningxu, let's collect this. To view the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. Fa Tian couldn't stand Ningxu making a fuss over nothing. What's wrong with this hobby? Can't I make porcelain dolls? Ningxu nodded. You can. Fa Tian, can't I carve divine patterns on the porcelain dolls? Ningxu nodded. You can. Fa Tian, after a void creature dies, it turns into dust. It's just ordinary dust. It's not even a corpse. Can't I collect it? Ningxu nodded. You can. Fa Tian, then it's fine. Ningxu, There was no problem at all. It seemed like there was no problem, or there was no problem at all. Was she making a mountain out of a molehill? Who cares? Ningxu also didn't think it was a big deal. Fa Tian's hobby of collecting was like a child who liked to collect strangely shaped stones or shells. Ningxu completely convinced himself. The two of them began to concentrate on collecting the glowing dust. Although the little mouse didn't look big, there was quite a lot of dust. Void creatures weren't small. The little mouse looked like a normal mouse, but it was actually very big. It took several bottles to collect all the glowing dust. When the dust gathered together, the luster became even brighter. It could really be used as a light bulb. Unfortunately, as time passed, the luster would dim and turn into ordinary dust, becoming a part of the void. Ningxiu asked Fatian, if the little mouse dies, does that mean this race will disappear? The little mouse was the king of this race. As long as the little mouse existed, this race could infinitely divide. If the little mouse died, this race would be completely extinct. The little mouse was probably similar to a scavenger in the void. It gnawed on all kinds of things. It was annoying, but it was also necessary to exist. Would a new little mouse be born? Fatian tilted his head and thought for a moment before saying, I'm not sure. As for whether or not a new one will be born, I don't know. Perhaps as long as the dust remained lit, the void would not be born. When the little mouse completely turned into dust, the void would probably give birth to another race with the same function. They might even be completely different from the little mouse. Their appearance and reproduction methods might be different. The void had a powerful dispatching function. Ningxiu looked at the little mouse's expression and knew that the little mouse's chances of survival were slim. At this time, Ningxiu couldn't help but want to call him an idiot. Needless to say, the little mouse was definitely fighting for a chance for Li Wen to escape. In the face of the granduncle, even if the granduncle was now holding Shishi's heart at every turn and fainting like Mary Sue at every turn, he really faced him. His heart must be filled with fear, and his desire to fight was not that strong. He just wanted to turn around and run. Anyway, Ningxiu felt that he couldn't beat the granduncle for the time being. He just didn't know if he could exhaust the granduncle to death. 1,000-year tortoise, a 10,000-year tortoise, let's see who can live longer. Li Wen ran away, and now the little mouse had become a corpse. Ningxiu could only sigh about the matter between these two people and didn't think about anything else. These two people were willing to fight and the other was willing to be beaten. Outsiders would at most sigh. Ningxiu gave the bottle to Fatian, and Fatian put it away. He also specially emptied a mesen space to store this thing. Ningxiu squinted at Fatian. The child had grown up and had his own secrets. He wouldn't tell Ningxiu. Ningxiu felt very disappointed. He didn't know if the creatures of the void fell in love or needed to reproduce. His identity as an old mother would be a bit awkward in the future. Sigh, Ningxiu thought very far. Although Fatian still looked like a child now, if there was enough energy, he would definitely grow up very quickly. What would Fatian's future girlfriend look like? What kind of wife would he find? Sure enough, an old mother had too many things to worry about. Fatian counted the bottles in the mesen space with his mental power and smiled. Very good, there were already 50 bottles. Ningxiu, forget it, he was still a child playing with mud. He didn't need to worry about the future. Ningxiu planned to find some Li Wen. He came to the location of the previously marked space node and found that it was empty. There were no enchantments, black holes, or entrances. Obviously, the mechanical city was gone, and Li Wen was nowhere to be found. Obviously, Li Wen couldn't be still in the same place. Li Wen disappeared again. The void was so big, and it was uncertain if they could meet again. What was different this time was that there was no little mouse looking for Li Wen every day and thinking about Li Wen all the time. Ningxiu felt a little sad. My brother is indeed a man of iron. He is an emperor after all. He is very firm and self-centered. It's hard to change him. It seems that no one can walk into his heart. Who cares? Ningxiu didn't plan to walk into Li Wen's heart anyway. The two of them were friends of gentlemen. They didn't interfere with each other much. Their relationship was still passable. My brother probably went to find a new opportunity and a new direction to move forward. The divine runes were a direction, but only the sacred land had them. The location of the sacred land was not fixed. If Li Wen wanted to study the divine runes, Little Mouse could provide it. After all, the little mouse could enter the sacred land with Fatian. It might be able to get some branches. The divine runes on these branches were enough for study, but Li Wen didn't protect the little mouse. Li Wen gave people the feeling that he was unfathomable. No one knew what trump cards he had, but he always gave people the feeling that he could be relied on. He looked like he had victory in his hands at all times. How could an emperor panic? Ningxiu felt that Li Wen was the kind of person who wouldn't panic even if he was about to die. He had a better mentality. If Li Wen was willing to help, the little mouse might have a chance to survive. Back then, the little mouse's clan had all been destroyed. Li Wen had never appeared. Without the little mouse, Li Wen had no source of divine runes. If Li Wen wanted to study it, he would have to find a divine tree in the vast void. Where could he find such a thing? It was probably the same as the imperial granary. However, the void was so big and there were so many species. A big world meant that there were more hopes and opportunities. Perhaps Li Wen had some good fortune. He stopped thinking about Li Wen. He could see that Li Wen was really cold. He had to be more careful when dealing with Li Wen in the future. Ningxu said to Fa Tian, "Let's go back." "Do you have enough dust to make a porcelain doll?" Ningxu asked. Fa Tian said, "Not enough. I want to make a big porcelain doll." Ningxu felt a little strange, but he still encouraged him. "Good luck." He suddenly thought of Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang's peerless love for the doll. Ningxu looked at Fa Tian from the corner of his eyes. "Fa Tian? To view the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address." The biggest misconception of a bootlicker was that he could rely on his sincerity and passion to take advantage of the situation. Maybe he would succeed, but in reality, he would not succeed. Little Mouse was a bloody example. Yes, he had to remember that those who could not be bootlickers would not be able to be bootlickers in this lifetime. After collecting Little Mouse's ashes, Fa Tian returned to the system space and took out a bottle. The bottle was filled with water with some dirt and dust. It was not clean water. Fa Tian poured Little Mouse's ashes on the coffee table, then poured water and mixed it evenly. He slowly kneaded it as if he was kneading flour. Gradually, a small ball of mud was kneaded out. Ningxu sat next to Fa Tian and looked at him. He asked, "With so many techniques, you must have been playing in the mud at the cub's shelter." Fa Tian looked at Ningxu from the corner of his eyes. "Why do you think I played in the mud too much instead of going to the restaurant to help?" Ningxu looked guilty. "Sigh, that's how I talk. Seeing how skilled you are, my first impression is that you played in the mud too late. You gave me that impression. You can't blame me." "Fa Tian, I don't blame you. I played in the mud to begin with." "Ningxu, this kid? So, rolling in the mud at the cub's shelter was also part of you, right?" Fa Tian looked serious. He was constantly thinking in his mind and his hands were constantly forming shapes. Ningxu did not dare to disturb him. He stared straight at Fa Tian's hands. Both of his hands were busy. Not long after, a prototype appeared. It was a mouse. It was just a rough outline. The rest had not been formed yet. The framework was out. Next was the more detailed part. When Fa Tian was empty-handed, Ningxu asked, "Do you want to color it?" Little Rat's fur was silver. Maybe he should find some silver paint for it. Fa Tian shook his head. "No need. It's fine as long as you're done." Ningxu watched in silence, looking at the rough outline. Under Fa Tian's skillful hands, the fine hairs were revealed. Up close, the fine hairs looked like the outline of a person's hair. But from afar, it was quite realistic. Next was the eyes. The eyes determined whether a painting had a soul or not. It was the finishing touch. Fa Tian stopped. It was obvious that he was having a hard time adding the finishing touch. Or perhaps, he didn't manage to draw out the charm of Little Mouse. Ningxu suggested, "The Little Mouse is an out-and-out bootlicker in front of Li Wen, but at the same time has the arrogance of a void creature. Try attacking from this angle." The Little Mouse was a creature of the void, so it felt inferior when facing Li Wen. This was probably love. In the outside world, it could do anything, but in front of Li Wen, it felt like it wasn't even worth a fart. Fa Tian tilted his head and looked at the clay sculpture. He frowned but still couldn't do it. He said, "Let me think about it. I can't do it for now." Ningxu said, "I think I can push Uncle, Sang Liang, and the rest to the ground and make them call me Daddy." Fa Tian immediately showed a worried and pitiful expression. "What's wrong with you?" Ningxu immediately said, "Little Mouse has this expression. Li Wen is Little Mouse's greatest obsession. Think about if there's anything you can't get even if you beg for it. try again. Although it was to find inspiration for Fation, Fation's expression still successfully made Ningxu unhappy. The gap was too big, causing Fation to not be able to see through himself at all. It wasn't that Ningxu wanted to push Sang Liang and the rest to the ground, but he wanted to use them as a benchmark to measure his strength. When he reached their level of strength, he would be able to stroll around in the void. At least he would have the strength to protect himself. In the future, if something really happened to the Sea of Law and the organization disbanded, he would have the strength to protect himself. Sigh, I could have been very happy, but it's all because of my weak strength. Fation fell into deep thought and quickly started to carve the eyes. In a moment, the entire clay sculpture looked much more vivid. The little mouse stood with its two front paws on its waist and its chin slightly raised. It looked extremely arrogant. How creative, using little mouse's ashes to sculpt a little mouse. Don't you think it's a little weird to put it in the system space? The little mouse took out a pen and started to write and draw on the clay sculpture. These lines were complicated and irregular. After successfully drawing a line, the lines would flicker slightly and merge into the clay sculpture before disappearing. Ningxu raised his eyebrows. This was a divine rune. Fation had already comprehended a divine rune. Wow, my comrade is so powerful. Ningxu suddenly had a feeling of winning while lying down. My comrade can do anything. He has 81 types of skills and 49 types of methods to kill the enemy. For me to be able to meet such a comrade, it is a blessing from the heavens. Who would have such luck? Seems like Fation learned a lot from the cub and did not idle around. Strong and hardworking, my comrade is awesome. Fation carved divine runes all over the clay sculpture. The divine runes were hidden in the sculpture, causing the clay sculpture to be different. Previously, the clay sculpture looked like it would break with a touch, but now, with the support of the divine runes, the clay sculpture emitted a luster like iron. I really want to kidnap the divine tree. Fation took out something the size of a grain of rice and pressed it into the clay sculpture's stomach. After it was done, Fation exhaled and casually placed the clay sculpture on the bookshelf. It seemed like he was not going to care about it anymore. Ningxu asked, "That's it?" Fation nodded. "Yes, it's time now. Who knows when it will wake up?" Ningxu. He was shocked. Although Ningxu had some guesses, he still found it unbelievable that Fation would say it out loud. Ningxu said in shock, "Is this a reversal of life and death, a resurrection from the dead?" Fation shook his head. "No, the little mouse that wakes up has a blank memory. He is still him, but also not him." Ningxu asked, "Is it the same as when a normal living being is reborn? Or did I destroy it and the will of death gave birth to a new Ningxu?" Fation nodded. "It's the same idea, but I implanted the memory crystal into his body. If he wakes up, he will remember some things." Fation also hid one thing, which was that the memory crystal contained his memories of the little mouse. Li Wen's existence in it was completely erased. When the little mouse woke up, he would not remember Li Wen at all. He might find him familiar, but he would definitely not know him. Fation, little mouse is an idiot. A bootlicker will die a horrible death. Ningxu still found it unbelievable. He stared at Fation's hand and excitedly grabbed Fation's hand. He said, "My Fation, remember to collect my body in the future. Look at me now and remember my face in your heart." Fation stared at Ningxu's face expressionlessly. Ningxu asked, "Can you remember my face?" Fation couldn't even carve out little mouse's eyes. If Fation could remember her expression, she wouldn't have to worry that Fation wouldn't remember when he pinched her. Fation asked, "Do you have ashes?" If her soul was destroyed, she would be completely annihilated. Where would he find ashes? How would he pinch without ashes? Ningxu was speechless. This was a big problem. She didn't have ashes. Oh, she forgot that she still had the will of death. Even if her consciousness was destroyed, she would still be born. However, the newly born Ningxu didn't remember her past at all. Her personality would be different because of her different experiences. Ningxu changed the topic. "What kind of rune are you using?" "It's so powerful that it can even bring the dead back to life. It's a type of rejuvenation rune." Withered trees can be rejuvenated, old trees can sprout, and iron trees can bloom. They all refer to the strong vitality of trees. The god tree also has this talent. The rejuvenation rune can increase this effect, Fation explained. Ningxu nodded and then asked, can it be done with this kind of rune? Although there was a saying that withered trees can be rejuvenated, Ningxu didn't think that this kind of rune would be able to wake Little Mouse up. The chances were small, but looking at Fation, it seemed like there was a high chance that Little Mouse could wake up. Fation was silent for a moment. Actually, I'm also experimenting. I'm experimenting with something. If he succeeded, Little Mouse would wake up. At the same time, his suspicions would be confirmed. This would be beneficial to Ningxu. The water used to knead the mud was actually collected by Fation in the Ultimate Martial Arts Manual. It was impossible to rely on the rejuvenation rune. Compared to the qualitative change of the Ultimate Martial Arts Manual, it was better to wait for Little Mouse to wake up. When the Little Mouse wakes up, it will be confirmed. Speaking of which, the Little Mouse was lucky. Fation wanted to verify his own conjecture, which was why he wasted his energy. Otherwise, even if there was such a method, Fation would have no other way. The Sea of Law no longer had any energy, so the water and mud were useless. It was not that he had to use the power of the Sea of Law, but he needed the power of the void source. This kind of origin energy could give birth to planes and living beings. How could it not solve the Little Mouse's problem? Ningxu felt that Fation had grown up, and the most direct impression he had was that he did things mysteriously and had a lot of secrets. Since he didn't want to talk about it, Ningxu couldn't be bothered to ask. Since he didn't want to talk about it, he naturally had his reasons. If he didn't talk about it even if he asked, everyone would feel awkward and it would hurt their relationship. Moreover, Ningxu believed in Fation. After all, she was not worthy of Fation's schemes. Ningxu asked Fation for advice. How do you comprehend the divine patterns? Those divine patterns were like the patterns on the roots of a tree, without any pattern. It was more difficult to remember a divine pattern without any pattern. Also, after looking at the divine patterns for a long time, one's eyes would light up, and one would not even be able to see the divine patterns clearly. After a moment of absent-mindedness, he forgot what he saw. Thus, up until now, Ningxu had yet to comprehend a divine inscription. Even if it was a short, weak divine inscription. Fation, close your eyes and touch it, remember it with your heart. Don't look with your eyes, or use your mental energy to scan it. In short, don't comprehend it with your eyes. Touch, it was so simple, Ningxu did not think of it immediately. Fation, when you draw the divine patterns, you actually use your hands, not your eyes. Use your hands to touch it and remember it with your heart. When you draw, whether you have a strong power depends on the power you give the divine pattern. The stronger the power given, the more powerful the divine pattern would be. Ningxu, he understood the theory, but why was it so difficult to do it? Eyes, it's just a pattern, very simple. Brain, yes, I seem to have remembered it. Hands? Ningxu was in such a state now. He took out a branch, closed his eyes, and touched it slowly, feeling it bit by bit. After a while, Ningxu opened his eyes, silent. Fation asked, did you comprehend anything? Ningxu, no, I didn't even get the pattern. The branch was so rough that he could not feel the pattern on the bark. This was just the pattern on the branch. If it was the pattern on the trunk and the bark, it would be even more impossible to feel it. Fation, take it slow. Feel it 100 times and you will feel something different. If 100 times doesn't work, try 1,000 times. If 1,000 times doesn't work, try 10,000 times. If 10,000 times still doesn't work, keep touching until you are very familiar with this branch. Maybe you will be able to draw the pattern on it. Fation gave Ningxu a rather stupid method. Although it seemed stupid, it was actually a more reliable method. Ningxu asked, is there any pattern? He did not believe that the divine pattern would grow randomly. If there was a next life, he would choose to be a tree. Fation, of course there is a pattern. When you have accumulated enough divine patterns, you will be able to understand the pattern. You have not come into contact with many divine patterns now. Even if I tell you the pattern, you will not be able to understand it. These patterns are the secrets of heaven and earth. It's just that the tree of God has revealed these secrets. Ning-Shu, so, am I going to start the practice of overflowing with questions, but it's good to have a direction to work towards. I'm just afraid that I won't be able to find a direction to work towards. Ning-Shu said, I will go with you to the cub nursery. Fa Tian, haven't you already been there? Why do you still want to go? I advise you to give up. That kind of scene was like a pig sneaking into a human school. Her strength was not enough to get rid of the rejection brought about by this talent class. Ning-Shu, is your cub nursery really open to all? As long as you are humble enough to learn, you can get in. Fa Tian, you want to get close to the old man from the tree of God. That old man doesn't seem to have a temper, but he is actually very sensitive to people's hearts. Once you get close, he will know what you want. Generally speaking, he prefers creatures with purer minds such as me. Ning-Shu punched Fa Tian's head. This guy, while belittling others, he also endlessly praised himself. Thinking about it, the tree of God probably liked Fa Tian. Otherwise, Fa Tian would not have been able to get these branches back. Although there were very few divine patterns on the branches, they were still a part of the tree of God. If someone broke them, it would definitely hurt. It was like how a person's heart would hurt to death if their hair, which was neither painful nor itchy, fell off. Fa Tian was extremely talented. As a teacher, he would definitely like a child who was good in both character and learning. Ning-Shu, fine, fine, fine. You are the purest. My heart is the dirtiest. Ha ha ha, Ning-Shu did not feel that Fa Tian was pure and innocent. As his strength increased with age, he felt that Fa Tian had become more cunning and black-bellied. To view the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. Fadian tiptoed and picked up the square Peerless martial art book from the bookshelf. He handed it to Ning-Shu and said, pick this up. Don't lose it. Ning-Shu said indifferently, I won't lose it. Half of my soul is tied to this book. I won't lose it. Fa Tian looked at Ning-Shu stubbornly and handed the book to Ning-Shu. Ning-Shu looked at Fa Tian helplessly. He could only take the book and stuff it into his soul. Speaking of which, this book was also a part of his body. It was quite amazing to stuff a foreign object into his soul without any discomfort. Fa Tian saw that Ning-Shu had put it away and nodded. Don't leave this thing alone in the future. It's a good thing anyway. After eating so many things, it's bound to be extraordinary. Don't give it to others even if they ask you. Ning-Shu was speechless. This is mine. Why would I give it to others? Don't worry, I still have this thought. The book had been with her until now. How could she give it to others? Last time, Tai Shu and the others wanted to throw the book into the sea of law for a weak chance of survival. She resisted the pressure and didn't hand it over. How could she give it to a random person who asked her for it? Fa Tian said, it's good that you know. He thought about it and said, then I'll go to the Holy Land. Be careful alone. Ning-Shu waved his hand. Go. By the way, what does the old man in your cub house like? You can bring him something he likes. In any case, he got some branches from him. He had to return the favor. Heaven Punisher, alright, can you please give up on that idea? Ning-Shu slapped Fa Tian's head. I'm not doing it for myself. I'm doing it for you. You should respect the old and love the young. Give the old man a gift. Fa Tian covered his head and looked at Ning-Shu from the corner of his eyes. Don't touch her. She doesn't look elegant or beautiful at all. I'll worry about the gift myself. The gift seemed to be very flattering. That old man would definitely not accept it. The most important thing was to open your heart to him. The old man had lived for such a long time. What had he not seen before? What had he not seen before? His heart was calm without any ripples. Ning-Shu was too lazy to interfere with Fa Tian's matters. It was fine as long as Fa Tian knew what he was doing. This way, he wouldn't be implicated. Fa Tian's heart was also tenacious and independent. Fa Tian was very clingy when he was young. Now, Fa Tian was looking at people with slanted eyes. He wasn't cute anymore. Ning-Shu, you're no longer my little baby. Fa Tian was speechless. Fation reminded Ningxu again to take good care of the ultimate martial art. Don't throw it away for no reason. If he couldn't find it, he couldn't give it to others. Ningxu nodded repeatedly and said that he understood. He said that he treasured the ultimate martial art even more than Fation. The smile on Fation's face gradually froze. Finally, he said expressionlessly, "I'm leaving." Ningxu pulled Fation back. "I was joking. What I meant was, this thing is as important as you. I definitely won't lose it." Fation was still expressionless. "In your heart, I can't even compare to a book. No, it's a space now. An empty space." Ningxu patted Fation's head. "That's enough." A black hole appeared in the system space. The black hole trembled violently. Then, a skeleton jumped out. This skeleton was wearing a t-shirt and jeans. It looked fashionable. Ningxu couldn't recognize it. He called out tentatively. Zhu said directly, "There's a problem with the souls in the world of reincarnation. You should go and take a look. The world is trembling." Ningxu didn't have time to ask where Zhu Jun's clothes came from. He quickly asked, "How long has it been? When did it start?" "I'll go in and take a look." Fation followed Ningxu. "I'll go too." Once they entered the world of reincarnation and stepped on the ground, the world of reincarnation trembled as if there was an earthquake. And the tremors were quite strong. The souls in the world of reincarnation were also very flustered. They either hugged each other and trembled, or ran everywhere. In short, it was as if a disaster was about to befall them. Although the world of reincarnation was his, Ningxu didn't know where the problem was. He could only ask Fation, "Other than this world, what's the situation in the other worlds of reincarnation?" Beside him, Fation also frowned and looked around to check the area. Zhu Jun was obviously very familiar with the situation in the world of reincarnation. He said, "Among all the worlds of reincarnation, only this world is trembling violently. In the beginning, there was only a slight tremor. I couldn't even feel it. I sent many skeletons out to find the cause, but they didn't find anything. Later on, the tremors became more and more intense. I had no other choice but to look for you." Ningxu frowned. In other words, only this world of reincarnation was trembling. Luckily, the other worlds weren't trembling. They had just connected to some of the living worlds, and the world had a problem. It was an inferior product. They wanted to ask him for a refund. Although there were uncertainties about the collapse of the world, it didn't make sense for it to collapse after being connected for such a short time. Now, they had to find out the cause of the tremors. Could it be that there was a crack in the world of reincarnation? Ningxu and the other two ran around the world. They used their spiritual power to scan every inch of sand. They even checked the situation of the bit wall outside. But they didn't find any problems. They couldn't find out where the problem was. However, the world was shaking non-stop. What was the reason for this? Ningxu scratched his head and asked the two of them, "Is this world hinting at something? Is it foretelling some danger?" They couldn't find any problem with the world. But the world was still trembling. They really couldn't find the problem. Fation was silent. Zhu Jun said directly, "It knows how to foretell danger." This was a little hurtful. Indeed, the world of reincarnation wasn't a single person. Ningxu said, "Then let's call the little devil back." There was a problem with the world of reincarnation. They had to call the little devil back. As a living creature born in this world, the little devil might be able to find out what was wrong with the world. So what if the bit wall was born? The follow-up problem would come. They couldn't just ignore these bit walls. If they really couldn't find the problem and couldn't find a solution, then they could only let nature take its course. Ningxu returned to the system space and contacted His Excellency. He asked His Excellency to inform the little devil that the little devil's home was gone and he was going to be homeless. So he asked him to come back and see his home for the last time. After a while, the little devil appeared in the world of reincarnation. The little devil's figure was a little taller. There was a black hook-like tail behind his butt, swaying from side to side. To watch the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. Ningxu stared at the little demon's tail and asked, "When did you have a tail?" He remembered that the little demon didn't have a tail in the past, he still had to develop inhumanly. He had to leave a hole in his pants in the future. The little demon was already a teenager, he had silver pupils and a wagging tail, he looked quite cool. The little demon asked, "What's the problem?" "Ning Shu, can't you feel it? The world has been shaking." "Of course I feel it, I'm asking you why it's like this." The little demon frowned and asked, his silver pupils narrowed, he looked like a wild beast. "Ning Shu, I called you back to ask you, why are you asking us?" The little demon was speechless, he walked around with his arms crossed, his hooked tail wagging and his butt sticking out. Ning Shu suddenly felt that the little demon had grown up, he had the ability to attract girls. Fatian was still a baby beside him. The little demon wandered around the world alone, looking for the problem of the plane. Ning Shu's group didn't stay idle, they couldn't let the world of reincarnation shake like this, otherwise the reincarnation pool would keep shaking, it would affect the reincarnation of souls. Ning Shu walked around and stopped in front of Nine Palace Mountain, he circled around it. Ning Shu called the little demon back, pointed at Nine Palace Mountain and asked them, "Look, isn't that a crack?" A crack appeared on Nine Palace Mountain. The little demon looked at Nine Palace Mountain, "It is indeed a crack, you actually put this thing in the world of reincarnation. It will affect both the world of reincarnation and Nine Palace Mountain." "Ning Shu, I can't carry such a mountain." Could it be because of the crack on Nine Palace Mountain, the life force inside leaked out and affected the world of reincarnation? Then they would have to move Nine Palace Mountain out of the world of reincarnation, and more importantly, repair it. The crack wasn't short, it almost crossed half of Nine Palace Mountain, which meant that half of the world of Nine Palace Mountain was affected. Ning Shu looked at the little demon, his eyes couldn't help but stare at his wagging tail. The tail was like the long tail of a leopard, there was a hook on the tail, it emitted a dark luster, this hook seemed to be an attack method. The little demon was now filled with wild attacking power, he had a wild sexiness at such a young age. He was like a leopard full of power. Ning Shu tried her best to shift her attention away from his tail and said, "Then let's move Nine Palace Mountain away." Ning Shu encouraged the little devil. "Work hard for your home." The little demon crossed his arms and tapped the ground with his toes. "I'll carry him alone. You guys just watch from the side." Ning Shu, "Of course we will help." "Little demon, then where should we put this mountain?" "We have to find a place to put it." "I have a place to put it." "Just find it and think of it." The world tree had so many spaces that it could be placed anywhere. The Nine Palace Mountain was only the size of a mountain. That space couldn't fit such a mountain. The little demon's expression relaxed a little, all his muscles bulging, he planned to lift Nine Palace Mountain. Ning Shu stretched out his hand and called Fatian. Fatian turned into a black whip, it flashed and appeared in Ning Shu's hand. At the same time, a miniature world of Nine Palace Mountain appeared in Ning Shu's left hand. Ning Shu chose a leaf to hold Nine Palace Mountain. Ning Shu swung the whip beautifully, the whip lengthened and wrapped around the entire Nine Palace Mountain, the little demon's muscles bulged, he held Nine Palace Mountain with both hands. The two of them and the whip exerted their strength at the same time, forcefully moving the Nine Palace Mountain. Then, with a powerful swing, the Nine Palace Mountain was thrown into a leaf. The world of Nine Palace Mountain's leaf trembled, it fell from the tree, the entire world of Nine Palace Mountain trembled violently from the impact. After a while, the trembling stopped. Although Nine Palace Mountain had been moved away from the world of reincarnation, the world of reincarnation was still trembling. Clearly, the trembling wouldn't stop just because Nine Palace Mountain left. It would probably tremble for a while, allowing the world of reincarnation to digest this life force. However, this life force clearly caused some damage to the world of reincarnation. The world of reincarnation and the world of living beings were different worlds, they couldn't coexist. Life force and death aura clashed. What they needed to deal with now was the crack on Nine Palace Mountain. They didn't notice that there was such a big crack on Nine Palace Mountain. Just now, the Nine Palace Mountain probably had a hard time, the world inside Nine Palace Mountain was also turned upside down. After all, the bottle shook violently, the things inside couldn't have remained unmoved. I wonder how Xianxia and the others are doing. I have to think of a way to mend the crack. The little demon patted the dust off his hands and said, I'll stay here for a while and see if there are any other problems in the world. Ningxu nodded and said to Zhu Jun, bring him around to familiarize himself with the world of reincarnation. I'll go deal with 9 Palace Mountain. After the little demon was born, he followed His Excellency. Looking at the little demon who was as wild as a leopard, Ningxu was puzzled. His Excellency walked the path of a cultured scum, but the child he raised was so wild. He still looked like a teenager. He stood there with his tail wagging unconsciously. He indeed looked like he was bursting with hormones. The little demon left with Zhu Jun. Ningxu's gaze was still fixed on the little demon's tail. Fa Tian, who had turned back into a human, coughed and said, you actually have such a hobby, you're crazy. Ningxu was puzzled, what hobby? If you like to tie things up, I can do it too. Ningxu snorted, what tie things up, how can you not see it? Your eyes fell on that tail. Fa Tian said indifferently, that tail poked your sensitive spot. Ningxu slapped Fa Tian's head, what are you talking about, you're just a kid. I have a lot of sensitive spots, I like to see those that are good looking. There weren't many people like the little demon who casually exposed his tail, but it was surprisingly good looking, unique and new. Fa Tian's expression was self-evident. Ningxu didn't talk nonsense with Fa Tian. He directly entered the space of the leaf and looked at the towering mountain in the space. Previously, he didn't feel anything in the world of reincarnation, but now he could clearly feel a wave of vitality seeping through the cracks. No wonder the world of reincarnation had such a huge reaction, vitality and death colliding. Ningxu looked at the cracks, he was worried, what should he do? Fa Tian asked, what should we do? Ningxu rubbed his chin and pondered, finally saying, I don't know. Fa Tian was speechless, he rolled his eyes. Ningxu said again, I don't know, but if someone is willing to spend money, someone will definitely know. Find Bai Dunyang Sang Liang to view the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. Actually, the problem was not that simple. There was a crack in the 9 Palace Mountain that needed to be repaired to prevent the life force from leaking out. But there was another problem. There was a big hole in the first level of the 9 Palace Mountain, and the first level was a reincarnation world. If the 9 Palace Mountain left the reincarnation world, then the first reincarnation world did not have a rebirth pool. Because the rebirth pool was on the first level of the 9 Palace Mountain, the 9 Palace Mountain shared a rebirth pool with the reincarnation world outside. And with such a big hole, the death aura in the reincarnation world would leak out. Could it be that he had to pull the Thunder Beast over and use its huge butt to block the hole? But that wouldn't work either. The Thunder Beast was alive. It couldn't possibly stay still and block the hole all the time. It felt like the 9 Palace Mountain was a piece of junk that needed to be repaired. The first reincarnation world did not have a rebirth pool. The souls inside were also troublesome. They could not even reincarnate because there was no rebirth pool. Ningxu looked at the reincarnation world that was constantly emitting life force and death aura. He felt very helpless. What else could he do? He could only solve it slowly. However, Ningxu still pulled the Thunder Beast into the space and let its fat but temporarily block the hole. He would think about it after finding Sang Liang and finding a solution. The Thunder Beast's eyes flickered with lightning. Half of its body was stuck in the hole, and it looked at Ningxu in a daze. Although the Thunder Beast ate some intelligence-increasing pills, its intelligence was still not high. So Ningxu stuck it in the hole. The Thunder Beast was very confused. Ningxu said, stay here for now. Wait for me to come back. Don't come out. The Thunder Beast's body was very big, but its body could not completely block the hole. However, this could slow down the flow of air, and the death aura inside would dissipate slower. On one side was life force, on the other side was death aura. These two forces collided in the entire space. It was inevitable that life force would flow into the reincarnation world. And some death aura would also enter the world of life through the cracks. It was really troublesome. After Ningxu finished speaking, he went to the outside of the consultation room in the City of Water. Fa Tian followed Ningxu into the consultation room. He sat on a chair with his legs dangling. Fa Tian was still not very tall. When he sat on the chair, his legs couldn't even touch the ground. She didn't know what Sang Liang was busy with, but after waiting for a while, no one came. He had never waited for such a long time before. Fatian looked at him and asked, "Is he rejecting you and not doing business with you?" Ningshu. Wait a little longer. If it really didn't work, he could just ask someone else. He didn't know if the world plane would be able to hold on for much longer. It looked like a crack from the outside, but the situation inside the world was probably very bad. After waiting for about 2 hours, Sang Liang arrived late and in a hurry. Ningshu saw small beads of sweat on his forehead. His entire body was steaming hot, and no one knew what he was doing. Sang Liang sat down, stabilized his breathing, and asked, "What is it?" Ningshu quickly explained the situation and directly asked what could be used to mend the crack. Sang Liang said, "Use star stones." Fortunately, star stones were easy to find. Ningshu asked again, "What about the big hole?" "Use star stones too. Melt them into bricks and build them up." Ningshu, star stones were actually so powerful. They existed like glue and were hard enough. After melting, they were very sticky. Ningshu got the answer and asked how much the consultation fee was. As he asked, "Why did it take so long this time?" "I've been waiting for more than 2 hours." Sang Liang said indifferently, "Sorry for the wait. 200,000 merit points." Ningshu, couldn't it be cheaper after making him wait for so long? Ningshu didn't have time to argue with Sang Liang about the small amount of merit points. The main thing was that 9 Palace Mountain couldn't wait. He couldn't lose the big picture for the small. Ningshu gave the money and then thought for a moment. He didn't want to bother 2 people with the same problem, so he asked, "The organization has extra star stones now, right? I want to buy some. Not long ago, hundreds and thousands of Earth collapsed. There should be a lot of star stones." Sang Liang nodded. "Yes, how much do you need?" Ningshu estimated the plane crack. It would take a lot of star stones to fill half of the crack. Besides, there was still a big hole to fill. Ningshu, quite a lot. "If it's not enough, I'll ask you for more. Let's start with 5 million merit points and borrow some props." Getting star stones required props. It was a bit difficult with just a pair of hands, and he had to do it alone. Although Fatian could help, he was a child after all, and he was going to the Holy Land. He couldn't help. Sang Liang didn't say anything and nodded. As long as the money was in place, everything was negotiable. "Sang Liang, give me the location of the space node. Someone will send it to you. Oh, it could even be delivered to the door." Ningshu gave an address and then went back to wait. Not long after, a soldier in military uniform gave Ningshu a mess in space. The mess in space was full of star stones and some props to process them. Ningshu thanked him and then hurriedly entered the leaf. Looking at 9 Palace Mountain, he planned to deal with the crack first. It was relatively easy to deal with the crack. He just needed to melt the star stones and pour them on the crack. The dried star stones were very stiff. It was like patching up a leather shoe with glue. The star stones were the glue. Ningshu poured out the star stones and took the props to melt them. Fatian asked, "What am I doing?" Ningshu asked, "Can you do this to the star stones? If you can, help me melt them." Fatian nodded and helped to melt the star stones. Ningshu poured the melted star stones on the crack. He wanted to make a thick layer. If it was too thin, it would still be useless. The number of star stones consumed was very large. Fatian melted the star stones, and Ningshu was in charge of pouring the star stones. He didn't know if this would work or if 9 Palace Mountain could still be saved. He had a headache. The main reason why he didn't move 9 Palace Mountain away early was that the first layer of 9 Palace Mountain was connected to the outside world. They shared the reincarnation pool. Once he moved it, there would be a lot of trouble. But in fact, things would still happen. After all, the world of living beings and the world of reincarnation were contradictory. Mending a crack consumed a lot of star stones. Ningshu looked at the few star stones left and felt his scalp tingle. How many star stones would it consume? Mending half of the crack already consumed 5 million star stones. And there was still such a big hole. Ningshu looked as calm as an old dog, but he was so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. His facial muscles were twitching. Clearly, heaven knew Xianxia well. He said, looks like we'll have to spend a lot of star stones this time. Do you still have money? Xianxia's face twitched even more, and his eyelids twitched wildly. Fation added, do you have any acquaintances who can make it cheaper? It's a bit of a waste to buy it like this. Just find someone to buy it, and there will be no middleman to make a profit. Xianxia, candidates popped up in his mind, and he crossed out fragrant wind man Sang Liang bought a piece of star stone for more than 1,000,000 yuan. Now he felt that Sang Liang was too kind. Xianxia decided to ask Mo Ming. Mo Ming's position in the army seemed to be slowly rising, and his authority would be much wider. He should have the authority. And some time ago, the plane had been badly damaged, so there should be a lot of star stones in storage. She had handled a lot of star stones. Let's finish the star stones first. They worked together and finally patched up half of the crack. To patch up the whole crack, they needed twice as many star stones. Xianxia contacted Mo Ming because Xianxia felt that Mo Ming was an upright boy compared to those big shots. Besides, they had some relationship, so Mo Ming wouldn't be as black-hearted as fragrant wind man. Mo Ming replied and asked Xianxia what he wanted. Xianxia directly told him what he wanted. Mo Ming didn't answer immediately, but said, I'll see how much stock we have. How much do you need? Xianxia swallowed and said, I need a lot, at least tens of millions of star stones. Xianxia thought for a while and asked, do you keep all these star stones? Mo Ming, yes, the army takes care of a lot of materials. Xianxia asked, do you have the authority to sell this thing? Mo Ming, yes, I do. The merit points gained from selling this thing are all used for military expenses. Generally speaking, few people use this thing, but the world of samsara needs some. It was useless for ordinary tasks. Except for connecting planes, it didn't have much use in other aspects. Xianxia curled his lips. Why did you sell it at such a high price? Didn't you have an internal employee? Those star stones all went through her hands. After a while, Mo Ming came back and said, we have a lot in stock. How much do you want? How much is the price? Mo Ming gave a price. Xianxia heard it and realized that it was 30% of Sang Liang's price. It was much cheaper. Xianxia didn't say anything. For people like Sang Liang, they would definitely seek to maximize their benefits. Since this income was for the military, it was obvious that Mo Ming wanted to benefit the military as well. Of course, he had to earn some money. Who would do a losing business? Xianxia, give me 15 million merit points worth of star stones first. Xianxia spoke very magnanimously, but his heart was already bleeding. He seemed to be doing a losing business, and he didn't get anything from Nine Palace Mountain. On the other hand, he had always been running around the Nine Palace Mountain, investing a lot of energy and money into it. Xianxia patted the body of the Nine Palace Mountain. At the very least, he would be rewarded with some merit points. The creatures in those worlds were ignorant. They knew nothing about the outside world. They didn't know that they were being protected. But could it be that the heavenly Tao of a living world had no idea? Mutual benefits were the only way to last. He couldn't just give in to one side. Not long after, someone came to deliver the goods. It was the soldier from before. He said to Xianxia, if you need anything else, please let me know. I will deliver it to you. Xianxia thanked him. This service was quite good. With the materials, he continued to work. After working for a long time, he finally patched up a crack. When the star stones solidified, there wouldn't be any more life energy seeping out. Next was to fix the big hole. The hole was too big. He couldn't just melt the star stones and paste them on. First, he had to melt the irregular stone and then put it into a mold to form a brick. After forming the brick, he had to stack it up like building a house. So tiring. Xianxia said to Fation, take a rest. I will do it slowly. Fation didn't force it. He sat down and took out some spicy meat jerky from his mess in space. Xianxia started to make the brick. This kind of brick wasn't as complicated as a real brick. It was just that it took a lot of effort to melt the star stones. Fation ate a piece of jerky and stuffed one into Xianxia's mouth, feeding it to Xianxia. Xianxia was also busy eating. Not far away, the Thunder Beast looked at Ningxu and Fation. It was lying on the ground with its chin on the ground, staring at them. Fation looked at the jerky in his hand and walked over to give it to the Thunder Beast. The Thunder Beast was stunned. It reflexively refused. Its eyes widened slightly. It raised its head, and the lightning in its eyes crackled. It was clearly shocked by the strange taste of the jerky. It didn't know what the Thunder Beast usually ate. Clearly, it had never eaten this kind of thing before. Fation looked and opened another pack. He poured it all into the Thunder Beast's mouth. The Thunder Beast opened its mouth obediently and allowed Fation to pour the jerky into its mouth. It chewed loudly. Ningxu was busy making bricks. He didn't have enough star stones, so he asked Mo Ming for another 10 million star stones. Not only did he have to make bricks, but he also needed star stones to connect them. Ningxu's face was hideous. The more he calculated, the more his heart ached. So what if his heart ached? He still had to buy. Ningxu piled up many bricks. When the star stones dried up and turned into bricks, he started to build a house. The Thunder Beast came out of the hole. A gust of death aura overflowed. Fation put away the jerky and started to help Ningxu melt the star stones. The two worked together and slowly patched up the hole. They didn't have enough star stones, so they bought another batch. Ningxu was too lazy to calculate how much money he had spent. After patching up the hole, Ningxu and Fation were both covered in dust. They looked at each other and smiled, revealing their snow-white teeth. After patching up the hole, they could go and deal with the souls in the world of reincarnation. Without the 9-Palace Mountain, there would be no reincarnation pool. Ningxu arrived at the world of reincarnation. He found the little demon and said, "There is no reincarnation pool in this world. There is no way to reincarnate. Let's change to another world of reincarnation." Anyway, the world of reincarnation was more spacious. He could take these souls there. The little demon crossed his arms and tiptoed. He said carelessly, "It's not that troublesome. I'll just eat them. If I can't reincarnate, then I won't reincarnate. Maybe the reincarnation pool will be born in this world." The little demon's tone was like he was killing chickens and ducks. After all, souls were food to him. Ningxu said, "It's not like the souls are overloaded. Why eat them? Put them in another world." Generally speaking, if there were too many souls in a world of reincarnation and it exceeded the capacity of the world, there would be existences like the little demon and the Lord to balance it out. For example, if there were too many pigs in a pen and it was too crowded, the pen might be destroyed. To view the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. The little demon was rebuked by Ningxu and expressionlessly said, "Then you tell me how to do it." "I don't care." Ningxu, Fation, and Zhu Jun all stared at the little demon. The little demon's tail was shaking violently. It was clear that the little demon's heart was fluctuating violently. Ningxu said, "Don't tell me you don't have a way. You are so powerful, you can go anywhere." The little demon snorted. It was very unhappy with Ningxu's seemingly derogatory words. It opened its mouth mischievously to Ningxu. As soon as it opened its mouth, a huge suction force sucked Ningxu into its mouth. Ningxu was naturally able to stabilize himself. His dantian sank, and his heels were firmly rooted to the ground. It was just that his hair was slapping his face. Ningxu could withstand it, but ordinary souls couldn't. One by one, they were sucked into the little demon's mouth. The souls cried and screamed, but they still couldn't escape their fate of being swallowed. The little demon's stomach bulged at a speed visible to the naked eye. All the souls in the world of reincarnation were sucked into the little demon's stomach. The little demon hiccuped and rubbed its stomach. An ugly expression appeared on its face. So King ugly. The little demon was a bit bloated. Ningxu expressionlessly said, "Why did you swallow them? If I don't swallow them, how can I take them away?" The little demon said snappily, "When the time comes, I'll just spit them out. There are so many souls, it won't be easy to digest." Fation's face revealed a disgusted expression. So disgusting." The little demon saw Fation's expression and felt even more unhappy. She had sacrificed her image, but these people were still laughing at her. The little demon said unhappily, "Hurry up, otherwise these souls will be digested. Which world of reincarnation will you put them in?" Ningshu brought the little demon to a world of reincarnation with relatively fewer souls. The little demon glanced at Ningshu and Fation, turned its back to them, and then used its fingers to dig into its throat. Then it spat out a lot of souls. Fation's expression became even more disgusted. Even more disgusting. Ningshu didn't feel anything. Even if the little demon spat out rainbow-colored vomit, his expression wouldn't change. He observed that these souls had been in the belly of the imps for a while, and when they came out, their souls were weaker than before. This was especially true for those souls that were already weak to begin with. Now, they were even weaker. The little devil wiped the corner of his mouth and said, "Done. I'm leaving." Ningshu stared at these souls and said, "It's not that I want to absorb these souls. Once they enter my body will naturally digest these souls. What's wrong? I've already helped. Could it be that you still can't absorb a bit of soul power?" The little demon crossed his arms, his face full of displeasure and arrogance. "According to my style of doing things, I should have swallowed all of them. Since there is no rebirth pool, it means that they have lost the chance to be reborn. Heavens should have allowed me to devour it. Otherwise, there would have been more and more souls in this world." "Humph." Ningshu glanced at him. "Why are you so agitated?" "I didn't say anything." Ningshu immediately reacted. "Are you nervous? It's your first time working. Don't be nervous." This was the little demon's first official work. The little demon suddenly exploded. "I'm not nervous." "How am I nervous?" "Don't talk nonsense. What's there to be nervous about?" Ningshu and Fation looked at the little devil with understanding and forgiving eyes. The little devil's hair stood on end. He turned around and left in a flash. Ningshu sighed. This matter was finally over. He felt like he was going to explode from exhaustion. Fation took out a plate of fruits from his mess in space and handed it to Ningshu. Ningshu raised his eyebrows and looked at Fation's neck. How many fruits were hanging on his neck? Ningshu took a fruit and threw it into his mouth. It was cool. Fation ate as he asked Ningshu, "Are you going to the nursery?" "I have a human soul. That old man will not accept me." Ningshu spread his hands and said. The two returned to the system space while talking. Fation said, "Let's try again." Fation looked at the little mouse sculpture and squinted his eyes. He smiled and said, "What if that old man is kind?" Ningshu looked at Fation strangely. "Kind? Okay then, I'll try again." Anyway, he wouldn't lose anything by trying. Ningshu noticed that the surface of Little Rat's clay sculpture was covered with specks of light. She reached out and touched it. She felt that it contained vitality. Look, Little Mouse has more vitality than before. Could it be that the little mouse really had a chance to wake up? Fation nodded. Yes, it has more vitality than before. Then the guess in his heart was slowly being verified. There was a high probability. If that was the case, then Ningshu might have a chance to enter the nursery. Ningshu felt that Fation couldn't bear to part with the little mouse, which was why he resurrected the little mouse. He didn't seem to treat the little mouse well, but at the critical moment, he still helped the little mouse. Fation asked, "When will you go to the nursery with me?" Ningshu replied, "Let's go now. There's plenty of time anyway." Fation smiled and nodded. Just as he was about to speak, the chat system rang, and the smile on Fation's face disappeared. Ningshu opened the chat system. It was a message from His Excellency. The first thing he asked was, "What did you do to him? Why did you lock yourself up after coming back?" Ningshu. "What happened? I didn't do anything to the little demon. I didn't even touch his hair." Ningshu shouted that he was wronged. He didn't do anything. The little demon was actually so shy. He only vomited in front of others. How could he be so shy that he couldn't see anyone? He looked so wild on the outside, but he was incomparably shy on the inside. TSK. It was probably because his pride was bursting, and he didn't allow himself to do anything embarrassing in front of others. His Excellency obviously didn't believe him. Ningxu could only play a prank on him and blabbered on about the little demon's appearance. His Excellency had spent more time with the little demon than others, and he definitely understood the little demon's temper. His Excellency didn't say anything and ignored Ningxu. Ningxu rolled his eyes. His Excellency probably felt that the little demon was being bullied by him. Next, Mo Ming came to ask Ningxu when he would pay the rest of the money. The army was waiting for the military funds. Ningxu sent the money in his account to Mo Ming. Mo Ming's status was different now, and he had a lot of things to worry about. Since Mo Ming made things convenient for her, she naturally couldn't keep delaying the payment. After receiving the rest of the money, Mo Ming sent Ningxu a smiling face with a row of teeth. After Mo Ming, the main system notified Ningxu to deal with the Star Stone. To view the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. Fa Tian stood in the corner, his entire body emitting a dark aura. Ningxu said to Fa Tian, "When I'm done, I'll follow you to the nursery." Dan Qing, who didn't have much of a presence, appeared again and asked weakly, "If you're going to the sacred land, when are you coming back?" The mission still needs to be completed, the star stones still need to be dealt with, and the fragments still need to be picked up. Fa Tian's lips curled up. Kiki. Ningxu brushed his long hair and said with melancholy, "Sigh, capable people are so busy. I need to build everywhere." Fa Tian. Dan Qing. Ningxu went to pick up the fragments to deal with the star stones. Looking at the dense fragments in the sky, how many planes had been shattered, there was no other way. The roots had already started to wither, so the leaves would also wither. It was expected that all kinds of situations would occur in the plains. He didn't know if the organization had made some divine runes beside the Sea of Law. It was possible to make some divine runes of rejuvenation. Although the effect was small, it was better than nothing. Senior Uncle and Sang Liang went to the sacred land whenever they had nothing to do, so they obviously knew about the divine runes. Ningxu felt a little tired. Previously, he had been mending the 9 Palace Mountain and melting the star stones. His soul spirit was a little dim, and now he had to deal with the star stones. There was no other way. Ningxu took the tools and started to deal with the star stones. Now, he felt a little nauseous when he saw the star stones. Fa Tian sat at the side and ate. Fa Tian's mouth was especially lonely. He loved to eat and move his mouth when he had nothing to do. Ningxu was dealing with the star stones when Fa Tian suddenly elbowed Ningxu. Ningxu turned to look at Fa Tian. Fa Tian lifted his chin in a direction, indicating for Ningxu to look there. Ningxu followed Fa Tian's gaze and saw Senior Uncle in black. His footsteps were a little weak, and his body looked a little unstable and stiff. His hair covered his forehead, and even his eyes couldn't be seen. Ningxu frowned. He could see that there was something wrong with Taishu's state. What did it have to do with her? Ningxu continued to deal with his star stones. Fa Tian kept elbowing Ningxu. When Ningxu raised his head, he felt a shadow in front of him. Just as he was about to stand up, someone grabbed his neck from behind. He was lifted up like a little chick, his feet off the ground. Ningxu, fate has me by the throat. Ningxu's body was turned around, and he saw a face full of black lines. The scarlet eyes were faintly discernible through the hair. The Grand Elder revealed his 2 sharp teeth. Coupled with the black lines on his face, he looked unspeakably unsightly. Ningxu looked at her with disdain. "You're so ugly. This person shouldn't be Senior Uncle." Senior Uncle laughed, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. He looked a little intoxicated, and said in a hoarse and rough voice, "I think you're a little familiar. I'll melt you." Fa Tian's face was serious. He turned into a whip and wrapped it around Senior Uncle's body. The Grand Elder reached out his hand and grabbed the whip that was wrapped around his body. He pulled with all his might and almost tore it apart. Fa Tian turned into his human form, and his face was pale. Ningxu frowned. "Don't go too far. We'll meet again in the future." The Grand Elder let out a sinister laugh. "In the future, what? How embarrassing." Ningxu. Senior Uncle's red eyes were filled with evil, lust, and recklessness. One could see the shadow of a minister. Before, it was just a cloud of black fog. Now, it seemed to have consciousness. Ningxu was speechless. He looked at senior uncle silently and said helplessly, "You're still so ugly. So ugly. Ugly, ugly." Senior uncle was confused for a moment. He grabbed Ningxu's neck and shook it. Ningxu's body was also swung out. He smiled and licked Ningxu's face with his scarlet tongue. His eyes were full of greed and evil. He planned to swallow Ningxu in one bite. Ningxu was expressionless. She was licked by senior uncle like food, but her heart didn't waver. However, the hand that was strangling her neck was a little hard, and she couldn't break free. Senior uncle didn't hesitate and bit Ningxu's face. Ningxu's beautiful face suddenly lost its breath, like an apple that had been bitten. Ningxu hissed as if her flesh and blood had been gnawed away. She looked at senior uncle coldly. Senior uncle returned Ningxu's gaze with another bite. Ningxu's face was gnawed like the surface of the moon. The surrounding big shots were stunned. They hesitated whether to stop it or not. If this continued, the task enforcer would be gnawed away by the judge. Like a fried dough twist. Some people came over. Senior uncle turned his head and looked at them. He had a pair of scarlet eyes, a face full of black lines, and an evil smile on the corner of his mouth. He revealed his fangs and licked them with the tip of his tongue. The black lines on his face began to spread again. Such a judge successfully stopped those who wanted to come forward. Everyone stopped and didn't dare to go forward. They really couldn't figure out what the judge wanted to do. During this time, Ningxu's gnawed face had recovered. However, a lot of her soul power had been gnawed away, and her soul was a little weak. After such an accident happened here, the army quickly came over to protect her. Sang Liang rushed over. All the bigwigs present had been chased away, and the army had surrounded them in layers. Senior uncle was very dissatisfied that someone had disturbed his meal. When he saw Sang Liang, his emotions fluctuated greatly. "You again. You again." When he got angry, the unlucky one was naturally Ningxu. He opened his mouth and bit off half of Ningxu's head. Ningxu raised her hand and touched her head. Half of her head was gone. She couldn't imagine how ugly she was. Ningxu's gaze turned cold. He raised his hand and slapped senior uncle's face. Senior uncle's face was slapped to the side. He slowly turned his head and revealed his fangs. With another bite, he bit off the other half of Ningxu's head. Fa Tian's expression became unsightly. He was on the verge of crying as he glared at senior uncle with hatred. He turned to Sang Liang and asked, "Are you just going to watch her get swallowed?" Sang Liang frowned but didn't say anything. He looked calm. Fa Tian said, "If he really swallows Ningxu, his strength will increase greatly. The other person definitely won't be able to suppress him." Fa Tian could see that the person holding the book was coldly watching as Ningxu was devoured. He was going to devour Ningxu's life force. Even if he could strengthen the black fog, it would also benefit the other person. Especially now that Ningxu was bound to the peerless martial art. Devouring Ningxu was equivalent to devouring half of the peerless martial arts energy. Fa Tian was very anxious. He was so worried that he started to walk in circles. To view the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. Sang Liang glanced at the anxious Fa Tian and said, "It's useless to be anxious. At least let her break free from his control. He has a hostage in his hands. If he rushes over, he will only die faster." Fa Tian chuckled and said, "Then let's wait. Wait for the other party to finish eating her. In short, she can't move now. If she can't wait, sooner or later she will be completely swallowed." Sang Liang frowned and said, "It's a little troublesome." Ningxu's entire head was gone. She raised her hand and touched her empty head. Her beautiful head was gone. Originally, she didn't want to lose so many souls, but now she had to sacrifice the excess soul power. Ningxu shouted to Fa Tian, "Directly cut off my body below my neck." Senior uncle pinched her neck. At worst, he would just give up the soul power above her neck. In an instant, a whip appeared in Fa Tian's hand. With a snap, he threw it over and directly scattered Ningxu's body below her shoulder. Ningxu was in great pain. She was bitten by senior uncle and beaten by Fation. Fation wrapped the whip around Ningxu and directly rolled Ningxu over. The headless Ningxu began to slowly gather her head, but her soul was even weaker. Fation exhaled and pulled Ningxu and said, "Let's hurry up and leave." Ningxu moved her neck, and her somewhat empty face looked incomparably cold. "Why are you leaving?" Being pinched by senior uncle was like being pressed down by Five-Finger Mountain. Now that she was free, Ningxu felt that her whole body was full of strength. She could transform into a scion. Ningxu opened her hand, and Fation turned into a pitch-black whip and appeared in her hand. Ningxu pinched the whip, and her face was cold and indifferent. Losing his target, senior grand uncle turned around stiffly and stared at Ningxu. His scarlet eyes trembled, and his pupils turned red for a while and then dimmed. He clutched his head in incomparable pain and roared. The black patterns on his face seemed to be twisting and twisting, disappearing one moment and reappearing the next. This cycle repeated over and over. "Why are you doing this to me? Who are you and who am I?" With a ferocious face, the Grand Elder pounced on Ningxu. Xianxia hurriedly opened the book and pulled out a page. The page grew bigger and blocked the Grand Elder's path. The Grand Elder was blocked by the golden paper. His scarlet eyes were full of anger. As if he had no intelligence, he bumped straight into the stiff barrier. Ningxu's face was full of disdain. He had never seen such an idiot in his life. The Grand Elder was completely enraged. More black lines appeared on his face. With a roar, he rammed his body against the barrier. Cracks appeared on the barrier, and it finally cracked with a bang. Xianxia's expression changed, and he hurriedly pulled out the paper. However, the Grand Elder was very fast. He stretched out his hand to grab Ningxu. Ningxu tiptoed and retreated quickly. With a cold smile on his face, he raised the whip and poured all the inexplicable power in his body into the holy whip. As her black hair fluttered in the wind, Ningxu raised her whip, which whistled through the air and landed on the Grand Elder's body with a loud bang. The Grand Elder's body paused for a moment and he groaned. Obviously, he was in pain. Ningxu had gone all out. Coupled with the unknown source of energy in her body, she felt like she was about to explode. If she didn't release this energy, Ningxu felt that she might die first. "So, I don't care if you're the Grand Elder or the Prime Minister." As the Holy Whip, the person who bore this power also felt some pain. He said to Ningxu, "Control your power." Ningxu said, "I can't control myself." The endless power of unknown origin made Ningxu very confused. Could it be that he was full of adrenaline? That's impossible. Fation was speechless. There was no other way. Even Heaven Punishing had to unleash this power. Ningxu and Fation both targeted the Grand Elder. Their hearts were full of murderous intent. The two cooperated and broke out a huge power. Xianxia frowned and opened the book. The pages were blank. Obviously, this book couldn't analyze the current situation. The Grand Elder's power was very unstable. In addition, there were two things fighting in his body, which made it convenient for Ningxu. The Grand Elder was furious. His body erupted with a strong black, greedy, and evil aura, covering a large area. The Grand Elder, who was shrouded in black mist, couldn't see his face clearly. Only his scarlet eyes and sharp white teeth were particularly obvious. He pulled out a huge black sword. The huge sword was covered with strange patterns. It looked like a divine pattern but not a god. Ningxu was vigilant, but the majestic power in her body gave her enough confidence. She felt that she could fight with this damn thing. Ningxu was really fed up. The resentment in her heart made her move particularly fierce. She was full of murderous intent, no less than the Grand Elder. "I don't care how noble or excellent you are. It has nothing to do with me. But if you want to take whatever you want from me, I will never agree." The sword and the whip collided, creating fierce sparks. The aftershock swept out. Ningxu was very sarcastic. "You're really trash. When you were alive, you were suppressed by your brother. Now that you're dead, you're neither human nor ghost. You can live until now because you're a reserve of the Sea of Law. You're also a waste. You can't form a new Sea of Law. You're a trash that's being played in the palm of someone's hand, yet you're still so proud of yourself. Ningshu's voice was malicious and sarcastic. The Grand Elder's scarlet eyes trembled. He had a pained expression. He held the sword in one hand and covered his head with the other. Before, he was a mass of black mist without consciousness. Now, he had some consciousness. But some memories, even if they were vague, were still painful when they were mentioned. Ningshu took advantage of this opportunity and swung the whip. With a majestic force, she whipped the Grand Elder's body. The slap sounded as if it could break his body, but his body swayed. He covered his head in pain. The black patterns on his face spread and disappeared. But he still held the sword and fought with Ningshu. Ningshu burst out with even more power. The whip only touched the Grand Elder, and his face was pained. Ningshu didn't know what kind of power could cause harm to the Grand Elder's body. In the past, no matter how she fought the Grand Elder, using all kinds of methods and taking out all kinds of weapons, she couldn't hurt him. But this kind of power could actually cause a direct impact on an existence like the Grand Elder. Since it could, Ningshu was even more vicious. The tail of the whip swept across the Grand Elder's face, leaving a deep whip mark on half of his face. His white cheekbones were visible, and dark red blood flowed out. Why didn't half of her head get beaten off? She didn't even have a head. To view the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. The Grand Elder seemed to be stunned. He stood motionless, and the black gas all over his body was taken back. He raised his sword to block the whip and raised his head. His eyes were clear, and half of his face was stained with blood, giving him a sense of coldness. Enough. Who was the one who had enough? The Grand Elder was the Grand Elder now. Ningshu tilted his head and looked at him. Are you a human or a ghost now? Then he raised the whip and lashed out. The Grand Elder's eyes were cold, like an arrow quenched in ice. He grabbed the god-beating whip, wrapped it around his hand, and pulled with all his strength. Ningshu firmly held the god-beating whip and stood opposite the Grand Elder. Both of them pulled the god-beating whip with all their strength. The god-beating whip Fation couldn't stand it anymore. F***ck, why are you pulling me? I'm in pain too. Especially since both of them were using their strength. Xianxia closed the book and walked over. I'll count to 3. Both of you let go at the same time. Ningshu rolled his eyes. Was this a matter of letting go or not? Xianxia said, 1, 2, 3. The Grand Elder let go of his hand expressionlessly. With the blood on his face, he looked like a ghost. The Grand Elder's joints were distinct, and his pale hand let go of the god-beating whip. Ningshu glanced at him, took back the whip, and wrapped it around his waist. He looked at Xianxia and the Grand Elder indifferently. She said calmly, I don't feel safe in this organization. I'm sorry, I have to leave. Ningshu wasn't even angry. She was extremely calm, extremely calm. At first, Ningshu felt that he might explode with anger, but now, he wasn't angry at all. Probably when faced with it, there was nothing to be angry about. Since joining this organization, she had probably never felt safe. Her whole person was sharp, like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. No matter what she did, she had too many misgivings. No matter what she did, it was all wrong because she was weak. People admired the strong and pitted the weak. The more they respected the strong, the more cruel they were to the weak. When the weak encountered misfortune, it was even the fault of the weak. There was no reason to talk about it. Humans were probably strong for the sake of reason. Just think of it as the official casually throwing it to a mission enforcer, and the enforcer just had to be unlucky. But time and time again, if they really couldn't break free, even death wouldn't let some people get what they wanted. Xianxia's expression did not change as he said, you still have several hundred years of work to do. Even if you want to leave, you should complete the transaction. Once the transaction is completed, you can leave. But before the transaction is completed, you can't leave. You have to respect the spirit of the contract. Ningshu frowned. Then they would have to stay here for a few hundred years. Could it be that this matter was over? Ningshu couldn't swallow this anger in his heart. Fation transformed into his human form, took out the wooden tablet from his mess in space, and handed it over. I don't want this anymore, so the contract doesn't exist anymore. Ningxu frowned. But without this token, how could he go to the Holy Land? Fatian still had to go to the cubs. Otherwise, how could he comprehend the divine patterns? Ningxu looked at Fatian worriedly. Fatian pulled Ningxu's hand and squeezed Ningxu's hand, indicating that Ningxu didn't need to worry. Ningxu nodded. Okay, I don't want this thing. Xianxia looked at Ningxu and shook his head. This is a transaction. Whether you want this thing or not, how you want to deal with it is your business. But this transaction doesn't mean that if you return this thing to us, the transaction will be over. Don't be so childish. A transaction is a transaction. Ningxu nodded and stuffed the wooden tablet back into Fatian's hand. Keep it. Fatian was very unhappy. This meant that Ningxu would have to stay here for several hundred years. In fact, he didn't need this thing anymore. In fact, this wooden tablet was taken from the old man. Rather than saying that the Holy Land was moving, it was more accurate to say that the old man was moving. The Grand Elder, who had been silent, said, "Return the soul power to her." He turned around and walked away. The blood on his face had already congealed into a dark red color, making half of his face look like a ghost. His white cheekbones were faintly discernible in the broken flesh. His figure became farther and farther away, and finally, he turned into a black dot and disappeared. Ningxu retracted his gaze and looked at Xianxia. My loss wasn't just a bit of soul power. It was also mental damage. If I didn't have the ability to protect myself today, I would have died. Just a bit of soul power. Xianxia said, "You were able to survive because of your ability. Naturally, you will compensate you. If you didn't survive, then so what? Only the living have the right to stand here and speak." Ningxu brushed his hair. So, I still have to thank myself. Xianxia turned and left. Fatian curled his lips and said, "You're going to stay here for a long time." Ningxu spread out her hands and said, "This time, it's all out in the open. When we made the deal, I was the one who asked for it. Now that the deal is done, we can leave without any worries." Fatian nodded. "Then let's go back." Ningxu said, "I can't walk. I don't have any strength at all." Ningxu was extremely weak now. Her soul power had been gnawed away, and with the inexplicable huge power attacking her soul was now so weak that it could be broken with a poke. Therefore, after the battle, Ningxu chose to deal with this matter calmly. Fatian said, "Let me carry you." Ningxu shook her head. Her soul was weak now. Fatian's hands and body could directly penetrate her soul and walk slowly. As for the star stone, there was no way to deal with it. A feeling of incomparable weakness attacked her soul. She had used too much strength, and the sequela was continuous weakness. At this time, if the Taishu and Xianxia came back, she would definitely die. Ningxu asked, "Where did the power in my body come from?" He had never seen this kind of power before. It actually had the power to fight the Taishu. However, it seemed that this power couldn't last long and was extremely weak after using it. Very weak. Where did it come from? Fatian touched his chin and pondered. Suddenly, he said with a look of realization, "Maybe it's the power of faith given by the peerless martial arts." "Didn't you spend half of your soul tied to the peerless martial arts?" Ningxu thought about it carefully and felt that it was true. Other than that, there was no other source of power. It seemed that he had to provide more power of faith to the peerless martial arts so that he could also provide strength. In the future, he would give a peerless martial arts book to everyone he met. Come, practice the peerless martial arts to strengthen your body. If you're sick, you'll be cured. If you're not, you'll be strengthened. Back in the system space, Ningxu sat gently on the sofa. Damn, his butt hurt. He felt like it was going to split open when he touched something. To view the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. Her soul was so weak that she couldn't do anything. Ningxu opened the chat system and asked Xianxia to return the soul power to her. Was it for nothing? She should compensate for it. Xianxia didn't say anything and directly sent over a bottle of pure soul power. Ningxu picked up the bottle and was about to drink it when Fatian stopped Ningxu. Wait. Ningxu, wait for what? She was very empty now. If she didn't get some soul power to enrich herself, she might dissipate at any time. After the powerful impact, she didn't feel good. Fatian looked at the bottle. Do you really want to drink it? A question mark appeared on Ningxu's head. She asked in return, why not? This was something she deserved. Fatian said helplessly, aren't you afraid that they will tamper with the soul power? Tamper with it? What do they want from me? Do they want to use heartbreak powder or 3-corpse brain pill to force me to hand over the peerless martial arts? Xingqing wanted to swallow her because of her vitality. What Xingqing lacked was also what Taishu needed. Ningxu nodded. I think what you said makes sense. She agreed with a smile on her face. Fatian was speechless. Although I don't know what you were talking about, it's obviously very low level. If they tamper with the soul power, you will be controlled. Ningxu, not to that extent. Whatever this organization did, it was an open conspiracy. They only did conspiracies when they weren't strong enough. Fatian looked at Ningxu and said, don't forget that you slapped his face until it's broken. In addition to his face, there were probably mottled scars on his body. After all, he had been whipped like a storm. The scars on his body were covered by his clothes, so they were probably only a little better than the scars on his face. Ningxu, he even bit my head off. If she had to count it that way, she was also hurt. Moreover, there was a serious psychological trauma. How could he think of so many things when he was fighting for his life? If she didn't resist, she would be bitten off bit by bit. It was really like an apple being chewed, bite by bite, and it was incomparably terrifying. Ningxu felt weak all over. Most of it was because of the impact and the bite, but a small part of it was because he was scared. He nearly believed that he was going to die. Although he appeared calm on the surface, he was panicking inwardly. However, even if Sang Liang and the others had tampered with his spiritual strength, so what? Ningxu still wanted to absorb it. Fatian took the bottle and looked at it carefully. Ningxu asked, did you see anything? Fatian shook his head. Maybe it's because I'm not strong enough that I can't see anything. You can use it. Ningxu gulped down all the soul power in one breath. After drinking it, his soul was no longer as weak as before. However, it still hadn't returned to its previous state. In addition to the head that had been bitten off by the Grand Elder, there was also the soul power consumed by the impact of the power. Damn it, when would it stabilize? Her soul power was really an uncertain variable that could change at any time. Ningxu touched her chest. She had stuffed the peerless martial art into it. Now, this thing was even more important to her. In the past, she couldn't bear to part with it. Now, she couldn't bear to part with it. Moreover, this thing could only provide her with a little power. It would come in waves, and after using it, she would be extremely weak. However, at least she had the power to protect herself in times of danger. Ningxu patted her chest. The peerless martial art was really reliable. After yawning, Ningxu said to Fatian, I'm tired. I want to sleep for a while. Are you going back to the Holy Land or, Fatian said, go to sleep. I'm going back to the Holy Land. His brows were tightly knitted. I realized that we are really weak. When Ningxu was tied up, he couldn't do anything as he watched from the side. That feeling was really too powerless. He hated himself in his heart. Why was he so weak and powerless? Ningxu nodded. Okay, don't push yourself too hard. Your starting point is already very high. Calm down. This was something that couldn't be avoided. It had to be faced directly. This was like the gap between the rich and the poor. Some people were born with something that others couldn't have in their lifetime. Some people worked hard all their lives and couldn't get what they wanted. One could only look at hard work. Fatian's conditions were better than many people's. Even compared to the void creatures, he had talent. Fatian said, I know. I'm still so young. Some people are already old. They can exhaust themselves to death. Ningxu's mouth twitched. He was a little speechless. Fatian took out the wooden token. It was the token to go to the Holy Land. He said, keep this for yourself. I have a way to go to the Holy Land. You can come to the Holy Land to see me if you want. Come to the Holy Land when you're free. Maybe the old man will let you stay. Ningshu took the wooden token and accepted it with a smile. He felt that Fation's mind was becoming more and more mature. He was also becoming more and more thoughtful when thinking about things. However, he was still this small. Ever since he could transform into a human, Fation's body had almost never grown. Until now, he was still this big. However, his mind was maturing, but his body wasn't. It felt like an old soul was stuffed into a weak body. He was clearly a child, but he was very mature. It was strange no matter how one looked at it. Ningshu asked, "Are you lacking energy? Otherwise, why won't your body grow old?" Fation said, "The heavens are fair. It takes a long time to grow. Even if there is enough energy, it won't grow if there is not enough time. The growth cycle of a cub is long." Ningshu, there is a price. The heavens are fair. Why did it sound like he was showing off? Living a long life meant having a long growth cycle. A pig would get fat in a year. Ningshu said, "Oh, I thought you didn't grow because you lacked energy." It was quite distressing. I originally planned to find energy for you, but I didn't expect this to be the reason. Then I'm relieved. Fation was speechless. After Fation left, Ningshu lay on the sofa to rest and calm down. He was a little scared but also very excited. He was excited because he had the power to fight against the Taishu. Although this battle was a little bit of an advantage, the Taishu at that time was an ignorant Taishu who followed his instincts. The Taishu would definitely fight for his body. He probably didn't even use half of his strength, but the energy provided by the peerless martial arts could hurt the Taishu and cause substantial damage. This was a very happy moment. This meant that if he used this power, he could also cause damage to the Void's strong and huge body. He felt that this power was on par with the Void's creature. Previously, all his methods were like mosquitoes sucking blood. They didn't have much effect on the Void's creature. It was like scratching an itch. If it was annoyed, it could kill him with a slap. To view the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. With this kind of power, she could change her physique and strengthen it to be able to withstand this kind of power. She wouldn't become a weak sick cat every time she showed off her power. Well, what could change her physique? Forget about the emperor grandeur. Now that she was tied to the peerless martial art, if the peerless martial art was sucked away, she wouldn't even have a place to cry. Ningshu fell into a deep sleep with all kinds of thoughts in her mind. She had a smile on her face. Obviously, she had a good dream. After waking up, Ningshu felt refreshed. Although her soul wasn't as strong as before, Ningshu's expression was completely different from before. Her face was brighter. Money and power were confidence. As long as she had enough power, she would have confidence. The depression that she had been suppressing had also dissipated a lot. This confrontation had a special meaning for Ningshu. It wasn't the feeling of being forced into a corner and unable to do anything. It was no longer a fight of a trapped beast. Now, she could fight back and had the power to fight back. There was also a feeling of seeing hope. Maybe it was a change in her mentality. The weak and thin Ningshu seemed to have grown taller. She had an aura of 2.8 meters. She had an aura, confidence, and capital. Although it was just a sign, it was enough to change Ningshu's mentality. Ningshu stretched. Her clothes began to change. They became purple like the starry sky. It was dotted with stars. As she walked, there was a flow of light. Purple was mysterious and noble. Ningshu lifted her skirt and looked at herself in the mirror. The color of the clothes was more suitable for her skin, especially her skin. Yes, pretty. Ningshu admired herself in the mirror. She was beautiful and good-looking. Who was such a beautiful person? As expected, beautiful things could make people happy. When she had just entered the mission, she was really weak. She had allocated the necessary attribute points to survival skills. Otherwise, she could have allocated some attribute points to charm. She didn't want to charm others. She only wanted to make herself happy. Ningshu entered the Nine Palace Mountain. Since the Nine Palace Mountain had encountered such a thing, she needed to understand the situation in the world. The first layer was the world of samsara, and the second layer had the earthworm and the others. First, he went to the second level. The moment Xianxia entered the second level, he felt a turbid air tumble. It was like after an earthquake, the turbid air in the earth's crust rose up. In short, the air was very turbid. Sure enough, it has an effect on the world. Xianxia used his mental power to scan the world and found that the world seems to have been shaken by a huge force and is already in a mess. If the world on the second level was like this, then the other worlds must be like this as well. Xianxia arrived at the thatched hut. The hut had already collapsed, and Lady Yao and the others were in the midst of repairing it. Since the last time he saw Xianxia, Xianxia felt that Xianxia had grown up a little. Previously, she was still a 15-year-old girl, but now, she was already 19. She had grown up well. It was curvaceous. Xianxia silently stared at Xianxia's chest for a while before lowering his head to look at his own chest. Perhaps the fashion was to have a small chest and a flat chest. Hanshan was in charge of handling the wood while Xianxia poured water for him. Occasionally, she would wipe the sweat off his forehead. Xianxia, he smelled the sour smell of love. Xianxia coughed and walked over. When Xianxia saw Xianxia, she immediately retracted her hand that was wiping her sweat and shouted, "Auntie, why are you here?" Xianxia glanced at Hanshan. Being swept by her light gaze, Hanshan felt a chill all over his body. He lowered his head and used a plane to cut the wood, not daring to meet Xianxia's gaze. Xianxia saw Hanshan's guilty look and her mood instantly turned bad. Could it be that he took advantage of Xianxia? Xianxia came out of her stomach after all. If Hanshan didn't promise Xianxia and took advantage of Xianxia, Xianxia felt that it might be a little unbearable. She couldn't imagine what the consequences would be. Seeing Xianxia staring at Hanshan, Xianxia reached out and pulled Xianxia's hand. She said, "Auntie, go in and drink some water." Xianxia looked at Hanshan's back and made a gun gesture with her hand. "Pa. You're dead, young man." Xianxia, the earthworm, came back with a branch. When he saw Xianxia, the first thing he asked was, "What's going on?" The world suddenly shook so violently that people were almost sent flying into the sky. The sun and the moon were reversed. Now the whole world is in a mess. Many places have been submerged by the sea. It was a mess. The world was in a mess. The stable situation had been destroyed. Some countries had even disintegrated and perished because of this incident. The whole world was now like hell. It was extremely chaotic. Xianxia said, "Something happened to cause this accident. It's unavoidable." If Jiugong Mountain was allowed to stay in the world of reincarnation, Jiugong Mountain and the world of reincarnation would affect each other and eventually explode. Take your time to recuperate. Things will recover after a while. The world that was united for a long time must be divided, and divided for a long time must be united. However, there were always some people who liked to take advantage of the chaos. The more chaotic the situation was, the better for them. Some forces took advantage of this situation to grow stronger. The earthworm asked, "So, this turmoil has something to do with you?" Xianxia nodded, "Yes, but it's for the entire 9-Palace Mountain." He even spent tens of millions of merit points to buy star stones. For 9-Palace Mountain, it was a blow. For Xianxia, it was also a huge loss. Xianxia had never spent tens of millions of merit points on himself. Merit points were worldly possessions like money. However, without these worldly possessions, nothing could be done. Therefore, merit points were a good thing. Otherwise, he wouldn't be listening to the earthworm's chatter. Xianxia felt that if the world on the second level was so serious, then the world above was even worse, especially the world in the crack. The crack on 9-Palace Mountain extended from the top to the bottom. The crack hadn't spread to the second level yet. The earthworm put down the wood and quickly slipped into the depths of the mountain. After a while, he dragged some prey back and planned to cook. "We'll roast meat today. Recently, the water has been turbid. Some poisonous substances have been churned out." Xianxia didn't have any objections. Seeing that Xianxia had something to say to his uncle, Xianxia went out of the kitchen to help saw the wood. Xianxia asked the earthworm, "Are Xianxia and Hanshan together?" The earthworm said carelessly, "They've always been together." Xianxia glanced at the earthworm. How insensitive was it? Two children were flirting right under its nose. Didn't it feel anything? Did earthworms have no feelings? Ning-Shu, yes, I'm talking about the kind of human couples. The kind that has an intimate relationship. The earthworm reacted, holy shit, does that mean they're going to reproduce? To view the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. The earthworm roared, causing dust to fall from the roof that was already on the verge of collapse. He twisted his body and rushed out of the kitchen. He swam to Han Chen's side and swung his tail, sending Han Chen flying. Han Chen was caught off guard and was flung far away. He fell heavily to the ground. He picked up a lot of dust. Xianxia stared at the earthworm with her mouth agape. Han Chen got up from the ground and cupped his hands. Senior, you, the earthworm snorted. Heh, what kind of price can a kid like you pay for reproduction? Many creatures paid the price of their lives for reproduction. Even humans might have to give their lives for love. The essence of love is reproduction. Xianxia, Han Chen, the two of them turned to look at Ning-Shu, who was standing at the kitchen door. Ning-Shu had his arms crossed and his chin slightly raised, looking like he was watching a show. Xianxia walked over and called out softly. Of course, she knew that it was her aunt who said it. After all, her uncle didn't notice it before and didn't think in this direction. When her aunt came, it was as if her uncle's conception and governing vessels had been opened up. She must have reminded him. Ning-Shu nodded and asked, how far have you developed? Xianxia blushed. Actually, there hasn't been any development. Han Chen hasn't expressed any special feelings for me. It seems like it's my wishful thinking. On the other side, the earthworm pressed down on Han Chen and asked through gritted teeth, speak, have you reproduced? Tell me honestly. Han Chen's face was on the ground. He tilted his head and said awkwardly, Senior, I didn't do anything improper to Miss Xianxia. I didn't. The earthworm sneered. I don't care if you did anything improper. I'm just asking if you've reproduced. Han Chen, feeling the earthworm's fat body pressing down on him, Han Chen felt very disgusted. He hurriedly defended himself. No, I haven't reproduced. Xianxia was so embarrassed that she was about to explode. She pulled the earthworm and said, Uncle, we didn't do anything. You're thinking too much. The earthworm nodded. Then, he asked in disbelief, really? Xianxia nodded with a pale face. No. Ning-Shu slapped his forehead, not knowing what to say. The earthworm really had a bad temper. The earthworm pointed at Han Chen with his tail. Kid, you better be careful. Han Chen, Xianxia helped Han Chen up and patted the dust off his clothes. That's my uncle's temper, she said. Han Chen didn't mind it too much and merely nodded. Faced with Xianxia's beautiful face and the two elders glaring at him, Han Chen averted his gaze. Earthworm had just hit someone, and now he was telling Han Chen to do more work. Before we eat, hurry up and dig out the wood. Probably because it knew that the two of them were showing signs of reproduction, it was as if the earthworm was looking at its son-in-law. The more it looked, the more it disliked it. Han Chen didn't intend to go against Earthworm. If Earthworm said so, then so be it. Xianxia's expression was dejected as she placed the roasted meat over the fire. Clearly, the Earthworm had pointed out some things, but Han Chen didn't say anything. His silence made Xianxia a little unhappy. This meant that Han Chen didn't have such thoughts. Otherwise, he would have worked hard to show off. Ning-Shu sat down beside Xianxia. Xianxia was already a grown woman. Which young girl wouldn't yearn for love? As she grew older, it was only natural for her to have such thoughts. The body's hormones also promote certain behaviors. Xianxia was already a grown woman, so it was normal for her to have such thoughts and behaviors. After interacting with a boy for a long time, it was inevitable that feelings would develop. There was only one person and Earthworm. Was Earthworm even human? They were of different races, so he couldn't even be considered a human. Furthermore, he was an elder, so he was directly excluded. In this place, only Han Chen and Xianxia were suitable in terms of age, appearance, and strength. As for Xianxia's future life, Ning-Shu didn't intend to interfere too much. No matter who she ended up with, he would still give her some advice if he could. However, if she didn't listen, Ningxu didn't intend to interfere either. Ningxu was about to speak when Xianxia spoke first. She said to Ningxu, "Auntie, I plan to go out for a walk. It's very chaotic out there right now, and some evil forces are bewitching ordinary people. They say that the world is about to be destroyed, and that we can only survive by joining some organization. I plan to go out for a walk." Ningxu nodded. "Sure. Go out and take a look. In a chaotic world, all kinds of demons and monsters would appear. Ordinary people without any strength would be terrified and uneasy. When their minds were at their weakest, they would naturally be bewitched by others. Moreover, in such a chaotic world, without any spiritual sustenance, it would be especially easy to bewitch people if they had spiritual sustenance. Those rising factions saw this as a point. It would be a bit difficult for Xianxia to go out and eliminate these evil forces. Putting aside the fact that Xianxia was alone, those deceived ordinary people would spontaneously protect such organizations. They might even treat the people who saved them as evil, coming to destroy their peaceful lives and destroy their beliefs. Of course, Ningxu wouldn't say these things. He would let Xianxia experience it for herself. What you think is right might not be what others want. Ningxu glanced at Hanchen and asked, "Are you going alone?" Xianxia pouted, looking a bit angry. "Hanchen is coming too." Ningxu nodded. It was good for the two of them to take care of each other. Lady Yao gave a portion of the roasted meat to Ningxu and Earthworm. In the end, she unwillingly gave a portion to Han Chen. She heavily stuffed a portion into Han Chen's hands. Han Chen looked at Xianxia in surprise. Xianxia directly rolled her eyes. Han Chen was a bit depressed. He gnawed on the meat and said to Xianxia, "Xianxia, if I did anything wrong, you can tell me. Tell me in front of everyone. I'll change. I promise I'll change." Han Chen's expression was as sincere as it could be. Ningxu and Earthworm both turned to look at Xianxia. Xianxia's face was green and red. She was so angry that she almost choked. "I'm not angry. You didn't do anything wrong." That meant there was no misunderstanding. Han Chen let out a sigh of relief. He really was under a lot of pressure. Furthermore, Han Chen really didn't know how he had angered Xianxia. Hearing Xianxia say she wasn't angry, Han Chen didn't take it to heart. Xianxia was so angry that she almost fainted. A mouthful of meat was stuck in her throat. She almost died on the spot. She rolled her eyes and decided to ignore him for a month. Ningxu saw that Han Chen really didn't care about anything. The heartless Han Chen who chewed on the meat was also quite straightforward. Sometimes, if you don't make it clear, people won't understand what you mean. If you keep it in your heart, who knows what you're thinking? It's impossible to guess. To view the new chapter of Zue, please go to Out of Sight, Out of Mind. Xianxia turned around and entered her room. Han Chen also told the Earthworm about his plans to leave the mountain and go with Xianxia. The Earthworm was very sensitive now. "You're going to take Xianxia out to breed and avoid me?" Han Chen's expression was a little frightened, but also a little helpless. "Why did you bring up such a shameful thing with such an expressionless face?" He waved his hand and said, "Then I'll go alone. I won't take Xianxia with me. The outside world is very dangerous. I'll go explore first." It could be said that he had a strong desire to live. With a bang, Xianxia kicked open the door and said coldly, "What? You're the only one allowed to go out, but I'm not. You go your way, and I'll go mine. We'll go our separate ways. Who wants to go with you?" Once a girl had any special feelings for a boy, she would become sensitive and unreasonable. "Han Chen, that's not good. It's not safe for you to go out alone," Han Chen said truthfully. Did Xianxia want to listen to Han Chen's reasoning? She sneered and looked at Han Chen with an unfriendly gaze. "Are you mocking me for being weak? I can't even guarantee my safety if I don't go with you." "Han Chen, that's not what I meant. I'm saying that the outside world is so chaotic. Human nature is twisted, and morality is depraved. It's not safe for a girl like you to go out alone. Without any restrictions, they could do whatever they wanted. Humans were capable of doing anything. Many people were unscrupulous. Many people took over a mountain and used all kinds of methods. Xianxia was just a girl who stayed in the mountains. How could she have seen such things? People from the same sect were all scheming against each other. Xianxia looked at Han Chen. You don't need to worry. Why don't we have a fight? Let's see who's stronger. Xianxia's tit-for-tat with Han Chen left him speechless. Han Chen had a helpless look on his face. Xianxia snorted, slammed the door, and entered the room. The house, which was on the verge of collapse, shook twice. Ningxu gnawed on the barbecued meat and looked at Xianxia and Han Chen. The two of them seemed to be opposing each other, but they were actually flirting. Han Chen was helpless. The earthworm said, as long as you don't breed with Xianxia behind my back, I'll allow you to go out. No, I want to go with you. Han Chen didn't know what to say. His face was numb, and he couldn't deny it. Why did he have to be so direct? Why did he have to reply in such a manner? Inside the room, Xianxia snorted. Han Chen. Ningxu asked, Senior Hong Yi, are you going as well? He felt that every time there was chaos, the red-clothed demoness would appear. The name of the red-clothed demoness was enough to make many people who had heard of this name flee in panic. Even if they didn't flee, they would lose their drive to accumulate points during the battle. Ningxu shook his head. I'm not going. I still have other things to do. Take good care of Xianxia. I don't care how you feel about her, but when it's time to act, you should act. Even if you don't have any special feelings for each other, you should at least have some kinship. Han Chen solemnly said, I know. Senior, please don't worry. I will take good care of Xianxia and not let her come to any harm. He didn't know what kind of meat he ate last time, but he heard that it was bird meat. After eating it, his whole body felt warm, as if he was being roasted in a furnace. After that, his pores overflowed with grease and dirt. The dirt in his meridians were all shaved out, and his cultivation sped up a little. Both his and Xianxia's strength had greatly increased. He believed that he would be able to protect Xianxia when they went out. Xianxia smiled, but she seemed to feel that it wasn't good to forgive him so easily. She stomped her feet, and an angry yet sweet expression appeared on her face. Ningxu put down the barbecued meat. It really didn't taste good at all. When he walked into the room, Xianxia stood up and called out, Auntie. She was a little embarrassed. Some things could be hidden from the careless earthworm, but not from her auntie. Ningxu took out a weapon, a white sword. This is the weapon I gave you. It can be used for self-defense. If you encounter any danger, don't take it head-on. Run first. I can tell that Han Chen isn't the kind of person who would abandon you and run away alone. However, you still have to work hard. Everyone will get tired. Xianxia solemnly accepted the sword and nodded. I understand. Thank you, Auntie. Ningxu thought for a moment, then said, when you go out, help me spread the word about my peerless martial art. It can allow people to cultivate it. Xianxia was stunned. She tilted her head and asked, Auntie, do you also want to establish a faction? Otherwise, why would you spread the mantra of your peerless martial art? Xianxia's current peerless martial art allowed her to transform. Her strength could be considered quite high. Ningxu shook his head. I don't want to establish a faction. I just want people to cultivate my peerless martial art. It's beneficial to me. She wanted to provide the peerless martial art with more power of faith, and the peerless martial art would provide her with more power. If she spread the net wide, there might be people who could cultivate it. She could provide the peerless martial art with more power of faith. Xianxia nodded. I understand. If there's someone suitable for the peerless martial art, I'll spread the news. It's just that, Ningxu knew what Xianxia was worried about. He said, although cultivating the peerless martial art is more powerful, it also depends on the transformation. That's how powerful a person's qi gene is. If someone transformed into a pig, other than being a little fatter and more resistant to beatings, their qi gene wouldn't be as aggressive as a sword or saber. Xianxia smiled and nodded. Trust me, I'll do it well. Ningxu told Xianxia to be careful and to act according to the situation. She shouldn't act rashly and act like a hero without understanding the situation. She should listen to the earthworm and Han Chen more. Xianxia curled her lips. Listening to the earthworm wasn't wrong, but why did she have to listen to Han Shen? Ningxu left the room and said to the earthworm, "I'm leaving. I'll come back when I'm free." The earthworm said, "Bring more meat next time. I feel different after eating that thing." "The bird meat you're talking about? I'll bring more for you next time." Although the bird couldn't defeat Fation, it was still a creature of the void. The power contained in its body wasn't something an ordinary creature of the world could possess. Fation ate it. Other than being able to satisfy his hunger, it didn't have any other power. Since it was beneficial to the earthworm, he would give it more. Perhaps it could change the earthworm's physique. Unfortunately, in the void, there wasn't anything that could change her soul physique and make her tougher. Ningxu looked at Han Shen, who was silent and didn't have much of a presence, and casually handed him a weapon. Since he asked someone to take care of Xianxia, he had to give him some benefits. "Help me take good care of Xianxia. If necessary, you can knock her out and take her away." Xianxia, Han Shen touched the cold bough. The bough was emitting white smoke, and it was incomparably cold in his hand. It was compatible with his attribute. To view the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. Han Shen cultivated a peerless martial art that allowed him to transform into an ice flower. Who would have thought that a boy like him would transform into a flower? No matter how one looked at it, it was strange. Even Xianxia's transformation was more manly than his. How should one describe this? Could it be that his heart was so gentle and delicate? Now that he had an ice attribute bow, it was like sending charcoal in the snow for Han Shen. Han Shen didn't want to attack with a flower in his hand at all. Just the thought of it made him shudder. Holding the bow, Han Shen repeatedly promised Ningxu that he would protect Xianxia well. Xianxia giggled as she listened. Her face was flushed red, making her look like a peach blossom. Ningxu disappeared in an instant. Han Shen raised his head. Just as he was about to speak, he realized that Ningxu had already disappeared. Han Shen sighed and said to the earthworm, "Senior is even more powerful now." With a whoosh, he disappeared. Most people wouldn't be able to move this fast. In any case, Han Shen felt that it was impossible for him to reach this level of speed and strength. Han Shen fondled the bow lovingly. Xianxia walked out with a sword in her hand. "I'm telling you now. Since you've accepted my aunt's gift, you have to protect me well. Don't ask me to protect you when the time comes." Xianxia paused for a moment. "It's not like I can't protect you." "Forget it, I'll protect you." Xianxia patted her chest and said, "I've been working hard on my cultivation. Who knows, I might even be stronger than you." Han Shen didn't deny it. "All right, you protect me." It wasn't up to them to decide who would protect who. They would talk about it when the time came. Ningxu arrived at the 3rd level. The situation was similar to the 2nd level. It was a mess and had suffered heavy losses. This kind of situation could only be stabilized with time. Ningxu didn't stop and entered the 4th level. The situation on the 4th level was much worse. With Ningxu's mental power, he could see a scar in the corner of the world. In the middle of the scar was a white substance. It was clearly a star stone. Ningxu frowned. A lot of the vitality in this world had disappeared. As a direct result, the greenery in this world had decreased, and some trees had begun to wither. It was unknown when the life force would be restored. A scar ran across the surface of the world. Compared to the world on the 2nd level, the people in this world were truly struggling. Ningxu raised his hand and looked at the law of wood imprint. Vines stretched out, and the green vines extended and pierced into the ground. Waves of vitality were injected into the ground. He couldn't do anything else. Upon entering the 5th level, the entire world was a barren wasteland. There was no greenery at all, only a thick gray color. As far as the eye could see, there was not a single person, not even a trace of human habitation. Other than some building fragments, even the buildings were not as big as individual buildings. They were all fragmented. It was as if the whole world had been turned upside down. Almost all the creatures here had been wiped out. Perhaps there were still other creatures in some places. The worlds above were all like this, and some of the world cracks were relatively large. The life force of the entire world seemed to have dissipated. It was a wasteland. The worlds above the 5th level were all wiped out. He didn't know if the reincarnation passage to the living world was broken when the life force dissipated. But even if it was broken, it wouldn't have much of an effect. Because there were no more living creatures in the living world. But perhaps there were still living creatures under the surface. Hence, he still needed to connect to the reincarnation world. Xianxia checked the connection and realized that the passage between two worlds was broken. In such a situation, he naturally needed to connect. Returning to the reincarnation world, the first level was extremely crowded. Originally, the first level was shared with the reincarnation world. Now that they were separated, the area was smaller. In addition, there were no more living creatures in the living world. The souls came to the reincarnation world through the passage. It was too crowded. Nine Palace Mountain was already in tatters. If it was so crowded, it might really explode. What should he do in such a situation? Of course, he had to call the little demon. The little demon's stomach was the transportation tool. Actually, he didn't need to trouble the little demon. But he had to do it one by one. He couldn't absorb the souls directly like the little demon. The main thing was that there were so many souls. He couldn't stuff them one by one into the mess in space. When the little demon rushed over, she didn't look worried. Xianxia asked, "I heard that you are autistic." The little demon was expressionless. "Who is autistic? Why are you looking for me?" Xianxia told the little demon to send a portion of the souls to the other reincarnation worlds. Otherwise, it would be too crowded. The little demon couldn't help but say, "Can you say it in one go and let people run twice?" Xianxia said, "I didn't know that it would be so crowded here." "Go on." The little demon turned her back to Xianxia and started to absorb the souls. Xianxia stared at the little demon's tail. He felt a little itchy and wanted to touch it. If he really touched it, the little demon would definitely fall out with him. "Harry, yeah," Xianxia stretched out his evil hand. Before he touched the little demon's tail, the little demon turned around and wiped the corners of her mouth. Seeing Xianxia's action, her eyes narrowed and almost became vertical lines. She looked at Xianxia as if she was facing a great enemy. "What are you doing?" Xianxia immediately put his hand behind his back and said with a smile, "Nothing. Your tail is stained with mud." The little demon snorted. "Don't think that I don't know what you want to do. You want to touch my tail? Dream on. My tail is not something you can touch." Xianxia asked, "Then who do you want to give it to? Who can touch your tail? Abyssal Prefect?" Could it be that the Abyssal Prefect would hold the little demon in his arms and stroke her like a cat? The scene was very ambiguous. Xianxia didn't dare to think about it. The little demon rolled her eyes. "It's none of your business." Xianxia curled his lips. "I don't care what you want to do. If there is a problem, it's fine as long as I can find you." Xianxia and the little demon scattered their souls in several reincarnation worlds. If they were placed in only one reincarnation world, the pressure would be too great. There were many souls in these worlds. After finishing her business, the little demon sized up Xianxia and said, "Your strength has increased a little. You are a little stronger than before." Xianxia raised his eyebrows and asked, "How can you tell?" Could it be that the word "weak chicken" was written on her face? The little demon said, "You were very weak before. I don't like to talk to you." Xianxia snorted. He saw a small white dot appear behind the little demon. In an instant, the white dot became bigger. It was a man wearing a white tuxedo. The white color was a little dazzling in this gray world. Even his shoes were white and shiny. It was really dazzling. To view the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. A pocket watch with a golden chain was hanging on his chest. The pocket watch was in his chest pocket. Xianxia was speechless. The white tuxedo and the pale face of His Excellency complemented each other. It was a horrible visual experience to see a charcoal head wearing a white tuxedo. An Abyssal Prefect's figure and looks were something that could be hidden by any kind of clothing. In the past, His Excellency was low-key and mysterious. The black tuxedo made him look cold and unapproachable. But when he wore the white tuxedo, it could be seen from afar. Such a move showed that His Excellency subconsciously wanted to attract people's attention. Only males in the courtship period would dress themselves up. They would show off as much as they could to attract people's attention. Ningxu's expression became a bit meaningful. His Excellency's expression was still indifferent. He looked around the whole world of samsara and said, "Your world of samsara is so simple." Ningxu accepted it humbly. "It's like this. I can't do anything for the time being. That's all I can do." It was a great honor to put down so many things in the world of samsara and come to this corner of her place. If you have something to do, you have to do it all at once. You don't have to run around. Ningxu nodded. Yes, you're right." His Excellency looked at Ningxu and frowned. He felt that her reaction was a bit strange, but he didn't think too much about it. He said, "He has entered the critical period of cultivation. If it's not something important, don't look for him." Ningxu asked the little devil, "Is that so? You've entered the critical period?" He felt that His Excellency didn't want her to look for the little devil. After all, Ningxu's ears were full of goosebumps. The little devil nodded. "Yes, if it goes well, I can stabilize my form." "If it fails," Ningxu hurriedly asked, "what will happen if it fails?" The little devil said, "I will probably stay in this form forever." Ningxu said, "There's nothing wrong with this form. You'll be young forever." She was the dream of many women, forever young and beautiful. Imp and His Excellency glared at Ningxu at the same time, and His Excellency said, "This also means that his strength is fixed, and there is no way for him to increase his strength. How can an adult's strength compare to a teenager's strength?" Ningxu was silent for a moment before he said, "I see. Then do your best. What do you need? What energy do you need?" Transforming would definitely require energy. Ningxu touched his pockets, wondering if he still had any energy bodies on him. "I've already prepared everything," the Abyssal Prefect replied. Ningxu, "Good luck then." The Abyssal Prefect said, "Take a good look at this world and see if there's anything wrong with it. Don't call anyone else for the time being." Ningxu nodded, "Sure, but I don't know what's wrong with the world of reincarnation." His Excellency glanced at her, his eyes filled with disdain. "Don't you know how to check? Maybe there are some worlds with huge problems." Abyssal Prefect, "From now on, even if there's a problem with the world and it's about to explode, don't call for help." Ningxu was speechless. Her expression was a bit indescribable. Abyssal Prefect said, "If there's a problem, then solve it. If it can't be solved, then let nature take its course. Is it the doctor's fault if a person dies of cancer?" Ningxu was speechless and began to check each world. The Abyssal Prefect and the little demon also followed. Ningxu checked the worlds while paying attention to the Abyssal Prefect and the little demon. He was used to the Abyssal Prefect's black clothes, so when he looked at the white clothes again, he felt a bit strange. Moreover, the white clothes reflected a faint halo that surrounded the Abyssal Prefect, making him seem like a soft light. It was simply too dazzling. The young demon beside him was a head taller than the Abyssal Prefect. He walked casually, full of youthful vigor. When the two walked together, it always felt like there was a gap between them. The Abyssal Prefect was a strict elder who didn't smile at all. Perhaps when the little demon experienced the transformation this time, this feeling of gap between them would disappear. After checking all the worlds of reincarnation, Ningxu asked, "Is there a problem with the world?" This was a world that had just been born, so there should be very few problems. The Abyssal Prefect nodded, "There's no problem." He turned to the little demon and said, "Let's go back." The little demon winked at Ningxu. The Abyssal Prefect turned to the little demon and said, "Go back, or stay and play?" The little demon left with the Abyssal Prefect. Ningxu was thinking, why is the little demon winking at me? Is there a hint? Ningxu scratched his head. He was really confused. Forget it, let's not think about it. After solving the problem of Nine Palace Mountain and the world of reincarnation, he felt relaxed and happy. Ningxu returned to the system space. The system notified him to go to the worlds to collect resources. Ningxu? I'm so weak. I just dealt with the Star Stone. Ningxu also planned to go to the Sacred Land. He had the wooden tablet in hand, so he could go to the cub's place to learn about the sacred runes. Didn't you absorb the soul power? Since you're leaving the organization, you should do what you need to do. Ningxu sneered, I think it's because I'm free labor now, so you're ordering me around. The system said, what's the problem? Only a fool wouldn't order you around. Also, you said you're leaving here. Do you want me to sympathize with you? Wow, it made sense. He was speechless. It felt like they had shed all pretense of cordiality. Ningxu said, I'm about to leave. Do you still expect me to be cautious and conscientious for the organization? This is a deal. If you do something that doesn't satisfy us, the deal will be cancelled. The wooden tablet will also be cancelled. As for your companions, they won't be able to find the sacred land. Ningxu clicked his tongue and said to Danqing, I'm going to do missions now. The two big bosses were fighting. Danqing trembled and said, there are no missions now. Ningxu, what about the backlog of missions from before? He said there were a lot of missions. Ningxu didn't make things difficult for Danqing. He was going to leave missions in the future, but Danqing was going to stay in the organization. Danqing was just a branch system. It was too easy for a huge organization to crush her. Of course, it was also easy to crush her. Whether he could leave the organization or not depended on how much his strength could improve during this period of time. Ningxu was hesitant about leaving the organization because he didn't have enough strength. He didn't know if he would really be free or if he would be free in the form of death. All the choices and hesitations were because he didn't have enough money or strength. Ningxu went to the void and followed a group of people into a plane that was about to shatter. He collected the resources in the plane. When he landed in the same place as a big boss. The big boss said to Ningxu, let's go together. Ningxu looked at him and nodded. Okay. Ningxu didn't know this mission enforcer. Since he invited her, she immediately agreed. Ningxu wasn't worried that other people would have bad intentions towards her. After all, she was arrogant and had the ability to deal with everything that happened. Along the way, the mission enforcer kept looking at Ningxu. Ningxu touched her face. Was he looking at her face? She knew that she had become good-looking. She was elated. When the man turned his head to peek at Ningxu again, he happened to meet Ningxu's eyes. He was stunned for a moment and quickly looked away. Ningxu went straight to the point and asked, why are you looking at me? Is there something wrong with me? Was she too beautiful? He waved his hand and said, no, don't think too much. Ningxu, I'm already thinking too much. If you have something to say, just say it. You're peeking at me again and again. Isn't it awkward? Ningxu said directly. Mission enforcer, it wasn't awkward at first, but now that you said it, it was awkward. There's something I don't know if I should ask. The man's expression was a little hesitant. Ningxu said firmly, you shouldn't ask. If you want to ask, just ask. Why are you talking about this, mission enforcer? Then I'll ask. I heard that you can leave the organization. Is this true? The man asked. Ningxu's expression was a little shocked. What kind of speed was this? How long had it been? How did everyone know about it? Ningxu couldn't help but look down and check her body. Were there a lot of listening devices on her body? This was too much. Mission enforcer, Ningxu obviously denied this matter. Then, she covered her mouth and giggled. Of course not. This is purely a rumor. How could there be such a thing? It's too ridiculous. Of course, she would deny such a secret. In this situation, Ningxu had plans to resign. In the end, everyone in the company knew that she was going to resign. This feeling was really ket up. The mission enforcer saw that Ningxu denied it and said, this is actually not a big deal. I heard that you were able to lead this organization, and many people have asked you what method you used. Once you entered this organization, you would be a member of the organization in life and a ghost in death. There was no such thing as leaving. Therefore, when Ningxu's incident came out, even if it was just a rumor, it caused a huge commotion. This organization only allowed people to enter and not leave. It was impossible to leave. Ningxu still denied it. There's no such thing. But that kind of situation is just like a fit of pique. Do you really think I can leave? The man looked hesitant. That's unlikely. He looked at Ningxu and thought about the huge organization. Finally, he shook his head. It's not possible. Ning Shu, yes. This matter was between her and the organization. It had nothing to do with anyone else. She didn't want to cause an uproar. Obviously, after this incident, the people's hearts wavered. If the organization directly detained her in the organization in order to stabilize the people's hearts, or even killed a chicken to warn the monkeys, then she would really be too wronged. This was something that was very likely to happen. If she was an uncontrollable variable, she would put herself in the shoes of others. If she was in the organization, she would also eliminate this uncontrollable variable. However, the sources of information and the extent of gossip in the organization deeply shocked Ning Shu. There was a feeling of no privacy. However, at the same time, people like Taishu Sangliang would definitely have countless eyes focused on them to infer or obtain information. Ning Shu asked indifferently. Many people asked if there were many people who wanted to leave the organization. Humans were social animals. When they really gathered together, they would think of ways to leave. The mission enforcer's expression didn't seem to care. He didn't notice that Ning Shu was expressionless, but his ears were pricked up. Yes, when you were weak, there was no way to leave. When you have a little strength, you want to be the master of the organization. You want to leave this springboard and jump to a higher place. He said it more bluntly. The organization was like a springboard. Borrowing the organization to gain strength, paying strength and labor, and gaining strength from the organization. It was like ordinary people. They worked to make money, and the money they earned could be used to buy the materials they needed to survive. When they reached a certain level, they wanted to jump to a better life and obtain more generous rewards. However, in reality, the people in the organization couldn't jump off this springboard and jump to another board because of their lack of strength. They were indignant and helpless. It was too real. The instrument in Ning Shu's hand made a beeping sound. Apparently, it had detected that there was metal or other resources under his feet. Ning Shu ended the topic and said, "Let's start collecting the materials now." The man's expression was a little hesitant. Apparently, he didn't get any accurate information from Ning Shu. However, he couldn't get any more information from Ning Shu. He just nodded and started collecting materials with Ning Shu. After collecting the mineral deposit, Ning Shu thought that the man would separate from him. However, he kept following him. It seemed that he planned to keep following him. Ning Shu couldn't chase him away. Besides, it was very normal for mission enforcers to cooperate and do missions together. The mission enforcer asked Ning Shu, "I heard that there's a problem with the judge's body." Ning Shu looked curious. He sighed as if he had never heard of such news. He asked with a confused expression, "There's a problem with the judge's body?" The man's expression was a little indescribable. At that time, many people were watching. You picked her up like a chicken and gnawed on her soul. She actually looked as if she just found out. It was really intoxicating. Although the army quickly came and isolated that position, many people were watching at that time. The person involved actually had such an expression. "Didn't your soul power get gnawed?" the mission enforcer asked. Ning Shu nodded. "Yes, there's a problem with my body." It was undeniable that the Grand Uncle was the organization's stabilizing force. This mission enforcer was obviously testing her. Ning Shu didn't want the organization to fall into chaos while he was in it. If it did, it would definitely affect him. If he could leave the organization safely, he didn't want to run away like a drowning dog. But he's covered in black fog. It's obvious that he's not in a normal state. Ning Shu's expression was very calm. Is that so? Being covered in black fog is indeed abnormal. Isn't that cool? Mission enforcer, was this guy's brain really eaten by the judge? How could he be cool? It was a little hard to communicate with him. How did he have the strength? How did he survive the judge's mouth, brainless? To view the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. The mission enforcer's expression became a little strange. Obviously, he didn't expect Ning Shu to be such an idiot. His questions were completely irrelevant. He asked a few questions, but none of them had a definite answer. However, he was still very afraid that she could escape from the judge's evil mouth. Whether she was a real retard or a fake retard, she was still alive. Whether it was luck or strength, being alive was the greatest victory. Looking at the state of the judge at that time, he should have been able to swallow her alive. Ningxu thought for a while and asked the man, "You seem to be very concerned about the judge?" The man glanced at Ningxu. "Don't you care? In this organization, who doesn't care about the judge?" His words were equivalent to not saying anything. Well, the judge was the center of attention. Whether it was fear, or hatred, they were all staring at the Grand Uncle. This was because the Grand Uncle represented the power of the entire organization, the most powerful and insurmountable power. Even people like Sang Liang and Uncle Chang, and even His Excellency, weren't as eye-catching as the Grand Uncle. When the image of the Grand Uncle collapsed, it meant that the organization had collapsed. The Grand Uncle represented the organization, and the organization represented the Grand Uncle. Ningxu smiled like a fool. That's right. Everyone is paying attention to the Grand Uncle. The man asked jokingly, "The Grand Uncle treated you like that? Do you hate him?" "Many people I know hate him." Ningxu shook his head. "It's good that I'm still alive. I don't dare to think about anything else. I can't help it. I'm very timid. I don't even dare to look at him." The man was speechless. What kind of monster woman was he talking to? It was so tiring. Ningxu rolled his eyes in his heart. He didn't reveal any information, but they wanted to get information from her. Who did they think he was? A fool? Even if Ningxu was a fool, he should know that these people were asking about the Grand Uncle in a roundabout way. Obviously, someone in the organization used the Grand Uncle as a target and was now aiming at him. Ningxu didn't show it on his face, but he was gloating in his heart. The Grand Uncle was busy enough. If he said that he hated Senior Uncle, would he be recruited into a mysterious group? Ningxu actually had a feeling of eagerness in his heart. "Brother, hurry up and invite me." It was just a matter of whether or not he wanted to take him in. Should he show off his strength? If there was truly someone in the organization that rebelled and wanted to replace them, then it could only be said that that person was a fool, and the problem of the Sea of Laws was already out of the question. Furthermore, what was the point of fighting for it? How much effort did it take to maintain such a large organization? Even if such a large organization seemed to have a lot of power, when it came to defending against external enemies, no amount of souls could compare to the void creatures. Some of the void creatures were also grouped together, and the human soul had no chance of winning. Ningxu couldn't help but think that since the organization had existed for so many years, there must have been outstanding talents and arrogant humans who wanted to replace them, but the organization remained the same. He must have suppressed wave after wave of people, but there must be a lot of people who were rebellious or didn't dare to submit to others. Perhaps it would appear from time to time. This kind of situation could not be stopped. Now that Senior Uncle's situation didn't seem good, he might be able to succeed. Ningxu's imagination had already spread to the scene of the two sides fighting and blood flowing like a river. Neither of them could get what they wanted from the other. All they got was some vague and uncertain information. However, Ningxu got an important piece of information. Compared to the greedy wolf star who shouted about freedom and blah blah blah, he was just a flowery talker. In fact, there really was such a group in the dark, a hidden force. The organization definitely knew about it. When you didn't cause trouble, they couldn't be bothered with you. If you were asked to do something, you would do it. That was the organization's purpose, not to be friends with you and have a toast. Letting you enter the organization was to let you do things. Once you did things and completed the mission, it was fine. However, if you caused trouble, sorry, the organization would directly destroy you. Whether it was to get rid of the organization or to replace it, it was a very difficult thing. The man also wanted to ask how Ningxu escaped from the jaws of death, but it was obvious that he wouldn't say anything even if he asked. It was somewhat irritating, but there were some words that were too blunt and inappropriate. In short, if he wasn't a trustworthy person, there were some words that couldn't be said. If he said it vaguely, the other party might not understand, or he might understand, but he would play dumb. On the contrary, he would reveal too much information on his side. Ningxu and the man looked at each other and smirked. The man turned his head and said, "I think it's better for us to search separately. We'll find more resources." Ningxu nodded. "I think so too." It's better to search separately. The man was impatient to follow Ningxu. If he couldn't get useful information from Ningxu, there was no point in following him. The figure of the mission enforcer disappeared. The smile on Ningxu's face disappeared directly. He became cold and curled his lips. Regardless of whether it was a fight between immortals or not, he wouldn't participate in the battle between them. Maybe he would become cannon fodder. He had no choice but to become cannon fodder for the organization. If he took the initiative to become cannon fodder for another small organization, that would be really stupid. It didn't matter whether she hated the grand uncle or not. Could it be that they had a common enemy? Ningxu clicked her tongue. She worked hard to be strong for freedom and to be lazy. She didn't want to be driven by others to do some inexplicable things. Ningxu put this matter to the back of his mind and began to search for resources. Without anyone nagging beside him, Ningxu's search speed increased a lot. When the end notice came, Ningxu left the world that was about to shatter with a lot of materials. Ningxu handed over the materials. He was a little envious of the others. Everyone else had been paid, but he didn't. For hundreds of years, he had been working for free, no matter what he did. However, he could enter the Holy Land. This was a good deal. Fatian could enter the cub's home and come into contact with the sacred tree and sacred patterns. This was another kind of power. If he dared to live for hundreds of years in vain, he wouldn't suffer at all. Moreover, if he could really leave the organization in the future, he could also enter the Holy Land. The Holy Land was also a shelter. Ningxu felt a little hot in his heart. He reached into his heart and took out the peerless martial art that was like a square glass material. It was the size of a Rubik's cube. Now, the peerless martial art was hot all over. It was so hot that Ningxu flipped his left hand and right hand. What was going on? Why was it so hot? Was it because there was insufficient energy? Generally, red and hot was a warning, and it was a warning that was more dangerous. Ningxu quickly returned to the system space and put the peerless martial art on the coffee table. The temperature was so high that it began to melt the coffee table. How to lower the temperature? To view the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. Ningxu felt that the peerless martial art might have caught a cold and had a high fever. What should he do now? Should he get some cold medicine, cool it down physically, put a wet towel on it, or wipe it with alcohol? Ningxu rubbed his chin and pondered. As the temperature of the peerless martial art got higher and higher, Ningxu became more and more anxious. What should he do? The peerless martial art was too important. It was related to her strength. If something happened to the peerless martial art, her soul would be gone. She would become an incomplete soul. This referred to the soul, not the power of the soul. Half of the soul arranged the power of the soul was the source of the soul. Ningxu rubbed his chin and began to tremble. He could not help but say to the peerless martial art, "Ancestor, if you have any requests, just say it. Don't make any noise. I don't understand." The peerless martial art had already stabilized and continued to heat up. Ningxu was about to be roasted. As for the coffee table, it had already turned into a pool of liquid. How could it explode with such a high temperature when it lacked energy? Heat was also energy. Could it be that the peerless martial art had eaten too much? Ningxu tried his best to personify the peerless martial art in order to deduce the situation. When a person ate too much, they would either vomit some or poop some. In the end, the energy had to be expelled from the body. Only then would it be more comfortable. If it was stuffed in the body, it would cause problems. Did that mean that he could ignore it? Ningxu was still a little confused. While the peerless martial art was emitting heat, its body was also gradually shrinking. Previously, it was still imitating its size, but now it was smaller. Could it be that the peerless martial art was tempering itself into steel? After being hammered, a large piece of iron would become smaller and smaller, but its quality would become better and better. Damn, Ningxu felt that he was about to be comfortable. Why was his heart not so anxious anymore? Perhaps the psychological comforting effect was really quite useful. Ningxu, who did not know what to do, could only look at the peerless martial art. After all, he had to experience these things himself. Ningxu did not want to run to others and ask whenever he encountered something. In the future, when he left the organization, there would be no one to answer his questions. He would need people. This kind of habit was fatal. He could not rely on others. Otherwise, when he left, he would be at a loss. As long as the peerless martial arts didn't explode, it wasn't a big deal. The greatest loss was losing half of his soul and the power provided by his peerless martial arts. Ningxu clutched his chest and asked himself honestly. He didn't feel any trepidation, so there probably wasn't any danger. At the very least, half of his soul power was bound to the peerless martial art. The other half of his soul power did not fluctuate or disappear. Ningxu steadied his mind and distanced himself from the peerless martial arts. This kind of roasting was truly unbearable. He felt as if his soul was about to melt. Everything in the system space had been roasted, and even the air was distorted. Danqing coughed and wanted to say something, but he fell silent. Ningxu was still waiting for him to speak, but he fell silent. Ningxu asked, "What do you want to say?" Danqing, "No, I just coughed a little." Ningxu, "I'll be damned if I believe you. I obviously wanted to say something, but I held it back." "Don't you feel bad, it's fine if you don't want to say it." Ningxu stared straight at the peerless martial arts. The peerless martial arts became smaller and smaller, until it was the size of a fingernail. If he looked carefully, he wouldn't be able to see it at all. It couldn't get any smaller. If it was really so small that it couldn't be seen, it wouldn't be easy to find. Gradually, the peerless martial arts stopped emitting heat. When the temperature in the system space dropped, Ningxu walked over and pulled out something the size of a small diamond from the liquid glass. Ningxu pinched the small diamond between his thumb and index finger, feeling a little helpless. Such a big book became smaller and smaller, until it was as small as a 1-carat diamond. The speed at which it became beautiful and shiny after slimming down was very enviable. Ningxu looked at the small diamond and didn't know where to put it. It was too easy to lose it. After thinking about it, he directly put it on his ear. He could touch it with his hand. He reinforced the peerless martial arts again and again to prevent it from being lost. Although he could sense the soul inside the peerless martial arts, if he met someone who knew what it was and picked it up, he could directly erase the soul inside. Just like how she erased the consciousness of the god-beating whip. Ningxu entered the peerless martial arts. From the outside, the peerless martial arts became smaller, but inside, the world became bigger. The water of the peerless martial arts reached his knees and spread far and wide. Very good, with water, life will be born. Water is the source of life. It seemed that the peerless martial arts was about to form a world of life. He must take good care of the peerless martial arts. After exiting the peerless martial arts, Ningxu cleaned up the system space. He threw away the books that were burned black. After thinking about it, he also threw away the bookshelves. These things piled up in the system space would only make it more crowded. The bookshelves and books were all deformed or turned black from the high temperature, but the little mouse statue was actually fine. It was still so starry. With its hands on its hips and head raised, it looked very arrogant. It was shining like stars. Ningxu found a box and placed the little mouse statue inside. Then, he took it out. Since the little mouse's resurrection needed energy, should he just throw it into the spirit pool? The water in the spirit pool was spiritual liquid. Maybe it could even increase the vitality and energy of the little mouse. With a plop, Ningxu threw the statue into the pool. The fish in the pool were startled, and the lotus flowers swayed. Ningxu glanced at it and turned around to clean up. He paused and thought, that's not right. The little mouse was made of mud, and its ashes were also mud. The water wouldn't melt the little mouse. Ningxu scooped up the statue and wiped the water stains on it. He looked at it carefully, but it didn't seem to have changed. He put the statue back into the box, closed it, and threw it into the cupboard. He bought a new coffee table. This time, he bought a more expensive one. At least it could resist the high temperature. He cleaned the entire system space inside and out, paying special attention to the nooks and crannies. Danqing coughed again as if he had bronchitis. Ningxu ignored him. Let's see who can't hold it in. After a while, Danqing finally spoke. I heard that you're leaving the organization. Ningshu said indifferently, "You're the second person to ask me this." She could imagine that there would probably be more people asking her in the future. She remembered that she didn't say anything about this to Dan Qing. It was probably during the confrontation with the Grand Elder. As a system, Dan Qing naturally knew what happened. Ningshu said, "You're too naive. Don't you know what the organization is like? Do you think it's possible?" Dan Qing really didn't know how to answer. To view the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. She said that she couldn't leave, but the organization seemed to have admitted that she could leave after the transaction. She said that she could leave, but it seemed that no one had ever been able to leave the organization. Therefore, this was a very uncertain matter. It was even an impossible matter. Dan Qing didn't know what to say for a moment. Ningshu asked, "Why are you asking this?" Dan Qing didn't seem to be very strong. She was sandwiched between the organization and her. She wasn't on the same side as her mission enforcer. Therefore, Ningshu was really very curious. Dan Qing said, "I'm just curious. If you leave, where should I go?" Looking at it this way, it was reasonable for Dan Qing to ask if he could leave. Ningshu said, "If, and I'm saying if, I can really leave in the future, I will speak up for you." Dan Qing was speechless. There was a suffocating silence. Dan Qing said honestly, "You've already left the organization. They won't care about what you say at all. You're leaving a company and still saying that you're interfering in the company's affairs for the benefit of a relative or friend. Who the hell are you?" Ningshu nodded. "You're right. I really don't know what to say now. Besides, it's very unlikely that I can leave the organization." In the future, no matter who asked about this matter, Ningshu only had one answer, which was to deny it 3 times. No, it's impossible. If you ask again, I'm going to get angry. Go ask the organization." "Why are you all asking me?" Ningshu took out the wooden token and said to Dan Qing, "I'm going to the Holy Land. I'll do the mission when I come back." Dan Qing said a little pitifully, "You have to come back quickly. There are really a lot of missions in the inventory. Every time during the review, I feel like I'm a dead person." Ningshu comforted her. "It's okay. Nothing will happen. You'll definitely pass the passing line." Dan Qing said, "But every time, I'm trembling in fear. I don't know how many missions there are this time. The number of missions you complete is always fluctuating back and forth. It's very dangerous. Do you understand the feeling of walking on a tightrope? Do you understand my pain and suffering?" Every time the review was conducted, it was completely capricious to determine the number of missions. If it was not completed, hee. Right now, even if Ningshu didn't complete the mission, he wouldn't lose much. However, it was different for him. He had to bear the responsibility of watching over and urging the unfavorable situation. If it was possible, Dan Qing really wanted to kneel down in front of Ningshu. "Dad, can we not be so reckless?" Hearing the pain in Dan Qing's voice, Ningshu could not help but reflect. Did she really give Dan Qing so much pressure and pain? Ningshu said, "I will definitely do enough in the future and work hard to clear the inventory." The main thing was that she was really busy with too many things and had too many things to worry about. In the past, he was just an ordinary mission giver. The only thing he did was to complete missions, and complete missions. Under such circumstances, there would definitely be a lot of missions to complete. Ningshu said to Dan Qing, "How about this? I'll ask the organization to assign fewer missions to me. After all, I still have other things to do." In other aspects, picking up fragments or handling stellar stones will reduce your responsibility. In fact, no matter what she did, she wouldn't get paid. No matter what she did, it would be the same. If she did less, she would do more. The weight would definitely not be reduced. It might even be more. Dan Qing was silent. Ningshu asked, "Can't you do that?" Dan Qing said, "Thank you. I don't know if it will work." It should work. There were even fewer people picking up fragments and handling stellar stones. As for missions, there were too many mission givers in the entire organization who could do missions. Ningshu opened the chat system and told the main system about this. The two of them bargained. Ningshu wanted to reduce the number of missions by half, but Sang Liang could only reduce it by 20%. The bottom line was 20%. As for handling stellar stones and picking up fragments of the world, other than when doing missions, he would be available whenever he was called. If he needed you, he had to appear. Ningxu was confused. What was the difference? He had always been available whenever he was called. Could it be that the frequency of being available would increase? It was very likely. 20% was 20%. Ningxu said to Danqing, the number of missions has been reduced by 20%. Danqing was speechless. How should she react? You're awesome. Should I applaud you? Danqing said, that's good. You can go. Ningxu took the wooden sign out of the system space and jumped into the void. Then, he found the entrance to the Holy Land according to the instructions on the wooden sign. Entering the Holy Land, a wild and ancient aura hit him in the face. There was no technology at all. Even the houses were piled up with undecorated stones. The divine patterns on the buildings and even on the ground gave this place a sense of mystery. Ningxu found the cub's shelter and saw a few people standing at the door of the shelter from a distance. One of them was senior uncle in a trench coat, and the other was Sang Liang. Opposite them was an old man with gray hair and a long beard. Ningxu stopped and looked at them from a distance. He couldn't hear what they were saying. After talking for a while, senior uncle and Sang Liang left. When the two of them were far away, Ningxu walked to the door of the cub shelter. He didn't want to meet senior uncle and the others for the time being. If there was a conflict, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Ningxu said to the old man with gray hair, Senior, I'm here to see Fatan. The old man was stooped and supported himself with an undecorated cane. The whole cane was covered with divine patterns, like the patterns of trees. Thinking that he was the spiritual body of the divine tree, Ningxu was in awe. The old man tilted his head and whispered to Ningxu, What did you say? Ningxu smiled faintly. What the hell was this reverence? Ningxu said again, Senior, I'm looking for Fatan. The old man exclaimed and looked at Ningxu blankly with his turbid eyes. Ningxu exhaled and shouted, I'm here to see Fatan, Fatan, God, it was heart-wrenching and deafening. Fatan, who was in the cub's shelter, should have heard it. However, there was a barrier between the door and the door, so he shouldn't be able to hear it. The old man nodded. You're looking for Fatan. I'll call him. Then, he walked slowly and leisurely, taking a step every half a day. With his hunched back, he could only take one step every half a day. Ningxu was too embarrassed to rush him. Was he really too old, or was he doing it on purpose? The old man walked into the barrier. After a long time, he came out and said to Ningxu, Oh, I forgot. Fatan is not in the cub's shelter. He went out. Ningxu? Suddenly, his temper was gone and he was calm. Ningxu asked, Where did Fatan go? What did he do? The old man, what did you say? Ningxu shouted, Fatan went out and asked for leave, right? What did he go out for? I'm so worried. To watch the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. Could it be that Fatan went out to collect ashes again? Was it really a good idea to run out like this? There were many powerful existences in the void. But thinking about Fatan's strength and the bottles that Fatan collected, it was obvious that this was not the first time he went out. Ningxu planned to wait here for Fatan to come back. Ningxu looked at the old man and took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. As for where he got the cigarettes, he. Ningxu took out a cigarette and handed it to the old man. Senior, do you smoke? Ningxu was afraid that the old man could not hear him clearly, so he shouted very loudly, causing the passers-by to look at Ningxu strangely. Oh my God, this is a little embarrassing. The old man on the divine tree brushed his long eyebrows. It was clear that his eyebrows were obstructing his vision. He moved closer to look at the item in Ningxu's hand and asked with a hoarse voice, What is this? Ningxu demonstrated and said, This is something that humans like, it can relieve mental stress. But smoking is harmful to health, it is usually a way to get closer. The old man nodded. You want to get closer to me? Wasn't the main point about the cigarette? Was it really a good idea to see the main point so quickly? The old man took the cigarette, Ningxu was stunned. He did not think that the old man took it. She was just looking for something to start a conversation. She could only take out her lighter and light the cigarette for the old man. The old man took a few puffs and exhaled, shaking his head. It's not strong, it can't be compared to some things in the void. Ningxu was speechless. There was such a thing in the void. This old man was actually an old smoker. And his spiritual body could also smoke. It was a little intoxicating. The old man's teeth had all fallen out, his mouth was dry and sunken. Just like that, he finished the cigarette. Ningxu tactfully handed over a pack of cigarettes and said, "Don't eat this kind of thing." The old man on the divine tree said, "When I was young, I encountered a type of plant. After that plant absorbed it, my entire body became light, and my strength was much stronger than this." Ningxu's face turned green as he asked, "Is this thing addictive?" The old man from the divine tree said, "I don't know. Anyway, I've only seen it once." Ningxu was a little worried. The void was really too dangerous, and there was also this kind of plant. This plant was clearly too similar to something. If Fatian were to run around outside, it would be very dangerous for him to encounter or eat it by mistake. This kind of thing would definitely damage the strength of the void creatures. Ningxu asked, "How did your body react after you ate it?" "Yeah, I was in a deep sleep for who knows how long. When I woke up, I was already here." The old man from the divine tree had revealed quite a bit of information. He was brought to the sacred grounds by someone. Ningxu stopped talking about this topic and said to the old man, "Senior, do you think I can stay in the cub house for a while?" The old man from the divine tree tilted his head and was at a loss for a moment before asking, "What did you say? I can't hear you." Ningxu, this old man was definitely selectively deaf. Although he was far away, he could see that when Taishu and Sang Liang were talking to the old man from the divine tree, they didn't seem to be shouting themselves hoarse. Ningxu shouted loudly, "Senior, I want to enter the cub house to study. Look, I have a wooden token here." Ningxu took out the wooden token and handed it to the old man. The old man looked at it with his dim eyes. "Isn't this Fatian's thing?" "Yes, I have a very close relationship with Fatian. They went through life and death together." The old man from the divine tree couldn't hear clearly again and looked at Ningxu blankly. His ears were really magical. He could hear when he wanted to hear, and he couldn't hear when he didn't want to. He really didn't know what to say. Ningxu said loudly, "Senior, can I enter the cub house?" The old man from the divine tree was silent. Ningxu stared at him. As long as the old man didn't say anything, Ningxu wouldn't give up. The old man from the divine tree stared at Ningxu. His dim eyes were exceptionally sharp. Ningxu felt as if his body had been pierced through. He was naked. It was as if the old man knew all his secrets. Ningxu coughed and got rid of the sharp piercing gaze. The old man's eyes became blank and unfocused. He withdrew his piercing gaze. Ningxu looked at him and waited for an answer. The old man seemed to be thinking for a long time with his eyes closed. Ningxu waited patiently. He actually started snoring, each snoring longer than the last. Ningxu fell asleep. Ningxu stretched out his hand and pushed the old man. What he touched was a jelly-like feeling. Wasn't this the nerves of the divine tree? His spiritual body actually had a physical body. Ningxu shook him. "Senior, wake up. Wake up. It's cold. The rooster crows. The sun is out." The old man opened his eyes and yawned. He asked, "Oh right, where were you just now?" "This is the disadvantage of being old. You don't have enough energy. You don't pay attention and fall asleep." "Ningxu, what can I do?" "I can only smile." Ningxu said loudly, "Senior, can I enter the cub house? I want to stay there for a while." The old man from the divine tree asked, "Why do you want to enter the cub house?" "There are only young beasts there. These young beasts are very naughty. You won't like them." Ningxu smiled and said, "I want to bask in your glory." The old man from the divine tree said, "Oh, you're here for the divine imprint, right? I won't accept you." "What's wrong with you? Directly saying that you're here for my divine imprint makes me feel uncomfortable. Can't you say that I like young beasts? Or something else?" The old man from the divine tree said unhappily. Ningxu, I like young beasts. Ningxu said tentatively. The old man from the divine tree nodded indifferently. Ningxu didn't react for a moment. He nodded. Nodding meant that he agreed. Did he really agree? He agreed too quickly. Ningxu was in disbelief. Ningxu quickly followed the old man and asked, Senior, do you mean that I can enter the cub house? The old man said fiercely, how many times do you want me to say the same thing? Ningxu's brows relaxed and revealed a bright smile. Thank you, Senior. I will definitely study hard. The old man from the divine tree's face fell. You didn't ask me to fulfill your wish because you like young beasts and want to take care of them. That's why I let you in. Ningxu, he understood every word the old man said. But when they were put together, he was stunned for a long time. He didn't understand what the old man meant. I entered the cub house to take care of young beasts because I like young beasts. The old man glanced at Ningxu. Isn't that the case? Ningxu's words were stuck in his throat. Yes, that's the case. You're right. To view the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. Although she didn't know how her studies had been twisted into taking care of the cubs, she had still entered the cubs' shelter. She wasn't even considered a cub anymore. It was like a deal. She could enter, but she had to take care of the cubs. This made Ningxu feel more at ease. After all, she was a weak human. Ningxu followed the tree of God into the barrier. It was a sealed courtyard. All the rooms were built around a huge tree in the middle. The tree was huge. Even a small protruding root was huge. The tree was so tall that the top couldn't be seen. There were all kinds of cubs of all shapes and sizes playing on the protruding roots. Their bodies were covered in grass and mud. Some were fighting with each other. Pull my tail, I scratch your face. On the fence, on the trees, on the ground, in the water, on the roof, there were lively cubs everywhere. Their constant chatter caused the entire cub house to not have a single moment of peace. When they saw the old man from the sacred tree, the cubs started to call him grandpa in their childish voices. The old man nodded and brought Ningxu to a large room. There was an empty stove in the room. This is your room. You will be responsible for cooking for these cubs, the old man said. Ningxu was speechless. You must be kidding me, right? Right, no, right. She never thought that she would become a kitchen maid. And the kind with terrible cooking skills. Ningxu maintained the smile on her face. There were so many cubs on the ground, hanging on the trees, and swimming in the water. There were countless of them. She had to make something for so many cubs. Ningxu refused. She said, I have other work. I can't prepare 3 meals a day for these cubs. It was scary to be in the kitchen all day. There were mission takers waiting for her. The main system would ask her to pick up the starstone fragments. It was hard to deal with. The old man said, I'm not asking you to prepare every day. Prepare more, enough for them. Come back later. Ningxu was speechless. The old man looked at Ningxu unkindly, then why did you come in? Ningxu said directly, I want to bathe in your divine light. Fatian should have told you who I am, right? The tree in the middle of the courtyard is me. As long as you are in the nursery, you can bathe in my divine light. You can bathe in my divine light and take care of the cub. It's the best of both worlds. Why? Are you not willing? Ningxu, he didn't know how to refute her. The old man from the divine tree asked from his soul, don't you like those cubs? Ningxu's eyes narrowed as he looked at the lively scene outside through the door. He really couldn't go against his conscience and say that he liked it. Therefore, Ningxu could only remain silent. Children were the hardest to deal with. If you're silent, then that means you're silent. Get some food for the child. The old man on the divine tree said. Ningxu refused in his heart. His cooking skills had been certified by Fatian, and it was not delicious at all. Would these children eat dirt? Ningxu saw a child stuffing mud into his mouth. Under Ningxu's gaze, he actually swallowed the mud. She was suddenly full of confidence in her cooking skills. If he could even eat dirt, then what she cooked couldn't be worse than dirt, right? Ningxu scanned the empty room. From the outside, these rooms didn't look big, but after entering the room, it became big, wide, and very tall. It gave people the feeling that a lot of things could be stuffed into the room. Ningxu asked, "Where are the ingredients? Where are the things?" Even the cleverest housewife couldn't cook without rice. Without ingredients, where could she conjure food from? The old man on the divine tree said, "Go outside and catch them." "You, go, outside, to catch." Ningxu's eyes widened. What did that mean? Not only did she have to cook, she also had to be responsible for finding the ingredients. Ningxu couldn't maintain her smile anymore. "Senior, with my strength, I'm afraid I won't be able to return from hunting." The old man on the divine tree looked at Ningxu accusingly. "Don't you love these cubs? Did it go from liking to loving? This love was really too heavy." "Ningxu, if I'm not here, how can I love these cubs?" The old man on the divine tree said carelessly, "It's okay. I won't let you find those top-grade ingredients. They're just ordinary creatures. These creatures are usually large in numbers and have low intelligence. They're enough to eat. Ningxu, while hunting, if you can pick some fruits, some meat is greasy." Ningxu looked up to the sky and roared in her heart. She had become a cook. In exchange, she could stay at the cubs' shelter. Just do it. The old man on the divine tree stroked his beard that almost reached the ground. "The cubs like the jerky you prepared for Fation. How about this, prepare a bird meat for each of them." That bird was bigger than a plane. "Prepare one for each cub." Ningxu smiled and asked, "May I ask, can you finish eating so much?" "Of course. Didn't you say that you can't stay here forever? Prepare more so that the cubs have something to eat." Ningxu's mouth was already stiff. "May I ask again, what do these children eat?" Without her, could it be that these children didn't eat? "Oh, they eat crystals. They're a few grades lower in energy. It's enough to feed these children." Ningxu suddenly wanted to give herself a big slap. Why did she ask this? If there were no crystals, would she have to collect them herself in the future? Ningxu's ears were filled with playful voices. The cub's various voices were like magic in her ears. She didn't feel good. She could imagine Fation's face in this situation. He must be cold and lifeless. Ningxu felt that she still needed some time to adapt. With a stiff smile, Ningxu asked, "Senior, may I know the original intention of this cub's establishment? Was it to protect the cubs of the void and let them grow up happily?" Ningxu had seen when a race was born, there were actually other races eyeing them covetously and eating them. They stole the pure energy of these newly born races. Some of the cubs that could escape would naturally allow this race to continue. What she saw was a very naked natural law. This holy land seemed to be a peach blossom spring hidden in the void. The old man on the divine tree's eyes became very blank. "I don't know. Anyway, I woke up here and have been staying here all this time. Anyway, you just need to know that these cubs are very cute." Ningxu was speechless. "Savage, okay?" To view the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. Actually, the old man had made it very clear. If you want to comprehend the divine pattern, you can, but the condition is that you have to take care of these cubs. You have to take good care of them. If you accept, you can stay. If you don't, you can leave. Ningxu walked around the empty room twice and decided to agree. After all, this was an opportunity. Logically speaking, the old man could completely ignore him and give him such a condition. There was nothing to lose. It all depended on whether he felt it was worth it or not. Ningxu nodded and said, "I'm willing to take care of these cubs." The old man from the divine tree revealed a smile. His face full of wrinkles. "I knew you were someone who liked children." Ningxu denied it in his heart. "I'm not. I don't like cubs." If possible, Ningxu wanted to say, "Senior, I actually like you." Ningxu said, "Then, Senior, we're on the same side now, right? I have something to ask." The old man stroked his beard calmly. "Young man, be more straightforward. Ask whatever you want." Ningxu thought about it. This was not a suitable question for a colleague he had just met. He said, "I suddenly forgot what I wanted to say." She wanted to ask, "Senior, have you never thought of leaving the sacred land?" Obviously, it was not suitable. She did not ask. "You're so young, but your memory is so bad. What are you waiting for? Go and prepare food." The old man slammed his walking stick on the ground and said, "Ning-Shu, do I have to prepare it alone?" Ning-Shu asked. "What else can you do? The old people here are old, and the young ones are young. Do you want these cubs to go out and prepare food for you? The void is so big. Can you find them? I'm so old, and you want me to prepare food? You're just watching from the side." Ah. The old man slammed his walking stick on the ground. It looked like he was about to smash Ning-Shu with it. Ning-Shu ran away from the sacred ground. The next step was to look for birds, one chick and one chick. Ning-Shu did not intend to do so much. If he did too much at once, he would give too much. If his appetite grew bigger, he would not be able to satisfy it. Take your time. Ning-Shu touched the nest of the giant birds and looked at the birds flying around above his head. It was like an airplane flying above his head, making cawing sounds like crows. Ning-Shu pursed his lips. Was he going to deal with these birds alone? In the past, at least he had Fation and Little Mouse. Now that he was alone, Ning-Shu felt a little guilty. In order not to startle these birds, Ning-Shu moved stealthily, not making a single sound. He even used the law of water to conceal himself, concealing his aura, lest the birds smell a strange odor and run away. Slowly, many vines extended from his hand, stealthily. Some birds were alert and stared at the rattling vines. The rattling vines immediately stopped climbing. When the birds were not paying attention, the rattling vines continued to spread towards the birds in the tree. These rattling vines were more deceptive. Even if the birds noticed, they would only be suspicious. After all, the rattling vines on the tree did not pay attention to whether they were there normally or not. The rattling vines continued to spread. Ning-Shu was careful and held his breath. A rattling vine quickly wrapped around a giant bird. The giant bird was startled. It spread its wings and broke free from the binding of the rattling vines. It felt like the binding of the rattling vines had no power at all. It was as if spider silk had wrapped around the giant bird's body. The giant bird gently moved, not even using much strength. It spread its wings and broke free from the rattling vines. The sudden action of the giant bird startled the other birds. They all flapped their wings and flew up without caring about anything. They flew up and cried loudly. The entire flock of birds became lively. The other rattling vines immediately stopped moving. They wrapped around the tree like ordinary rattling vines, waiting for an opportunity. Obviously, these rattling vines were not considered as power to the void creatures. Rattling vines might not work. In the past, when Fation was here, he could directly use Fation to firmly bind the birds. They were not of the same level of power. Ning-Shu twined the vines one by one. Although the strength of a single vine was relatively weak, it wasn't easy to break free from the entanglement. It was a little sad. She could not even defeat the lower level of the void's food chain. She could not even touch a chicken. Normal birds would not have to go through so much trouble. After a while, the birds let down their guard and returned to the giant tree. Only the bird that was caught before kept looking around. When it saw the rattling vines on the tree, it even used its beak to peck at the rattling vines. The rattling vines remained motionless, allowing the bird to peck at them. The giant bird pecked for a while. It looked like the rattling vines did not attack it. However, the situation before made the giant bird feel a little lost. Obviously, with the giant bird's intelligence, it was not enough to think about such a situation. Moreover, its companions were by its side, so it felt very safe. Therefore, the giant bird was completely relieved. Ning-Shu secretly wrapped the rattling vines to form bigger rattling vines, waiting for the right time. Ning-Shu kept making more rattling vines. 10 was not a small number, but 10 was not a small number either. Every time he made 1 or 2 for the Fation, there was still so much meat. In an instant, all the vines launched an attack. The thick vines instantly wrapped around the giant bird like chains from all directions. All the birds were shocked. Some of the ones that were not controlled flapped their wings and flew away. The giant birds that were bound by the rattling vines struggled desperately. How should he deal with these giant birds? He could not let them keep flapping their wings like this. With so much strength, Ningxu felt that he could not control these birds for a long time. They struggled desperately, but he could not hold them back. No matter what kind of creature it was, the brain was a very important part. Ningxu took out his weapon and chopped off the giant bird's head. Large amounts of blood spurted out. The headless giant bird twitched for a while and stopped moving. Ningxu plucked the feathers of these giant birds and dealt with their innards. They were all stored in the mesen space. Other than that, Ningxu went to the restaurant in Water City to get some seasoning like oil, salt, and spices. Actually, the meat of these birds was a little fishy. If it was boiled, it would definitely not taste good. He only knew how to make jerky, so he made some slightly spicy jerky. Ningxu dragged the bags of spices away. Next, he had to pick some fruits. There were fruits after meals. He was really a school cafeteria auntie. What fruit should he look for? Ningxu felt that it was not easy to find fruits. Some races liked to eat a certain kind of fruit, so they would camp around the fruit tree for a long time. Picking fruits by himself was tantamount to snatching food from the tiger's mouth. There were many people who liked delicious fruits. Ningxu naturally would not challenge the void races alone. The fruits he found were more common, fruits that were not guarded by living creatures. To view the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. He picked a lot of fruits and spent a lot of time. Then, he followed the wooden sign to find the sacred land and return. Before entering the sacred land, Dan Qing informed Ningxu, the organization wants you to go home. Ningxu, speak human language. Dan Qing, oh, you haven't done any missions or dealt with other things, so the organization wants you to go back and deal with the fragments. Ningxu was a bit hesitant. Forget it, he should go to the cubs first. It wouldn't be good to miss the first appointment. When he was done here, he would go back to do missions. In the past, it was 2 points and 1 line, but now it was 1 point and countless lines. When he went to the sacred land, he had to find something to eat in the void and come back to feed the cubs. Ningxu quickened his pace and rushed to the cubs. He passed through the barrier and entered. A burst of noise entered his ears. It was so lively all the time. Under the tree, Fa Tian was talking to the old man. Ningxu walked over. Fa Tian turned his head. When he saw Ningxu, he was stunned. After a while, he asked, "How did you get here?" "How did he get in?" Ningxu said, "I'm here to see you." The old man said, "This is the new cook. She's in charge of cooking for you." He turned his head and looked at Ningxu with a serious expression. "What happened? Why did you come back so late?" "Ningxu, it takes time to collect the ingredients. The ingredients didn't fall in front of me." "Damn, this old man's temper is so bad. Doesn't it take time?" Fa Tian's expression was a bit complicated. "Cook." Ningxu of course knew what Fa Tian meant. "I know how to make jerky." "I'll make jerky." Fa Tian had lost confidence in her. "Then I'll go cook." "Fa Tian, come with me. I have something to ask you." Ningxu went into the kitchen and took out a knife to cut the meat. He said to Fa Tian, who was standing at the door, "Come in." "Am I embarrassing you here?" His companion was a cafeteria auntie, which made Fa Tian lose face in front of the other cubs. Ningxu took out the dessert she had brought back from the hotel. She realized that Fa Tian was actually a sweet tooth. Fa Tian rolled his eyes and walked in. He took the dessert from Ningxu's hands and scooped it into his mouth as he said, "What's there to be embarrassed about? I just didn't expect you to have the confidence to be a cook. Don't you know what you're doing? I just want to be a cub and play with these happy cubs, but unfortunately, reality is not like this." Ningxu sighed. "I thought I was going back to my childhood. What can I do?" Fa Tian finished the dessert in a few mouthfuls. He choked and rolled his eyes. He stuck out his tongue and licked the residue from the corner of his mouth clean. Ningxu stared at him. "Slow down. I'm not fighting with you." Fa Tian hammered his chest. He probably finally swallowed the dessert that was choking in his throat. Why isn't anyone fighting with me? Soon, someone will smell it. Fatian said as he took the razor and helped Ningxu to cut the meat. Soon, there was chatter at the door, mixed with messy footsteps. Obviously, there was more than one person. Ningxu glanced at Fatian. Fatian was expressionless. He looked carefully and even frowned. The first to enter was a little girl with fish scale-like patterns on her face. Her whole body was green and she looked like a fish that had turned into a spirit. As soon as she came in, she sniffed her nose. Fatian, what are you eating? There were also some strange-looking cubs behind her. They stared at Fatian with wet and longing eyes. They gave people the feeling that they would drool and explode. Fatian said expressionlessly, "No, you're wrong." The girl looked at the blood and meat on the ground and said happily, "There's meat today. There's meat." She stretched out her claw-like hands with green claws and sharp nails. She grabbed the raw meat and stuffed it into her mouth. Seeing this, the cubs behind her also rushed up and grabbed the meat and stuffed it into their mouths. More and more cubs gathered outside the kitchen. Fatian grabbed the meat in their hands with a sullen face and said coldly, "What are you doing? It's not ready yet. Eat it when it's ready." The girl asked, "Is it the kind you usually eat?" "Yes." Other than this, Ningxu couldn't do anything else. This meat could be eaten because it was simple. Secondly, it was mixed with various seasonings, so the taste couldn't be too bad. Of course, the right seasonings were needed. If all the seasonings were mixed in, it would definitely be inedible. Mushroom Scale smiled, revealing sharp, fish-like teeth. Ningxu felt that this mushroom was a fish spirit. Geisha looked at the cubs blocking the entrance and said, "Who's blocking the entrance? You won't get to eat later." When the cubs heard this, they immediately scattered like a swarm of bees. Fatian closed the door to prevent more cubs from running in. Ningxu said with a smile, "These cubs are quite afraid of you." "No, they're afraid that they won't have food." Fatian wouldn't admit that everyone in the cub house was afraid of him. While processing the meat, Ningxu asked, "Why did you leave the cub house?" "The void is dangerous." Fatian said, "Nothing. I just went out for a walk." Ningxu was speechless. It was fine if he didn't want to talk about it. Ningxu stopped asking and began to cook the meat. Seeing the boiling water and the blood and the meat boiling, Ningxu felt that he was really a qualified cafeteria lady. He had made a lot of jerky and was already very familiar with it. Seeing that Ningxu really stopped asking, Fatian couldn't help but ask, "Are you really not curious at all?" "I'm curious, but if you don't want to talk about it, I won't ask." Fatian said, "If you're curious, you should tell me." "How would I know if you don't tell me?" "I thought you were just asking." "I'm worried that you might be in danger outside," said Ningxu. Fatian said, "Actually, I'm going out to look for something." Ningxu asked, "What?" Fatian said, "To look for the remains of some species." Ningxu was speechless. "You're really collecting ashes." The process of making jerky wasn't complicated, but there were too many of them, so it was a bit tiring. Outside the kitchen, on the roof, on the windows, there were cubs everywhere, staring at the kitchen covetously. Ningxu felt that these cubs weren't waiting for food, but wanted to eat her. In the face of so many green eyes, the pressure was a bit too much. After the jerky was done, the old man of the divine tree slowly appeared and said, "Children, I'll give you an extra meal today. Jerky and fruit." The cubs immediately cheered and jumped, jumping and somersaulting. They clapped and cheered, shouting, "Grandpa, Grandpa." It was as if there were countless Calabash brothers. Ningxu was speechless. Damn, this old man is good at seizing the moment. I'm the one who went to look for the stuff. I'm the one who made the jerky. I'm the one who washed the fruit. To watch the new chapter of Zue, please go to mobile address. Line up one by one and get it. Old man Xianxia said confidently. The Calabash brothers lined up obediently and stood in front of Ningxu. Ningxu gave each of them a bag of dried meat and a portion of fruits. Fatian helped to distribute the food. Luckily, it was enough at the end. Ningxu, Fatian, and old man Xianxia naturally wouldn't eat it. The cubs who received the food started to eat while sitting or standing. Because it was slightly spicy, some of them couldn't get used to it. Spiciness wasn't actually a taste. It was the pain caused by the burning of the chili in the mouth. However, this pain made people feel happy. Therefore, the more they ate, the more they couldn't stop eating. They ate while drinking water. Some cubs couldn't bear to eat it, so they ate it bit by bit. Some cubs stuffed it into their mouths like hungry ghosts. Old man Xianxia looked at the cubs eating and said to Xianxia, "Make more next time." "Look, the kids can't bear to eat it." Xianxia laughed. This old man was really bad. After the cubs finished eating, Xianxia still had to clean up the fruit peels and other rubbish on the ground. He was the cleaner and cafeteria auntie. After tidying up, Xianxia let out a long sigh. It was tiring. Probably because eating could really bring people closer to each other, the cubs gathered around Xianxia one after another. They chattered and asked Xianxia what they wanted to eat next, saying that the dried meat was delicious. There were also some who said that they didn't like this flavor. There weren't any sweet ones, but some insisted that the salty ones were delicious. Then, the battle between the sweet and the salty ones began. Xianxia smiled and said, "Next time, we'll eat dried meat. Dried meat is the most delicious thing." He didn't want to waste time making other dishes. Usually, exquisite dishes were rare but good. With so many cubs, he couldn't make any. He could only make a big pot of rice. It was already good enough to have a big pot of rice. Xianxia felt that since he had produced dried meat, he should learn how to stir-fry vegetables. Making some rice was also not bad. It's not good to eat jerky all the time. Fatian listened to Xianxia say that jerky was the best. He was silent and didn't expose her. The fish spirit Gulong tilted her head and looked at Xianxia. "Are you very close to Fatian?" Xianxia nodded. "Yeah, we're partners." The fish spirit mushroom nodded. "That's good. I can eat a lot of things if I follow you. I like jerky very much." "Xianxia, as long as you like it." As he spoke, Xianxia was still not used to the appearance of void creatures even though he was used to the appearance of humans. Mushroom Cool's face was covered in fish scales, but they weren't real fish scales. There were patterns on his skin, and his body was covered in water vapor. He was probably an aquatic creature. It was obvious that Mushroom Cool had a good relationship with Fatian. All of Fatian's friends in Cub Club were also close. He communicated more with the creatures in the void. Mushroom Cool's expression was a little hesitant. It was obvious that there was something that she couldn't say. Xianxia wouldn't take the initiative to ask. Mushroom Cool couldn't help but say to Xianxia, "My name is Dong Lan. I live in Dong Lan Sea." She was indeed an aquatic creature. Xianxia, "Hello, Dong Lan. Was her jerky really that delicious?" Was she trying to curry favor with her? Xianxia puffed up his chest and raised his head, waiting for the little girl to flatter him. Fatian walked over and said to Dong Lan, "Don't say any more. If you continue, I won't be polite to you." Scram. Xianxia? They seemed to have a good relationship. What was going on? Fatian's words were quite rude. He directly told her to scram. Xianxia didn't scold Fatian for being unfriendly to her classmates. After all, Fatian wasn't a real child. He had his own thoughts and wisdom. Xianxia didn't see Fatian as a child anymore. Dong Lan pursed her lips. There was a hint of pity in her eyes. She turned to Xianxia and said, "Look at Fatian. Why is she so fierce? Can't she talk nicely?" Xianxia, hee hee. Other than that, he didn't know how to react. Even ghosts didn't know what they were talking about. Dong Lan reached out her claws and grabbed Xianxia's hand. She shook it twice and said, "Talk to Fatian." Xianxia felt like his hand was being grabbed by a robot. It was very stiff and the other party was very strong. She was just a little girl, but she was already so strong. Xianxia tried to break free but failed, so she gave up. She didn't want to break her arm. She said, "Dong Lan, I don't know what you're talking about. Let's talk about it after you've made things clear." Dong Lan immediately explained the whole sequence of events to him. The reason for this was because of Fatian's slightly perverted hobby, which was to collect the ashes of void creatures after they died. Fation liked to run outside when he had nothing to do. This little girl always saw Fation running outside and felt that it was interesting. She insisted that Fation bring her along. Fation thought that this little girl was a void creature after all. She could help him collect ashes, so he brought her along. Fation liked to fight whenever he had nothing to do. When one side was defeated, if they weren't eaten by the winner, the corpse would slowly turn to dust. Don Lan was a little girl. The cub's environment was one of unity and friendship. It wasn't as cruel as the void. When the little girl saw this kind of scene, she was first afraid. Secondly, she felt a little sympathy for the side that was beaten up badly and was about to be eaten. Sometimes, she would even make some noise and disturb the two sides fighting. She would even be chased. Fation was considered a strong person in the cub's place. According to Don Lan, none of the cub's cub could beat Fation. In some situations, the little girl would say, Fation, they're so pitiful. You should go and help them. At that time, Fation told her to get lost and never brought Don Lan out again. Ningxu was speechless. He didn't know why, but looking at Don Lan, Ningxu wanted to laugh. He held back his laughter and asked, then what do you want me to persuade Fation? Persuade him not to collect the ashes, or persuade him to go and help? This. The little girl was a little confused. She suddenly didn't know what to say. Ningxu said, Fation has his own ideas. I can't persuade him. Even you can't persuade him? Don Lan said anxiously. Ningxu was a little helpless. What do you want me to persuade him about? That's right, Fation. Don't you think that Fation is a little cold? He watched coldly as others fought to the death and ran over to collect the ashes without any psychological burden. Ningxu was speechless. Although void creatures fight and even eat each other, it's fine if you don't see it. But when you see it, you're indifferent. Ningxu gave the little girl a thumbs up. You're a good child. You're right, but why don't you go and help? End of chapter 37:11. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.